For the next 2 days, Carl and the others relaxed in the fort, or in the tiny world, where the 2 totem-ranked dragons were still sunning themselves, and most likely avoiding responsibilities, as outsiders were unlikely to discover them while they were inside. Fortunately, it did not appear that anyone was actively looking for them. Or for anyone else in the group, for that matter. The undead armies weren't attacking, they had retreated to a city over 100 kilometers from the border, and the army was more concerned with properly purging the last of the undead and any infected items from the city. The death toll of the attack had been catastrophic, and the port city of Bagandorman could hardly be called a city anymore. Demons weren't truly helpless, even the ones that weren't soldiers. But with so many undead literally dropped on their homes, over half of the city had died during the attack, and many more were infected with various undead curses and viruses. The Draught army had declared it a quarantine zone, so even Lotus could only stand near the wall in healing tree form to help the residents. She could not go inside to let them get the full radius of her aura. But after a few days, the situation appeared to be mostly under control, and only a few lingering undead or survivors were being found under rubble. What do the most recent reports among the clerics say, priestess? Carl asked Delilah as the red dragon transformed back to human for lunch on the 4th day after the battle. A whole lot of nothing. The undead armies have retreated further than usual this time, and they're not launching any attacks along the border at all. If anything, the attempt to expand the borders might have ended. There doesn't seem to have been a good reason why, as they've still got plenty of troops left, but Lord Bomgan likes to test the waters now and then, so he might just be changing his target to the border along the Unzathrop side. The 2 share a border nearly the same length as Bomgan and Draught, but a bit more mountainous than the rolling hills around us. She replied casually as she inspected the lunch buffet. Well, at least that makes it decidedly not our problem. But trying to understand why the undead are so insistent on expanding the blight is beyond me. Carl agreed. Joel, the white dragon, currently in the form of an old man, smiled at Carl's admission. It's really quite simple. They thrive on unholy energy of a particular variety. The blight radiates it, and the larger the area of the blight, the stronger the energy is. Much like moving from a lower mana continent to the Dragon Isles, this is something that helps their growth. The undead might not be fully functional in the brain capacity department most of the time, but the ones who did retain most of their mental faculties understand well enough that they need territory if they're going to create an undead horde strong enough to keep themselves from becoming a nomadic threat on other nations' territories. That was a valid concern. Nobody really cared for the undead, and none called them true allies. A few species, like the vampires, had managed to get along well enough with others to integrate, but the chances that the necromancers would accept such a setup, or that zombies and skeletons would ever be capable of it, was laughable. So there really isn't much chance that they're going to stop trying to expand. I would imagine that's frustrating for everyone living near the border. Carl sighed. The white dragon shrugged. They work on a much longer timeline than most, so a major push tends to be more of a once-in-a-decade situation than an every-year issue. It makes it less dangerous to live near the border, or the whole border region would likely be a militarized zone. Now, with so many lost here in the city, they might wish to turn it into a military fort, but normally the villages live fairly normal lives. But the rural villagers are mostly orcs, and the orcs enjoy the fights more than most species, so they don't retreat. Unfortunately, I cannot continue to relax here forever. There are threats to the other islands as well, and I have been called. I do hope to see you all again soon. But under better circumstances. Priestess Delilah brushed her robes clean. I should also move along. The threat here has faded, so it will be some time before the undead attack this border again. If you want to keep hunting them, that is your choice. But you can head home for a break. Carl turned to the others for their opinion, and received no objections. All right, we will all head out. Ray, please take down the fort, unless you intend to leave it for the locals. Definitely not, Ray decided. This was a great fort, completely unsuited to being left for a bunch of random demons with no creativity. They would never appreciate the pure brilliance of her designs. But Ray didn't want to just return to the boredom of Drawd City. Why don't we all go play in the dwarf lands? I know that the problem is too many totem-ranked monsters, but there have to be others that are a problem, right? Everyone can help clear the extras. Or they can go shopping while we clear out the Barra dungeon. That would be good too. She suggested. You ran out of new and fun things to do at home, didn't you? Carl asked. Ray nodded emphatically, and the ladies did their best not to laugh. But you're also stronger now. We should test your combat capabilities before you have to face off against another totem rank something. That way, you can be sure of what you can do with this extra vitality and mana. Ray added. That was actually an excellent point. Testing under controlled conditions would be much safer than finding his limits while in an actual battle. Would you all like to go to Barra? Carl asked. Dana shrugged. It sounds interesting. A whole city full of dwarves might be fun for Lotus. She might actually find people her own height. Lotus stuck out her tongue at the mage, but Dana had a point. If there was a city full of people her height, it was most likely going to be in the dwarven territories. It might be interesting to not be a full head shorter than everyone. Ray quickly disassembled their resting spot and the butterfly ended the illusion that was hiding it in the forest. Well, it looks like this is farewell for now. Unless you want to use our portal to Barra. Carl informed the dragons. Both shook their heads, so Carl opened the way to the dwarven city, and stepped through while Lotus gave one last round of hugs. Carl had brought them to the platform by the dungeon, and today was especially crowded within the dwarven city. From the chatter Carl could hear, the city was preparing for an upcoming holiday, so everyone was at the market stocking up in preparation for family coming to visit. Oh, meat wraps! Lotus cheered as she ran away from the group. Carl smiled and waved at the dwarf, who immediately began setting more kebabs over the fire. How many might you need today, young miss? The dwarf asked. Lotus was going to complain about his nickname, then realized he was at least a century older than she was. From his point of view, the name was perfectly reasonable. One for everyone in the group here. Then two more. Lotus decided, as Hawk and Kara had both returned to their spaces, while Thor and Ray were in humanoid form and Remy was out to see the city. It was heavily earth element, but there was a lot of shamanistic power in Barra, and Remy was loving the feeling. Plus, with the dwarves all being so short, even at her current size, she could see so much more through the crowd than she could in Drawd, with all the oversized wrath demons and wings in the way. They were waiting for their food when a familiar white-bearded dwarf came stomping in their direction. Overlord Carl, good timing. We have collected your payment. Slate Petros, the totem-ranked shaman from their political delegation, greeted them. Shaman Petros, it's a pleasure to see you again. The dwarf took out a large stone chest and placed it on the ground. That's everything that we owed you for the weapon, and some other incidentals. I see that you've got the spider with you again, her portion of your payment is still nice and fresh. Ray curiously opened the chest and found a 5-gallon pail with a lid sealed on it, but she could smell the blood and feel the power coming from it as she transferred it to her space. Thank you. That will do wonderfully. She informed him with an elaborate bow. A whole bucket full of mythic rank blood couldn't have been easy to get, but the dwarves had done it. The fact that the rest of the chest was filled with magical gems and rare metal coins was irrelevant to her. She had gotten the part that she wanted. Are you here to do the dungeon again? I hear that the last one went much more smoothly than expected. Petros asked. We might. Most of my guild members are still monarchs, but I think that we can make it work with a few extra overlords to fill the numbers. But that will be tomorrow at the earliest. Today, we're going to explore the city a bit and sample the food. Priestess Naksha also wants to hunt some of the excess monsters in the inland region, so we will be headed there in the next few days. Carl explained. Petros nodded. If you go straight west through the pass, you'll find a number of the problematic beasts. I don't know if you will want to keep one for your collection, but the number of them is out of control. Lotus turned away from watching the food to question the shaman. What sort of beasts are they that Carl might want to keep them? The dwarf chuckled, knowing that Lotus would be even more interested than Carl. Most of the overpopulation issue is with owlbear-type monsters and sand yeti. The owlbears are native to the region, but overpopulated. The sand yeti tribes have been driven south by the wet summer north of us. The sand has been flooding and collapsing their nests, so they moved into the mountains to stay dry. They're quite the pest, but their fur is soft, and their potential is good. He explained. You had me at soft fur. Lotus agreed. Naksha frowned. Aren't owlbears also soft? Lotus nodded happily. Very soft. But they're feathered, not furry. That was apparently an important distinction, though nobody was under any illusions that Lotus would not try to cuddle the owlbears just because they had feathers instead of fur. Carl smiled at the dwarven shaman. Perhaps we should head for another sector of high-population beasts. Asking this particular team to go after the cutest and cuddliest of monsters is a bit of a challenge. Petros and the food stall vendor both laughed at the insinuation. Indeed, it was hard to get teams to control the owlbears, as they were generally good-natured, unless you got too close to their young, and they were good about keeping pests away from the livestock. The sand yeti population, on the other hand, was far from beloved. Why don't you head further up the river towards Nomulgat? Then you'll be out of owlbear territories, and the only powerful monsters you'll find in excess are the sand yeti. That should be a solid compromise. Petros offered. Lotus shrugged, so Carl nodded in agreement. All right, I will ask the city guard for an incident map tomorrow. Today, we will explore the city and take a rest. I hear that dwarven hospitality comes with ale-soaked brisket and roast potatoes. That was how Carl and the others ended up in a dwarven tavern deep within the mountain, drinking ale and sitting around a seemingly endless supply of meat and potatoes that the server just kept adding dishes to. How long has the weather been wet that it's pushing so many monsters south? Remy asked as she picked a potato out of the pile. Petros shrugged. About 3 months now. The wet season has been much heavier than usual. They'll likely go back when things dry up, but there is more food down here than in the desert, so we might have to chase them off. A dwarf at the next table over laughed. I don't think it'll be that hard to get them to leave. It's almost winter, and they're sand yeti. Once the snow starts flying, they'll bugger off right quick. The other dwarves began to laugh at the thought of sand yeti in the mountains over the winter. We're not the only ones that have it hard this year. Gabble has had a population boom among their beasts and feral monsters. They have been getting monster spawns for the last year, and the monsters that come out of those are all insane, even when they should be intelligent. But now, they're breeding, and half the country is overrun. Not that it was highly populated to begin with, but the danger level there is so bad that even Bomgan stopped attacking. If the undead think that you aren't worth attacking, things have gotten bad. But I heard that they've got undead roaming as well, looking for the lost system stones. The dark-haired dwarf laughed. Looking for the system stones? Carl asked. Oh, do you not know the story? Get Elder Petros to tell it, he's good with the old stories. Petros chuckled and a number of the dwarves turned to face him, while the waitress brought a refill for his ale. In the distant past, before the last resurgence, it is said that the land of Dragon Lord Gabble, southwest of Naraletum Lake, a circle of stone pillars once stood. The center was made of solid gold, imbued with the power of the world dragon. Any who stood upon the holy altar would be blessed with his luck. Some would activate a system class, despite lacking the compatibility, others would advance their class, or gain a new skill. For thousands of years, pilgrims would come to the site to receive the blessings. Then, tragedy struck. Lord Gabble was killed by an unknown assassin, and the entire mountain where the system stones once stood vanished as if it were never there. The pilgrims waiting to visit lost all memory of the location, even with the ones who had already visited telling them it should be right in front of them. So, the system stones were lost. None know where they went, but some say that they are simply hidden, disguised behind a barrier. Others say that they are lost to time. But no matter which it is, the search for the lost system stones continues to this day. Petros told the story with dramatic tone changes and elaborate hand gestures, drawing the viewers in. Ray tilted her head. The stones weren't made of gold, though. They're just shiny stones. Everyone turned to stare at her. You've seen the system stones? Petros asked. Not those ones. A set in the Golden Dragon Nation. They were definitely just carved from stone, not made of solid gold. But the effect was right. There was even one girl who accidentally turned herself into a wargen by letting the system stones randomize her. Carl laughed at the memory, and Petros frowned at him. You were there, weren't you? At those stones? Carl nodded. They're not permanent, they appeared along with a monster spawn, and vanished just as suddenly. But during the day or two that they were active, they worked exactly as you were describing. If there is a set still active in Gabble, it would be a huge benefit for anyone who could find them. Or for the ones who could destroy them. That's why the undead are looking for them. Like the giants and some others, they don't want anyone to have the system. They believe that it disrupts their natural advantages. Petros explained. And because the giants want them destroyed, we won't let them. Just on principle. One of the other dwarves laughed. That made perfect sense to Carl. Anything that the giants wanted to happen was likely to be a disaster for everyone else, so it was better to oppose them just on general principle. Plus, the giants were just generally hateful and violent sorts of creatures to begin with. Kara laughed to herself at Carl's logic. The giants surely didn't see it that way, but there was just enough dwarf in him that the instinctual hatred for the giants bled through into his thought processes. Finding the lost system stones actually sounds like a fun side quest. Naksha suggested. Tessa nodded. If we're going to go out and help deal with the overpopulation of monsters, including some from the monster spawns, who are generally insane anyhow, it wouldn't hurt to search around for signs that the stones might be hidden behind a spell. Petros chuckled. A proper adventure instead of a simple quest to reduce monster populations. That sounds like the sort of thing that makes the dragon gods happy. You shouldn't find too much resistance there if you want to clear the insane monsters. There are a lot of monster-populated villages in Gabble, but the majority of the cities are dwarven. Just ask around, and they'll be happy to tell you what is what. Carl nodded. Hopefully nobody minds that we've changed plans to go to an entirely different nation to do our hunting. The totem-ranked shaman just waved off his concern. One hunting party more or less won't change much. I think that the council is more worried that you might change your mind and start abusing the free pass into the dungeon you obtain to mine it clear every day. The lost revenue might have made them cry. Carl smiled. Coming here every day for lunch and a dungeon run is tempting, but we're a busy guild. The dwarves laughed at his assertion. The Darklight host certainly didn't look too busy, out wandering around other countries looking for quests to fulfill, even though they were certainly not short on money. If anything, they almost felt like a mission team from the Dragon Church, just out to make the gods happy. The blue dragon with their creations, the green with healing and maintaining natural balances, then the red and black in the battles along the borders with Bomgan. If they started mediating disputes, the dwarves would suspect that even the bronze dragon was favoring them. It was only natural, when they had 3 dragon clerics in the same group. Traveling with a cleric was a luxury for most guilds and adventuring groups. They served their gods first, so it was uncommon for them to remain long-term with one group. It was beginning to get late, and Carl was about to suggest that they find a room at an inn somewhere when Thomas, the peak overlord-ranked paladin that led his last run through the dungeon here in Barra, came in looking like he had been through hell. "Thomas, what happened to you, man?" Carl called before he could take a seat. "Carl. You're a sight for sore eyes after today's run. We took a group of 5 through the dungeon, only to find out that they had stealth amulets that made a bunch of monarchs feel like overlords. Just like that, we found out on the first pull that none of our damage dealers could actually deal damage. At least not decent amounts of it. I spent 9 hours just to get them past the first boss, so I didn't lose money on the run, and we nearly died more times than I can count. The dwarf ranted. No amount of extra fee to do the run would truly make up for a day like that. Why don't you go with my team tomorrow? There are 6 of us, but I can show you something cool once we're inside. Carl suggested. Thomas looked at the group of clerics and Dana with a hint of horror in his eyes. No offense, but after today's experience with monarchs in the dungeon, I don't think that I'm up for it. And my team is all taking the day off to rest. Carl shrugged. Understandable. I might take my team through tomorrow before we leave. But I can just grab a few extras to fill the numbers. With 3 clerics, and my buffs, I'm not too worried about the completion. Thomas gave a dry laugh that turned into a hoarse cough. Well, we've seen what your beasts can do against the final boss pull, so I don't doubt that you could clear the dungeon even without any more overlords. How about I recommend a friend of mine and his sons? They're all paladins, and I'm sure they'd be happy to take up frontline duties for you. With the hawk and spider, the damage should be more than enough. Carl winked at the dwarf. I've got the whole team here today, so we've also got an impenetrable bulwark behemoth for tanking duties. With a war cleric on his back and his bulwark, he makes a mighty shield wall. Thomas whistled in appreciation, and Petro stroked his beard as he came to a realization. You know, I used to think that the classes were somewhat balanced by the system. There was something that they were all lacking to make up for the areas where they were strong. A built-in team-building exercise, forcing us to work together. But that's not true, is it? There are simply grades of classes, and we're all in the common or uncommon classes. You pulled a rare class, and it can work on its own, but still has some limitations based on the beasts that are chosen. Perhaps the stories of the godly classes aren't so far-fetched. The old shaman suggested. The godly classes? Dana asked. Petros nodded. Almost everyone knows about the golem mages, and the golem crafters, who can make golems with runes. But the old stories say that there were once golem masters, absolutely overpowered champions who could even summon duplicates of people they had met. Duplicated, right down to the skills that they could use. He paused there to let that sink in. If Dana could summon clones of herself or Ophelia, how powerful would her class be? Or if she could do something like a mod and summon 4 copies of Ray or Remy, what could survive that? Even compared to Carl's powers, that was an unfair advantage. They wouldn't even need to hold back in combat, as they were just summons and could be replaced if they were killed. Summoning multiple copies of an immortal Ray with instant respawning abilities, and all her own skills. That was the sort of class that sounded too ridiculous to be real. Petros chuckled. I see that you can understand the implications. If there really were someone alive today with a class like that, what could stop them? Carl can already challenge most totems in single combat. But a class like that? They could just duplicate their enemy and beat them with numbers. Note to self. Find a way to let Carl summon more of me. Ray joked through their mental link. Why you? Imagine how much apocalypse I could make with a half dozen of me. Remy laughed. Why am I suddenly a summoner? Carl asked. You're asking that now? You've already got Lamia and animal golems, what is wrong with gaining a few higher quality summon beasts? Ray countered. The dwarves noticed Carl smiling to himself and assumed that he was just imagining the possibilities. But they weren't wrong. With Skill Master 5, there was no reason that he couldn't advance golems to whatever came after Greater Golem, and a full rank above himself. It was just a matter of luck. It was late in the evening when Carl led the group out into the dim light of the tourist district of Barra to a hotel that Shaman Petros had suggested. It was set up for large groups, as it was near the dungeon, and the sizing was multi-species friendly, unlike some of the inns that were deeper into the mountain, where most of the rooms were sized for dwarves. While a few of Carl's group members might be alright with that, most of them would be incredibly uncomfortable on a dwarf-sized bed. The next morning, they all gathered at breakfast to make a proper plan for their excursion, now that they had additional information about the threats. I've got a copy of the day's mission requests from the innkeeper, but it's not a big list, as it only covers the region immediately around the mountain. Even if we want to go deal with the Sand Yeti issues, they're not on this list. Carl explained. Tessa shrugged. We can't get lucky every time like we did in Drod, with their nationwide threat assessments being passed out at the guard station. Why don't we skip over the Sand Yeti groups, as they're going to go back soon enough on their own? We can start with the monster spawns, as they're an invasive threat. Lotus suggested. To the nature goddess, the invasive threats would always be the priority. Naksha shrugged. That works for me. They all need dealing with. Ophelia nodded in agreement before speaking. We should go see the dungeon first. Not just because I want to see how Carl's combat ability improved after that last incident, but to see if we can get anything good out of it. It's Overlord ranked, so it might give us something unexpected. As I recall, Thomas was going to bring some friends of his by this morning if they agreed. At the least, we should give them a couple of hours and leave after lunch if they aren't coming. They didn't have to wait long, as the dwarves were already outside the restaurant when they finished eating, and already geared up for the dungeon. You're going to join us today, Thomas? I thought you were going to take a day off. Carl commented. For your group, I'll skip the day off. Hell, I might even make up some of the lost revenue for the week. It's been a rough one all around, and we've had to abandon more than one attempt after the first boss. The paladin explained. That was barely a break-even day for the group with the entry fee. It might be half the dungeon run, but it was far less than half the total loot at the end. Did everyone have what they need? Other than packed lunches, we can get those from the restaurant now. Carl asked. The restaurant had them pre-made and sitting on a counter for the adventurers, so it only took Lotus a second to get the food and return. Good to go. Now, let's go see what's in the dungeon. I want to see Ray bully the spiderlings. The little cleric announced. The three new dwarves looked around to see who she was talking about, but with so many women, it was impossible to tell who Ray was. She's in her separate space right now. If the beasts are out, they will count as members, and we don't want that, as there are already 10 of us. Carl explained. So that's how you get around the restrictions on group numbers. We will take a moment to introduce the boys to the team once we're inside. We might as well get ahead of the lineup. Do you have your token? Thomas asked. Indeed I do. The guard at the dungeon smiled as he saw Carl's token, and nodded to Thomas. I see that you found your new friend again. Go ahead, hope you have better luck today. The gate guard greeted them. It can't be much worse than yesterday. But this group is stronger. The guard wasn't sure about that, as half of the group wasn't trying to hide the fact that they were monarchs. But they did have a black dragon and the Carl with them. That cat demon was already a minor celebrity in the city guard community, as they had all seen the artifact axe that he made. The three new paladins were nearly vibrating with excitement when they finally got into the dungeon without paying any fees. This is going to be a good day, I can feel it already. I'm Charlie, and these are my sons, Greg and Gary. The oldest of the three unfamiliar paladins greeted them. From left to right, we have Naksha, Ophelia, Lotus, Dana, and Tessa. If you didn't already know, I'm Carl. Now, the beasts that just appeared are Thor, Hawk, Remy, Ray and Kara. Hawk had already reduced his size to the same one that he was using the last time that he was here, and the sight was highly entertaining to Remy. A tiny, indoor-sized hawk was a novelty after being used to him taking up the whole roof of the workshop. That's quite the team, and they're all strong overlords. I see why Thomas said we would be fine even with the monarchs in the group today. Charlie announced as he carefully watched Kara. She's friendly, you don't have to worry about her biting. Carl offered. I'm not worrying about being bitten. I'm worried about being robbed. I keep regularly used items in my pouches instead of my inventory. The paladin complained. They all assume the worst of me. Kara complained. Remy hissed with laughter. But he's not wrong, you were going to see what was in his pouches. Leave the poor man alone, he's here to help. Thomas distracted them by going over the basics for the run. My fellow dwarves all know the dungeon routes by memory. So, we can do it again the same way as last time. We will get in position, and then Hawk and Ray can pull the mobs to us. Be careful not to use area effects that go outside the current battle so that we don't accidentally attract more monsters than we can smoothly handle at once. I have no doubt that some of you can deal enough damage to pull more than one group at a time, but trust me. It is faster to do them in order. He reminded them. Carl nodded and took out his bow. This was going to be a fun run, and watching Hawk hurl spiderlings like baseballs was always great entertainment. With that final warning, Ray leapt forward to engage the first group of the dungeon, and Carl let an arrow loose into the spiderling nests. The amount of mana that he used was the same as usual, but the damage done by the explosion was significantly higher than usual. It was hard to quantify what the difference between a special constitution and an epic grade physique was, but when he saw it in action, there was no denying that there was a hidden modifier in there somewhere. Not only that, but the mana that he used recovered nearly instantly. Carl wasn't sure that he had judged it correctly, but when he fired the next arrow with the same result, a lot of dead spiderlings, he was certain that his status had been elevated. I get it now. The Carl has become a boss monster. Ray realized as her next group of potential targets vanished to a single arrow. She hurried off to grab another group, and Carl carefully picked off the spider rider from the pack. Beside him, Dana laughed. Are we going to do anything at all? Or do we just watch the Carl and Ray show? Carl chuckled. The first few pulls are easier, the number of mobs increases once we get to the intersection. That's when everyone will get a real chance to fight. Carl wasn't joking. Once the additional dark elves started to join the groups, there was more than enough for everyone to do. Especially as they couldn't use any of the larger scale attacks, which would pull more groups to them before they were ready. Unfortunately for Thor, the way that the dungeon was set up, there was no good way to use Bulwark. His new signature spell was rendered redundant by the enthusiasm of the enemy, and the narrow streets where Thomas chose to fight. But not all was lost. He did get to stand behind the dwarves and smash the attackers with Gravity Slam, while Tessa threw spears at them. That was fun. Ray has a particular affinity for the spider priestesses, so we will let her deal with them. The rest of the damage dealers can take on the spider riders, and I will deal with the spiderlings. Carl explained as the group dynamic changed during their approach to the first boss. It was an easy shift for the group to make, as the majority of them had hardly been doing anything to start with. But it did leave Ray in a bit of a conundrum. There was only one spider priest with each group. One. That was not nearly enough. So, once she was finished with her target, she started in on the spider riders, helping the rest of the team finish them off so that they could keep moving once Hawk brought them another group. He was getting extremely accurate with his spiderling tosses as well. Direct throws, bouncing them off a wall, sliding them on their backs to trip someone in the next group, he could do it all. Dana laughed as a quick flip of Hawk's body sent a wounded spiderling directly into the face of a dark elven warrior, who signaled his group to charge into combat. Hawk laughed happily as the elves charged, then squawked in annoyance as they started throwing attack skills at him. Seeing how frustrated Hawk was, Ray waited a few extra seconds before launching her attack. Let the silly bird suffer for a bit if he wasn't going to retreat far enough to make the enemy engage the dwarves. The beasts aren't even taking the dungeon seriously, are they? Everything dies so fast that they are just playing around. Charlie asked. Thomas shrugged. Whatever shared skill they have is incredibly overpowered. The faster they clear, the more damage they are doing. That's why the bird pulls monsters before the last fight finishes. But we are almost at the first boss now, and it's only been a little over an hour. We will take a quick break before the boss fight, and then continue. The boss needs to be kept on the ground so that we can fight it properly. Lady Ray will help with that, as she did last time, but I will ask that everyone avoids using skills that encourage the boss not to step on the ground. There are many area skills that do great damage, but if the boss takes flight, none of the melee classes will be able to do their job effectively, and it will start going after the weaker members first. Thomas explained. With a whole group of monarchs among them, it was pretty obvious who the first ones challenged would be. How intelligent is the boss? Dana asked. It's a dark elven warrior, smarter than average among sentient species, and it's got a vicious sort of cunning. If you leave yourself open, it is prone to switch targets to go after wounded or vulnerable members instead of the highest damage dealers. It's particularly fond of going after the healers as well. The paladin explained. Lotus frowned. She wasn't the fastest runner at the best of times, and these elves had all been extremely agile. If things started going bad, she was definitely hiding behind Ophelia. That seemed like the best choice. If the boss couldn't see her, it couldn't attack her, and Ophelia was the biggest one who couldn't fly. But then Thomas nodded to Ray, who sent out a net of webbing, and Lotus realized that the boss had more things to worry about than a green dragon cleric. Like a Carl. And a black dragon cleric, who had realized that her breath weapon did not melt Ray's webs. It was putting up a valiant fight though. Hacking at webs, throwing out skills that sometimes even broke the eternal lightning barrier that Thor had over the group. A few times it even broke free and went after Carl, who had been repeatedly shooting it full of arrows. That led to an epic fist fight, and Lotus was beginning to regret the fact that she didn't have a way to record that and watch it again. No, she did have a way. Somewhere in its space, the butterfly was watching, and it could put on a reenactment when they got home. Instead of letting the boss' attention go back to Thomas, who was ostensibly the group's main tank, Carl kept the attention on himself to test the changes to his body. With Kara, they could nullify the strongest of the boss attacks, but the ones that were hitting Carl were still enough to take down his barrier in a single strike. He wasn't in a hurry to bring them back up, though. He had to see what would happen if one actually hit him, with void body, impenetrable bulwark, and his new constitution. The first strike that hit without a barrier up slid Carl back by over a meter, but only left a thin gouge in his armor spell, and what was likely to be a nasty bruise underneath. That was a pleasant change. Those hits were taking most of his effort to keep everyone protected through last time. If Carl had to guess, he would say that he was very close to on par with the dungeon boss as far as durability went, but with faster regeneration. While his armor might get beat up, if the armor broke, he would still recover from the wounds inflicted in a matter of seconds, where the boss would not. Ray wrapped the boss up to keep it from flying, while Carl traded blows with the twin scimitars of the dark elven warrior. Carl's speed was enough to keep the boss tied up while the rest of the group pummeled it with skills. But the real star was Ray, who had the timing of the boss's power explosions down to an art. Kara couldn't cancel them, and they broke the web every time. But Ray managed to get the web back on the boss right away, even in its enraged state, which allowed Carl to capture its attention before it turned on anyone else. With that alone, the fight was destined to go smoothly, and they didn't have to worry about Lotus or Dana, their physically squishiest members, being targeted for attack by the boss. The boss fell with little fanfare, and the group gathered to try the bagged lunches from the hotel. Good work so far, everyone. We're making great time, and even with the level disadvantage, the damage from the ladies is still commendable. I don't know what sort of group buff that is, but I would say that it more than makes up for the fact that you're not overlords. At least, it does when we're clearing the trash mobs. Now, the rest of the dungeon is about the same, but with larger numbers of everything, increasing until we get to the final boss area, which will be a courtyard surrounded by military barracks. Carl and the other area damage dealers will pull everything to the center of the platform and let the area damage wear it down. We will only need to fight if they start getting too close to us, where they can see us through the storm. That tactic saves at least an hour in the dungeon, so we're going to make the very best of it. Thomas explained to the group. The other dwarves looked skeptical, as did every one of the ladies. But Carl knew that it worked, and with the entire group here this time, it should work even better than the first time. The increased number of mobs only increased the speed that Rampage stacked at, and after the first minute, the beasts were practically walking through the dungeon. With Kara throwing around void blasts, Remy using chain lightning, and Hawk throwing fireballs at anything that moved, the Dark Elves really didn't stand a chance. Eventually, it got to the point that they weren't even waiting to pull groups anymore. As soon as the numbers got low, Hawk would go and get more. So, they usually had 2 groups in combat at any given time, with Thor reinforcing the front line of paladins using his massive body. As Thomas said, he made a much better door than a window, and the behemoth practically plugged the street, leaving the spider riders to go around one side of him or the other. Both sides had dwarven shields waiting to stop them, as well as multiple ranged attackers, while Carl and Dana were both standing in the air above Thor's back height so they could rain spells down on the battlefield. Carl could feel that the others were already well into the monarch rank, despite how recently they had advanced, but it would be quite a while before they could make it to Overlord. By his guess, it would take close to 100 runs through the dungeon, with their current ratio of damage and healing, to move through the full rank. So, perhaps 80 more from where they were now. But there was no way for him to tell if that faint increase in power level that he was feeling from them would happen on every run, or if it was an advantage from the first visit to Barra dungeon. Finally, they made it to the final pulls, and Carl explained the plan to both Hawk and Remy to ensure that there was no miscommunication. Carl and Remy would start up the apocalypse spells, blanketing the area. Then Hawk would pull all the mobs into the spell. At that point, everyone who could use it would start casting Meteor Storm, or an equivalent spell into the chaos. It was going to be one of the most insane spectacles that the dwarves had ever seen, but it should get rid of all the elven warriors at once. Thomas lit a tobacco pipe as the show started, and the other dwarves gave him matching confused looks. They were clearly about to be swarmed with dark elves, but the main tank was stopping for a smoke break. What level of confidence was this? Then, the meteors began to fall on the courtyard, and a massive lightning zone appeared on the ground, while a lightning element blockade hid them from sight, as well as giving them an extra layer of defense, should any of the soldiers make it this far. And that is how you clear a courtyard. Now, let's get the pillars up and prepare for the boss. Half an hour later, the group stood victorious over the body of the final dungeon boss, checking their loot. Lotus frowned at the assortment of random Overlord ranked uncommon and rare items in her inventory. It wasn't her fault that there was nothing for her to do, she was the healer, and nobody was taking damage. But still, she didn't get a single cool thing out of the whole dungeon. Dana did. She got a tiara. A good tiara, epic grade. But Ophelia had struck out as well, so Lotus was somewhat assured that the dungeon wasn't only picking on her. Thor and Tessa got matching rings with Life Link, which allowed the one with less health to share the health pool of the more durable partner. It was an ability that Carl could add to items as well, but Thor looked adorable putting the ring on Tessa's finger, so Lotus thought it was better this way. The rest of the group, including the dwarves, had tactfully decided not to say anything about what appeared to be a proposal from a behemoth to a war cleric. Carl wasn't sure how Tessa had taken it, but he didn't doubt that if she took it as a marriage proposal, Thor would be fully on board with that. Did anyone get anything that they would like to trade? Sometimes it does give items that aren't suited to your class. Thomas asked. Everyone shook their heads. The loot today wasn't great, so nobody in the group would actually need it. But Ray transformed into her humanoid form and handed Thomas a pile of black cloth. To make you less shiny. A gift from me. She explained. Thomas shook out the item and found that it was a pure black tabard, with short sleeves and a spider web pattern in dark gray. It was also a rare grade Overlord ranked item, and had bonuses for self-mending and stealth. Did you make this? Thomas asked, startled. Even before he had equipped it, the item was clearly made for a dwarf. Ray nodded happily. I made it while we were on lunch break. Try it on. Thomas tossed the cloth over his head, and it equipped instantly, covering his shining plate in black cloth to mid-thigh. He twisted and turned to check his appearance, and realized that his armor no longer clanked and creaked. Nor did his footsteps thump when he walked. Ray smiled happily. Much better. All the paladin, none of the extra noise. Charlie and the other dwarves began to laugh. Stealth dwarf. That made Thomas snort in amusement, and confused Ray. Dwarves are never sneaky, you see. We have a surprisingly low number of rogues and thieves among the mountain folk because we're so bad at sneaking around. Thomas explained. Ray smirked at the paladin. Now you are the sneaky dwarf, in the name of righteousness and good ale. The dwarves cheered, while Tessa rolled her eyes. The beasts returned to their spaces, and Carl led the group out of the dungeon. The guard gave them a startled look as they left. That was a quick one. Did it not work out with the monarchs? Thomas patted him on the shoulder. On the contrary, we are already done the day's run. We even had the beast master call out an army of illusions to mine out the surface ore. Today was a good day. They had let Carl keep the ore, but the guard didn't need to know that. Carl had sent all the ore back to Ashbringer, whose storage piles in the guild bank were nearly full again. The shop's guild bank vault apparently wasn't intended to be bulk storage for an ore mine. It had more than enough for a full guild to craft for a month at a time, but not enough to be loading multiple ships with ore for export. They would have to get a warehouse if they were going to collect that much. Are you in a hurry to leave and go look for monsters? The dinner pot should be on at Nona's. Thomas suggested. Carl shrugged and looked at the others for their response. I think that should be fine. One day of delay isn't going to make a huge difference. The dwarves led them deep into the mountain, where they found a solid stone inn, obviously one of the original structures of the city, as it was carved straight from the mountain, and not built inside an artificial cavern. It was clearly made for dwarves, but once Carl transformed back to his natural state, and Ophelia returned to human, they all fit well enough. Thomas rubbed the back of his neck and blushed slightly. Sorry, I might have forgotten that you're all so much taller than we are. But the food here is spectacular, it's totally worth it, even if you're a bit cramped at the table. But I have to say, it's surprising to see everyone looking human. Much different than your usual appearance. Ophelia nodded and flexed her fingers. It feels weird to be a human. My fingers are all wrong. But I fit in the chair, and that's the important part. Thomas chuckled. I take it that you don't use your human form often. That's uncommon for a werbear. Ophelia shrugged. I'm also a bear totem berserker. The bear is the source of my power, so I rarely bother to leave that form. Plus, it blends in better when I'm among the demons at home in Drad. Thomas was about to say something in response, when the conversation of a group walking in got everyone's attention. Looks like Lord Bomgan is probing for soft spots again. First he went after Drad, now he's going after Unzatherb and the ships in the channel. If I didn't know better, I would think that he lost something, the way that his fleet is spreading out. The dwarf was loudly informing his partners. They've been all over the coast of Gabble as well. Not attacking inland, but sailing the coast and attacking ships. If I didn't know that they were thousands of years old, I would think they were a new civilization, mapping the shoreline for the first time. His partner agreed. Carl frowned. What could the undead be up to? The undead were definitely up to something, that much was clear to anyone who had been offshore in the last few weeks. It didn't appear to be about loot, they were still striking at whatever came close to them, not hunting high-value targets. And it didn't appear to be about numbers, as they weren't taking excessive numbers of prisoners either. So, the mystery of their goals faded into the background, and the conversation turned to what could be done about the increasingly high numbers of monster spawns. While that was a threat that the Golden Dragon Nation had been used to for many years now, it was new to the Dragon Isles, and the nation of Gabble, or the Gabbalese theocracy, as the dwarves in Barra jokingly called it, was in bad shape. They were already a low-population area, with most of their cities and major roads running along the coast. So, there were many instances where they didn't even know there was a problem until the number of monsters got high enough that they started to spread out and threaten villages hundreds of kilometers from their starting point. At that point, the original portal was long since closed, leaving the monsters behind with no actions to be taken except to minimize the threat. But while Gabel was mostly a dwarven nation, there were entire villages of monster species living there as well. To say that the ogre villages were less than pleased when insane ogres showed up and started to attack them without listening to reason would be an understatement. But it also created friction and distrust between the monster villages and the dwarves that they were used to trading with. If the vanguard of the convoy wasn't someone that the guard personally recognized, they would be on guard against attack, and everyone's first response was to treat them with suspicion, despite having been neighbors for decades or centuries. Some groups got over it, others took it very personally. Oddly, the Naga tribes, who were not known for their hospitality or social nature to begin with, were among those who took it the best. A sane Naga and a crazy Naga looked the same from a distance, they had said. There were some suspicions that a few of the monster-populated villages had used the monster spawns as an excuse to settle old grudges, but so far, nobody had managed to prove anything of the sort. So, if we just wander around the inland areas, and stop to talk to the villages, we should be able to find the worst of the problems. Carl asked as the waitress brought out a skillet full of honey-soaked cornbread for them to snack on. One of the dwarven locals nodded. That would be the easiest way. There are roads, of a sort, connecting them, so it's not hard to get from one to another. But where you find damage to the roads, you'll most likely find a monster spawn. They seem to have something against all forms of development. Carl nodded. The monster spawns are known to attack buildings as well. And it's not always monsters. I have heard of some that were magical beasts as well, but just as insane as the rest. The dwarves shrugged. It's hard to tell unless we actually see them appear. There are plenty of things in the wilderness that can drive the animals insane. Including the undead. Dana chuckled. So basically, it's hard to tell if the root cause is the spawns, or if there are other creatures driving them insane, so for the most part, the beast attacks get written off as a general threat and not part of this phenomenon. Thomas nodded. Exactly. But if you head towards the middle of Gabel, you will find plenty of trolls and satyrs living in small villages. They're easier for most groups to get along with than the north. The closer that you get to the lake, the more lizard species you'll find. You have a Naga queen with you, so it might not be bad, but they aren't big on sharing their troubles with outsiders. They believe that it makes their warriors look weak, and weakness means invasion. So, if you ask them about trouble, you'll just be told that there isn't any, or that their people have taken care of it already, even when that is clearly not true. It's a bit of a running headache for their nation's armies, I'm told. But you will also find more dragon clerics there, and you can ask them. To the east, taking up most of the middle of this island, is Sholaha, and it's run by the dragonkin. Mostly full of the various monster species, but usually affiliated with one of the dragon gods. I recall that there were tournaments there as well. Carl noted, and the dwarves all began to laugh. Ah yes, the tournaments. That's all totem and mythic ranked for entrance to their dungeons, though. Even if you might be able to win, you don't qualify to enter yet. The paladin explained with a huff of laughter. Carl shrugged. It sounded tempting, I'm not going to lie. But I can wait until I reach totem ranked. That shouldn't be a problem for me to do in the next year or two. Charlie slapped his sons on the back. See boys? That's the sort of attitude you should have. Surpass your old man and make it to totem ranked. None of this being satisfied with your power level, even if you're happy with your rank in the Holy Order. Tessa gave him a curious look. You're paladins by religion and not just by system class. That's surprising. The four dwarves all nodded. Followers of the great god Thorin, Lord of the Mountains. The only remaining dwarven god, so far as we know. The rest all joined one of the other pantheons, and over the years the dwarves forgot about them. But not the indomitable lord. You know, it is said that he once walked beside the world dragon, back when he was a mere immortal, before he ascended to divinity. So, perhaps the dwarves and the dragons were destined to be connected. Tessa smiled. And not just because both dragons and dwarves like to live in mountains. Late that evening, Carl and the others had returned to the same inn that they had stayed at the previous evening, for one last night of rest before leaving. How do you plan to go west? The road runs northwest into the city of Kizdila before you'll find a secondary road running west into Gabel. And that is a 4-day journey, all the way up to Nulmulgat. The waitress asked as they made plans for the journey. We have the services of a thunderbird, and there is a black dragon among us. So, I was intending to simply fly straight west until we saw signs of our target. Carl suggested. The stout young dwarven woman nodded. Just be sure to dress the ladies nice and warm. If you're going to fly high enough to get up above the mountains, the air will get mighty cold. Once you get to the Narabar River Valley, the mountains will mostly end, giving way to the craggy hills of the West Country. If you're going straight west, the border shouldn't be far from where the hills flatten out to badlands and desert. Who named these places? Ophelia muttered, struggling to pronounce half of the words that the dwarf was saying. The waitress chuckled. They're in Hill Dwarf. It's a rough-sounding tongue, a creole of dwarven and serpent with a bit of Orcish thrown in for spice. But, as they're still all over the island, nobody ever tried to mess with their city and river names. Besides, they picked names that the locals could pronounce, and many of them are lizard folk or dragon descended. Tessa took out a map of the region and showed it to the waitress. Is there anywhere here that you would recommend that we go to check in with the locals and ask about the targets we want to hunt? The woman pointed at the icon for a medium-sized city near the border, close to the southern shores of the island. Don't stop there. Shatlold, better known as the Shite Hole, is a filthy place full of bandits and merchants. As you're flying, you could stop in at Barooth. That's 100 kilometers north, but about the same distance by air from Barra. That one is mostly hill dwarves and beastkin, so it's a bit rowdy, but they'll give you good directions on where there has been trouble. If you run into issues, stop at the weaponsmith and ask for Iggy. He's an old royal guard, and he won't send you astray. She insisted. A friend of yours? Ophelia asked. The waitress shook her head. Not personally. But I have met all his sons. They're royal guards as well, on deployment in the West Country at the moment. Are there any names I might be able to pronounce? Ophelia asked with a smile. The waitress smirked and gave her a conspiratorial wink. Aye. If you go west down the road from Barooth, you will get to Banar. Now, either of those can be pronounced with a werebear's huff and roar, so you should be fine on that front. But after that, it will start getting harder again. Where are you stopping the night? The border is close to 600 kilometers from here. Everyone turned to Carl, who simply shrugged. If we don't get distracted, that's an easy day for our ride, as well as for Naksha here. I don't see why we can't just go all the way to Barooth for the night. The black dragon snorted in annoyance. If she had her choice, she would be napping in the sun in a tiny space, not flying through the frigid air of a 5,000-meter-high mountain pass. But that wasn't information that the waitress needed. The waitress went to serve another table, and Carl turned to Naksha. Before we go, I have a question for you. Would you like to officially join the Darklight host? You are a skilled team member, and a valuable asset to the guild, so I would like to formally ask you to join us. The dragon smiled, and her eyes flashed black as her draconic instincts took over for a moment. Even black dragons, who were so often shunned and lived alone, yearned for a place to belong. Yes, very much yes. It would be an honor to join your guild. Guild member added, Naksha. Lotus pulled her into a celebratory hug, and Ophelia laughed. You'll never escape from the cuddle monster now. Naksha's soft laughter had a haunting echo that caught the attention of many of the morning diners. A small hazard of living with green dragon clerics. But at least I am safe for her to cuddle. After all, their most common cause of death is trying to pet things that they should not. She insisted. Carl could see that. While Lotus was more than a little flaky, even Doug seemed like the sort that just might try to pet a dire bear to see what happened. Possibly while stoned. If anyone needs to send goods or collect anything from the guild bank, I recommend that you do it now. We'll be getting further away every day, and I don't know how far the range extends. Carl reminded them. Mostly, that would be an issue for him and Remy, as they were the ones who were usually interacting with the shop inventory every day. But the guild shop had plenty of items ready, and Carl had already made an epic grade sword with holy item and flaming body on it to give to the auction house this month. A holy flaming sword was suitably impressive looking, and with the issues Drod had been having with the undead, it would probably be in high demand. That should be enough to get them by, as long as there were no custom orders while they were out of range of the shop. But that also raised another question in Carl's mind. At what point would they move far enough northwest that they would be in range of Supreme Lady Matilda's guild house in Sihosesa? Once they were, they should be able to access the main guild bank again, and then Davis could transfer the items to the guild shop's inventory. Once they left the restaurant, Dana nudged Carl and gave a deliberate look at the crowd near the outer ledges. They couldn't open the tiny world there and risk someone thinking it was a portal. Common courtesy was to allow people traveling to the same area when you happen to open a portal to pass through, and it would be awkward to explain that it was actually a separate space, capable of supporting life. That was not a common sort of skill, and there were still enough powerful people around that Carl couldn't rule out one of them trying to kidnap him to force him to teach them the way of making the tiny world. He hadn't been too concerned about it with the dragons, as they only had to ask the blue dragons at the libraries if they wanted to know the answer. But others would not have that same level of access to information that an ancient dragon of the Dragon Church had. Carl turned them down a narrow alleyway, and opened the tiny world across an archway, so they could walk through without looking suspicious. Once everyone was inside, Carl closed the portal and kept walking down the alley, as naturally as possible. If someone had been watching, it would be a mystery where the others went. Unless they thought there was a hidden entrance to something in that alley. But if there wasn't, it would just look like an outsider taking a shortcut to get to the light of the mountain's surface. Carl made his way through the side streets and to the outer ledges, where the crowds were even heavier. That could be a bit of an issue for departure, but Hawk had a plan. He simply appeared 100 meters from the mountain in the open air, and circled, while Carl used swims through air, to walk over to him and take a seat. Oi, now that's just cheating. Carl heard one of the dwarves complaining as he walked off the ledge. Looks like fun, though. Can you imagine the look on my wife's face if I just walked off the ledge and didn't fall? Pure disappointment. Carl missed the rest of the conversation as Hawk turned west and gained speed. The warning that the server had given them the previous evening became relevant instantly. In front of them, only a few kilometers to the west, was a spine-like ridge of mountains that extended to the ocean, and then off past the horizon. Hawk, go south along the shoreline, and follow it until we're past the mountains. Then we can come back northwest to the course we had planned. Carl instructed. It would be a few hundred kilometers of extra distance to cover if they simply went around the mountain range's southern edge, but Hawk was fast, and they could still make their destination by dark. I can fly that high, it's not a problem. The air gets a bit thin, but my flames will keep us warm. Hawk offered. Alright, then let's take the direct route. Maybe we will see something interesting in the mountains. Those hills are pretty steep, and with no roads running over them, there might be some hidden treasures out there. Carl agreed. Hawk climbed as they approached the mountain pass, a portion that was only a little lower than the rest of the visible ridgeline. But by the time that he was over the peaks, the elevation was making it hard for even him to keep climbing. Carl quietly buffed Hawk with swims through air, to make his flight smoother as they passed through the wall of clouds that were being pushed over the peaks, and their altitude finally began to increase again, putting them safely over the hills. How and why there was such an impressive range of mountains in the center of an island was a mystery to Carl. They weren't heaved like volcanic mountains, and there was no visible fault line like a mountain range formed by plate tectonics. But as Hawk passed over the other side, Carl saw that the wall was nearly vertical, and there was a deep slash in the ground, where a river flowed. If he followed the double ridge of mountains, and then the river, the answer became clear. The entire 500 and some kilometers of steep mountains were caused by a single powerful strike at the ground. Something of unfathomable power had split the ground past the horizon, and bent the land upwards. The scar had cut so deeply that the upper layers were mostly shale and sandstone, but the river bottom was filled with volcanic rock. If Carl's understanding was correct, the cut must have been kilometers deep when it was first made, and then the majority of it filled with magma from whatever underground pocket had been hit. Hawk listened into Carl's logic, and examined the ground. That's impressive power. One day, we will be able to do that. Make our own mountain range. He bragged. Carl smiled and patted the feathers beside him. I'm sure we will make it there one day. But that sort of power has to be a demigod or something. I don't think that even the Chaos Dragon could make a mountain range in one hit. The second ridge wasn't quite as high as the first, so Hawk began to descend to an altitude where it was easier to fly, but Carl kept the flight skill active to make it easier. Swims through air wasn't a fast movement skill on its own, but for a flying beast like Hawk, it was a boost to his already impressive flight abilities, and once they were under 4,000 meters, the Ghostfire Thunderbird could really show off his prowess. In under an hour, they were coming up on the Narrabar River, where Hawk spotted the most glorious sight that he had ever seen. There are mice. Whole armies of mice. Carl laughed and leapt up off Hawk's back to float in the sky. Go hunt for your lunch. Start with the ones that are harassing that farmer. I can see that he's trying to defend his fields against them. Hawk dove towards the farm, and the dwarves working the field looked up in horror at the massive flaming bird coming for them and their livestock. Then he banked hard and let loose a stream of blue fire through the giant stone rats. Fur burned away, and anguished howling filled the air, even thousands of meters away, where Carl was watching the scene. The beasts put up earth barriers to defend themselves, or tunneled underground. But the farmers were ready for that tactic, and an earthquake-type spell collapsed the tunnels and forced the rats back to the surface. The giant stone rats were a royal ranked menace to dwarven society with their earth magic and voracious appetite. But they also left networks of tunnels near the surface that were a threat to livestock, who often stepped on a shallow tunnel and fell through. That could cause broken limbs, or even trap young animals. That alone was enough to put the species on the most hated beasts list for farmers everywhere. However, as Carl watched the battle, he realized that calling these things rats was more of an epithet than a description. They were quite furry, with no tails. More of a hamster than a rat. Not that Hawk cared. They were still a form of mice to him. He was collecting bodies by the dozen as he roasted them from above, and he had put out a few hellstorm vortexes on the road so that they wouldn't damage the crops. Kara was laughing in her space as Hawk went wild, trying to hunt as many of the giant stone rats as he could before they all ran away. They had already started to scatter, and Hawk was having to hurl fireballs further by the second, but the farmers were celebrating the surprise intervention by a passing bird monster. They hadn't noticed Carl still floating in the sky, they were too focused on Hawk, so they were under the impression that Hawk was just a wild beast passing by. Plus, Carl was so far above the battle, that he was only a black spot in the sky, which any normal person would assume was some sort of bird, and not a flying humanoid. That's as many as I can get. The rest are hiding too deep. Hawk decided, then collected the last of his snacks and turned back to the sky, where Carl was waiting for him. Do you have enough to last you a while now? At least 2 weeks. They're only royal ranked, so they're not very filling, but the taste is superb. I can use them as snacks between meals. Carl moved himself into position in front of Hawk's wings as the bird passed underneath, and they were off on their mission to the west again, passing over the Narrabar River. With the mountain range giving way to craggy hills, the number of farms and wild beasts increased, but most of them were no threat to the farmers. Eliminating all the wildlife caused more problems than it solved, so the dwarves only dealt with the most destructive or dangerous of them, and let the others live their lives. Sometimes with encouragement to stay away from the fields and pastures. The stone houses of the locals dotted the landscape, though Carl saw very few fences, with most of the dwarven goats being free-range. Only the pigs were usually penned in. Most of an hour later, they passed to the north of a stone monolith of a city that intrigued Carl. It looked like the dwarves had fully carved out a mountain into a city, but it wasn't positioned anywhere that a mountain belonged, so it was most likely an entirely magical construct. The map said that it should be the city of Bundin, and he made a mental note to come see it if they flew back this way again. As lunch approached, Carl and Hawk started a new game, where Carl would hurl one of the giant stone rats into the distance in front of them, so Hawk could attack it and get his meal without stopping. Ray was thinking that it wouldn't hurt to have Hawk miss a meal or two. The bird was getting pudgy under his flaming feathers. But he was doing all the hard work, so there was no harm in snacking while he exercised. As they moved further west, the ground became more arid, and the temperature steadily increased, creating a headwind as well as an updraft that Hawk could glide on. It wasn't a full-on desert yet, but Carl could see in the distance that they were leaving the lush tropical regions behind them. "I see bears." Hawk happily informed Carl not long after the land had begun to change. "Lower your altitude, I think that city down there should be Baroo," Carl instructed. By his best guess, it was about 30,000 people, and Carl could see many animal ears among the mostly trollish heads working the farms between them and the city. "Should we let the others out?" Hawk asked. "When we're a 10-minute walk from the city. You know that we will get distracted by something if we let them out too early." Carl joked. Hawk landed on the road in front of the last farm before the city, outside of the area that the city guard was patrolling, and Carl whistled into the tiny world to let the others know that they were at their destination. "Give us 10 minutes, we're finishing a game of cards." Tessa shouted back, not realizing that Carl could hear everything that went on in the space if he wanted to. "All right, I will ask the guards about incidents in the area, and I will let you know when we're inside the city. Do you want me to get a room right away? Or should we check out the market first?" Carl replied. "Call us before you enter the city. Lotus wants to see the beastkin." Carl flagged down the first group of guards that he came across and stopped to ask them a few basic questions. "Sorry to delay your patrol, I just came in from Barra, and my group will be looking to hunt the overflow from the creature spawns." Carl greeted the massive man leading the group. A small, lop-eared beastkin man behind the guard team leader poked him and leaned forward to whisper in his ear. "That man is dangerous. Something he has is an imminent threat." The rabbitkin man whispered. Carl shrugged. "I have that effect on some people, but I assure you that I'm not here with any bad intentions." The whole guard team gave him matching doubting looks. "All right, I can see how my assurances won't really settle your minds. But I suspect that I know what your team member has sensed. Might I bring a few of my team members to our location? The link between them and me is likely what is causing the sense of danger." Carl offered. "Nice and slow, no sudden movements. The rabbits have impeccable danger sense. If he says you're dangerous, you are dangerous." Carl carefully removed Lotus and Ray from the space, and the cleric immediately squealed in joy. "Bunny! You found a bunny. Green Dragon Cleric. Wait, come back." The rabbit had much more powerful legs than Carl had expected, and the man had vaulted over a dozen meters backwards when Lotus appeared, but now that he was out of immediate danger, his eyes were locked on Ray. "That is the danger. That's not anything that should exist in this world." The rabbit man insisted. "Sister Ray is really nice, though. She makes hammocks for us to nap in." Lotus insisted, while the guards tried not to laugh. "So, the danger was a green dragon cleric and a goth demoness?" the team leader asked. The man on his left shook his head. "No, the threat is definitely that man and the woman in black. They have some sort of aura ability. Do you not feel it? The burly beastkin shrugged. Nothing unusual for an adventurer. Ray snapped her fingers and gave a sharp-toothed smile as she realized. It's the passive aura. We both have a bloodline suppression passive effect available, but currently not in use. Those with significantly lesser potential than we have will feel a sense of oppression. It's not active, but I don't think that it turns all the way off. The rabbit man nodded. I think that's it. The one called Carl is absolutely terrifying, and the one named Ray isn't much less oppressive, but the aura of danger that she gives off is much higher. I think that might be because she is a predatory species which eats rabbits, though. Ray shrugged. Food is food. But I don't generally eat rabbit people, just rabbits and other things that get stuck in my web. The team leader gave her a confused look, and Carl shrugged, while Ray pretended to be oblivious, as she was enjoying their terror. Lady Ray is a blood destruction demonic spider. The aura is innate to her species, so anything that couldn't reach at least totem rank without the system will feel the effect to some degree. Carl explained. So, she has totem ranked potential? The team leader asked. She should be able to make mythic rank without too many issues. I'm guessing that your lieutenant is from a less predatory species than you are. Carl tried. The leader nodded. A fox. Compared to a grizzly beast man, they're certainly less dangerous without the system, though they are still predators. Everyone was so concerned about Ray that they had completely forgotten about Lotus, who was creeping up on the rabbit man with a cookie in her hand, as if approaching a skittish animal. The man turned to stare at her, as if he was looking at an idiot. You know that luring grown men with cookies doesn't work like it does on small animals, right? He asked. They're cranberry oatmeal. Lotus replied, slowly making her way forward. The guard paused, clearly tempted, then reached out his hand. He took the cookie, and Lotus petted his ears before he gave her an annoyed look and retreated again. The rest of his team was definitely working hard not to laugh now, but the man was very pleased with his cookies, and Lotus had gotten what she came for. In her mind, the adventure was complete, no more adventure needed until they found more beastkin. Carl brought the rest of the group out of the separate space, so there were no surprises for the local city guards, and the rabbit's attention snapped in his direction again. Oh, false alarm. I thought we were being attacked, but it's just a black dragon. Everyone else here is good, boss. Only those two auras are giving me the creeps. The green-haired paladin definitely isn't a threat. The rabbit man insisted. That made everyone in Carl's group laugh. You have a point. Thor is probably the least threatening person that I know. He's good to have in a fight, though. Carl agreed. Invincible bulwark behemoth. Thor clarified. The team leader did a double take, and looked Thor over again. That is quite the interesting group that you have assembled. As we've generally confirmed your safety, I believe that you wanted to know about the monster spawns, correct? There haven't been many around the city so far, the issues are worse in the center of the nation and the north. But 50 kilometers north, there have been reports of insane goblins. Imagine that, goblins with enough courage to attack farms. They're not strong, but plentiful, and the farmers are willing to pay a bounty for each left ear that you bring them. Other than that, you'll likely have to go further north a couple of villages to get a better report. Carl nodded. Thanks. With a group like this, it might be a bit of a waste to take out a bunch of common and awakened rank monsters, but I can certainly see how they would be a menace to the farmers. After all, everyone needs to sleep at some point, and they work long days. The guard team leader nodded. Exactly that. Welcome to Baroo. I will give you a clearance token for your group now, it will get you through the gate without a secondary inspection. The token turned out to be a small stick with the number of party members and rank written on it with ink, and then a brief shorthand note that Carl assumed was their descriptions in a local code. But when the bunny girl at the gate began to giggle, Carl realized that it was most likely a warning about Lotus, and not anything to do with their actual threat level to the city. Now Lotus was much more calm as they entered the city, as she had already gotten a dose of fluffy bunny ears to calm her down, and she could happily admire everything within the city. Interestingly, it turned out that there were far fewer trolls inside the city than on the farms, and the population was a little over half dwarven, with the rest being almost all beastkin. Fortunately for Carl and the others, that also meant that the city was sized for larger bodies, as the larger beastkin species were often close to 2 meters tall. But it also meant that Ophelia's bad luck streak was back, and she was getting all the attention of a supermodel in the slums, with heads snapping to watch her go by. "This is ridiculous," she muttered as Lotus dragged the group into a pastry shop. "You could transform back. With a hat on, nobody can tell a human from a beastkin except by smell," Lotus suggested. Ophelia growled softly. "I would if I could, but every time I get annoyed, I just switch back to bear form." "You're having problems with your transformations?" Carl asked. If there was some sort of drawback from remaining transformed, he should make sure that Thor was aware, as he was the one most often in humanoid form. Ophelia shook her head. "It's a berserker thing. Before I rage, I instinctively transform. But when I'm in a bad mood, it doesn't take much to trigger the automatic rage, which triggers the passive transformation. Basically, having someone stare at my ass like that makes me change into bear form, which only encourages them." Carl chuckled. "I remember once that before the awakening, you wanted to be a magical girl idol. Who would have thought that you're still the idol of the group, even as a berserker?" The hostess at the bakery giggled at their exchange while she waited to seat the group. "He has a point. I don't know how you thought that you would escape that fate, your bear form is absolutely stunning. It's almost like you have a charisma charm active, but I don't sense any magic active on you, other than some sort of regeneration spell." The cat-eared beastkin woman joked. "That would be, Void Body, active thanks to the Epic Guard, who was currently lounging in the tiny world, waiting for something interesting to happen. Since the spell passively granted its protection to the whole group as long as it was active, Carl never really dismissed the advanced golem, and just let it do whatever it wanted while they were not working. Sometimes it would shadow him, sometimes it would lounge in the tiny world. But both were enough to keep it immediately at hand if there was trouble. The waitress brought them out an assortment of fruit juices and baked goods, which caused Lotus to give her a confused look. "No fancy coffee?" she asked. The waitress laughed. "We only have unsweetened hill dwarf coffee. Trust me, you do not want that. If you would like, we can put dwarven rum in the fruit juice to make a punch." Tessa made a dismissive gesture. "No, it's better that we do not get the green dragon cleric drunk before dinner." Lotus looked at the plate of pastries, jams and spreads in front of her. Was this not dinner? It looked like dinner to her. "We have meat pies as well, if you want to have a full meal." The waitress offered, then handed Tessa a menu with expertly hand-drawn pictures of everything they sold. "In that case, bring everyone a meat pie or two. We will sort out which ones we like," Tessa insisted. The staff brought out dozens of small meat pies, fresh from the oven, only a few minutes later. That was a meal that should keep everyone happy, including Tessa's instinctive need to stop Lotus from eating nothing but sweets for dinner. While they ate, Carl checked the guild store, and found that he could still reach the inventory from where they were. He couldn't reach the Saihosesa branch from here, though they were on the same island. They were close to halfway between the two, but the scale of the maps wasn't precise enough for Carl to tell exactly where the halfway point was. What they had wasn't one large continental map, but a stack of smaller regional maps, and all of the scales were either different or not specified at all. Once they had eaten, Carl led the group out towards the city's market. According to what he had overheard, there were few retail store-type shops here. Instead, the dwarves preferred to work in a private workshop, then bring their goods to the market when it was time to sell. That way, nobody bothered them while they were working, and they could make the most of their time, with the market day being a form of day off from their actual work. It was a different system from what Carl was used to, but it seemed to work for them. The setup also meant that the market changed day by day, so they could find new things every time they visited the city. That was an opportunity for the Dark Light host, if they did eventually want to expand to new markets. Spreading their goods across the Dragon Isles would help build up a reputation that would ensure that they were welcome, no matter where they went. A hidden benefit of being a crafting guild as opposed to an adventuring one, which the locals would only remember the existence of when there was trouble. While Carl had thought that exploring a new city would be a relaxing experience, he had forgotten one vital factor: who he was traveling with. Moments after they entered the market, Ray was gone, off to haggle with a dress merchant, using cloth as a tool for barter. The people here would most likely accept the Barra gold coins that they had gotten from the dungeon, but for Ray, it was more efficient to offer the dressmaker fine silk in exchange for mundane clothing with new styles that she did not already possess the patterns for. And she was not afraid to drive a hard bargain. Carl could see that the dwarven woman running the stall had an iron-hard expression on her face, and the crowd was avoiding the area, as Ray was letting her aura slip. But their words were still civil as they argued about the relative worth of the dresses made of regular cloth versus the value of fine silk. There really was no need for Ray to go so hard on the woman, as the final price was likely to be one bolt of silk either way. But Ray was determined to get one more dress out of the bargain. When the old woman began to get annoyed with her haggling, Ray relented, and the deal was finalized. Then she moved on to a stall selling leather satchels and purses. The man running the stall gave the dressmaker a pleading look, but the old woman simply smirked at him and left him to raise tender mercies. Carl suspected that he was not going to get off as easily as the first vendor had, but he had no use for silk, and they were arguing over the price in gold and silver coins. Ray is going to traumatize the vendors. Dana noted as the rest of the group went to look at stalls selling bulk stone for crafting, as well as rare magical herbs that Remy could use, or Thor thought might be tasty if he grew them in his space. A disappointing amount of the product was dried, but some was fresh, and many of the plants were harvested with flowers in full bloom, and still had their seeds. The seeds themselves were part of the medicinal value of the plants, but for Remy and Thor, they were also the best way to regrow the rare herbs and plants. Butterfly nudged Carl's mind, indicating a lonely stick set aside in the vendor's stall and labeled, Branch of Rejuvenation Bush. How much for the branch, plus these 6 Underdark roses, and the death-cap fungus? Carl asked, picking items that he thought Butterfly might approve of. The death-cap fungus was one of the plants that she had picked from the Barra dungeon, but there wasn't much of it there, so another cap full of spores might be valuable to her. The roses were just pretty, jet black with blood-red rims on the petals. You have much less expensive tastes than your Naga friend. 16 silver for the lot. The shopkeeper insisted. She is an alchemist. I am a gardener. Our needs are somewhat different. Carl joked, then passed over the coins. The shopkeeper frowned when he saw that Carl gave him dungeon silver, not local currency, or even Barra coins. But he didn't argue about the value of the metals, and just let it go. As they moved through the market, Carl caught a bit of conversation between a pair of dragonkin mages that immediately captured his attention. Stay away from Azul. The whole area is crawling with undead. They're not attacking the city, just spreading out inland. I don't know what they're searching for, but they still kill anyone who gets close. One of them quietly warned the other. The second mage nodded. I just brought a group here from the southern tip, and they're there as well. Nobody ever sees them land, but there is dead grass, and multiple sightings of necromancers. The trollish shamans said that they think someone put the fear of the gods into the necromancers, and they're hiding. But I think that they're hunting for something. Another mage, wearing similar robes to the 2 dragonkin, but with his hood up so Carl couldn't see the species, stopped beside them and shook his head. I managed to overhear a group of necromancers the other day. They're not searching for something. They've already found it, and they're mapping the extent of the effect. I think it's a system-related change or item. But they were being all cryptic about it. He added. Well, that's not creepy at all. Do you think that it might be something that happened within their nation? The third mage shook his head. I think it's continent-wide, and they're looking for the epicenter. The undead are sensitive to life magic, including the system. If my guess is right, they're trying to find the lost system stones, or something similar. That tidbit was enough to intrigue many sensitive ears nearby. Finding the system stones, or something else that could boost the effects of the system, would get them the sort of power and recognition that the average person could only dream about. But it might also boost their growth to unprecedented levels. It was said that the complete system stones could awaken the fortunate few at the peak of their species' potential. Carl kept moving, and didn't hear any more about the undead, or the monster spawns. But the general mood in town was somewhat depressed. The crops had been poor last year, due to lower than usual river flow, as everything needed to be irrigated. With the river levels low, most of the canals wouldn't flood. That meant the crops didn't get watered for months at a time, and nothing grew. And that was a money-making opportunity for Carl and the Darklight host. All he had to do was task the crew at the guild house, and he would have the means to make a fortune in a matter of minutes. After a few hours, everyone gathered again, and plans were made to spend the evening, then set up shop the next day so that they could peddle a large number of water creation items to the local farmers. The ladies were busy making statues for Carl to inscribe, as they needed a spell effect added to them to create enough water to do entire fields or irrigation canals. But they already had a load of commander rank, water creation rings, made, which could fill a large water barrel in minutes, which would be enough to water a garden or small field manually. That meant finding a place to stay, and preferably one with adventurers from the region staying there as well. If they could get some more local news and updates, they might have a better idea of where they should be looking. Other than just heading northwest into the middle of the country, where nobody had been clearing the spawns, for lack of local population. The problem was that nobody that they could find was traveling further inland, except to the next few cities on the road. It wasn't just that there were no major cities in the region, there was apparently no travel at all in the interior. The desert was inhospitable at the best of times, and then that gave way to a monster-filled wilderness for only a short distance before turning into swamps and thick jungle. The problem that Carl's team had with that was that the description of the interior of the continent did not even vaguely match what was on the maps that they had. There should be some swamp in the northeast of the country, where the lizard folk were living. But it should not take up nearly half the country. Nor should the desert be so large that it nearly reached the swamps. In short, the information that they were getting from the adventurers in the Baroque taverns and inns was completely useless, as it was quite possible that none of them actually knew what was there, and if it was changing, they didn't go often enough to see the changes in real time. So, Carl and company settled on an inn by the market that had a good nightlife, and a helpful innkeeper. "Do you know how I get a stall for tomorrow? Is it possible on such short notice?" Carl asked. "Not a big deal, there are usually a bunch unbooked. I will send Wilma over to book a table for you with the guards. They'll give you a number card to find the booth to set up in the morning." "What were you selling?" the ginger-bearded dwarf asked. "Water charms. We heard that there is a bit of a drought going on, and our crafters at the guild house in Drod make rings to create water, as well as some statues that can create a flood to fill irrigation canals." Carl explained. "Exactly how much water can you get from the rings?" "Enough to fill a soup pot." Purifying water for the stew and ale making is one of the most time-consuming parts of our day. The innkeeper asked. "For a commander rank ring, it will make about 100 liters a minute, unless you have good affinity with the water element. If you just stand there, you can fill an entire brewing vat eventually, but it wouldn't be a fast process. Unless you're making a small batch every day to refill the barrels that come empty." "Do you make your own ale in-house or buy it from the local brewery?" Carl replied. "We make ours. There is a small brewery in the basement that makes all our ale and wine. But I buy the hard liquor. That's never been our family specialty. Most of the inns in town buy their ale and wine, but we're one of the oldest, and it is tradition. We have some imported as well, for those who like a particular flavor, but it's more expensive than the house barrels." The dwarf considered the options for a few minutes, then nodded. I don't suppose that I could buy 2 of those rings in advance, could I? One for the inn, and one for my sister. She lives at the edge of town, with a large garden that hasn't been getting any rain all summer. Carl nodded. That's not a problem. How does 10 gold coins and 1 barrel of ale per ring sound to you? The dwarf considered his funding, and his supply of ale. I can work with that. That sister of mine had better be appreciative, 10 bloody gold coins spent on a present for her. That's 1,000 dinners I have to serve to make it up. He grumbled, but Carl could tell that he wasn't actually mad about the situation. Carl chuckled as the dwarf placed the gold on the table, then went into the basement to bring up 2 barrels of ale. Why are you trading him for ale? Ophelia whispered once the dwarf was out of sight. Because these lands are largely dwarven, and dwarven ale is supposed to be the best you can get. So, if we're going to make friends and host guests in our camp, it's best to have some liquor for them. Getting ale from a trade for goods is a steal for us, and it saves on haggling. Carl explained. Ophelia nodded. So, it's just a matter of hospitality. That makes sense, as we're going into unknown lands. If we do meet any locals, it is clear that they don't do a lot of trading with this region. Dana patted Ophelia on the shoulder and smiled. Besides, we could use a nice barrel of ale for movie nights. I talked to one of the butterfly's illusionary dwarves today in the tiny world, and she's willing to put them on for us. Ophelia smiled. She will have all sorts of new stories soon, with us all traveling together. Butterfly does an incredible job of them. The rooms were clean enough that nobody considered just going to the tiny world for the night, and the team was up bright and early to head for stall 808, their assigned spot for the day. The stall was one near the core of the market, a prime location next to a number of magical reagent vendors and other high-value goods. That had to be deliberate, as the city guards had chosen the stalls for everyone, so they had caused this grouping. Or, perhaps there were designated sections based on the trade goods you had. But either way, it worked out well for Carl and the ladies, who were already attracting attention even before they had started setting out the actual goods. Ray had made a black silk cover for the rough wooden stall table, and then hung a thin white silk sheet over the top and sides, so they would have plenty of light, but less direct sunlight. She didn't want anyone getting sunburned. Ray knew full well that they would all heal instantly from sun damage, but it still seemed wrong to leave them standing in the sun all day. She had made hanging chairs, support poles, a nice stretched top coffee table. The booth was fully decorated, and ready for a comfortable day sitting around waiting for customers. But that elaborate setup had caught the attention of the other vendors, and they were eager to find out where they could get some of this finery. The booths were standard-sized, other than the larger ones for the bulk food sales. So, if it worked in that booth, they could make it work in the others as well. Ladies, gentlemen. Might I ask if you are advertising these most lovely silk chairs? I could use a few of them for my booth. A mage from the alchemy stall beside them asked. Ray shrugged. They're not actually what we came to sell, but I can make you a few. She held out her hand, and webs spun in front of her, creating 2 awakened rank silk hanging chairs. There you go. No charge, just be comfortable. Ray insisted. The alchemist bowed to her and hurried to go hang the chairs in his booth, which the apprentices were working to decorate. Ray's work on their booth had upped the standard for the magical goods section as a whole, and as more of the booths put out decorative storefronts, the rest were forced to do the same, or risk looking shabby in comparison. Normally, they didn't put much work in for a single-day sales exhibition, but that was not Ray's way. Even if they were operating a traveling market, she would still put up a proper booth for the day. Carl placed a dozen of the rings and 2 of the flooded canals, statues out on a wooden tray, and then placed a barrier over them and the table so that they couldn't be stolen without great effort. It was still early, so there weren't many shoppers in the market, but the other vendors had sent apprentices around to scope out the competition. If there were someone selling identical goods for less, they would either try to buy them out, or adjust their own pricing to match so that they didn't lose out on sales. With that tactic, it didn't take long before every magical goods vendor was aware of the shop that was advertising water creation and assorted magical accessories, courtesy of the Dark Light host. Carl had set out a few other items to go with the water creation rings. Cleaning charms carved from magical wood, a small stack of paper talismans that he had made to set off an alarm if a door was opened, and 4, gentle childbirth, stone statues that had been made with the help of the 2 Orcish druids back at the guild house. At least, Carl assumed it was them, as the items were commander rank, and Dora could have done them at royal rank if she had made them herself. The fact that they were shaped like a seated pregnant orc woman didn't give him much of a clue either way. "Are we taking wagers on what sells first?" Lotus asked as she swung herself in one of the chairs. "Winner gets to pick where we get lunch from." Tessa agreed. That was a winning bet, no matter who actually won, and Lotus was in immediately. "I think that it's going to be the childbirth statue. Those ones sell out so fast once we put them on the shelves. Even the farmers like them because they work on livestock." She insisted. Tessa shrugged. "I think it'll be one of the alarm talismans, simply because they're only a silver apiece, so they're an impulse purchase for browsing mages." Dana shook her head. "We're in a desert. I think it will be the water creation rings first." Ray and Carl looked at each other, and Carl motioned for her to go first. "I will choose the cleaning rings, then." Which leaves Carl with the flooded canal statues, and everyone else out of luck. Ophelia chuckled and shrugged. "Next time, we will have to put out enough different items for everyone to get a choice. But we trust you 4 to pick something good for lunch, and I already know that Lotus is going to pick ice cream and pastries." Lotus frowned. "That's not what I had in mind at all." "Well, maybe. There is a shop we passed by yesterday, just after eating, which sold all sorts of pies. They have a sweet potato and shredded pork pie that I have to know the taste of." Which naturally meant that she would also be purchasing pies of the sweet and fruity varieties. So, while Ophelia wasn't completely right, she wasn't actually wrong either. In the distance, bells began to ring, and Carl saw that all of the shopkeepers around them were suddenly at attention, now in business mode, and the casual atmosphere of the setup period was gone. The market was open, and the bells seemed to have set off a tidal wave of housewives, as middle-aged female dwarves and beastkin filled the area. Lotus was feeling good about her chances. The outer areas of the market were the first to be swarmed, as they were the ones selling fresh produce, which the locals would want for their daily meals. Before anything else, the daily shopping needed to be done. Then, as the initial wave of produce buyers and meat shoppers began to head back home, the other locals in need of goods began to spread through the market. It was still quite early in the morning, so most of them would be doing their shopping before starting work for the day. But that was the best sort of customers for the market. If you came before work, it was likely because you actually needed something, not because you wanted a break from work, and were browsing the market during lunch. A few shoppers passed by their stall with curious looks, off to find healing herbs or other alchemical supplies. That was annoying Remy, who was working in the lab in the tiny world. They could be selling potions too, but they weren't. That seemed somewhat unfair to her. She had plenty of stock. But they were only selling like 4 different kinds of items today, just testing the market. The annoyance didn't last long, though. She had planted some of the new plants she had gotten at their last stop, and they were growing quickly in her space. With those, she could begin to experiment with new potion combinations, just to see what came out. The anti-aging cream had been a brilliant failure, and Remy had high hopes that with a bit of runic infusion, she could come up with another item that would revolutionize a market. Finally, someone stopped at the stall, and Lotus internally celebrated as she realized it was a very pregnant young feline beastkin with fluffy gray ears. "What species does that birthing charm work on?" she asked quietly. "All of them, excluding the undead and some spectral or elemental species. It works on dwarves, beastkin, beasts of most sorts, including livestock and pets." Carl replied evenly. "So, it should work on the dwarven mountain goats." she asked. Carl nodded. Indeed. It is commander rank, and even if the beast is much more powerful than that, the charm will work to prevent injury during childbirth. She dug into her pocket, and Lotus was about to get up from her chair. Ophelia knew that she was going to offer the item at an extreme discount, both because the pregnant woman had fluffy ears, and because it would win her the wager. So, the berserker put a hand on the petite nature cleric and kept her seated. There were price tags on everything, already reasonable, but Carl waited to see how steep of a discount the locals would start haggling at. The market prices for such items might be very different here than what he was used to, as they had trollish shamans all over the farmland. The trolls could use all sorts of magic, so they might be able to do the same sort of spell, which would greatly reduce the value of the items. The only ones that Carl could guarantee were going to be highly valued were the water creation items, as there had been so much talk of drought. The woman gave him a faint smile that showed the level of exertion just walking through the market took in her current state, even as an awakened rank beastkin. And how much water can these rings create? Enough to fill the farmhouse's reserve tank. Carl frowned. I am not from the region, how large is the reserve tank? The woman shrugged. About 4 barrels. So, about 800 liters. Yes, it will fill that in under 10 minutes. Under 5 if you have some water magic of your own. Magical items work better when you already have an affinity for them. Carl agreed. 10 minutes from empty. Or from yesterday's use. Carl had no idea how much they used in a day. From empty. If you're not emptying it every day, then you will only need a few minutes for a partial refill every morning. The customer nodded, making her ears bounce. That is perfect. The tank is enough for a whole week's water, and we usually take the tank cart to the river to refill it if we don't get any rain. How pure is the water from the ring? Lotus giggled and Carl smiled. 100% pure. You see, it actually takes more magic to introduce impurities into magical water. The spell is purely water element, and it won't create anything but pure water. That comment gave Ray a great idea. She could have them make an assassin's ring. Water creation with an overlord-ranked lethal toxin. Just a splash into a drink would be enough, or you could sip from a canteen, then poison it before passing it to your target. Diabolical, but effective. As long as they didn't sense the activation. Maybe the idea needed refining. The cat woman reached into her pocket and placed a small selection of uncut raw gems on the counter, then added one more. I can offer you this for the 2 items. She insisted. Butterfly got excited about a clear gem, though it was only emitting a commander-ranked magical signature. If it made the butterfly excited, it was probably an illusion elemental stone of some sort, and that was incredibly rare. Most likely, the woman didn't know what she had, or assumed that the stone was no more valuable than others of similar power levels. But to Carl, it was worth far more than the trade. The others were mostly commander-ranked earth gems, but there was a single nature stone in there as well. That could be carved into a spell gem for a healing item. You have a deal. Carl agreed, and took the purchased items out of the case. The pregnant beastkin waddled away, and Lotus cast a long-duration healing spell on her for good luck. She didn't look like she was going to make it out of the market without it, much less all the way to whatever farm she lived on. But that left them with a small problem. There were 2 items in the first sale, so how did they decide who picked lunch? While Lotus and Dana argued over who would get to pick the spot for lunch, Carl attended to the next shopper to stop at their stall. It was an elderly dwarf with age-worn boots and no shirt under his coveralls, exposing his bare arms, while his beard hid his upper chest. How can I help you this morning? We have a variety of items available, and more in our guild bank, if you need something that's not on display. Carl offered. The dwarf looked the items over, and smiled as he read some of the runes. Water. I want a spell that makes water, as much as you can. He insisted. Carl gestured to the overlord-ranked statue on the counter. That's about as much water as I can make for you, without causing property damage, that is. The filthy dwarf laughed. Well, I suppose that would be a consideration if you were making enough. How much is that spell intended to make? 1,000 liters a second for 1 minute per activation. It takes a fair bit of mana to make it work, but it's designed to fill irrigation canals without causing them to overflow their banks. The dwarf nodded, then smiled. And if I asked you to make something that would be much more water, could you do it? If you wanted to fill an entire lake behind a dam or something equally insane, I could personally create you about 7 million liters a minute. But I don't have any material available that would stand up to a spell of that magnitude. Carl explained. A few passing shoppers stopped to stare at Carl. Did that translate wrong? I heard that as millions of liters. One of them commented. The trollish shaman beside him nodded. I heard it that way too. Carl smiled and focused on speaking directly to the troll. Yes, as an overlord, the 1,000-year flood spell creates 7 million liters a minute. It would be more impressive if I were a totem, but that's what I can do with it. The troll smiled, and the dwarves nodded in satisfaction. You really did mean millions. Now, I can't afford that, but I wasn't expecting such a large number. Hell, you would probably need to make the statue out of pure dwarven mithril so it didn't shatter under the effects of a spell that powerful. The shirtless dwarf replied. What does a kilo of dwarven mithril go for? The troll asked. About 100,000 gold coins. The dwarf beside him replied, then burst into laughter. The troll shrugged. Guess I can't afford it either. We could trade you the city for it. They all burst into laughter, along with a couple of the nearby vendors. Realistically, it would be about 2 gold coins for every resident of the city to buy the materials, but the majority of the people in town made less than 1 gold coin a month from their jobs. Purchasing such a ridiculous item was simply out of the question, even if they had somewhere to store all that water. Spare me some coins, and we can split the use of the statue. The shirtless dwarf suddenly demanded of a passing farmer, who was giving a newly purchased pitchfork a loving expression. The what now? What are you on about? The farmer demanded. Water creation statue. It's enough to fill the irrigation canals between your farm and mine. I can't flood them without flooding your side as well, so shouldn't we share the cost? The loud voices were drawing a crowd, and a large troll in silk pants pushed past the crowd to stand behind the dwarves, who he could easily see over. That is the good thing. I heard from the shaman that there is a water thing here. The brute insisted. We have 2 kinds. Enough for a farmhouse, and enough for a few square kilometers of fields. Which one do you want? Carl replied. Fields. Got 70 kids. Need more water for the fields. 70 children. The man needed a new hobby. Alright, this statue will keep the irrigation canals between your fields filled all the time. Carl agreed. The troll made to snatch the statue, but his fingers hit the barrier, and he cursed in pain. Money first, then I will give you the goods. That's just common sense. Carl reminded him. He was clearly used to simply taking what he wanted. But that was not going to work today. The trollish brute frowned, then motioned for someone to come over. A group of trollish women in patched dresses scurried over to the stall. Yes, father? One of the women asked. He won't give me the thing. He says pay first. Can't take it without money. The brute complained. The young woman had the grace to look embarrassed on his behalf, then turned pale when she saw the price of the statue. Father, that's 1,000 gold coins. We only brought 50 silver to town for the shopping. She explained. The big troll harumphed, and then took a chest from his inventory and dropped it on the ground in front of her. Give him things, get the treasure. Carl wondered just how troll genetics worked. There was a good chance that he had met houseplants smarter than this man, but all of his daughters seemed to be articulate and intelligent, though shabbily dressed. Maybe it was a side effect of the brute class. Or the brute class was a side effect of his lack of brain power. The women began to sort quickly, and handed Carl a whole bag full of commander-ranked rough gems, with a few overlord-ranked earth gems on top. They had to be sitting on a natural gem vein here, as that was the second time in a row that he got paid with the same items, and these ones weren't even clean. They were also worth much more than 1,000 gold coins in Drod, so Carl accepted the payment and handed the statue to the daughter who had paid him. The brute roared in victory, then snatched up his chest of valuables and stomped away, while the ladies bowed apologetically to the crowd. The shirtless dwarf sighed. Well, it was a nice thought. Then Carl placed a new statue where the last one had sat. Wait, you have more. Beside Carl, Ray smiled at the crowd. Of course we have more in stock. Our guild makes them, after all. We are also happy to accept high-grade crafting materials in lieu of gold as payment. That got the dwarves excited. They had all sorts of good materials stored from their farms, and they weren't worth much here in town. When everyone had the same things, the value plummeted. Water was worth more than anything else to most of the farmers, as the supply was greatly limited. They called it a river that they filled the water wagons from, but it was hardly more than a small stream from a natural spring. With the amount that they used, it only ran for a few hundred meters before soaking into the ground and vanishing. The rest of the water was all taken away to keep the people alive. The sand trolls needed very little water for themselves, but the crops needed it. Normally, they relied on rainfall, but that had been getting more scarce by the year, to the point that many had already begun to abandon the higher areas. They would move to a lowland, in hopes that it retained more moisture, or just move to the coast and start over from nothing. The shirtless dwarf had managed to find more neighbors, and between them, they had come up with a large pile of black-veined overlord-ranked mana jade. What about this? The striped jade comes from the quarry as well, and it should be good for making statues. One of the dwarves asked. How much do you want for it? Carl asked. 10 gold coins a kilo. Carl tried not to smile as the dwarves around him burst into laughter. Oi, shut it, you bunch of jackasses. It's called negotiating. He insisted. 10 gold a kilo. One of the others mocked in a sing-song voice, which made the others laugh even harder. If you want the scrap jade from the mines, I'll trade you for half that price. Someone in the back shouted. You live in the city, what do you even want a water statue for? I don't, but I'd pay just to see the look on your face. Carl let the dwarves argue among themselves, until finally the shirtless dwarf moved closer to whisper to him. There's 500 kilos of stone on the ground there. I'll trade you for the statue while they argue. He whispered. Pass me the stone, and it's a deal. Tessa rolled her eyes as the stone vanished, then appeared in the guild's branch location inventory. That was even more shameless than taking the mana jade countertops from renovation sites, like they had last time. The dwarves realized that the stone was gone, as was the statue, and turned on the shirtless dwarf. You shameless bugger. What did you bribe him with? You'd better not have promised him your daughter, you know my boy is sweet on her. One of the men demanded, then glared at Carl's group. Ophelia burst into laughter, and Dana covered her mouth to hide her amusement. I'm not collecting a harem, it just happened this way when we formed a traveling group. Carl offered, but the dwarf didn't look any less suspicious. Carl set out another statue, and the spectators paused. Just how many of them did you make? One of the dwarves asked. A half dozen or so. That should be enough to fill all the canals around the city, so I figured that it would be enough for today's market. The others, who had been arguing about the value of their trade goods compared to huge amounts of pure water, began to plot together. They could definitely come up with enough to trade for the statues if Carl was willing to be this flexible with payment. But Carl noticed that not all the faces in the crowd were pleased ones. There were a few suspicious individuals who were looking increasingly angry as the chance that more farmers would obtain the water statues improved. Ray was the first to take action, as she used, Night Haunter, to turn invisible and incorporeal, before asking Butterfly to cast a better, invisibility, on her. Then she stalked off to see what the suspicious ones were saying to each other. They were most likely planning to rob the farmers to steal the water statues and keep water scarce. But if they were planning to go after Carl to keep him from selling more down the road, she would take action. The Lord will not be happy. What use is the curse if someone starts passing out water magic? These dwarves are stubborn enough that even a few of those rings will keep them on the land for a generation. If they can water their crops, who knows how long it will take to get rid of them? Ray smiled. Just a few more words. As soon as they threatened to go after the group, she had all the justification that she needed. Forget that, if they bring back enough water, they're going to break the curse entirely. With those damned shamans working against us, all it will take is one major storm front for the entire curse to start crumbling. How long until we can get Lord Bomgan to start sending us some of those necromancers? They can't stay and curse the coastline forever. The other man replied. That changed Ray's plans. Carl, make up an excuse and work with Remy to make the largest thunderstorm that you can. Like, cover everything all the way to the horizon. Is there a good reason for this? Carl asked. Of course. Plus, I need a soundtrack as I work. Carl chuckled and let Ray go about her business. The crowd in the market barely noticed as the two men simply vanished, and there was nobody working in the warehouse where they reappeared. They were all taking the day off to sell their wares. Gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Or I should say gentlemen. The other was a bit too frail and he's already dead. Now, I have a few questions for you, and I do hope that you can answer them in an honest and prompt manner. There is no reason that this has to be a painful process. The terrified spy looked upward at the much taller form of Ray in heeled boots, then over her sharp-toothed grin to her blood-red eyes, as Ray increased the effect of her aura to its maximum. Then, he promptly wet himself and passed out. Fine, I guess we're not doing this the easy way. Ray muttered, then slapped the man to wake him back up. Finding a random reason to create a massive thunderstorm over the area was no easy feat. Someone would definitely notice, and the shamans might panic when the weather started to change. Especially as, thunderstorm, was technically an offensive spell. Hey, since everyone wants water, why don't I make it rain? The shamans have things pretty well in balance now, so it shouldn't take much for me to cause a rainstorm and get everyone a single dose of rainfall. Carl offered. I will take rain just for the sake of rinsing Ragnar off. He's getting a bit ripe out here in the sun. One of the dwarves joked. The nearby vendors laughed. Give us time to put up an awning if you're going to make it rain. Carl nodded. In that case, you have 5 minutes. After that, expect to get wet. This city does have drainage, right? The dwarf smirked. A dwarven city without drainage? What do you think of us? Carl began building power and moving it into the storage items that he had. Why are we making it rain? Dana whispered. Ray needs cover for something that she's doing, and she requested it. You know that you're the one in charge, right? Do you want to deal with sulky Ray if we make her stop torturing someone for information? Pardon? Why is she torturing anyone? Forget I said anything. Alright folks, I'm about to start forming the storm. It will take a few minutes to start raining, as I'm going to try to get the farms in on the goodness as well. Carl announced, deliberately ignoring Dana's look that said the conversation was not over. Remy didn't come out, she just joined in the spell to add more mana to it and help shape the outcome, so the spell became a much less dangerous storm over a truly massive area. The really hard part would be to have the lightning not take out livestock, small children and unfortunate farmers. Carl focused on just eliminating all the dwarves, beastkin and trolls from the spell's targets, but making it that broad was an issue. So, he changed the tactic to make it target stone rats and other rodent species that were not beastkin. That gave the lightning something to target, without going after all the livestock. The spell spread rapidly through the region, stretching for dozens of kilometers, then 60, 80 and finally 100. At that point it was close to the horizon from ground level. That should be more than enough spectacle to keep the locals talking about everything but whatever Ray was up to. The news was spreading quickly through the market, that there was someone here who specialized in large-scale water magic. So everyone was getting ready for the rain. For some, that meant packing up. For others, it was just an awning over their stall. But for many of the dwarves and the beastkin men, it meant taking their shirts off in preparation for the incoming free shower. Water was precious here, so very little was used for washing, and a full-on shower was rare. The news was spreading quickly, as most people in the Dragon Isles had system messaging active for at least one person in their family. That warned everyone to check that their eaves troughs were clear and to get rain barrels out to collect whatever fell on their roof. They only got used a few days a year, but nobody wanted to miss out on the bounty of the sudden storm. The rain began as a few heavy drops, just a scattered bit of moisture that splattered in the dust of the city streets. Then, over the next 10 seconds, it increased to a steady drizzle. For a moment, the city celebrated. Even a drizzle over the whole area was as much as they had seen in months. Then, the rain began to increase, going from a drizzle to a downpour, and the wind began to pick up. The downpour turned to torrential rain, and the shirtless dwarf who bought the flooded canals statue began to laugh. So that's why you asked if the city had drainage, you were planning to flood it. But the joke's on you. There is a cistern under the city, from the glory days when we still had regular rainfall. All along the city walls and the low spots, there are drains running to the cistern. He explained between heavy guffaws. The rain seemed to be falling in sheets, making it impossible not to be drenched the instant that you stepped outside, but the ladies were safe within the booth. Correction. Most of the ladies. Lotus was dancing in the street with the dwarves. Then a massive bolt of lightning struck down at the edge of the market, causing an explosion of stone, and screaming from the nearby shoppers. Oh, bad luck that. Can't have a thunderstorm without a bit of lightning. One of the dwarves shouted over the chaos. While that was true of a normal storm, this was a magical effect. For someone to be so specifically targeted by the lightning at full strength, they had to have identified themselves as a threat to Carl's group. Then another strike hit down on the exact same spot, and the locals began to suspect that the scorched and twisted form at the impact site might have had it coming. That was an overlord-ranked lightning blast, and he had taken 2 of them in under 5 seconds. Then he took a third, and an amulet hidden under his clothes exploded in a puff of unholy magic, the sort that the necromancers used. The lingering miasma had a stench of rot, not demons. A spy from Bomgan was in their midst, and he had been trying to do something to stop it from raining. At least, that was the immediate reaction of the locals standing nearby. The amulet was all the evidence that they needed after the repeated lightning strikes. But the rain was continuing to increase, and half the men in the market had stripped to their skivvies and brought out soap. A free shower in the desert was a free shower, and they weren't going to miss out on it. Even if this rain was harder than any shower that they had ever experienced. "Ray, how is your work going?" Carl asked. "I can't find any more spies. I think that the lightning guy was the last one. I also washed the warehouse, so nobody will complain later. You should make Kara go out and take a shower. She's always rolling in the dirt." Kara turned towards Ray's space and stuck her tongue out, though the spider was not in it. "Damn it, there is too much rain. I can sense the lightning hitting the mice." Hawk complained. "You know, with a wind barrier, the water won't even touch your flames." Carl reminded him. "I will go look for the survivors after the storm." That was the expected answer from Hawk. If he could avoid flying in the rain, he most certainly would, and he wouldn't go out in the rain just to go look for mice. At least, not until his last pile of mice started to run low. Of course, Carl fully expected that Remy would increase the rain wherever Hawk flew, as well as trying to target the mice near him with lightning so that he couldn't hunt them himself. But that was part of Hawk's calculations. The streets were running with a deluge of muddy yellow water, but the dwarven engineering was proving its worth, as the streets were draining as fast as they were being flooded, even with this torrential downpour. Water barrels outside houses were already beginning to overflow, and everything was looking cleaner by the second, including the people, who were beginning to finish their impromptu outdoor showers. "How long were you planning to make it rain for?" one of the dwarves asked cautiously. Ray appeared in between Carl and the young man. "Not more than an hour. I have a suspicion that there has been a curse placed on the land, and the abundance of water should shatter it. If the curse doesn't show signs of breaking within the hour, we will stop the rain before any major flooding happens. But at that point, the reservoirs and canals should also be full, while the fields will be muddy. It will take a bit before things are back to normal, but not more than 3 or 4 days at the most." "A curse? How did you come to that conclusion?" Carl immediately stopped Ray before she could go into detail about her interrogation methods. "We overheard a few men who claimed to be working with Lord Bomgan requesting reinforcements before the shamans here could break the curse." Carl explained on her behalf. He wasn't sure what sort of sign they should be expecting, but Remy was back in her space, keeping careful watch now that her batch of potions was finished. If anyone would know what to look for, it would be her or Lotus. Carl checked the area to make sure that their nature cleric hadn't wandered away, and found her trying to convince a beastkin girl to come out from under the counter of her stall. The lightning strikes had terrified her, and the vendor was still flat out refusing to come into the open, even with the curtain lifted, so she could see that there was no more lightning nearby. The problem was that sensitive beastkin hearing could still pick up the lightning strikes out in the fields, where the storm was eliminating the rodent problems. She was far from the only one terrified by the lightning strikes near the edge of the market, but she was the first one that Lotus had found. As the rain continued to pelt the city, Carl and Remy adjusted the downpour rate a little, so it didn't overwhelm the city's drainage system, but that only got them to the 45-minute mark. At that point, the underground cistern was full to ground level, and nothing could drain anymore. So, the excess water was beginning to run down to the walls, and then out the gates. That began to fill a long-forgotten moat outside the city walls, which was filling with a substance that was distinctly neither dirt nor water. The guards noticed right away, but none of them knew if boiling oil had been deployed during a previous invasion. That was almost what this looked like, but it was bubbling in a most disturbing way. It almost seemed like it was boiling, but there was no heat coming from it. Then, the black sludge burst into deep green flames, which sucked the heat out of the air, chilling the walls of the city so much that frost began to form, and the guards rang the state of emergency alarm. Only, nobody inside the city understood the issue. Of course, it was a state of emergency, the city was flooded. Ringing the alarm now was just annoying. But when the strange green fires began to spread upward over the wall, it was clear that something was very wrong, and it was not the rain. The flames seemed to be attracted to the water, dissipating it wherever they touched. That was a good sign to Remy, and she began to adjust the rainfall to miss most of the city, while forming a nearly solid wall of water on and outside the walls. The fires went insane, trying to stop the land from being soaked, then began to sputter and die under the forceful deluge. Carl wondered how many other points in the area had been cursed in the same way as the moat had been. If there were random curse fires all over the land, it might not totally break the effect with a single rainstorm. But they were going to keep it going anyhow, with only a light drizzle on the city, for the next 15 or 20 minutes. That should give any shamans who were in the rural areas time to spot curse fires and put them out, breaking the curses. If they got enough of them, the effect should begin to fade, and the region might start to get its normal sparse rain for the season again. But the real benefit was not the removal of the curse. It was the removal of the smell of a city that went months without bathing. As the rain ended, the city governor and his bodyguards were out to find the ones responsible for flooding his entire city. The magic had definitely started somewhere in the market, and it was continual at the overlord rank, so there was little chance that it was being done without public approval, but it was most definitely not an approved activity. Who just flooded a city for fun, or because the local drunks put them up to a prank? The further he walked, the worse his mood got, until he came across a group of celebrating, shirtless, dwarven men and a stall full of magical goods designed to create water. That milk-sipping son of an elf. He would just set up an entire stall dedicated to water magic, and then flood the city to gain customers. City Governor Ironforge, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the rain, we were working with the shamans to break the drought curse on the region, and things got a bit soggy. Carl greeted him as the dour-faced governor stomped through the crowd. That's all you have to say? You apologize for the rain? Governor Ironforge grumbled. The city cisterns are full to the brim now, and the local farmers bought a few statues to keep the irrigation canals flowing. So, over the next few weeks, the crops should start to recover. Also, I believe that we broke the worst of the curse. The green flames should have been it attempting to prevent the rainfall, and when they were extinguished, the majority of the curse would have lost its effectiveness. Carl added. And you didn't think to ask permission? Carl shrugged. I asked the elders for advice, and they said go for it. The governor looked around at the mass of white-bearded old drunks and craftsmen that were celebrating the rain. From a chronological standpoint, they were the city's elders, but that didn't mean they were trusted to be responsible for anything. Governor Ironforge stroked his beard in annoyance as he tried not to begin shouting at this impudent young demon. So, you're saying that this was a gift to the city? One of the bodyguards suggested, hoping to mediate. Carl nodded happily. The whole region, really. We made it rain everywhere within 100 kilometers of here. A bit more than was necessary for the crops, but overcoming the curse took a lot of water, many years' worth of irregular rainfall. A slender, blue-skinned troll shaman came over with a smile on his ritualistically scarred face. Governor. He speaks the truth. The curse of no rain is broken. The shamans managed to keep it from taking over for years, and with the effort of an outsider, it all crumbled. The shaman announced. What difference does it make that he's an outsider? Governor Ironforge asked. He isn't affected by the curse. We all are. Only because he doesn't belong here, and he wasn't here when the curse formed, could he even activate such a large rain spell. I am an overlord as well, but with the curse in effect, I could hardly fill my own water barrels. Now, if I knew the same spell, I could make the whole region rain. I do know, weather control, but that's a natural rainfall, not whatever just happened here. The shaman explained. Shamans might be the most compatible with the sort of thunderstorm spell that Remy had inherited, but that didn't mean that they would all have it. Her version of elemental spells were much more aggressive, in line with the personality of the Naga as a species. In contrast, the trolls were much more go with the flow when it came to altering nature. We should do the healing tree thing. Lotus suggested, bored now that she had gotten the terrified beastkin shopkeeper out from under her table. Carl shrugged. Sure, we can hang around for a while. But you can just set up your totems on the corners of the stall and have the same effect. Lotus considered the option for a second. It would work, but then she would still have nothing to do. Fortunately, Ophelia came to the rescue with a container full of brownies and other snack-type squares. That was enough to convince Lotus she didn't need to be a tree to pass the time, and she quickly set up her totems to heal everyone who happened to be nearby in the market. The shaman smiled at Lotus. You've got the good healing, little dragon cleric. But what is in those brownies? Ophelia smirked and offered him the container. The troll picked out a single brownie and examined it carefully, then took a bite and moaned in pleasure. Oh, them be so good. Magical almonds? Or just grown in high mana? Ophelia shrugged. Both, I think. They came from the winged void badger. She grew them in a high mana environment, but I think that they were a magical ingredient to start with. Kara honestly didn't remember. She had collected all sorts of nuts one day to grow new flavors, and she didn't actually keep track of what was a magical plant and what just tasted good. They might have come from Lotus. Governor Ironforge sighed as he realized that he was being ignored again. Warriors might not get the respect that some of the other classes did, but wasn't it too much to just ignore the city governor when he was standing right in front of you? Carl collected some snacks on a plate and handed them to the governor. Here you go. Let me find a mug, and I'll pour you an ale while we talk. Please come in, we've got good chairs. That was better, but all of the anger that had driven the governor to come over here and berate the ones who had soaked the entire city had faded, and now his whole prepared list of grievances seemed irrelevant. Whether they had intended to or not, they had broken a curse on the city. I don't suppose that you would like to purchase a flooded canals statue for the city's cistern. The price is quite reasonable. Carl offered as the dwarf took a seat. Governor Ironforge sighed. Perhaps he really did have a reason to be annoyed with this capitalistic demon. The man knew just where to hit a man's pocketbook. Yes, he wanted that statue. People began to come over to see what the commotion was, thinking that it was a larger sale. Many shops were putting on sales now that there had been rain for the first time in ages, and everyone liked a good deal. So, when they found that one of the magical goods shops had healing totems set up on the roof, they were pleasantly surprised, but it somewhat fit the theme of the day. While I have you here, I have a question for you, Governor. We came west from Barra looking for unattended monster spawns. The dragon gods want them dealt with, to restore balance to the region. Do you have an idea where we should start looking? None of the local adventurers could seem to agree on what we would find when we went inland. Carl asked. That's because nobody knows, now isn't it? Carl gave the dwarf a confused look, so Governor Ironforge elaborated. Every time we send a group to the center of the nation, the reports come back different. Now, there are two major schools of thought on this one. One is that there is a massive illusionary domain in effect. The second is that there might be time distortions, so it's all the same region at different points in time. But the most common is the third. That damnable chaos dragon is fucking with us and keeps changing the layout of our country. Carl chuckled. Honestly, I can't blame you for thinking that, and she might do it just for fun if someone mentioned it. But the last time that I talked to her, she was more interested in her own lands. Well, that and her new vampire. You spoke to Supreme Lady Matilda? And what's this about a vampire? Carl nodded. Well, we are in the same guild. However, I have met with her a few times now, and the last time, she claimed a totem-ranked vampire as her own. Apparently they had an agreement that the vampire would never let Lady Matilda see her again, and when they met on the battlefield, the dragon simply took her. That bit of news seemed to have overloaded Governor Ironforge's brain. The Supreme Lady was on a battlefield? Wait, you're in the same guild. How does that even happen? You didn't invite that psychopath to your guild, did you? Carl shrugged. We were both in the same guild before the last resurgence ended. Now that the system functions are coming back online, we're still both in the same guild, but different branch locations. We don't really have any connection other than that, and her branch only had 2 people in it the last time that I checked. The city governor rubbed his temples and sighed. Pretend that I never asked. Just speaking that dragon's name is bad luck. You never know if she's got some sort of monitoring spell active, listening for people to speak about her so that she can turn their lives into a living hell. Carl chuckled. I don't think that she would actually need a monitoring spell to tell when there was ill will being directed towards her. At her power level, it's more likely that her senses are just that powerful. The dwarves made signs of protection, and the beastkin nearby laughed. Kind of like when your mother knows from halfway across the city that you're up to no good, but on a larger scale. One of the wolfkin laughed. A few others nodded in agreement. Exactly like that. It's definitely a mom power, and the Supreme Lady is older than any nation on the planet. Who knows how many generations of descendants she has? What are your plans now that you've washed a year's worth of dirt and dust out of the streets of Baroo? One of the beastkin asked. Carl shrugged. We were planning to leave after we finished selling our goods, but things got a bit out of hand. City Governor Ironforge laughed. Dwarven hospitality demanded food and a night of drinking after a favor of this magnitude. Everyone in the city would know within an hour or two that their rain issues had been due to a curse, and that today's storm had broken it. With that rumor spreading already, it would be bad form to let Carl and his team simply leave. How much more did you plan to sell? The governor asked Carl, with a glance towards the mostly full case of assorted rings. Carl gestured out towards the crowd. Whatever sells before dinner. It's not like we're traveling merchants, in need of a sale to pick up new goods. We're a crafting guild, so we just peddle our wares as we go. It helps us make new friends. It also makes money, but more importantly, it spreads the good name of the Darklight host. Governor Ironforge smiled. Well, I imagine that you won't have too many issues selling, now that you've proven the effectiveness of your magic. I'm more concerned about what happens when you leave. Carl smirked and winked at the governor. So, you did want one of the water creation statues? Yes, but that's not the issue I was thinking of. The water district is broken up into 16 separate irrigation districts. Filling one of them will not fill the others. Carl nodded in understanding. And there aren't 16 statues, so the question becomes, who will hoard theirs, and who will profiteer off theirs to keep the canals near their district filled? Governor Ironforge paused. You don't have to keep the statue active all the time to fill the canals. Carl shook his head. An overlord should be able to fill the canals in their entire district in about an hour, after they've been filled the first time. So, it's not unreasonable that they might go to the districts on either side of them for a couple of hours to keep them watered as well. I think that the larger issue will be which districts have a statue, and which are going to have to pay for water until the rainfall normalizes. A large werbear laughed at Carl's comment. Even in normal situations, the canals were rarely full, or even flowing well. So, once the rain starts again, and this round has dried up, there will still be a significant demand for the water from the statues. Governor Ironforge nodded in agreement. How about we let you get back to business and I will bring the council back to get you for dinner? Lotus stepped in front of Carl and gave the dwarf 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. We will be here. Well, probably. We've got lots of stuff to sell, if people keep buying it. She liked the dwarven cities. She wasn't the short one here. Well, most of the time. Some of the dwarven men were still her height or slightly taller. That was unfortunate, but unavoidable in her opinion. Men were meant to be taller than women, and while she wasn't a dwarf, it was perfectly reasonable for dwarven men to be taller than she was. If anyone else had thought about it that way, they would certainly have questioned their sanity. But Lotus had long since accepted that she was made in size small for a reason. She just didn't know what the reason was yet. As soon as the governor was gone, the locals flooded in to see what Carl and his group had for sale. Most of them hadn't been interested in buying magical accessories today, but once the adventurers left, they would still be living in a desert, and water was a precious commodity. The cistern below the city might be full, but it also contained the runoff of the city streets. It was good enough for washing, or feeding animals, but only the most desperate would drink it themselves, even after boiling it. There were purification spells widely available, but those who would drink cistern water or puddle water were unlikely to be able to afford one. But now that the cistern was actually full, and not just an emergency backup, perhaps the dwarven clerics would purify the whole thing, and make it safe enough for general use. The stall was quickly crowded with shoppers, even after they had realized that the runic magical items were prohibitively expensive. They already had arrangements with the trollish shamans to come around and fill their water barrels or household cisterns, so it wasn't like they would die without spending a month's salary or more on a magical ring. But for the shopkeepers, especially the restaurants, this was a golden opportunity. Purifying water for many trades, like pottery and paper making, was a long and painful process. But the rings made pure water. The restaurants simply saw an opportunity to get ahead of their competition. How luxurious would it be to be able to offer free water at the table in the desert? Normally, it was a limited item that they charged for. They could steal customers every day with service like that. Then, someone realized that they had forgotten one minor detail during the massive rainstorm. The effect that Carl and Remy had caused was roughly 100 kilometers in radius. But the next two cities, Banar to their west and Shafel to the south, were roughly 120 kilometers away. How mad were they going to be that a massive storm had washed away the drought, right up to the farms closest to their city? Wouldn't that feel like a direct slight to them? Also, were they all cursed? Shafeld wasn't in the desert, and it got regular coastal storms, so it was likely fine. But Banar was definitely in the desert, and built along one of the few rivers that carried runoff from the mountains in Nulnulgat through Gabel. It might still be suffering from the curse, and the storm didn't make it to their city walls. Mr. Carl, will you be stopping at Banar? They're in a similar situation to us, and outside the storm area. I bet that they would thank you for breaking the curse on them as well. One of the beastkin men asked as he examined the details of a ring of tidiness. Carl frowned. I hadn't intended to, but if they might also be cursed, perhaps it would be best if we did. Their curse might have broken due to the storm, even if it didn't make it to them. There is so much water here that it would have caused their curse to activate once the storm got close enough. That should have alerted the shamans to the issue. Lotus poked Carl in the side, and he sighed. All right, we will stop in and see how things went there. If they need help, we can try to break whatever curse is going on there as well. He amended. Ray giggled in Carl's mind. Good call. There might be more Bongdan spies there as well. They're kind of dumb, but they're fun to hunt. Carl smiled at Lotus, who had no idea that the conversation had taken a very dark turn after her well-intentioned suggestion. Instead, Lotus simply thought that she had managed to win a victory for the balance of nature. Technically, she wasn't wrong. It would be a victory for the balance of nature. But it would also be a stealth hunting trip for Ray, who had already cleared all the spies that she could find from Baruch. This ring, will it clean my entire hotel? A large Werbear man asked. It should. Most would do it a room at a time, so they know that it's doing it properly, and not tossing a guest's belongings around. But if you put effort into it, cleaning the whole hotel shouldn't be too big of an issue. Carl agreed. Lotus nodded in agreement. If you do it right, it will clean your laundry as well. Takes the mess right out. She had 100% used one of those items to clean up spilled snacks before. Carl was certain of it. Bonded clothing could just be returned to your space and come back clean. But the furniture could not. One after another, the items in the case were snapped up by the locals, until finally, what was left were craftsmen who didn't need the original items in the case. The cleaning rings were useful, but not enough that many of the dwarves who had apprentices would pay the fee. They already paid an apprentice who was fully capable of cleaning. So, Carl brought out a few more options. These are commander rank, not exactly the peak of the art, but I thought you might like them. I have rings with an increased chance of a higher grade outcome while crafting. We also have ones with increased focus, which is good for preventing spelling errors and random mistakes. Then I have a single overlord ranked bracer that increases both the chance of increased item grade, and the chance of success when crafting a new type of item. Carl announced. The dwarves began to take their shirts off, and Lotus gave Carl a strange look. What are they up to? She whispered. I believe that they're predicting a fight over who gets the overlord ranked item, and they don't want their favorite shirts torn. Lotus rolled her eyes, but the argument started within seconds. Now, I'm standing closest, so I'm next in line. Just accept defeat and walk away. An overlord-ranked dwarf who had the Master Blacksmith tag under his name announced. Your brain's as janky as your work if you think that you're walking away with that bracer. One of the other smiths declared. Thwack. The sound of fist hitting face made it clear how the dwarf felt about having the quality of his work questioned. But another smith immediately stepped up to the counter. As they're busy, I'll take that bracer off your hands. I've got materials to trade. Totem ranked. He offered. You greasy son of a gnome, don't you go sweet-talking the demon while we're still settling an insult. The first dwarf insisted. Your mother's a gnome, now beat it. I'm shopping. The situation in front of the shop turned to an all-out brawl, so Carl settled into one of the swinging chairs and pulled Dana into his lap while they waited. From the corner of the booth, a smiling young beastkin knocked on the wooden counter. I'll take one of the cleaning rings if there are any left. It took me a bit to get my boss to agree to spend the money. She requested. Lotus took the gold and handed over the ring, then patted the girl's ears. The cat girl just shook her head and smiled. I swear it's physically painful for a green dragon cleric not to touch the fluffy things. Lotus nodded. Did you know that the green dragon god's largest temple in the world is in a nation populated almost entirely by beastkin? The girl laughed. Oh, I don't doubt it. It's either among the beastkin or lost in a forest somewhere. Carl turned his attention to the brawl, and noticed something odd. Though the dwarves would grab and flip each other, even go for chokeholds and give a noogie, not one time did he see one grab another's beard. They would punch the chest behind it, but never grab the beard. The unstated rules of the dwarven brawls were strong. Eventually, the city guard came to break it up, and the third dwarf, the one who had offered the totem-ranked materials, stood victorious over the scrum. Well then. Good effort, gentlemen. But today's victory is mine. He declared, then placed a large bag on the counter, which creaked under the weight. Carl looked in the bag and nodded, then handed over the bracer. There were a half-dozen totem-ranked elemental stones and a bunch of metal alloys in the bag. So, it was certainly worth as much as the bracer, and Ashbringer would be happy to see the new materials for his forge. With the fighting over, the market began to calm down, and the last few shoppers who were hoping to get something from Carl's stand were quickly handled. Mostly by Ophelia because the beastkin had quickly realized that Lotus could be bribed into giving heavy discounts to those with fluffy ears. But they did eventually sell all that they had intended to sell, and the town was now well stocked with water creation items, so hopefully they would not suffer if there was some lingering curse effects once the ground began to dry. If nothing else, at least they now had the tools to keep the crops and the city watered. Well ladies, should we head off to Barra and see how they are doing? We can spend the night there, and see if there is any talk of the curse fires to go with the rain. That should tell us enough about whether the curse has broken. Carl suggested. Lotus nodded. Does that mean I get to fly on Naksha? The black dragon raised an eyebrow at her. Who says I'm flying there and not taking a nice nap in the tiny world? One of the dwarves who was at the counter, buying the last remaining cleaning ring, smiled at the pair. It must be quite the luxury for a group to have multiple flying mounts. It certainly beats 3 days with a farmer's cart to get to Barra. Remy smiled back at him. Flying is a great skill. I can fly in spirit snake form, but I'm still too slow for travel. The dwarf chuckled. A flying snake fast enough to challenge a dragon's travel time would be quite something. I wouldn't feel bad about not being able to keep up with her. Remy laughed. I can't even keep up with Carl's flying speed. He just runs through the air, but his legs are so much stronger that his sprinting is faster than my flying. The dwarf nodded. Cat demons are tricky like that. You never know what sort of hidden, sneaky spells they have in reserve. Remy nodded in agreement. Carl had more hidden skills than most. Carl shrugged and then motioned for Ray to take down the stall. Let's get packed up, and then we can free the booth for anyone else who wants it. Many of the vendors switched out partway through the day when they ran out of goods. They didn't hang around to sell the last few items, they would just pack them back up for next week, or sell the perishables to another booth at a discount and call it a day. Then someone else would set up at the booth, or their neighbors would spread out, if nobody came forward to claim the open spot. Here in the core of the market, the stalls were in high demand later in the day. Unlike the stalls like the part-time bakeries and vegetable dealers, their goods wouldn't lose any quality being out in the sun all afternoon. It didn't take Ray long to take down their stall, and get everyone ready to move. Everyone, say goodbye, and we can go. Carl announced. That confused the group, but Hawk was up in the sky, hunting for mice who had survived the storm, and he was within clear view of the city they wanted to visit. There were many signs of chaos outside the city walls, but most of them were farmers opening the irrigation canals, so the flooding from the storm would spread west to the regions that hadn't been reached. Carl opened the entrance to the tiny world to let everyone in, then opened a portal to Hawk and stepped through himself. The feeling of weightlessness overtook him as he watched the ground rush up at him from 1,000 meters in the air. He let himself free fall for a few moments, then activated, swims through air, to stop his descent. You're close enough. I'm going to keep hunting. Hawk decided. I will call for you when I reach the city, so they don't mistake you for a threat to more than their rodent population. Carl realized that they had just ditched the city governor of Baroo, who would have wanted to socialize all night, in return for the favor of having broken the curse on his city, but they had enough things to do without starting tomorrow morning with everyone nursing a hangover. Carl changed into his best black suit and opened a portal and stepped through to appear beside a group of trollish farmers. The trolls stopped what they were doing when the black-striped cat demon in a suit appeared beside their effort to open the canals, which had been unused for most of a year, and had filled with blown sand in a number of spots. Good evening. Would you mind answering a few questions for me? I will trade you a boon for answers. Carl offered. The trolls smiled, well aware of the tricks of the cat demons. We will answer what we want. Ask your questions. The oldest of them asked. When the storm was raging, were there patches of green fire? Carl began. Curse fire. Yes, all along the edge of the storm, like a wall. It raged for half an hour, then faded. The troll elder agreed. Were there any patches outside the storm? The troll nodded. The fire ran up the canals when they began to flood. Even the city moat filled with fire, but our shamans broke the curse. He was obviously proud of the accomplishment, and for good reason. The curse had gone unnoticed for years, and only the massive storm had revealed it. So, the fact that they had managed to break it so quickly after it was revealed was a huge thing. The shamans in Baroo had waited until the curse fires were nearly out to even start trying to break it. But they were also getting drenched the second that they stepped outside, so the reluctance was understandable. Excellent. If the drought curse was broken, half the work is already done. Ray, you can go hunt spies now, if you think you'll find them. Ray laughed and activated, Night Haunter, then raced off to the city, where Carl saw her easily vault the city walls, with the guards oblivious to her presence. Those are all my questions. Now, I offer you a choice of boons. Do you want me to flood the canals you have recently cleared? Or do you want a trinket to fill your drinking water barrels at home? Carl offered. The old troll smiled, and a steady stream of water poured from his hand. This old shaman can still make enough water for drinking. Please flood the canals that we have opened, starting from that point. The troll pointed to a spot 100 meters away, so Carl jogged over, fast enough that the trolls hardly saw him move. A controlled casting of 1,000-year flood, pointed from the closed gate where he had been directed to start, then toward the city, caused a raging torrent of water to enter the canals. Canals that Carl quickly realized were actually lined with stone, and exquisitely fitted by generations of dwarves. That interlocking stone couldn't be anyone else's handiwork. The raging flood pushed a wall of dirt and debris before it as it spread through the canals, and Carl smiled as he realized that this spot was open to most of the east side of the city. It would take some time to flood the entire canal system without flooding the entire region. While he channeled and the trolls celebrated, Remy was studying the spell. I have it. I understand how the 1,000-year flood works. The caster is the river. The Naga announced. Oh, how is that? The larger the river, the greater the 1,000-year flood. If I do it at monarch rank, it is only a few thousand liters over a minute, like a stream flooding once in 1,000 years. But if we increase it again, it will increase 1,000-fold once more. So, a totem rank 1000-year flood will be 1,000,000,000 liters a minute for every user rank, and a mythic ranked casting will be 1,000 billion liters per user rank. She explained, unsure if there was a specific world for such a large amount. Maybe you were meant to change measurement units? Cubic meters instead of liters. That was 1,000 to 1 reduction. Perfect for measuring this increase. What sort of insane scaling was that? 1,000,000,000 liters a minute would truly live up to the legendary grade status of the spell. But the spell couldn't even be used below monarch rank. That might be why they hadn't encountered such high-grade spells and items before. They simply weren't usable by someone of his level. But didn't that mean that someone like Supreme Lady Matilda could cause a small sea to flood with this spell? Or was there perhaps a limit? Either way, he wasn't going to ask her to try. She would probably think it was funny to flood a random country. Kara certainly would, and the two seemed to have a lot in common. While Carl finished flooding the cleared canals, and tried not to laugh at all the drenched farmers downstream, who hadn't known that there was a flood coming until the wall of debris arrived, Remy pondered the potential of legendary skills. Couldn't you create your own country, reshaped to look just like you wanted it to, if you were a mythic creature with a legendary earth element or large area skill? If her Naga swamp was legendary, and not just epic, wouldn't it create a swamp many times larger than the 10 meters per rank? With that and the 1,000-year flood, she could create a whole Naga nation, flooded swamps as far as the eye could see. She needed to upgrade her skills. Upgrading Overlord ranked skills to Totem ranked wasn't going as smoothly as the Skill Master advancements had at lower ranks. By now, they should certainly have had at least one more skill at the Totem rank. So, she focused on stretching her abilities within the tiny world. Not damaging the world, but pushing the limits of her skill power, trying for an upgrade to her comprehension that would let her activate Skill Master. She was the first one to advance, so logically she should be the first one to get a reward. If Kara managed to get both Void Blast and Nullify to Totem ranked before anyone else had a Totem ranked skill, they would never live it down. The smugness would be overwhelming. Carl smiled as the canals began to level out near the upper safe usage line. The trolls were staring in awe at the massive amount of water that Carl had generated, unaware of the chaos that it had caused further downstream. They suspected, but without the advantage of Hawk watching from overhead, they couldn't be certain. Fortunately, it was all adults working on the canals, so there were no major injuries, and no weaker people washed downstream when the water arrived. There you go, boon granted. Thank you for your answers. Carl informed the old troll. Does this mean that we will start getting normal rainfall again? The aging shaman asked. As long as someone finds and eliminates all the spies from Bomgan who cursed your region in the first place. Carl agreed. The troll made an annoyed growling noise. I should have known that it was them. It's always them. Carl nodded. They have been spreading all over the coastal areas, from what I hear. I don't have all the details, but I'm also not from here, I am just visiting to hunt for monster spawns. The abundance of insane creatures has upset the dragon gods and the balance of nature. The troll gave Carl a strange look. You are worried what the dragon gods think? There are multiple dragon clerics in my traveling group, including a black dragon. Once the imbalance got large enough that even the black dragon clerics got annoyed, it was certainly time that someone went to deal with it. The farmers all nodded proudly at Carl's determination. Trolls always did what they set their minds to. But thinking that he could make a difference with one single group and a whole country full of troubles bordered on Orcish levels of delusions of grandeur. Even the demons didn't usually aim that high with their mission goals. Are you going to the city? The shaman asked instead of commenting on Carl's mission. Yeah, I thought we might spend the night inside the city, to see if there are lingering signs of the curse. If it's broken, we can just move along and go hunt the interior. If not, we can make it rain again, and try to shatter the remaining curse here, so the edge of the desert doesn't spread any further. The troll nodded. I think that you should keep it quiet that there are known spies in the city. If they start hiding, we might never find out who they are. Carl patted the old man on the shoulder. My spy hunter should have found the first of them by now. When things go wrong, spies always go hide in an abandoned building and gather to discuss their plans. The troll laughed. What else would they do? Carl shrugged. If they were smart, they would shut their mouth and pretend that their cause never existed. In Carl's mind, Ray laughed. She had just found a group of 30 spies. In an abandoned warehouse. But there was a local city spy in the rafters beside her, listening to their plans as well. Now, she had a dilemma. Did she wait for them to finish, so the local city's spy got all his information? Or did she traumatize him for fun? Oh, who was she kidding? They were at the point of making new plans now. Those didn't matter if nobody left the room alive. Oh, this time the undead spell made nights. Ray informed Carl. Carl could only wonder how the city was going to take that bit of knowledge. Ray was supposed to be eliminating Bomgan spies, but it was going to look like she was actually a Bomgan agent, punishing them for their failure. Just don't let anyone see you while you're using the undead in the city. Carl reminded her, just to be safe. Got it, boss. Stealth mode. As Carl had expected, the local spy had freaked out the moment that the knights had attacked the hapless agents of the Bomgan army. There were overlords among them, but the undead simply shrugged off their attacks with their innate damage reduction and void body, active from Carl's epic guard. That was an impressive range for the skill link, Ray decided. It would greatly expand the range of her extracurricular activities if the skill was always active from dozens of kilometers away. Fuck, who called those Spectre Knights? The Banar agent whispered to himself as the undead tore through the Bomgan agents with brutal efficiency, silent except for the sound of blades colliding when the necromancers and their acolytes managed to defend themselves. Right? Very scary. Ray whispered back, then laughed as the spy promptly ran out of the warehouse, no longer concerned about who might see him. The screams would bring the city guard in a few more seconds, so Ray hopped down to join the battle, still invisible. Judicious application of vibrating blade, and entangling vines, with lacerate, for both her own attacks and her summoned undead made a suitably gory scene for a few seconds before she used essence transfer to clean up the blood. The spell seemed to supercharge her, giving her life force beyond her base for a moment before it was absorbed. But the guards were coming, so she reluctantly memorized the spectral knight form and dismissed her army of the dead. Then, she returned to the rafters to watch the show, as the guards carefully approached the emaciated corpses of the spies. Fuck. What happened to them? 30 dead in under 5 minutes, and I see the corpses of over a dozen overlord-ranked mages. What could have killed them all without any sign of collateral damage? The walls of the warehouse aren't even scratched, not a single missed attack. Could it have been an ambush? And why? The team leader muttered to himself as he examined the area. One of his team members, a fox-eared beastkin, looked around the room cautiously. Whatever did it isn't gone. I can sense the danger in the room, but I can't see or smell anything. It might be an observation spell, he whispered. The guards drew their weapons, and Ray resisted the urge to bring out the popcorn while they tried to understand what happened. Then the city spy slid back into the room, and closed the front door behind himself. It was a dozen spectral knights. All overlord ranked, and they tore through the group like nothing. These mages were Bomgan spies. I recorded their conversation about how they would rebuild the curse we broke during the rain. The spy whispered. Whatever killed them is still here. The fox man whispered back. The spy began to tremble in fear. Then we need to not be here. It snuck up on me and whispered in my ear. Literally right in my ear, I could feel its breath. But there was nothing there. Ray lost interest in their fear, and used shadow step to move a few buildings over, searching the shadowed areas of the cities for more spies that might still be meeting. One group was good, 2 would be better. But even if she didn't find more spies, there was so much tea spilling and debauchery going on in the shadows that she couldn't resist a few detours. Who knew that there could be so many hidden romances and intrigues in one city? And the city lord's heir wasn't actually who everyone thought it was? That was unexpected. Also, definitely popcorn-worthy, Ray decided, as she watched the dwarf whisper empty promises in the ear of his mistress, while their son showed off his school reports. Sister Butterfly would love this show. The Carl needed to teach, Night Haunter, to everyone. While Ray spied on the intimate lives of the city lord and his mistress, Carl began to jog towards the city walls. The farmers were all busy setting up their irrigation equipment so that they could make the most of the influx of water, so they wouldn't have time to stand around and chat, even if Carl had more questions. On the other hand, the city guard had many questions for him. Overlord, a moment of your time, please. We have been informed that you have some knowledge of the recent events involving a curse on the region, a massive rainstorm, and then the flooding of the irrigation canals. The gate guard announced as Carl approached. Of course. Perhaps I should call out the rest of my group for this. It might be easier if you got the story from everyone's perspective. Carl offered. In response, Hawk dove from the sky and shrunk himself to land on the wooden fence rail near the side of the road, which confused the dwarf, as the bird would obviously not be answering any questions. But when Carl opened the tiny world, and the ladies stepped out, along with Thor in his humanoid form, plus Kara and Remy, it made much more sense. The bird wasn't there for input, he was just part of the group. Carl cleared his throat and began. The people of Baroo asked us to help them out by making it rain. The curse had prevented any regular rain, and greatly limited the amount of water that the locals could create. But the effect wasn't as strong on new arrivals, and it didn't stop us from creating the storm, which didn't quite reach you, but did drop significant rainfall. That caused the curse to react, which was the green flames you saw, and the shamans nullified the curse after it revealed itself. It is believed that Bomgan was behind the curse. There were some spies captured in Baroo, and they admitted that they were working for Bomgan before suffering a tragic accident. The flooding of the irrigation canals was a request by local farmers. I granted them a boon in exchange for information, and they wanted water. The dwarf shook his head in dismay, then sighed. Flooding all the irrigation canals might have caused some side effects, but he could completely understand why the farmers would pick that as the boon to be granted them by a cat demon. So, you watched it all happen? The guard asked, directing the question at Remy. Saw it? We did it. All those things, it was us. Well, me and Carl. We're the ones best with water magic. The dwarf made a note on the ledger at the gatehouse and motioned them forward. Thank you for your time. Please enter the city, and enjoy your stay in Bannar. Carl led the group through the gates, and found that the city of Bannar made the city of Baroo look positively pristine and modern. The whole city was filthy, stinking, and crumbling. How the dwarves could stand to live with crumbling stone buildings was beyond Carl, but perhaps there was some reason for it. Perhaps we should make it rain here, even though the curse has broken. Remy suggested as they walked through the bustling city streets. Carl saw a sign for an inn, and considered getting a room and just leaving the bodyguards in it while they went to the tiny world. But when they stepped inside, the smell faded, and the interior of the place was clean and well maintained. Carl wiped his boots clean on the mat, and nodded to the waitress, who gestured towards the mostly open tables. This whole city is beautiful. Dana noted as they took their seats. Lotus nodded in agreement and Ophelia shrugged. There's something off about it. Tessa disagreed. Carl turned to Naksha, who had a pensive look. There is an illusion over the city. I don't think it actually looks like this. She gestured around the room, and Carl shook his head. The interior seems to look like I see it, but the outside is crumbling and filthy. I thought that everyone was just used to it, but if you don't see it, that makes total sense. He explained. Kara came out to explore the City of Illusions, prime territory for a void badger with time to kill. Starting with the inn. Nullify, spread over the building's interior, and the waitress's dress went from plain to ragged, while a young dwarven woman shifted to become a much older goblin woman. But the room was otherwise unchanged. The goblin woman's date screamed in horror at the new appearance of the target of his affections, and the waitress paused to stare at her dress in confusion. "What the hell?" the innkeeper asked as he stomped out to the main room, looking around furiously. But Kara was already gone, out into the streets and on a hunt for the source of the illusion, or shiny things. Whichever came first. Unable to find the source of the issue, the innkeeper's anger quickly faded, and he came over to speak to Carl and the ladies. "My apologies, it appears that all of the vegetables suddenly rotted. I suspect that there has been some curse put on the city, so it might not be possible for us to provide dinner tonight." Carl shrugged. "I can ask the lovely priestess Lotus to help you with your vegetable issues, but I wouldn't suggest using anything from storage today. Even if it appears fine, it might actually be rotten." The dwarf frowned, and looked toward the ale kegs with trepidation. "I have never heard of ale going bad. Do you know when it was brewed?" Carl asked. This is this summer's vintage. Still fairly fresh." The innkeeper went over to pull a drink, and Carl stealthily cast Nullify on it. But the ale appeared to be fine, and the shopkeeper didn't keel over when he drank it. "Can you tell me more about the city?" Carl asked once the dwarf was assured that his valuables were fine. "Oh, I can tell you a lot about the historic city of Barra. Not long ago, the city looked nothing like it does today. It was a 10,000-year-old desert outpost, weathered by time, worn to the nub, and protected by heritage regulations, so everything must be rebuilt back the way that it always was. Only 50 years ago did we finally get approval for the renovation, and the city lord brought through a team of earth mages to redo all the major structures of the city. Every historic building was revamped, refreshed back to as good as the day it was built. I put in nearly 1,000 hours updating the inside of my inn, so it would look as good as it does now, but you can see where I left the old stones, with their chipped and pitted edges." Carl nodded. Indeed, he could see that. The innkeeper had done a wonderful job on the inside of the building. But he was not going to be happy when the illusions broke, and he saw what the outside of all the buildings actually looked like. There was a fuss in the street, and the dwarf tossed open the door to yell at the troublemakers, only to find that nothing looked the way it should. Kara had been gleefully nullifying parts of the illusion as she went, looking for hidden treasures and the source of the spell. So random buildings all along the street, including the outside of the inn, had returned to their actual appearance. But more notably, so had a large portion of their population, and there were oblivious undead wandering the streets, unaware that anyone saw them as anything other than dwarves. If Ray wasn't laughing so hard at the chaos her sister had caused, she would have likely started a riot already by hunting the undead who the locals believed were beloved friends and neighbors. Going on a murderous rampage right now would probably be a bad idea, Ray realized. So, she stopped watching her live-action drama and transformed into a humanoid to go find her people. On the way, she was flagged down by a decomposing trollish man in a surprisingly fancy suit. "Miss, would you be interested in our clothing? I can see that you are a lady of great taste." The undead asked her. Only, it wasn't speaking, the words went straight to her mind. "Interesting. Sure, I do love to experience the fashions of each new city that we encounter." The shop that he led her into was falling apart, both outside and inside. But the goods were all brand new, and high quality. Ray was learning a lot about how the illusions in the city worked. They made things appear new, even though they weren't. But they didn't preserve anything. Clothes that were only a few months old were obviously fine. However, the stand they were on was falling apart. The cobblestone streets were rutted, but functional. The vegetables in the inn had all rotted, while the ones in the market were mostly fine. It was a brilliant bit of magic, and Butterfly was eagerly drinking in the knowledge that Ray and Kara were recovering for her. Ray examined the outfits and picked 2 dresses in styles that she didn't have, then paid the undead man, and went back out to the street. The undead here are strange. They really think that they are alive. She informed the others. Remy had a realization. I think that they were. When the spell was cast, they were alive. So, it preserved their appearance, but not their actual bodies. They're undead and being kept that way by the illusion that is keeping the city looking like it does. Go check the first few buildings that Kara examined. If I'm right, they'll be back to normal again. Ray turned in that direction, then frowned. Wait, how am I supposed to know, when I can't see the illusion? Oh, the people, she realized. They were now wondering why the building had looked ruined for a while, and thought that was the illusion. Even the innkeeper was staring at the outside of his building in confusion. He was obviously seeing it as new again, but couldn't understand what was happening. It wouldn't be long before a few of the more powerful mages in town put 2 and 2 together, though. Kara, if you find the core of the spell, you probably shouldn't borrow it, or you'll kill a large portion of the city before we find a solution. Carl warned the badger. They're actually kind of polite for undead, and it's creeping me out. Kara replied. Ray nodded along. It was definitely creepy how they didn't know that they were dead. But she wondered if there was a safe way to find out if the undead could be brought into her space to decorate it the way that the dead could. Like an interactive exhibition. There should have been some sort of guidebook with these spaces. Having to find out all the rules as you went was just unnecessary. Look what happened to Hawk. He picked the wrong lunch special, and it became his sister. Ray stepped into the inn, and nodded politely to the innkeeper before joining the rest of the group. Where did Lotus go? She asked. In the kitchen making new vegetables. Their stock had some issues. Tessa explained. That made sense, with what Ray had seen in the city. Lotus came out of the kitchen a few minutes later, and a few very stressed-looking guards came in the front. Hey boss. I don't suppose that you have food that is edible, do you? One of the guards asked. Yeah, the Green Dragon Cleric just refreshed our stock. What is going on in the city? Do you have any news? The guard nodded. There is an illusion all over the city. Once we had the mages start casting specialized detection spells, they could see through it. I don't have all the details, but everyone is looking for the city lord, so he can make a decision. It's not like him to go missing during an emergency. Ray looked their way. He's with his mistress and son right now. It's the boy's birthday, and they're doing dinner. The guard choked on his drink. How the hell did you know that? Ray shrugged. I was exploring the city earlier. That didn't really explain anything, but the guard was eager to change the topic before anyone else noticed. Wait, what is this about a mistress and son? A totem-ranked dwarf sitting in the corner asked. Too late. Ray looked at the guard. Can I tell him, or are you sending guards over to pull him back to work? The guard captain sighed. I will ask them to bring him here. He's got some questions to answer. Especially about the city. It was his initiative and his contractor that did the renovations of the city. Now that the whole city knows it's all fake, he's going to need to come up with something before there are riots. Besides, the counselor is likely calling the rest of city council here now. The new guests arrived all at once, and the city guard barred the door to the tavern, keeping everyone inside, and prying eyes outside. Needless to say, Kara was quite annoyed when she got to the door, and they shooed her away. She simply stepped into her space and then settled on the back of the booth's bench behind Lotus. But the audacity of those guards, telling her where she could and couldn't go. Unacceptable. The city lord, a mythic-ranked dwarven warrior, sat at a large round table in the middle of the room, and the totem-ranked mage from the corner moved to join him and the other totems. Alright, what is so important that I had to come here on my day off? The city lord demanded. Other than the fact that the entire city knows that the city was never renovated, it was just put under a cursed illusion that made it look new. Or that the curse applies to everything in the city, including the food and the people. Oh, the thousands of undead might be a good place to start as well. The people who have died since the renovation are all still around as undead. I don't know how we missed that in the city census. But with the illusion in place, nobody can see what food has spoiled, and now we have a cause for all the mystery illnesses that have been coming to the clerics. The dwarf who had been in the corner of the room demanded in a dry tone. The city lord looked like a deer in the headlights, unsure how to respond to the accusations. That's not possible, it has to be a lie. He insisted. Kara snorted in amusement, and Ray smirked. You know, we can prove it to you. Who here has a totem ranked or higher, dispel, or nullify, ability? Even a perception spell to see through illusions should do. Ray insisted. One of the dwarves took out a magical device and activated it. Everything looks fine to me. What do you mean, there is an illusion? Ray gestured to the door. Look outside. The interior of the building was renovated by the owner. Look at everything that was done during the renovation effort. The mage stepped to the door with his magical device, then gasped as he looked at the market, and slammed the door shut again. What the hell? Why are there undead selling vegetables in the market? He demanded. Because the curse keeps them looking just like new. They don't know that they're dead. If you go talk to them, they'll answer like normal. Until they can see through the curse, they won't realize that anything is wrong. How could we miss something like this? One of the others demanded. They were totems, they should be able to see through any illusion that the spider did. Ray shrugged. You're likely cursed as well. Would you like to be nullified? We have a winged void badger, and she can disenchant most curses, at least for a while. The city returned to normal after she inspected it, so the curse has a core somewhere. The city lord went paper white at the mention of a core for the curse. I think that I know what it is. When I invited the stone lord here, he presented the city with a gift, a puzzle box with a magical item inside. I never opened it, just put it in the treasury with all the other random gifts the city has gotten. He whispered. So, we just destroy the core, or deactivate it, and the city will return to its real appearance? One of the other council members asked. The lord shook his head, just now realizing what Kara and Ray had been the first to conclude. If we do destroy the curse, all of the undead will die. The locals will think we murdered a quarter of the population. And then there's the issue of the other curse that was on the city, stopping it from raining. The council member who had been sitting in the tavern from the start frowned and downed his ale. Well, we're going to have to do something about both before the end of the day. The curse that was stopping it from raining has been mostly taken care of, so that's just a public announcement. But the state of the city is a whole other matter. Soon, the buildings will start collapsing if they're not properly repaired. That's why we authorized the funding to have it done the first time. And that's another issue. We need to fix everything, and the residents will not be happy if we ask them to pay twice, after letting everyone be deceived the first time. One of the other councilmen laughed. Well, it's not like we can call the Lord's friend back to come fix things now, can we? As he turned out to be a master illusionist and not an earth mage at all. Or a necromancer. It's a bit hard to tell with what I am hearing from outside. One of the others insisted, then held up a stone tablet that had rows of text scrolling over it. Carl was intrigued by the item. It looked like system messages, but appearing on the tablet. The messages started with the same format for names, so it seemed safe to assume that it was a projection of his interface, and not part of a group of networked items. The city lord was clearly getting annoyed by all the jabs at him, but this debacle appeared to be completely a result of his choices. He had handpicked the contractor to do the renovations, and he had gotten the whole city cursed and scammed. What Carl was most interested in was the method he was going to try to talk himself out of this situation. From the look on everyone else's faces, it was not going to be easy. But so far, none of them had a viable solution either. If they did, they would have put it forward just to make the city lord sweat a bit harder. While the city council had enough trouble on their plate just trying to sort out the issues with the curse, that was far from the only issue that they were going to face that day. A pounding on the door, along with the sound of someone fighting the guards, turned into an irate dwarven woman storming into the tavern, dragging a younger dwarven woman by the hair while a young boy thumped at her back and shouted to let his mother go. The city lord went pale, and Ray brought out a bag full of the guild kitchen's signature caramel popcorn and peanut mix. "What the hell is going on now?" one of the councilmen asked. Carl grabbed a handful of popcorn and pulled Dana into his lap, so she didn't have to look past him to see the show. Then he slid his chair back so that Thor could get a good view as well. "I will tell you what is happening. When that deadbeat went missing this morning during the chaos, I went looking for him, and what did I find when the guards tracked him down? His side piece sitting in a room full of priceless gifts that belong in the city treasury. The city accountant is there now to do a full inventory of the house. But if you will excuse us, I need to borrow my husband for a moment." The dwarven woman explained between kicks to keep the mistress silent. "Madam, kindly let the young woman speak. It appears that her son is quite distraught," one of the older counselors requested in a flat tone. Nobody would mistake that as a request, and the city lord's wife let go of the woman, who immediately crawled to the lord, while the boy threw himself at the city lord to hug his leg. "Daddy, that evil woman is bullying us," the boy wailed. The only sound in the room was Ray and Carl munching on popcorn, and then the boy burst into tears as his father failed to respond. "I believe that we should move this to a private venue," the lord insisted quietly. His wife placed her hands on her hips and gave him a challenging look. Despite the 4-rank difference in their power levels, Carl suspected that was not a fight he was going to win. The youngest of the council members, a dwarven cleric with his blonde hair in small braids tied back in a bunch, burst into laughter. "Oh, I don't think that's necessary. We've all figured out what is going on. But your family drama can wait until we get past the important issues. Like how the hell we're going to keep half the city from dying when we remove the curse from the city." The others sat silently while the city lord's family stared each other down, and then the cleric cleared his throat. "I suppose that we could have every cleric in town cast a mass resurrection ritual over the whole city. Most of the dead wouldn't even know that anything changed, but I'm not sure how many of them can be saved. Resurrecting the undead is tricky." The others understood what he meant without any more detail. If they'd been dead too long, or they had realized they weren't supposed to be alive anymore, using resurrection would just free them from their undead bodies. "I don't suppose any of the bystanders have a suggestion?" the city lord asked, trying to ignore the drama going on in front of him. Ray raised her hand. "I vote that we teach Supreme Lady Matilda the randomize skill and see what happens when she uses it on the city." That was 100% a Kara suggestion. But Ray was bored now that there was no more fighting, and it sounded better than letting them argue for hours. The city lord frowned. "Do not speak that name aloud. It is against city ordinance." The council cleric nodded. "You never know if she'll show up to see who's talking about her." Kara perked up in her space. That was all it took. She could totally take advantage of that in the future. They could have so much fun together. Kara recalled someone saying that she could make new cities and dungeons appear, just for funsies. How much better of a friend could a badger ask for? Don't go causing troubles for an entire country just to see new things. Carl warned. Just a little bit. Don't bother the ancient dragon until we see her in person again. Kara smirked and hid her thoughts from Carl. She had definitely seen something in that mirror which told her she would get to see that dragon again. There was a lot of quiet discussion at the table before the councilman sat upright again, and the city lord motioned for them to speak. "We will support having the clerics gather to cast a mass resurrection over the whole city, right before the curse is broken. It will hide most of the deaths, and the rest can all be blamed on the curse," the eldest of the counselors announced. That was a bit diabolical, but it would work well enough. The undead who weren't resurrected or destroyed would continue to be the same undead that they were right now, until they realized they were dead and freaked out. But with the curse gone, everyone would be able to see what was happening. The one that was really going to pay for this was the city lord, who would have to explain why the city wasn't actually fixed. He had been thrown under the bus, and at this point, he couldn't even argue against it. Lotus rapped her mug on the table to get everyone's attention. If it suits the city lord, we can offer you a portal out of town before the announcement is made. They will shame your entire lineage as cowards, and turn your name into an epithet, but they're likely going to do that anyhow. What I mean is, if you would like to run away, the green dragon wouldn't be opposed to your survival instincts. She declared. The look on the mythic rank dwarf's face was priceless. The tiny cleric had basically just told him that his life in the city was as good as over either way, so he could either face mob justice or be decried as a coward. But after a moment, his expression steeled. I will make the public announcement in 1 hour. Have the clerics ready to cast the spells to resurrect right before the mages work together to dispel the curse after I shatter the spell's core. He decided. Then he turned to Lotus. Can you send my wife away? She doesn't deserve the fallout that will come from this. The group broke up, with plans to be at the stage in the town square in 1 hour. That would be enough time to warn most of the people that there was something to announce, as well as prepare for the spell. With the system interface, all of the clerics already knew what they needed to do, and were presumably gathering to prepare, while the other city councilors were making preparations for the fallout from the day's events. Carl and the team found themselves a nice spot where they could see the stage, but wouldn't be in the press of the crowd. That was their waiting spot for the show to start. True to his word, 45 minutes after they split, the city lord was on the stage, followed by the majority of the council members. Notably absent was the cleric, but the rest were there. People of Barra, I have tragic news for you all. We have been cheated and tricked by one that we should have been able to trust. The renovation of the city was never done. It is nothing more than an illusion placed over the city. An illusion that hides a most terrible curse. You might have noticed that your food lasts longer than you are used to. That your aging loved ones have pulled through longer than anyone could have expected. But the sad truth is that neither is true. The curse forces everything in the city to take on a pristine condition. The buildings, the trade goods, even the people. Many of those standing among us today are long dead, and maintained by this necromantic curse. If they were to leave the city, the magic would fade, and it is believed that they would either collapse, or continue their existence as a form of undead. The Lord took a deep breath. I was the one who hired the contractor. There was no bid for the job, I accepted his proposal and paid for his services personally. This curse is upon the city of Barra due to my choices. As of today, I will be stepping down as city lord, and the king will be sending a replacement guardian for the people. But first, the forge priests will cleanse the hidden decay of the city, and then I will break the curse placed upon it, allowing everyone a fresh start. There was panic in the streets as everyone tried to understand what exactly that meant. But the Lord didn't intend to give them time to worry, and the first half of the effort, the combined spell cast by the clerics swept over the city. Carl watched as the spell washed over the undead in the city, and most of them started to heal, becoming whole again. However, contrary to his expectations, none of them collapsed, even the ones who were clearly not healing. Maybe this wasn't going to end as badly as... Nope, there it was. As soon as the resurrection spell ended, hundreds of city residents collapsed, and the city lord gritted his teeth, then shattered a statue in his hands. The illusion faded from the city as residents who had lost loved ones wailed in despair, and then the mage from the city council opened a portal for the city lord to step through and move to address the crowd. As the temporary head of the city council, you have my condolences on your losses. We will be starting an effort to actually reconstruct the city over the next few weeks, and city funding will be available for funerals. Rest assured, the cost of burying the fallen with dignity will not fall entirely on the people. The shock was beginning to wear off as the people realized that their loved ones had been dead for quite some time. Once the resurrection had failed, most of the bodies had shriveled to emaciated corpses, as you would expect of a body left in the desert's dry heat for months or years. Looking at them that way, many realized that they had gotten far longer than expected with their loved one. But what they hadn't realized yet was that many of the illnesses they had seen lately were a result of bad food. The clerics kept most of those from being fatal, but there would surely be a few. The outrage was beginning to creep into the crowd as well. Where did that no-good lord get to? He needs to face judgment for his crimes. An old dwarven woman shouted. The mage held up his hand to silence the crowd. And he will. We sent him to the palace, where he will be held pending trial for incompetence. Incompetence? He got our people killed. You might not have been on the council then, but I haven't forgotten the lies that he told us about the renovation before he cursed us. The woman shouted. The mage bowed his head to the elder and raised his voice with magical augmentation. It will be 1 month before the trial. Until then, the former city lord will be in custody. His wife has been exiled from the city, returned to live with her family. If you want to attend the trial, you have 1 month to get to the capital. He declared. That was acceptable to most. There was a portal platform, and more than enough earth mages in the city that they would surely be able to find someone to open a portal for whole groups of them. The capital was going to have a monumental crowd for the trial, but for now, there was more interest in what they were going to do about the situation in the city. Not only with the dead, but also the rotted products, and the dilapidated buildings. It all needed to be handled before any of the buildings collapsed, and suddenly every dwarven earth mage in town was incredibly popular. One of the other counselors stepped forward to the enchanted microphone. If emergency repairs need to be made, please inform the city guard, and the captain will approve payment to a local earth mage out of the city budget. We are willing to clear the city coffers to make things right if that is what we need. A few lean years for city programs are inevitable, but we have a plan to keep the city guard fully funded. The speeches were interrupted by the sound of alarm bells being sounded all over the city. At first, Carl thought that it might be about the people who had dropped dead due to the resurrection spell, but the alarms were continuing, and a secondary tone was introduced after the first few seconds, as if the situation had been upgraded. The counselor raised his voice. Everyone, remain calm and prepare to defend yourself. The city is currently under attack, both internally and externally. That did nothing at all to help calm down the crowds. There were elderly and children gathered in the square. Both for their daily activities, and for the announcement that had just been made, so that a stay calm recommendation was generally ignored. Instead, everyone was trying to get the vulnerable ones, the children and the lower ranked, to safe spots, while arranging for defense of those spots, but nobody in the area knew what the threat was yet. Then a trio of ogre lords simply appeared in the middle of the market and began roaring and attacking. Fuck. Tessa breathed as she realized what was happening. Monster spawn inside the city. Ophelia agreed. Carl and Dana were already in motion, intending to intercept the attacks of the ogres towards a group of dwarven children who were huddled together in panic. Dana called her golems to block one ogre, while it was faster for Carl to move himself than to activate a skill. The sound of shattering stone told Carl that something was very wrong. A single strike from the ogre had shattered both of Dana's stone golems, just before Carl slammed into the second ogre with a shoulder tackle, taking it to the ground, but not causing any visible damage. The haint claw equipped itself on both of his hands as Carl began to tear at the shoulder muscles of the downed ogre, but even his claws were only making shallow cuts with each strike. The breaking of the curse had triggered a totem rank ogre spawn. How long had the curse of pristine appearance been holding off spawns in the area that this much magic had built up to be unleashed the moment that the curse was no longer in effect? Carl called for the bodyguards to protect the group from the third ogre, which was currently engaged by a humanoid Thor. Ray's golems had taken over from Dana's, which were now trying to attack the ogre from the back. The dwarves weren't cowards, and a dozen overlord-ranked warriors had charged the ogres, screaming battle cries at the sight of their ancient enemies. The council had scattered, each taking a district of the city, but they had forgotten one important factor. The central district near the city lord's manor was supposed to be covered by the city lord. He was gone, so there was currently no totem rank or higher defender for this district, where there would normally be the strongest fighter in the city. Carl caught the ogre's arms as it reached up to choke him, and the two became locked in a stalemate, while the dwarven warriors began to hack the oversized monster apart. 90% damage reduction was a lot. But not enough when you were faced with dozens of dwarves wielding axes, plus a Carl who was constantly bombarding the ogre's face with void blasts. The ogre to Carl's left, the one that was facing off against Ray's golems, shrieked in pain, and Carl heard the spider laugh, a raspy whistle, as her natural form had no vocal cords. Oh, that's a good idea. Kara realized, and another mournful howl filled the air, while the dwarves cheered. Carl looked up and found that Kara was attached to an ogre's back by her claws, right in the middle of his back where he couldn't reach her. That would explain the frustration, and it was a pleasant change from all the things that Carl suspected that the Void Badger might have done to him. The dwarves had encircled the ogres, and they were cutting them down with brutal efficiency, despite the ogre's thick hide and vitality. Carl could see soft matter through the bone of the ogre's skull, and one final, void blast, ended its struggle, as well as eliminating most of its head. Then the body vanished from underneath him, and Ray transformed to help Carl to his feet. Good work, that one is almost intact. She congratulated him, then transformed back to finish off the one she was working on. It wasn't giving up, and the golems were being replaced every 10 seconds or so, but nobody except Carl and Kara had an appropriate attack skill for dealing with a threat of this level. Kara got busy making ogre insides into ogre outsides after she got through its hide, and Carl switched to his bow to effectively cripple the remaining ogre without getting in the way of the golems. The air cracked as Carl let loose the first supersonic arrow, punching deep into the ogre's chest. The dwarves turned to stare at him in shock, stunned at the pure physical strength needed to draw a bow that would fire that hard. Carl frowned, and deactivated haste. The bow was not intended to be supersonic, but the spell effect increased his attack speed, which apparently included arrows. Carl continued to fire arrows, now at slightly less than the speed of sound, while the ogre struggled to swat away all the annoying summons that were continually harassing it. They were never ending. The moment that he killed one, 2 more appeared. The ogre glared at Carl with unfettered hatred in its eyes. This was all the fault of that damnable cat demon. A mighty ogre should be able to squish all this dwarven filth. But that demon and his odd allies were here to torture it. An arrow took the ogre in the throat, and it collapsed, gurgling with rage and unfulfilled murderous intent. Hawk, what group is closest? Carl asked, knowing that the bird was around somewhere. What? Oh, yeah. Just stay there, a pair are coming from the south toward you now. Hawk was clearly distracted, but not by the ogres. Where are you now? Sand mice. Carl shook his head and turned to the south, where a running battle between a totem-ranked dwarf and a heavily armored ogre lord was going on. The dwarf was doing his best, but the ogre was more interested in keeping him at bay while hunting civilians. Carl's first arrow pinged off its helmet, and the ogre lord turned to see who had the audacity to fire arrows at it. Carl waved a greeting, and the dwarf hacked a deep wound in the monster's already damaged right knee. It was standard dwarven tactics against ogres. Hack them down to size, then fight them when they were easier to reach. Now that the majority of the public space had been cleared of non-combatants, Thor transformed into his natural state and Tessa vaulted onto his back, prepared for the charge. That got the ogre's full attention. The behemoth was the first thing in the city that was larger than a totem-ranked ogre lord, as Ophelia was fighting as a were-bear and not in dire bear form, which would have risked stepping on someone when the area was still packed with bystanders. From the east, an ogre roared in victory, and Lotus whistled, indicating that Carl should follow her. Good luck, buddy. Ask Sister Kara to buff your horns if you need to stab him harder. Carl instructed Thor as he turned to face the new threat. We've got this. Carl leapt over a ruined building and found 2 ogres standing over a dead dwarven earth mage. That should be one of the council members, and apparently no match for whatever groups of ogres he had found. But he was also fighting mostly alone, and not with a large group, as Carl had been. Ray, shadow-stepped to the corpse, and hurled it at Lotus, then went incorporeal as a massive fist descended towards her. The activation of Leviathan made Carl nearly 6 meters tall when fully buffed, and he smiled as he slung his sword over his shoulder, while making a rude gesture with the haint claw on his other hand. "What do you say, gentlemen? Think you can take me 2-on-1? The ogres charged and Carl sidestepped as fast as he could, blurring in the monster's vision as his blade cut deep into the side of the closest ogre before he stabbed the clawed fingers of his free hand into the wound. Soul Steel began to drain the monster's vitality as the ogre swung backhanded attacks at Carl, who was still moving. He charged between them, focusing his attacks on the same ogre over and over as his blade shrieked through the air. To the watching dwarves, it looked like a streak of blue fire in the air as the blade spun, parried and attacked, all too fast for most to accurately track. Remy came over to watch the battle, and contribute a steady stream of chain lightning attacks to the effort. She needed a skill at totem rank, but she just couldn't seem to grasp the difference, even though she was looking right at it as Carl used Void Blast on every strike. "Watch, sister. This is how you do it," Ray announced, then appeared behind one of the ogres and began systematically dismantling its back muscles. The ogre was rapidly being flayed alive, and her bladed legs no longer seemed to have any issues cutting through the thick hide. Skill Master 5 Activation, Offensive Adaptation, has evolved. Totem Rank Epic Grade Skill, Predation, gained. Predation, Passive Skill. The user has become a natural-born predator of everything they see. Increases damage significantly with every strike against a known target type. Bypasses a portion of the target's damage reduction. Ooh, the stabby sister learned a new trick. That's pretty impressive. Remy agreed. Unfortunately, it either didn't spread to her, or it only worked on melee attacks, and not skills. There was a good way to test it. Remy sent her Naga bodyguards to engage the ogres, and they landed a few strikes, which were doing increasing amounts of damage. But not nearly enough to think that they were ignoring the totem rank damage reduction. Ray laughed at the effort. Predation was only a melee attack skill when used by her. It was part of her body, so if she attacked with her limbs, it was a totem-ranked attack. But it didn't apply to blades or skills the same way. So, for others, it was nothing more than a damage buff. Even her golems didn't get the full benefit. They weren't spider enough, she assumed. Carl landed 3 more quick strikes on the ogre, and the last one carved a deep furrow across its belly, and massive bleeding. The ogre retreated, and Carl turned his attention to the other, which was currently trying to catch Ray using some sort of flaming club attack. Carl swung at its knee, and the ogre turned to defend itself. But at the last instant, Carl changed his footing and launched at the wounded ogre, who was caught off guard. The blade sunk deep through its chest, and surged with power as the ogre died. Now it was 2-on-1 in the opposite direction, with Carl and Ray teaming up on the survivor. Carl heard Thor laughing in his mind, but ignored it for the moment as he sent a flurry of attacks at the ogre. It was left with an impossible choice. Carl's blade to its vitals, or Ray's claws through its back. It tried to spin with its club, but Ray used Night Haunter to simply step back through the wall of the building behind her, leaving the ogre baffled as to where she went, while Carl was presented with the ogre's shredded back. A second precise strike with Void Blast punched deep into the beast's heart, and the second ogre fell. "Lotus, how is your patient doing?" he called to the large tree. Lotus shook her branches happily, sprinkling golden dust all over the ground. The dwarf was alive again, and recovering, but still in rough condition. Lotus was letting her long-duration healing spells take care of his remaining wounds, but he was also out of stamina and mana. He had fallen when the repeated attacks had burned through his mana pool, and his earth shield had failed him. Carl patted the dwarf on the shoulder as he passed by, and Remy grabbed the mage by the chin to dump a questionable-looking potion down his throat. New recipe for combined mana and stamina potion, she explained. The totem-ranked mage instantly looked better, and while it was clear that he wasn't at 100%, he did manage to get to his feet and stretch some of the phantom pains out of his muscles. "I will come check on you in a second. The others need a hand with their ogre," Carl explained. The dwarf grabbed his pant leg. "Go east. There is a whole other group over there, and the citizens are on the run. Carl nodded, and motioned for Remy to follow him. Ray, help them out. They won't need it for long. Kara learned a new trick. Carl turned to see what she meant, and realized the badger had a thin rope made of spider silk wrapped around the ogre's neck, coated in void blast, that was pulsing like a buzz saw, or the world's most insane garrote wire. That was certainly one way to kill an ogre. Carl ran off to the east, slowing his pace so Remy could keep up. It wouldn't take much to find the ogres, he assumed. There was enough screaming to lead him in the right direction, even with the other sounds of battle. But there wasn't one other group here, there were 3, and another dead dwarven totem. Ray, you're up. Bring him to Lotus and then hunt for more defeated totems. All the local clerics will be in one spot for the casting they just finished. Carl instructed. Ray darted off to claim the body, which she brought to Lotus, while Carl took a moment to decide how exactly he was going to make this work. 9 really was a lot of ogres when you looked at them all together, and they were all totems. That old dragon wasn't joking, this place wasn't a safe one to be casually traveling around. As one, the ogres sensed his power level and turned to face Carl. Carl focused on activating demonic oppression, Ray's bloodline suppression ability, and the ogres growled at him, but didn't make any attempt to attack. Oh, it's ugly out here. There are at least 6 ogres left for every totem. Ray noted as she searched the city. Once you find the dead ones, go back and help the ones in the most trouble. I don't think they'll mind if you keep the bodies. That made for a happy Ray, and she was claiming every ogre body that she passed. They weren't edible to dwarves or beastkin, and the trolls were mostly vegetarian, so nobody should really miss them. Remy, you hide for a moment, and then summon the bodyguards at random spots to confuse and distract the ogres. I am going to try to make them chase me around this open area with the destroyed buildings. Carl instructed, and Remy quickly reached upward to pull herself onto the roof of a crumbling stone house. The butterfly made her invisible, and Remy gave Carl 4 thumbs up to indicate she was in position. Carl switched to his bow and took a deep breath, hoping that his idiotic idea actually worked. Fully buffed, he unleashed arrows into the 9 ogres as fast as he could, while the monsters charged in his direction. Just as they were about to make their first attack, Carl activated teleport to the spot where they had started, and continued to fire. Ogres were dumb to start with, and being from a monster spawn, they were also enraged with bloodlust. It had worked once, and hopefully would a few more times, as the arrows were doing an impressive amount of damage. We got the ogre down. The area is clear. Thor informed Carl just as he teleported again, this time to the top of a building at the end of the block, so he could see and hit more of the ogres in the middle of the group. Good work. Keep the area safe, there are countless people hiding in the buildings there. I will catch up with you once we're done here. The ogres were dumb, but they did understand some things. Like not giving the prey a place to run away to. So, when Carl began firing from the building, only half charged for him, and the other half spread out to cover the open areas, starting with the ones where he had already been. That was when Remy summoned the bodyguards into battle. They distracted an ogre at the edge of the battle and caused a few ogres to think there were reinforcements. Carl took advantage to move to another building and fire arrows into the one fighting the Naga pair, then 2 more close to them. 3 ogres fell, and Carl had a moment of appreciation for the predation skill. He hadn't put more than 6 or 8 void blast arrows into any of them, but it was enough to take them out. That had also made an empty spot in the ogre's deployment, and there was only one other near where Carl was standing. The brute charged, attempting to swat away the arrows with its club, and Carl held out to the last second, then switched to his sword and charged to run the ogre through before teleporting again and returning to his bow. He found himself on a rooftop only 1 over from Remy, who called a hellstorm vortex into the ogres, which caused chaos as the vortex multiplied faster than they could swat at it. They didn't seem to know where she was casting from, so Remy continued her assault, and Carl dropped another ogre with his arrows. She couldn't use chain lightning, as the spell originated at her, and would defeat the purpose of being invisible. But the vortexes were quick to cast, and weren't giving away her position just yet. Remy laughed as a group of 5 Overlord-ranked dwarven warriors ran to the edge of the battle, then promptly turned around and ran in another direction. 5 Overlords versus 1 totem-ranked ogre was workable. 5 on 5. That was suicide for them. Carl moved again, and put up a blockade wall of ice to slow the ogres as he continued to fire. It didn't slow them for long, but it was long enough for Carl to take out 2 more of the ogres, leaving only 3, all wounded. That was close enough to defeat it for Carl, so he summoned his Lamia bodyguards, as well as 2 dire bear golems, and erected another blockade in front of himself. The summoned beasts only needed to hold the ogres for a few minutes. That was all it would take to get enough arrows in them to finish them off. Stone spikes erupted from the ground, and Carl saw a battered-looking totem-rank earth mage join the battle from the street closest to Lotus. That should be the one that they resurrected, even though it was a bit early for him to be fighting again. But the intervention was perfectly timed. His stone barriers didn't just wound the ogres, they slowed them down while Carl fired, and within 10 seconds, it was all over but the cleanup. Carl teleported to the mage and nodded politely. "Thanks for the help. I was getting tired of running around trying not to get smashed." The dwarf laughed. Smashed by an ogre club is what happened to him the first time he engaged the enemy. "How many of them did you get so far? Have you been luring them to this spot?" he asked professionally. Carl shook his head. "I was with the group for the first few in the middle of the city, by the healing tree. Then the 2 who were at your body. Then the 9 here. I'm going to have to move again. I can hear more ogres nearby, but if you wish to lead the civilians here to safety in the middle of the city, you can. I have assistance, as you can see." The mage shook his head. "Let them hide where they are comfortable. There are plenty of underground tunnels and bolt holes in the city for them to escape through. It's better to let them stay in an area they're familiar with. It will increase their chances of survival if they're attacked. The reports from the others say that the total number of ogres isn't high. The city guard has had some luck dealing with them, and most appeared alone. I have no idea how I managed to get 9 and then 4 together in my zone. He must have killed the other 2 because Carl hadn't found them." "Hawk, are there ogres outside the city?" Carl asked. "Nope, only inside the city. And most of them are gone. But I think that I found the portal. You know, the center of the monster spawn." Hawk replied. "Where is it?" "On the roof of the temple." That could make things interesting. If the center of the spawn was over the temple, then they were going to have to check it to see what sort of dungeon it was. But with all totem-ranked ogre spawns, there was a chance that it would have mythic-ranked bosses. It seemed unlikely, as mythic would get the same sort of damage reduction against totems that totems did against overlord and lower. But it was possible, and Carl didn't know anything at all about this sort of powerful spawn. "We could send someone in, one of the summoned creatures, and ask them what it is. There is a chance that it's not a dungeon, but a trial instance spawn. If that is what it is, it might be a huge opportunity for us all." Dana suggested. That was a good point. If it wasn't something they could handle, they could inform the city council. Assuming they weren't there already. Most of the ogres had been defeated by the city's residents already, and Ray was feeling quite smug about her collection of totem-ranked ogres. Her next advancement bath would need a totem-ranked base to go with the mythic blood that she had gotten from the dwarves. And now she had plenty, even if she didn't ask Carl to shrink her for the event. Oh, that was a good idea. The bath could feel like an enormous swimming pool. Someone get Lotus and those under her care. Let's go to the temple. Just have the wounded carry her healing totem so they can move without losing the effect. Carl decided. There were 2 totem-ranked mages, plus the earth mage, a ranger and a bard among the rescued totems. Carl did a double take at that. Does a bard even have combat skills from their class? Or do you have to just hope for the best? Carl asked as the middle-aged dwarven woman got to her feet. The bard smiled at him and hummed a tune that made Carl's body surge with energy. We're not solo fighters. But a totem-ranked bard is one of the most powerful group combat classes. I know that your team has numerous group buffs, but so do I. She explained. The motley group made their way through the streets, headed for the temple. The city was getting quieter as they walked, the zone already cleared by the clerics and their paladins, whose barracks were right next to the temple. So, Carl didn't have high hopes for the situation until he saw where the actual portal was. There was a statue of a dwarf holding a scepter placed on top of the dome of the temple, and the portal was above that. Unless you were a totem, or your species could fly, there was little chance anyone had entered yet. Carl motioned to the lamia on his right. Excuse the manhandling. Carl joked as he used, unobtrusive behemoth, to shrink the lamia to the size of a python, then curled her in his hand. An overhead toss sent the lamia flying through the portal, and Kara's eyes went wide with realization. Sure, she could fly, but she could also fly. Carl could hurl her much faster than her wings would take her. The lamia vanished into the portal, and then came flying back out. Summoned assistants may not participate. Carl smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a trial instance. The system just informed me that summoned assistants may not participate. So, we will have to see what it is for ourselves. Dana gritted her teeth and ran up to the portal. If there were limitations on this trial, she was not going to hesitate and miss her spot in the quota. She vanished inside, and Carl tried to send her a message. What do you see inside? User unavailable. Communications are instance locked. We can't contact anyone inside. But I'm going. I will see you all on the other side. Tessa cleared her throat. Oh yeah, not everyone can fly. The dwarves laughed, and the bard took both Tessa and Lotus by the hand. I will bring the ladies up. Your lot can bring the green-haired behemoth and the spider lady. She insisted. Ray laughed and simply leapt to the portal. Then bounced off it. What do you mean ineligible? She complained, then jumped at it again. Again she failed to enter. Remy transformed into a spirit snake, and waited as the bard entered with Tessa and Lotus. They entered just fine, so Remy went to follow, only to run nose first into the portal. Oh, this is some bullshit. Just return to your space, and I will bring you in that way. Carl instructed the beasts. Most of them did, though Hawk took a few seconds to finish bombarding one of the remaining ogres first. But Kara decided to try anyhow. She was all set up, ready to grab onto the portal with her claws, but it let her pass through. Well, that's our signal. See you when you finish. The dwarf beside Carl announced, then they were all headed for the portal. Carl stepped through the portal, and found Kara waiting for him on the other side. An open field of stone, looking like the aftermath of a rock slide, greeted them. A massive golden temple stood in the distance, with two crystalline golems standing near the base. Carl walked to the statues, not quite jogging, but not wasting any time, in case the instance was limited in duration. Greetings, adherent of the old gods. Welcome to the Sholaha Desert Trial Instance. You have been introduced to the Overlord ranked trial grounds. Please choose your challenge. The golem declared. Words appeared in the air between Carl and the golems, made of small stones from the ground. Option 1 Attempt Advancement, difficulty 10. Option 2 Attempt Class Change, difficulty 5. Option 3 Attempt Status Optimization, difficulty 7. Option 4 Random Bonus. Carl grabbed Kara before she could immediately go for the random option. At least take 3 seconds to think about it. He reminded her. Thought about it, still want to know what they are hiding. Though, a class change. Would that give me one, as I don't have one? That could be fun too. No, I know what will happen if I do that. Randomness is best. Once she finished speaking, Kara vanished, and Remy began complaining in Karl's mind. This is discrimination. Just because I follow a shaman god, I don't get to play. Even brothers Thor and Hawk can't come out. Karl shrugged. I guess it's an exclusive thing. They did put it right above a temple. Ray considered the answer. It said no to me, but the spider goddess is ancient. Does that mean that old gods actually refers to a specific group? The golem made a noise like grinding stone. That is correct, daughter of the spiders. The old gods are not the beast gods, not the elemental deities, not the renegade gods, not the titan gods, and not the council of divinity. That at least answered her first question. But why does Kara get to play? The god of chaos is one of the old gods. His favor grants her entrance, as the world dragon's favor grants the Karl's entrance. Huh, they call you the Karl, too. Karl rolled his eyes at her mockery, and focused on the options. Totem rank advancement did sound like an incredible option, even if the difficulty was high. But he was more intrigued by what a status optimization was. Could that take him to the theoretical limits of his power? That would be flat out broken, assuming it was as good as predation at increasing his damage. He would make it to totem rank soon enough, that much was essentially inevitable. Changing his class might be harder, but he had already seen the requirements to move to the next class in his current progression, and he didn't meet them yet. Requirements for next class advancement. Reach totem rank. Fill all beast slots or combine spaces to remove redundant areas. Visit any dungeon, instance or relic with system integration. Not only was he not yet a totem, he still had one empty beast space formed. So the class change would have to be something other than the natural progression, unless it closed his remaining beast space and bypassed the rank restriction. Karl pulled a bit of power from the Haint Claw and the Sword of Champions, and felt the state of his body. He was physically very close to totem rank. A bit more optimization from the weapons after this battle, and he should be able to push through no matter what. A month at the most, and he would be a totem. 2, if they were slacking. Karl made his decision. I will take the status optimization. The golem nodded, and gestured toward the temple. I believe that you know the basics. But this trial is integrated. Simply walk to the top within the next 48 hours to achieve perfect optimization. You may take any path, they are all equal. Karl stepped to the temple, then walked around to his right so that the sun was at his back and not in his eyes. Sometimes the little things made the biggest difference. Karl stepped on the first step and felt all the spells on his body, other than the beast form spell, shatter. So, he had to do this under only his physical abilities. With the Chaos Beast constitution, it shouldn't be too difficult to walk up the first few steps. According to the description, it removed physical limits on development. That wasn't necessarily the same as removing limits on physical development, but Karl had high hopes for his gains this time. The second step sent power surging through Karl's body, and in their mental storage his weapons buzzed with resonance. Alright, he knew what to expect now. He had gone through it before, when his body was overloaded after the battle with the undead. But the third step made his body burn like fire before leaving him slightly stronger than before. The fourth step bombarded him with elemental energies, as if he were under attack by 50 mages at the same time. If he had thought that the fourth step was bad, it had nothing on this one. The sixth step was all of the above, plus an oppressive force, similar to how the physical restriction of the first trial he had ever entered had tried to crush him. The seventh step, everything increased. Then again on the eighth. Ooh, your fur is smoking. Nope, freezing. Freezing and smoking and glowing. Now I'm kind of glad I'm not out there. Remy narrated. Thanks for the words of support. Karl joked as he stepped up onto the 10th platform, and all of the effects all doubled. It nearly drove him to his knees, but after a moment, his body seemed to adjust and Karl stepped forward again. Only to find that the rate of increase had also doubled. 11 steps down, 989 to go. In the monarch-ranked portion of the trial, Tessa, Lotus, Ophelia and Dana all stood in front of the statues, facing the same 4 choices that Carl and Kara had. Option 1 Attempt Advancement, difficulty 7. Option 2 Attempt Class Change, difficulty 1. Option 3 Attempt Status Optimization, difficulty 11. Option 4 Random Bonus. Status Optimization is difficulty 11. Dana muttered as she read the options. And why is class change so easy? Tessa agreed. The golem made a grinding noise as it prepared to speak. Difficulty changes with rank and ability. Common and uncommon classes have little trouble advancing to a rare class. In contrast, reaching the peak of physical and metaphysical optimization is generally considered to be impossible for humans and dragonkin. The golem insisted. So, it's 11 out of 10. Alright. Ophelia grumbled. What would it take to go from Overlord to Totem? Is that harder? Lotus asked, now curious how the ranking worked. Overlord to Totem rank advancements require a perfect completion. Difficulty, 10 out of 10. Lotus smirked. That meant Carl would likely choose one of the other options. Did that mean that if she was confident, she could catch up to him? That would be hilarious. But her dragon guide, the juvenile green dragon who constantly watched the world through her eyes, wanted to know about class changes. It was a difficulty of 1. But wouldn't that be even better? Carl was broken because he had the good class. What if she could have the good class too? She could just have a whole set of beast spaces full of fluffy things and dragons. Could clerics qualify for that? It had to be an option for the green dragon clerics, at the very least. The goddess wasn't so cruel as to keep them away from the fluffy things just because they were faithful. Tessa and Ophelia were both thinking similar things. The advanced classes were too powerful. If they were actually easy to get, but just didn't spawn for newbies, weren't they missing out on too much? Dana was torn between the 2 obvious options. She could catch up to Carl and become an overlord, but that wouldn't really be catching up, would it? He was far too powerful for an average overlord. So, she could take a chance on a better class and leverage it for faster growth. There was also a time limit on the trial, 48 hours. Presumably, it took most of that to get a perfect clearance, so she didn't have long to wait here and decide. Murim Battlemage was already a good class, but it wouldn't hurt to ask the golem about her chances. What are the odds that I get a better class than what I have if I choose class change? She asked. The golem paused for a moment as it turned its head towards her. All class options will be an advancement from the trial taker's current class, assuming that they passed the trial to a sufficient standard for the desired class. A difficulty 1 standard, yes. But from the sound of it, the better you did, the better the options. Perhaps she could get something like Beastmaster, but for mages? What is the difficulty for the Beastmaster class? She asked. The Beastmaster is a rare class, difficulty 3 or higher for a success. What Dana had forgotten was that Carl had advanced to Beastmaster Packmaster. So his standard was actually higher to get any sort of success. Lotus got excited about the lore drop. What is the hardest class to get? The golem seemed to smile at her as it answered. The most difficult to obtain class among the options in this trial is Ancient World Crafter. However, none of the applicants present have the prerequisites to obtain it, even with a perfect completion. What are the requirements? Lotus tried. Demigod level power, a divine bloodline, and an existing class in the ancient series of classes. The golem explained. Lotus frowned. So, not me. Not you. I will take the class option, please. Lotus decided. So polite. Choose your path up the temple. They are all equal, so the route you choose will not affect the outcome. Tessa and Ophelia nodded at each other. I will take the class change option as well. They declared in unison, then began walking toward the temple. If I attempt to optimize my status, will I get any gains, even though it is not possible to fully complete the challenge? Dana asked the golem once the others had gone. I do not have the answer to that question. The outcome of a failed challenge is up to the gods. Dana nodded. Carl was the one with all the divine luck. It was better to stay in her lane, and do what she knew that she could do. I will also take the class advancement option. She decided. All she had to do was reach the top of the temple, and she should be able to get a class superior to Carl's. Something good enough to put her on the path to surpassing him. Dana would not allow herself to be left behind as the damsel in distress childhood crush. The pain of the challenges seared through her body, but Dana kept her eyes locked on the top of the temple. Eyes on the goal. Eyes on the goal. She muttered to herself, step after step on her way up the side of the temple. Each of them had taken a different side of the temple, so they could not see each other, but each side was equally grim. As the golem had promised, the trials were equal, and when they moved from the 10th to the 11th step, it was nearly enough to make all 4 of them reconsider this trial. But the simple math was enough to keep them going. 1,000 steps. 10 levels of difficulty. If they couldn't make it past the 100th step, they were likely to fail to gain a class advancement. While everyone else worked themselves to the bone, Kara floated in a pool full of chaos energy, watching them in a mirror made of pure energy. As far as rewards went, this one was pretty good. The energy was soaking into her body and doing something, but more importantly, she didn't have to do all that. It looked painful. Look at Carl, he was literally on fire and coated in ice at the same time, while being electrocuted. They could miss her with that nonsense. Kara cupped her palms and drank a bit of the chaos pool, then sighed in relief at the cooling sensation. She really did make the best choice. Carl's mind had nearly gone blank as he stepped onto the 100th step of the temple, and suddenly, everything stopped. Was this a safe spot? A moment to recover before going on again? A test of willpower to see if he would voluntarily continue, now that he knew what was coming. Carl shook the lingering electricity from the fur of his beast form, and then checked himself for lingering damage that might still be healing. It looked like it was all repaired now, so he stepped forward again and realized just how devious this rest stop was. The effect still doubled on the next step from what it had been, but now, he had been given time to get used to not being under the effect. However, with the innate healing of his body, Carl was doing much better than the others. Tessa and Lotus had made it to the 30th step, while Dana was at the 61st step, but she had to stop and rest every step so that her body could adjust. Carl trudged onward, hardly pausing at every step. He knew from experience that it was impossible to skip a step, even if you were large enough to make it possible, so he simply kept a slow pace and focused on the feeling of his body being refined. It proved to be a good way to block out the feeling of how the refinement was being accomplished. Carl wasn't the only thing being refined, Hawk noticed. That cracked dragon scale was slowly turning into a real treasure. If Carl made it to the 1000th step, it might actually be shiny again, and Hawk could give it a place of honor in his nest. It was also getting shiny faster with every step. This really was a good spot, even if Hawk couldn't come out himself. Who knew that it would give him free treasure? In the totem-ranked space, the decisions had been very similar to what the ladies had been faced with. With an advancement at difficulty 11, it hadn't even been an option for most of them. But every one of the dwarves who entered had a base class, and had never had a chance to advance it before. So, they had eagerly taken the opportunity, with only one mage choosing to take Carl's route and try to optimize his status, hoping that he would get an epic grade physique out of the deal. He was already an older man, so it would do him a lot more good than a new class right as he was getting ready to retire. Time was hard to judge inside the trial, as the sun wasn't moving in the sky. It could have been hours, it could have been minutes, or they could have lost an entire day already. With the trial itself filling everyone's minds, the passage of time was the last thing on most of their minds, except for Dana, who was focused on making as much progress as she could. She had nearly wept tears of blood after she had passed the 100th step, but she was still moving, and wondering how everyone else was doing. The last time she had been in a trial like this, everyone had much different progress rates, but none of them had made it more than a few dozen steps up the temple before the trial had ended. When Kara decided that it was time for a nap, Carl was at the 400th step, and the trial had changed the game on him. The refining effects had basically ceased to bother him, despite the increased intensity, but the trial had added hallucinations to the mix. Images of failure, tragedy, the worst moments of his life, where weakness had overcome him. Then after a few steps, they would switch to moments of pride, arrogance, tyranny, where power had gone to his head. There weren't too many of those in Carl's life, he realized. They were repeating much more frequently than the moments of weakness. But he was still moving upwards with the beasts as his guides, even when he was nearly lost in the illusions. When Kara woke up from her nap, Carl was over 3/4 of the way up the side of the temple, and Dana was past the 200th step. That was better than anyone else was doing, but all of the ladies were past the first rest stop. The mirror wouldn't let her watch the dwarves to see how they were doing, but there was plenty of entertainment watching everyone else struggle while she sipped liquid chaos straight from the pool. Just like the chaos dragon, it was both spicy and sweet, pleasant on the tongue, but without that uniquely dragon umami flavor. Honestly, chaos dragon tasted better than pure chaos, but Kara had no intentions of becoming a dragon herself, so she would take the slightly less satisfying drink while she waited to find out what she was going to be rewarded with. It had to be good with this much power available for the event. Dana might have cried if she could see how the Void Badger was simply relaxing in the pool of power instead of trying to actively take it in and improve herself. She had put everything into her efforts, even transformed into beast form when her human body began to fail her under the effects of the temple. On the other 3 sides, the clerics were also in beast form, with Lotus struggling to climb the steps in her tiny green dragon form, but also unable to fly under the suppression of the temple. Ophelia was in dire bear form, using the logic that tiny steps were less daunting, even if the change was the same, no matter what form she was in. Unlike the others, who healed faster in beast form, Ophelia would heal the same in both dire bear and werbear forms. So, it was a primarily psychological advantage to the choice, not a physical necessity. Kara failed to notice the amount of liquid chaos that she had taken in like juice as she watched the spectacle. She didn't even register the passing of time as she decided to take a second nap and fast-forward the show. What she did notice was when the trial gave a 1-hour remaining warning while she was practicing her backstroke. Was there something she was supposed to be doing here? Probably not. The show was still on, after all. 1 more hour and she would find out her reward. Carl stood at the top of the temple, and looked down into the half-empty pool of black energy where Kara was napping peacefully, mumbling about loot and cupcakes in her sleep. Of all the things that he expected to find at the top of the temple, Kara was not one of them. It was clear that she hadn't taken any trials, and she had been here the whole time, just watching. The pile of cloth bags that the kitchen staff kept the snacks in told him that much. Carl sent the empty bags back to the guild store inventory, so they could be cleaned and reused, then placed his hand on the stone plinth at the top of the stairs he had arrived from. Congratulations. Maximum reward achieved. Calculating. Status optimized. Adjusting interface. Carl wasn't sure what that was about, but suddenly, there was a wealth of new information available in his system interface, including icons for his group members, which were all currently in a yellow status. Physique optimized. Epic grade physique active. Upgrading. Chaos Beast Constitution, Tier 2 active. Improved growth speed versus Tier 1. Class status optimized, remaining skills unlocked. Packmaster skill tree. Follow me little one, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. Pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. Hidden skill, home, one-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. Home location may be periodically changed, but never disabled. Pack affinity. The pack master has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. Dominating power. The pack master's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. Benevolent elder. Unbonded upgraded beasts gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. Limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the pack master have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Carl already had most of the skills in the skill tree, but Benevolent Elder was a big gain, and Dominating Power would be incredible in combat, even if it did still feel a bit creepy. Finalizing optimization. Nameplate updated. 2% physical growth remaining to next advancement. That was a new announcement. Carl had never seen a distance to his next advancement measure before. But when he looked through his interface, he couldn't see anywhere that a progress meter might appear, so it had to be a one-time system message related to the optimization. He did find the group settings, and realized that there were new functions there. He could form a party or a guild party, which seemed to be the same thing, but with a bonus to group buffs. Then there was an option to set allied parties by group leader. That one should be incredibly handy in the near future as they were working with various military groups to defeat monster spawns. The only question he had left was what did his nameplate look like now? He couldn't see his own, and he hadn't seen any that looked out of the ordinary. Or did it give him a new title? He didn't see a new title in the options. Kara opened her eyes and smiled at Carl. "Oh, you made it all the way up here. That was a good nap. You should taste this water, it's spectacular." Carl chuckled and reached down to grab the errant badger from the pool of chaos energy, but found that they were separated by a barrier. Though she was here with him, he couldn't interfere with her event. Kara shrugged and pulled an empty barrel from her space, then dunked it in the pool to fill it with liquid chaos. Only, once the barrel was full, she was unable to put it back in her space at all. "So, you can drink as much as you like, but no looting. It seems the gods prepared an anti-badger countermeasure before you arrived." Carl joked. "The joke is on them. Once I get my rewards, I will be the strongest of us all." Ooh, notification. That's new. I never get system notices, since I don't have a class. I hope I get a class. I want to be a berserker. Berserker looks like it's fun. Carl couldn't argue with that. It might prevent some of the looting, but a berserker-type class did suit Kara pretty well. If you got her emotional now, she tended to fly into a rage and rip things apart with her bare hands. Evolution complete, a winged void badger to chaos badger. New skill gained, chaotic foresight, reveals one random insight into one random target per use. Insight may apply to any point between the present moment and the collapse of the realm, so long as the random target exists at that point. I got the mirror spell. Oh, this will be good. Butterfly is going to love this new skill. Kara announced, as Carl read the notification about her new ability. It would likely need to be leveled up with Skill Master, to give her the full overview of someone's life, the way that she had seen it with Supreme Lady Matilda, but it was going to provide endless entertainment for the badger either way. "Have you seen how the others are doing?" Carl asked as Kara began chugging chaos from the spigot of the barrel. Kara gave him a thumbs up, but waited until she had to come up for air before changing her focus to answering. "They're all still climbing. The Dana mage might make the 5th resting spot, and Ophelia is just now reaching the 4th. But the other 3 are going to come up short. I don't know what their difficulty level was, but if it was 3, they should all be fine." Dana watched the countdown timer as she forced herself onto the 5th resting platform with every muscle in her body screaming in agony. 5 seconds until trial completion. She had made it. The 5th platform was her goal, and while she desperately wanted to go one more step, just to be sure that it counted, her body would not allow that. Certainly, not within the next 5 seconds. Perhaps one hand. Just a hand on the next step should be enough to ensure that the 5th point counted. There was no reaction from the step when she put a hand on it, but Dana was satisfied as she lay on the 500th step. She had made it halfway up. So, there was a chance she could get a class that was halfway up the range of class advancements. The world around her faded to the familiar scene of the class advancement options, and Dana found herself looking at one single option. Mystic Blade Master, Rare Grade Trial Reward. Dana looked at the class, whose aesthetic appeared to be very similar to how the Murim Battlemage class made armor look when she wore it. That was a good start. But when she looked at the skills, Dana was blown away. Auto Parry, Passive Skill. The Blade Master will parry all incoming attacks when equipped with a blade, within physical limitations. Blade Dance, Passive Skill. The Blade Master's attack speed triples. Lady General, blade-wielding constructs under the Blade Master's control gain the effect of passive class skills. Dana smiled at the described passive skills, and accepted the advancement so that she could see the skill tree. The skills were all blade-based, but all ranged magical attacks, other than one new shield skill that she could pick in the first rank of skills. It was a bit of a shame that her greater golems couldn't benefit from the Lady General skill, as they didn't have opposable thumbs to hold blades. But 2 golems with auto parry and blade dance would be a monstrous increase in her damage output. Not only that, but they would be so much harder to destroy in a fight against physical enemies. There was no shortage of quality weapons with Carl and Ashbringer around, so they should be able to parry even the attacks of the totem-ranked ogres for a while. Picking a new class really was the right choice. However, if she could get Carl to teach her that undead summoning that Ray learned, she could have a whole army on her side. Well, if she could actually use it. They were undead, and she wasn't a necromancer, and certainly not a shadow or death element specialist spellcaster. But there had to be something that she could do to increase her number of summoned supporters. Dana realized that her epic guard was going to love the new skills. She was an agility-type fighter, and this new class was perfect for her. On the other sides of the temple, similar scenes were playing out, with equally enthusiastic responses. Tessa looked at the heavily armored knight image standing in front of her. Dragon Crusader. The Dragon Crusader is a chosen knight of the war god, blessed with holy magic and the physical skills to enforce the red dragon's will. Compliance, creates an area of oppression, 10 meters per user rank, and grants the Dragon Crusader the physique of a red dragon at their own rank. The skill tree had healing, buffing and combat skills, all more powerful than any that she already possessed. Holy Slash, was a particularly impressive one. 200% of weapon damage as holy damage, and functionally identical to the warrior's slash skill, but with a much lower energy requirement. With that, she could effectively fight from Thor's back in a crowd, instead of simply throwing spears at the enemies a few at a time. Tessa used some available skill points to choose the skill and sighed in satisfaction. This was a good class, and she didn't truly lose her status as a holy warrior of the Red Dragon. She briefly wondered how Thor would respond to her having a dragon strength, but quickly realized that he would just be even happier that she was both powerful and scaled. Thor was easy to please. Ophelia had a few classes to choose from, but the final decision was an easy one. Ursine Avenger was an oddball of a class, but somewhat in line with the previous Berserker classes she had used. The skills were all combat and regeneration skills, as well as personal damage buffs. But it had more of a group focus than before, with a taunt skill, and a damage transfer skill, to absorb a bit of what was done to other group members. That wasn't really necessary in this guild, but Ophelia could see how it would be a godlike ability for an average group to have the fast regenerating tank absorb damage done to weaker members. It also included bestial regeneration, a skill that Carl used to grant them, before he got a stronger version in trollish regeneration, and then void body. While the others considered the combat implications, Lotus was thoroughly enjoying her advancement screen. Nature's Helper was basically a more powerful green dragon cleric. She got a more powerful area healing spell, mana reductions to her healing abilities, and one truly awesome ability. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Negates hostility from wild beasts and magical creatures as long as the caster does not instigate any hostile actions. This was quite simply the best class ever. There were some other skills, like an even more advanced food creation spell, better plant growth abilities, incubation, to protect pregnant beasts and fertilized eggs, but that all paled in comparison to a spell that let her hug all the fluffy things. Though, when she thought about it, she used less mana and regenerated more now. She could do all sorts of extra things while she was in Tree of Life form, and not just focus on sending the healing birds to the most wounded. That would be great. She could do something like grow vine beds under her branches, so the wounded had places to rest. She could be her own mobile triage center. Further down the Overlord ranked temple, forgotten by Carl and Kara in the excitement of their completion, Naksha smiled as she saw the new class advancement. Junior Reaper, Cleric Class. Black Dragon Exclusive. Class Skill, Reclamation, increases all death element damage done by 50% and reduces healing received by the target of death element attacks by 50% for 10 minutes. That would make it nearly impossible to resurrect her enemies, unless the effect was cleansed first. But it would also reduce their ability to fight back, while boosting her own damage. An improvement in her goddess favor with no visible drawbacks. The trial faded as the last of the choices were made, and Carl found himself standing on the roof of the temple, surrounded by dozens of dwarven clerics. Then, the rest of the group appeared around them, both Carl's teammates and the totem-ranked dwarves they had brought. Did everyone get what they came for? Carl asked, looking directly at Lotus, who was the most likely to have flaked out. The little cleric gave him 2 thumbs up. I got the perfect new spell for my new class. I shall be unstoppable. Lotus declared proudly. In combat, or while searching for friends and snacks? Tessa asked seriously. The second one. Lotus replied, not at all concerned that she wasn't aligned with her friend's priorities. Carl turned to Dana, who beamed a smile at him. I got the Mystic Blademaster class, with auto parry and increased attack speed. Very combat focused, and it will buff my golem's blade skills as well. Oh, very nice. I will have to see if I can find another golem type spell that will work for you. Like a mod, the more golems you have, the better. Carl agreed. Beside them, a dwarven cleric cleared his throat. If you don't mind cutting the reunion short, there are still some ogres in the city to take care of, and we are hoping to get the remaining totems into the portal before it closes. That made sense. The primary advantage to the trial was the ability to upgrade a class. Most of the dwarves still had the one that they got as children, and they would have long since capped them out by the time that they reached totem rank. Most of them would have had enough skill points to get the whole skill tree by somewhere in the royal rank at the latest. Alright, we can take this group to try out their new skills, and relieve the others. As long as we don't kill the last ogre before the totems are all in the trial, there is only a small chance that they won't all be able to try. Carl agreed. Usually, the trial or dungeon would stabilize for a period of time after the monsters were gone, but this one was stable enough to enter now. So, if they got everyone in before the state changed, then they could let the rest of the population argue about who went next afterwards. It was a good system, as everyone with power would be available to mediate, and they wouldn't have much personal interest in the outcome. There were sure to be some conflicts of interest. Family members, staff, old friends. But those were normal and expected. With so many there, and in public, it would be hard to push for an exception without raising the ire of the people. One after another, the group hopped down from the roof of the temple, with Lotus opening her arms to throw herself at Carl. He caught the much smaller cleric, then spun her in a circle before setting her on the ground. Alright, we're all here. Let's go find some ogres. Dana moved her golems to run at the front of the pack, an odd tactical choice, if she had not just gained a new defensive skill for them which may enable them to survive against the ogres. How well it would work was questionable, as they were still bound by their own physical limits, but they would find out soon enough. The first battle was only a few blocks away, and with Karl's entire group, plus 2 more totems, the fight would not take long. The other totems had spread out in pairs, intending to form a trio when they found the other defenders, and then relieve them, so the other could go to the trial. The golems engaged a pair of ogres who were fighting with a dwarven warrior, who had a large group of children behind him, rescued from a destroyed building. Steel rang against hardwood as the golems parried the first attacks, marking the longest that they had survived against a totem-ranked threat so far. Warrior, take the children to the temple. There is a trial there, and you need to enter it as soon as possible. Karl instructed as the other dwarves ran up behind them, cursing their short legs. The newly arrived pair of totem-ranked warriors nodded, and the rescued warrior left immediately with his young charges. Karl took out the Blade of Champions and the Haint Claw, and charged one of the ogres. Dana, have your golems tag-team the other, see how they do. He instructed. One-on-one was too much to ask, but if they could back each other up, they might actually survive a little while with a 2-rank disadvantage. Karl knocked the ogre's club to the side, and the giant monster lashed out with its other fist. Karl punched to intercept the strike, with Void Blast on his hand. 2 booms in rapid succession shook the already damaged buildings, and sent out a shockwave that cracked one dilapidated wall. But the match was not equal. Karl was stronger now, and Void Blast mangled the ogre's hand. The other matchup didn't go nearly as well for the defenders. The ogre knew just how to deal with auto parry. It put both hands on the club and simply smashed it down on the golem's head. The mismatch in strength was too high, and while the club was slightly deflected, the force shattered the golem's arms and then crushed the entire right side of its body. There was still one more golem, though. It might not be a lot of defense against the ogre, but it was enough time for everyone to get in position, including Kara, who had a new technique for dealing with the ogres. Just like the dwarves were doing, she went straight for the back of the knees, then tied their ankles together with the chunk of silk rope that she had been using as a garrote wire. When the ogre tried to move, it collapsed and left itself vulnerable to Karl's attacks. Between Karl, Kara and a few hits from one of the dwarves, the fallen ogre was finished in under a minute, only seconds ahead of the one that the rest of the group was focused on. Let's move on and help clear the other spots as well. Most of them should be covered by now, but there is no telling if there are still ogres roaming loose in the city at this point. One of the dwarven warriors suggested. Karl gestured south towards the closest sounds of ogres and battle, and the dwarf quickly led the way through the side streets. Unlike most cities Karl had been in, the streets were winding, but not random. They were designed as defensive fortifications, so there were deliberate dead ends, and the roads all bent around the central circle, so it was easier to sneak up on invaders if you knew the layout of the city, and started at the middle. They turned a corner and found that an overlord-ranked beastkin mage group was following the same tactic that Karl used, and had encircled the intersection, trapping the lone ogre in the middle as they bombarded it with spells, then teleported out of reach when it charged them. Ray leapt an entire city block to land on the monster's back, and began punching holes in it as if the ogre had no damage reduction at all. What sort of skill is that? The dwarf on Karl's left whispered. Predation. She gets a larger than usual bonus from it, and it basically ignores their damage reduction. Karl replied quietly as he took out his bow. The ogre wasn't going to last long now that Ray had it on the ground and tied up, but he should at least put in a bit of effort to help. The arrow landed in the ogre's neck with a heavy thunk, and the creature gurgled on blood, thoroughly defeated. The mages cheered, and Lotus set up her healing totems, just in case they were wounded. Do you have someone who can resurrect? One of the mages shouted. We do. Bring them here and we will help. Lotus replied, then turned into the Tree of Life. That would let her find any hidden wounded or dead nearby who could still be resurrected, and it would save time if they were buried under rubble. Of course, they would still be trapped under the rubble, but they could at least call for help as they were continually healed. The mages brought out the body of a totem-ranked mage, as well as a half-dozen more overlords. They were likely all from the same faction or group, but the casualties today were horrendous. Fortunately, it appeared that the losses were recent, as Lotus had them all breathing again within a few seconds, and they were working on the healing process. That made Carl question what had been going on since they entered the trial. "How long has it been since the battle started?" Carl asked. "Almost an hour now." The mage closest to him sighed, then slumped against the base of Lotus tree. That was the realization that Carl and the others needed. Their 48 hours in the trial had been mere minutes outside. It hadn't been days of grinding battle while they were in the trial with a handful of the city's strongest defenders. In hindsight, it was likely a tactical mistake to take them into the trial before the ogres were dealt with, as if they were really gone for 2 days, things could have gone very poorly for the city of Barra. But that was the last of the concerns on the mages' minds. Barra really is cursed, isn't it? First, it was cursed with drought and famine. Then with the illusion that created undead and a false facade. Then we find out that the city lord was incompetent. Now we have a monster spawn inside the city walls. This can't be a coincidence. Something has been messing with the mana flow in the region and affecting probability. The totem-ranked mage that had just been resurrected insisted. The other dwarves nodded. The odds that all that would happen to one city in rapid succession were astronomical. Carl was about to comment, but decided not to raise new red flags while they were still fighting the ogres. Instead, he went with, "We will wait here until everyone is mobile again, then you can join the group as we clear the remaining ogres." The totem should head for the temple, though. There is a trial there, and the council wants all the totems to go through before it closes. There is a chance for a class advancement. The aging mage smiled. "A class advancement, you say? Well, I can see how they would want to make sure all the totems made it through first. Do you think they would be offended if I brought my students with me?" Carl turned to the other dwarves, who simply shrugged. "There's only one way to find out. Go ahead, there is safety in numbers, even if they make the overlords wait until the totems have gone through." The dwarven warrior insisted. Carl was fairly sure he was on the council as well, but at the moment he wasn't really concerned with making decisions that could easily be countermanded when the group reached the portal. Carl gestured to another group, and Lotus transformed back to her natural form. "Good luck, try not to get clubbed on your way there. Just go straight to the temple, we have groups out hunting the remaining ogres," Lotus instructed. Once they came back with improved classes, they would be more powerful and more capable, so it was better not to delay. The next ogre already had a pair of reinforcements, and it was nearly dead by the time that Shadow stepped over to deliver the coup de grace. The dwarves nodded in thanks, and joined the growing army of totems moving through the city at a run, looking for leftover ogres. "Turn right. There is a wounded one hiding," Hawk instructed. "This way. One escaped from a fight, and it's trying to lie low. Our flying scout found it." The group turned to find one heavily wounded ogre and a trail of blood leading off toward the wall. The dwarves dealt with the wounded one as soon as they arrived, and Carl led the way down the trail of blood to see what was at the other end. It might be a wounded totem, or there might be more ogres fleeing from battle. Carl frowned in confusion as he saw the scene at the city walls. "Ray, were you already here?" Ray walked over to admire the work, then transformed into her humanoid form. "They've got great taste, but this isn't my work. I left one like this on the east wall, maybe they're copying me," she replied as she inspected the ogre corpses pinned to the wall with large metal spikes. There were 2 bloody spikes with no corpse attached, marking the spot where the ogre had escaped from. "Sloppy, not making sure they were secure. I know this smell, though. It's a vampire, likely a system user with earth and shadow magic," Ray explained. "There just isn't any good news today, is there?" The dwarven warrior sighed. Ray shrugged. "Maybe it's on your side." The mere thought of that made the dwarves laugh. The undead were never on anyone's side but Lord Bomgan's. There were no native undead clans in the region, they had long since been eliminated, so any undead that you found here were all invaders. Lotus sniffed the air. "There is only ogre blood here, though." I can see the damage from the fight, but there is no vampire blood. The dwarves frowned. So, whatever vampire did this, managed to do it without suffering any wounds? Lotus shrugged, but Ray had an idea. They might be the sort that regenerates and pulls their blood back in. I have a skill like that, to empower myself with blood. They might have just cleaned up some of their mess. The dwarves turned to each other and shrugged. Well, let's go look for living ogres. The faster we find them all, the faster we can get back to the tavern to celebrate. However, the sounds of fighting were dying down all over the city, and Hawk's updates mostly covered ogres being engaged by multiple pairs of dwarven totems. There were now more capable overlord and totem-ranked defenders than ogres, and the fights that remained were on the far side of the city. So, Carl's mission turned to rescue. As they passed by the damaged buildings, everyone listened carefully for anyone who might be trapped or wounded, and Lotus kept her healing totems active at all times, just in case they needed a little help to make their presence known. She could also feel the condition of everyone that they healed, but so far, none of them were in critical condition. The spell covered a city block on either side of their route, but the actual destruction was more limited in scale. The ogres had mostly been engaged near where they had appeared, unless they chased a group of civilians. So, entire blocks were destroyed, and then for dozens of blocks around them, there was little to no damage. The remaining durability of the dwarven stone structures was quite impressive. Carl had expected the aftermath of the battles to cause more destruction than one city block at a time. The dwarves led them through the city, searching for damaged sections, and making notes of what parts of the city were in the worst shape, in need of immediate repairs. That data would all be added to the battle damage, as the entire city would need renovation after this. Realistically, it would make more sense for this to be a historical site, not an active city, but dwarves loved places with loads of history. The state of the city is even worse than I remember it. With the illusion in place, nobody was doing the essential repairs and maintenance. This could be the end for the city, at least the above-ground portions. The underground and tunnels weren't part of the spell, so they're all still in good shape, but I'm not sure that anyone but the dwarves would want to live down there. Can you imagine a whole city of subterranean beastkin? One of the dwarves joked. Kara shrugged from her spot on Carl's shoulder. Oh, right. Some of them share the genes of burrowing animals, don't they? I suppose that we might not lose everyone else, but we are going to have to relocate a large portion of the city until the repairs can be made. Dana gestured toward a building that looked pretty good. You might be able to get away with fewer relocations than you expect. The buildings that aren't going to fall down at any moment can remain occupied. Were there many vacant homes in the city? She asked. The dwarf laughed and shook his head. None. New arrivals all have to move to the underground. So, we don't get many new residents. Homes on the surface only come vacant a few a year, as our slums and low-income areas are all subterranean. It's not lost on me that the slums are the one part of the city that didn't take any damage in the attack. I saw the reports when the monster spawn started, and there were no ogres underground, even in the areas where they could stand upright. That tracks with the history books. The monster spawns are always on the surface, and there has never been one inside a buried dwarven city, even when the entire mountain they were built on was besieged. Dana smiled. So, there is a way to make this painless. You can remind the city of that fact, and point to it as a safe place to wait for renovations. Those whose houses have been lost can be encouraged to move below ground for safety while the city is rebuilt, and then back into their homes when everything is fixed. I don't know what sort of arrangement you've got for the rebuilding, but it should work well enough that you won't lose too many of your skilled craftsmen. That will kill a city faster than anything else. The dwarf gave her a surprised look. Wise words, young lady. There is a renovation fund because all the buildings are historic, and the city lord put rules on changing them. I don't know if there is anything left in it at all, but it is supposed to take care of fixing things as the buildings age. It is part of the taxes that everyone pays every year, like a condo fee, if you come from somewhere that is familiar with the concept. Carl chuckled and wondered who might be living in his condo in the GDN capital right now. Dana nodded. Yeah, we're familiar with the annual fees. Bunch of vultures, always easy to collect, slow to make any repairs. The dwarf snorted in amusement. Sounds like you know exactly the issue we're about to face. Bureaucracy. Carl folded his hands in the symbol of the dragon church. I feel for you, brother. Facing the full terror of bureaucracy alone. I will send prayers your way. The totem-ranked dwarf gave Carl a suspicious look. What do you mean, alone? Well, we don't live here, now do we? So, the whole aftermath is really a you problem, not a me problem. So, while you work out all the details with your fellow totem-ranked leaders, I will bring my group back to the tavern, and we can help them patch up a few of the larger problems with our limited earth magic. Carl explained. The dwarves frowned. They had forgotten that he didn't live here. His team had made quite the name for themselves today, with multiple over-rank kills. But they had only just arrived, and they would be heading out again in a few days. Well, we could ask you to be an advisor, but you have a point. A combat specialist isn't likely to be necessary for a policy meeting. No matter how little we want to go. The dwarf agreed with a slight sigh. Carl shook hands with the totems, and they all went their own way to look after their own affairs. The group's progress was slow, as Lotus stopped every time she felt someone in need of healing in range of her spells. Some were injured in battle, some were just sick. But Lotus waited for the effects to help everyone they passed. At that pace, it took them an hour to get back to the inn, and they had a whole entourage of old ladies and children following them by the time that they made it to the town square, but the battle was over, and most of them just wanted a safe escort to see how bad the damage was. The center of the city near the tavern was in rough shape, but the streets were wide, and the battles had been over fairly quickly. Carl and the majority of the city's warriors had been gathered nearby for the announcement, so the ogres hadn't had time to rampage. But the buildings were still in bad shape with the illusion gone. Would you like us to give the building a bit of a facelift and fix the roof? Carl asked the innkeeper, who was looking over the area outside his inn with deep concern. You have earth magic. Carl nodded. Not much. But we can reshape stone easily enough. That will eliminate the cracks and crumbling bits. The whole place is made of stone, so a bit of revitalization is all that it will take. After all, you already did the inside. The building would end up a few centimeters thinner in the walls when they were done repairing that much damage, but they were most of a meter thick now. It shouldn't be a problem. The innkeeper nodded, and Ray coated the building in magic, fixing all the cracks in the stone, and the worst of the crumbling outer sections. She left the aged patina, but now it was as solid as the day it was carved. The dwarf smiled as he ran his hand over the building. That is perfect. Not as pretty as it appeared before, but now it doesn't feel like it might fall apart. Then he paused. If only it was still a meter thick. Ray's confused look made Carl laugh. Dwarves are sensitive to stone. He can tell the difference between a meter of stone and 99 centimeters of stone over his head. It's like a painting that has been hung slightly crooked. The nearby dwarves nodded. It's hard to explain. But knowing that the roof won't fall on our head is a good start until we can find a talented enough earth mage to get it just right. Ray had a realization. If you can feel the depth of the stone, then the stone relief carvings of dwarven architecture are more than just visual preference. An old dwarf nodded. The volume of stone left, how thick it is, how far from the floor, how much of the stone flows across the surface. It all lends a particular feeling to the room. Dwarves can literally feel the difference between an amateur, an imitation and a true master's work. Ray nodded. She was good with earth magic, but not that good. Maybe she should work on it. She could add it to her art portfolio. A few more locals came over with hopeful looks, and Carl waved them over. Lady Ray and I can both use some level of earth magic. So, if you would like your buildings patched, we can fix the structure for you. As you saw, it takes some time, but we will try. Carl did his best on the buildings on the surrounding blocks, and while it wasn't pretty, he did manage to make them all structurally sound again. Following Ray's lead, he didn't change the exterior much, other than to make sure it was solid stone again. But that was becoming the aesthetic of the city now, as involuntary as it might have been. Every dwarf with enough magic was doing the same thing, just patching buildings to make them solid instead of spending the hundreds of hours it would take to make them perfect. However, his instincts for stone were a bit better than Ray's, and he adjusted the walls to be 98 centimeters. That left enough stone that the roof could be returned to 100, so that the just slightly wrong feeling faded. He took a break for dinner, and returned to the inn, where most of the group was waiting for him. Carl took a seat in the crowded booth and wrapped his arm around Dana. Well, that was an interesting day. Does everyone want to leave in the morning? Or should we stay for one more day and see if there is more we can do here? He asked. Tessa smiled. I think that we can leave. There has been enough chaos in the city for one day. There is no way to prove it, but I am starting to suspect that our presence affects probability, and that feeling got even stronger after whatever happened to Kara in the trial. But why didn't the others change? Carl shrugged. The trial is supposed to be for system users, but apparently Kara has the favor of an old god, while the others are under the jurisdiction of the spider or beast gods. So, she could participate, but the others could not. Tessa nodded. That makes sense in a way. But her chaotic aura will be a problem. In her space, Kara snorted in amusement. She didn't see the problem. Chaos was fun. Dana sipped dwarven ale, then tapped the table to get everyone's attention. I think that Tessa is right. We are literally attracting chaos to us at this point. Whether it is Kara or that old dragon as the focal point, it might be better if we spent some time in the wilderness until it calms down. She suggested. Carl had considered that before they left Drod, but he didn't think that it could get so extreme that it might touch off a series of events like this. Matilda would be rolling with laughter if she knew. Ophelia nodded. We might still be on the weaker side for the region, but I think that we should be alright wandering the wilderness. Or, at least, less likely to get stuck in the middle of a tragedy than hanging around the cities. Carl changed the topic as the waitress came over to their table in the mostly deserted inn. As a thank you all for your assistance, I dug out the good whiskey from the cellars. There will be more people here soon, they're just checking on all the houses, now that the head count is mostly complete. The waitress explained as she set a gallon-sized wooden cask on the table. She was right. Within an hour, the place was packed, and the boss was bringing out dinner for everyone, in celebration of winning the battle within the city. Have you heard? A lot of the bodies went missing. We have confirmed kills all over the city, and plenty of signs of battle, but the corpses have vanished. One of the dwarves was attempting to whisper to his friend. Attempting, as he was quite drunk, and shouting in what should have been a whispered tone. Were the bodies supposed to be left for cleanup crews? Carl asked a wolf-eared beastkin at the next table. No, it's just strange that so many of them are missing. I can see them being looted clean by the street kids and scavengers, but who would take a whole ogre? They're certainly not edible. The man explained. Well, some of them were claimed by Lady Ray. She has uses for them that don't involve eating ogre flesh. Carl offered. The beastkin looked at the transformed spider, who waved at him. Oh, that makes sense. Magical beasts often gain power from their kills. I will explain that to the totems when they come asking around. Ray giggled. They should already know. They were there for a number of the battles where I claimed the corpses. It's not really a secret, and I let them loot what they wanted first. The tavern got more packed by the minute as the repairs to the nearby buildings were finished, and everyone started to look for somewhere to spend the night. The council members say that we can take rooms in the underground city. They haven't been used in centuries, since the population shrunk. But they're safe enough. That's a good start, but getting them clean and safe to sleep tonight could be an issue. One woman complained loudly from the far side of the room. Well, we're dwarves. We can just drink until we pass out at the table and sleep here. A man at her table announced, clearly intoxicated. David, we have the children with us. What? I'm already too drunk to walk that far. One night sleeping in the tavern won't hurt them any. Carl chuckled, and gave Ray a questioning look. The spider nodded in agreement, and Carl went to talk to the innkeeper. I can have Lady Ray make cots or hammocks in all the rooms, enough to sleep 20 in what is now a twin-bed unit. It'll be cramped, but it should be fine for the kids for the night, and you can keep the hammocks. Carl offered. You would give up your room? The dwarf asked, startled. I have a separate space where my people can rest. It's no real hardship for me and my team. The dwarf nodded. If you've got something set up, that's fine by me. Did you need anything? Carl shook his head. I will open the separate space from a safe location so that we don't accidentally get trapped in it and have to blast our way out. But other than that, we have what we need. If the number of people who can't find a place to sleep gets too high, we can start setting something up outside as well. Like, a large tent or something. Carl turned to go back to the table, but bumped into a small cat girl who was standing right behind him, staring up and waiting. Sorry about that. Can I help you, little one? The girl smiled. I got my system today. You've got a funny name. Carl is a funny name. I suppose it's not so common everywhere. The girl shook her head. There are lots of dwarves named Carl. But your name has pretty silver decorations around it. I don't see those on anyone else. Carl shrugged. I can't see my own nameplate. The conversation made the rest of the room turn to look at Carl's name on the system interface. She's right. What is that? It's nothing I've seen for a guild leader or a war champion. One of the beastkin asked. Yeah, I don't think it's to do with his class either because the name itself is still a dark red. What is with the decoration? Lotus poked Naksha. As the oldest and wisest of them, she should have some answers. But she had never seen anything like it either. The locals all discussed it, but nobody had seen a name decorated like that before. I wonder if it's a reward for doing fun things. Like a special sticker for having a good day at school. The little girl suggested. That was as good of an explanation as anyone else had come up with. Carl suspected that it was actually to do with the advancement of his constitution, as someone would have mentioned it earlier if it had been active more than a day or two. Most of what happened in the trial instance was just optimizing his constitution, so that had to be the change that had triggered the nameplate change. Maybe he really was a boss monster now. Like a whole quality rank higher than normal people. The locals turned out to be exceptionally organized, and when Carl stepped outside to check on the state of the city, hundreds of tents had been set up, a fire was going to replace the streetlights that were destroyed, and someone in the distance was calling out to come to the soup pot if you hadn't eaten. It looks like they have everything taken care of well enough. If you want to start sending the sleepy patrons to the rooms, Ray is finished setting up hammocks along all the walls. She made frames of earth magic, so you can just take them down in the morning by untying them. Carl explained as he came back in. The innkeeper nodded in thanks. All right everyone, listen up. The rooms have been made communal for the night, thanks to our demonic guest and his team. There are hammocks hung in all the rooms. If you're tired, just find somewhere to sleep for the night. Most of the younger ones, and the single parents, went up to the rooms, where Carl could hear laughing and cheering from the kids. Swinging in hammocks was fun, and there were soft blankets. The parents who didn't go up to the rooms early just kept drinking, as did Carl's group, until Lotus began falling asleep at the table. Carl opened the tiny world against the wall by their table, and the ladies all filtered inside. Today had enough excitement already, and they had no intentions of passing out at a table like the dwarves were. The innkeeper looked inside the dim space curiously. All that he could see that was it looked like grassland, but he couldn't tell how large it was. I will move the entrance, that was just more convenient to let everyone head for bed. Carl explained. The innkeeper motioned for Carl to follow him. If you set it up here, in the keg room, nobody will bother you. I've got all I need for the evening, and the staff won't be in here until breakfast tomorrow. That entrance isn't large, it should fit along the wall. He offered. That would be greatly appreciated. I will leave it open in case of emergency, but warn your server not to enter without knocking. Lady Ray will likely be on guard all night, and she's been known to eat intruders. The old man laughed. In that case, I can think of a few people who I would love to send to get you for breakfast, if I could trust them in the keg room. Ray poked her head out the entrance, which was near the guild house replica, but facing the grassland. I don't mind, really. But I'll be in spider form. I don't like sleeping as a humanoid. The innkeeper turned to listen to something from upstairs, then nodded. All right, I will see you all for breakfast. The door is kept latched, but you can open it from the inside if you need out. Carl nodded. No worries, I can open portals as well. If there wasn't a good spot here, we would have just moved to somewhere in the wilderness to set up camp. The innkeeper shook his head. That's even less safe than staying in a crumbling city. The wilderness has some truly devious sorts of beasts in it. Oh. The dwarf shook his head at Carl. Perhaps that was the wrong thing to say to a monster man and his band of feral adventurers. But we can talk about it in the morning, I need to get upstairs. When he left, Carl entered the tiny world and mentally scanned for Dana. He should meditate for the night, to help integrate some of his new power and try to push towards totem rank a bit faster. But meditating alone was boring. Unfortunately, Dana already had a sleeping partner, and moving a sleepy badger was incredibly difficult when Kara locked her claws through the hammock. However, there was a backup plan. Instead of meditating in bed, he would have Ray make him a swinging chair, and he could sit under the branch of a large tree, facing the entrance, so he would see what was happening if Ray alerted him. Once Carl was settled into his swinging chair, he called the Lamia bodyguards, so that Ray could get a bit of sleep. She had a busy day, and a spider needed her beauty sleep, so she could dream of all the glorious carnage of the day. And Ray had inflicted a lot of carnage to dream about today. Ray slept in the tree that Carl was swinging under, while Carl focused on his work. His adapted body seemed to absorb power without any obstacles at all, and it was growing steadily as he drained the day's influx from the Haint Claw and Sword of Champions. He wasn't the only one that had changed, though. Carl could feel the beginnings of a separate will in the Haint Claw, which was technically a sapling of a full-grown haint. Most likely, it was supposed to take decades or centuries to grow into a fully sentient weapon, like Lifa. But with the extra feeding and the advantages of Carl's class, it wasn't going to take much longer, and it would be awakened. The Blade of Champions was showing no similar signs of sentience, but the power level from multiple nearby totem kills was absolutely ridiculous. While the combat power difference between the Overlord and Totem rank wasn't all that large, if you didn't consider the damage reduction, the purity and potency of the soul and life energy was on a whole other level. As Carl understood it, totems were expected to live many times their standard lifespan, and that was reflected in the energy that had been collected from them. The tiny world was quiet through the night as Carl focused on adding energy to the 9 stars in his mental space, and to his body. Between the two, he could force his power to grow smoothly, and while he briefly considered moving on to another pattern, this one was working so well that he didn't want to mess with it yet. Ray woke up just before breakfast, after a much longer nap than was usual for her. Like Carl, her growth speed was unprecedented, and the extra power that he was pouring into everyone's spaces had the comforting feeling of a warm blanket, which made it rather difficult to want to get out of bed. It took her a while to determine what the change was that was making the power so comforting. But once she did, Ray silently celebrated. The energy quality had changed, coming in straight at totem rank, though Carl hadn't actually advanced. It was simply that his mental power was so high that he didn't have to refine the energy downward to be able to store it. So, the stored energy from the weapons was passed around, forcing everyone's level upwards as their bodies adapted, and the feeling was incredibly pleasant. A soft bell rang at the entrance to the tiny world, and Karl's eyes shot open. An elderly dwarven woman was standing at the portal, on the keg room side, waiting for someone to answer with a shocked expression. Now that the sun was coming up in the tiny world, it was obvious how large this pocket dimension was, and she had not been prepared to see anything like it. "Good morning. You must be the innkeeper's little sister." Karl greeted her, and the old woman laughed. "A natural flirt, you are. I'm his mother, and breakfast is ready, if you want to gather your ladies to eat before it gets too crowded. The overnight crowd are already up and about, but we've reserved your table for the morning." Karl sent a system message, and a mental note for Kara and Thor to wake everyone up to eat, then waited as the sound of movement came from the house. "The ladies should be along shortly." "Ah, there they are. We will be right up." The dwarf nodded and grabbed a barrel of ale. "Grab 2 more of those on your way up, would you? You're a strapping young lad." "Of course. Where do you want them?" "Behind the bar. I've already cleared the racks for them." To think that Brat managed to go through 3 kegs in a day. How much work was he planning to make for me and his father? She grumbled as she stomped up the stairs. Ray transformed and straightened her black lace dress. "I have a good feeling about today. There is a freshness in the air, like everything has been reset and anything is possible." Karl had no idea what she meant by that, but the atmosphere in the tavern when he brought the kegs up to put behind the bar was lively and hopeful. A far cry from what he was expecting of a city full of dwarves whose city had just been crushed by a totem-ranked ogre spawn. "Morning, monster man." One of the beastkin greeted Karl as he took his seat at the large table with Ray. "It seems everyone is in a good mood this morning." Karl replied smoothly as the waitress brought out mead instead of ale to go with their morning meal. The beastkin nodded. "We got our newly assigned city lord about an hour ago, and it's got everyone in high spirits. They sent us a druid, but she's got stone magic." Karl smiled. "Mythic ranked stone magic. Now, that sounds like exactly what the city needs today." The beastkin's round ears flicked in amusement. "And as a druid, they can help deal with the crop issues. The curse might have been broken, but the fields are still in bad shape, and the big storm didn't quite reach us. The irrigation channels are starting to run low already, but it was enough to get the crops growing. With a mythic-ranked druid, we should be able to lean on the new leader for the essentials to keep the city on track. Plus, she's a hybrid. Part fox, part dwarf." Ray smirked at the man. "We should keep the nature priestess away from her, then." The man laughed and nodded in agreement. "Definitely. She's short and stout, but she's got that fox cuteness that makes her look like a young woman, even at 100 years old. We're all going to have to watch ourselves to avoid a beating." Breakfast arrived just as the ladies got seated, and Tessa gave Karl a strange look. "You feel odd today. A bit more monstrous than I remember. I wonder if that change to your nameplate is more than just a cosmetic effect," she suggested. Karl shrugged. "I also made great progress with my meditation last night. The energy stored from the ogres is excellent for my progress." Ophelia tilted her head as she examined him. "Your aura has improved as well. I think that's from the gains at the trial, though. The new skills you got. Why didn't you choose to upgrade your class? Something better than you've already got would have to be absolutely monstrous." "I agree. But I was already given the requirements to upgrade my class to the next in the series, and I have to be totem ranked, with all my beast spaces filled or combined to remove the empty ones. I didn't want to change the progression path without a good reason, so I went for the status optimization. I can't say that it was the wrong choice, I've definitely gained power. But we will still need to find a dungeon or trial after I advance so that I can complete the class change." Carl informed her quietly, so he wasn't giving all the details to the whole tavern. Dana speared a chunk of potato with her fork. How about we travel on the ground for a while? We're headed inland anyhow, so we might as well see if we can trigger any lucky encounters that we wouldn't have if we just flew over, looking for the big events. Thor perked up. That's not a bad idea. We could have a wagon. A wagon trip would make traveling much more fun. Tessa laughed. Of course, Thor would be all in on any plan that involved him pulling a wagon. It might not be the most practical way, now that he was huge, but he could shrink his size to something appropriate for the task, and it would keep him from getting bored during a long trip. At the next table over, a young dwarf with an odd gold medallion around his neck raised his mug to toast them. We could use more adventurers in the wilderness. I'm with the 11th Nerazir Regiment, stationed 100 or so kilometers northwest of here, near where we have had an outbreak of desert monster spawns lately. A few more wandering groups with your power would do a world of good in both reporting and controlling the problem. He announced. That could be a good spot for us to start. Are they rank appropriate for our group, monarchs and overlords? Carl asked. A bit heavy on the overlords, but I haven't seen a totem rank spawn in the region until now. Most of the problem now isn't even the new spawns, it's the thousands and thousands of monsters left over from old ones. They just wander the region, insane and causing chaos. Most of them are at least desert creatures, but you will find some that are truly out of place in the dry environments. We fought a group of water buffalo not too long ago. Carl gave him a confused look. I thought water buffalo lived in arid regions. The dwarves nearby all laughed. Different water buffalo. These ones are the monarch-ranked water magic-wielding version of the common animal, which is now extinct in this region. That made sense. There wouldn't be many common rank creatures left with such powerful and hungry monsters, and certainly not ones from large prey species. Does that mean they're extra juicy? Hawk wondered. How large are the monster versions? Carl asked. About 5 meters tall. Solid muscle too. The dwarf replied with a shrug. Definitely sounds juicy. Hawk sighed. Well, perhaps we'll see some on our trip. A tasty monster never goes wrong in the skillet. Carl joked. The dwarves laughed, then one of them pulled a stool up to the end of the table to speak with Carl's group. If you're going on a road trip, I suppose that you'll need a wagon, won't you? Or do you have one in storage? He asked. Actually, we will need one. A fairly large and sturdy one. Not just because we have a group traveling, but for bulk trade goods, should we find the right opportunity. Past experience tells me that even if we don't intend to, it's better to have the ability to move bulk goods than to put the ladies in a packed carriage. We have often used a farmer's cart in the past, with a hoop canvas cover. Carl explained. The dwarf nodded. I have one like that in my shop's yard. The traders and farmers hate to wait when a wagon gets destroyed by monsters, so I keep some inventory. If you want to swing by on the way out of town, I can get you set up. I recall that you have a few large beasts in your group, so you should have something to pull it, yes? Thor nodded enthusiastically. We are certainly not short on beasts to pull the wagon. The dwarf finished his ale, then stood and straightened his beard. I will be cleaning up the shop. The front room took some damage, but I'm right at the north gates if you want to stop in. The wagons weren't damaged at all. Carl shook his hand, and saw that the team was all ready to leave already. We will accompany you. We're headed north into the wilderness, and as the soldier suggested, we will head off to the northwest to see what we can find. Combat is the best way to advance the skills of an adventurer, and these ladies all stand a good chance of making it to Overlord soon. Carl explained. The dwarves in the tavern raised a toast to them as the team followed the carriage maker into the streets. It was already packed in the city, with everyone scrambling to get essentials, find someone for urgent repairs, or even loot damaged buildings while nobody was looking. Opportunistic thieves always did well after a tragedy. Well, the ones that were good at their craft, anyhow. Carl could hear the public flogging of at least one person caught thieving from the damaged buildings. Whether that would be the end of it, he did not know. But there was definitely whipping and a crowd denouncing a thief. The front of the carriage maker's shop was just as heavily damaged as he had suggested, and it had obviously been bashed in by an ogre during the fight. However, the blocks had been roughly refit, with only a few open chunks where stone had been crushed to powder. Two of us have some earth magic, would you accept repairs as part of the payment? I can't say we're as good as a dwarven master stonemason, but we can keep the elements out of the shop, and ensure it won't collapse. Carl offered. The dwarf stroked his beard as he thought. If you can patch the front wall and the roof, it will cover a farmer's cart or half the cost of a merchant caravan wagon. Let me show you the one. Carl followed him out back, and saw the difference. One was roughly hewn wood, with a canvas hoop roof. That would not be an expensive wagon by any means. But the other was a masterpiece. Polished and varnished wood, making up the carriage front half of the wagon, with a folding sided back half, topped by a canvas-covered hoop cover. Twice the value of a standard cart for that would be a steal. It had a living space for the merchant and likely his guards, with room for the more expensive trade goods behind it. It even had spring steel mounts for the seat instead of the usual leather suspended bench. That wagon had potential. They were all a standardized width, to fit the ruts of every other carriage that had passed down the roads. But it was longer than even the bulk farmer's wagon, and Carl was certain that he could magically enhance the interior. If he took a few days on the road, and a totem-ranked elemental stone, he should be able to create an illusionary domain spell item. Though, that would alert the monsters with the continual spell effect. He could just open the tiny world, inside the carriage portion, to give everyone more room when they needed it. Nobody would question people going into a carriage and remaining there all day. How much on top of the repairs for the merchant carriage? Carl asked. The dwarf smiled. Only 100 more gold coins. It's got royal rank running gear, no wagon rut will break a wheel, and the wood is dwarven ironwood. Monster resistant up to commander rank. Carl nodded, and opened a trade window. Thank you for your business. I do hope that we see you again one day, perhaps under better circumstances. The shopkeeper grabbed the wagon by its drawbars and rolled it so it was facing the open gates, then followed Carl back in so he could help Ray fix the building. She already had it nearly finished, it only took a few more finishing touches to get it just right. We did the floor between the levels, as it was damaged, but I wasn't sure how polished you liked the surface. I just reset it to the slightly textured tiles that I am used to. It prevents slipping on wet stones after a shower. Carl offered as they completed the work. That will work just fine. I don't actually live in the apartment over the shop, I live across the street with my wife and in-laws. He explained, with a gesture towards the back alley, away from the gates. Ladies, our ride awaits. Thor, you can go check out the new carriage now. It's ready whenever you are. Ray might have to make a custom harness for you, but other than that, we can leave any time. Carl instructed. Thor smiled and jogged out back before transforming into a reduced-size version of himself, suited to the carriage. Everyone else climbed inside, while Carl took a seat on the driver's bench and opened the sliding panel into the carriage. Do we have enough seats for everyone? He asked. More than enough. There are even folding tables in here so that we can work as we travel, as long as we don't mind the bouncing. Dana called back. Thor nodded in satisfaction and pulled the carriage out of the yard and to the gate, where the guards waved goodbye to them before returning to their inspections of the incoming wagons. Thor carried on up the road for most of an hour at a casual trot that was just slow enough not to severely jostle the ladies on the road. This carriage was better than any of the wagons they had bought before, and he could make excellent time without causing anyone discomfort. There is a path here, I can sense the beasts that the army took this way. We should follow this path. Thor announced as they topped a ridgeline. Follow your instincts. We should find something good if we follow the army. Carl agreed. The wagon paths were clear to anyone who passed by. The long grass had been damaged and torn from the ground by the army's passage, a column of recovering destruction surrounding deep parallel ruts from the wagons. Once they were off the road, the butterfly decided that they needed a bit more of a visual impression, and summoned illusions of 10 giant mountain goat riding dwarven soldiers to serve as the escorts for their carriage. It made them look more like proper merchants, or perhaps some sort of dignitary, as there was only one wagon. But it also let the butterfly see more of the world directly through her illusions, instead of from her space. She still wasn't speaking, but it was the first time that Carl could recall her taking an active part in their daily activities, without any sort of threat or prompting. It was a good sign that the evolved glasswing illusionary butterfly was beginning to stabilize her power. The skies turned shockingly clear and blue as they moved away from the city, and the grassland gave way to sand and hard-packed clay, baked by the sun. If it ever rained here, this whole region would become a soupy nightmare to travel over, but for now, it was almost like traveling over a developed road. Then, the sand got softer and deeper, and it was time for modifications. Lotus, can you make covers for the wheels? Something half a meter wide, with a ridge down the middle, so the wagon doesn't slide sideways too badly. Carl requested. That wouldn't work on a regular road, but out here in the sand dunes, it would keep them from sinking their wagon to the hubs. Lotus climbed out of the wagon, then shielded her eyes from the sun while Dana closed the door behind her. Remy had made ice for them, to keep the interior of the carriage cool, though she had retreated to the tiny world, to work in her lab. She was way ahead on the orders for the store, but as they were headed north, they would likely lose access to the guild function soon, due to distance. Carl spotted something on the horizon. Many living creatures, all at the royal or monarch power level. Thor, turn that way and see what we find. I can't tell what they are from here. He instructed. Hawk exited his space to fly over and start scouting for them. If there were snacks on the horizon, it was time to get out of bed. He was pretty well stocked on mice for now, but they had mentioned something about juicy water element buffalo yesterday. The heat of the desert was comforting on his wings as he soared over the sand, but what he found was highly disappointing. It's just dwarves. It looks like they're stuck in the sand. Hawk complained. Carl laughed, and encouraged Thor to keep moving. They could get some information about the area from the group, and if Thor couldn't pull their wagon from the sand, nothing could. Thor stopped at the top of the dune, in case there was a hidden oasis or something at the bottom, which would lead to them also getting their wagon stuck in the sand. Carl stood up on the seat so that the dwarves could see his bright white and black fur outlined against the blue sky. A young man was sent up the hill to greet them, and Carl noticed just how rough they all looked. Merchant, thank goodness you stumbled across us. We were attacked by a sandworm, and we lost half our beasts. We've tried shoveling the wagons up out of the sand, but the remaining mountain goats don't have the power to get them across the soft sand. The young man explained. That was precisely why Carl had asked Lotus to widen the wheels. Well, we can help you pull them free, but where were you going? Those wagons aren't going to do well in the soft sand. Carl asked. East to the road. Normally, this path is pretty good, but we were chased south off the rocks, and now we're stuck. Carl nodded in understanding. So you came from the west. How are things that way? The young man shook his head. The army is low on supplies. We are the backup supply caravan because the regular run didn't return last week. Alright, give me a minute to get set up, and I will get you back to the stones. Thor took that as a good sign, and called Ray out to untie him, so he could use his harness to pull the whole caravan out of the sand. He could see the path that they must have been following, and it was only a few hundred meters away. Still too far for the 4 surviving mountain goats to pull the linked wagon train. 20 wagons at once. It was a good day to be Thor. Ray brought out a rope to attach Thor to the front of the caravan, which was already hooked to the goats, with 2/3 of the harnesses empty and stacked in the bed of the front wagon. Everything was empty, so once they were out of the sand, it would be easy enough for them to simply roll their way back to the city. But sending a group like this with no proper guard seemed like a highly questionable choice to him. "Where is your escort?" Carl asked as Ray got Thor set up with a tow rope. The young man gestured vaguely. "Inside a sandworm somewhere. They sent us with a 5-man squad of overlords, but the worm caught them by surprise, and they were gone before we knew what was happening." Eating worms seemed like a bit of a step down from mice to hawk, but technically worms were bird food. He would reserve judgment until he had tasted sandworm. Ray whistled to get everyone's attention, and the wagon master brought the beasts to readiness, taut against their harnesses. Then Thor simply stepped forward, and the entire row of wagons bounced out of the ruts they were in. It was laughable how easy it was for the behemoth, even at his reduced for transit sizing. His paws barely slid as they sunk in the sand as he pulled, and the wagon team struggled to keep up with his walking pace. The ground rumbled beneath them, and Ray smirked. The sandworm was back. But it didn't go for Thor and the wagons, it went straight for Carl. The sand vanished beneath his feet, falling into a giant maw filled with rings of razor-sharp teeth as he activated, swims through air, to keep himself from falling. Then the giant sandworm burst up out of the dune, an overlord-ranked monstrosity that made even Thor look svelte and slender. Carl quickly equipped his weapons to attack, but Ray was already on it, tearing at the outside of the creature's thick hide. The wounds leaked yellowish blood that smelled heavily of sulfur, and made the sand bubble where the droplets landed. "That's definitely not edible. It smells terrible," Hawk complained. He had gotten his hopes up, only to have them crushed by this disgusting thing. It would pay for that. In order to express his frustration with the inedible nature of the sandworm, Hawk began to bombard it with rapid fireballs, but they mostly just fizzled against the hide of the beast. "It's resistant to fire magic. Fire and earth elements combined," Ray noted. That was why the blood sizzled on the sand. It wasn't acidic, it was boiling hot, like molten sulfur. So, Hawk switched to rend, which cut through the beast easily enough, now that it was most of the way out of the hole, and Carl's retreat had drawn it out onto the sand. The ladies began to unleash attacks on the gigantic monster, and Thor lamented that he had to move the wagons out of the way before he could join the fight. Especially when Tessa's new, holy slash, was so effective. Carl launched a full output, void blast, down the beast's gullet, and the sandworm began to turn black from the inside. A second and third attack in rapid succession turned its whole skin black, and the creature slumped to the ground. But the Blade of Champions said that it wasn't dead yet. The whole team continued to hack and blast away at the creature, but from the outside its damage reduction was truly impressive, and the blackness from the void blasts was beginning to fade by the time that Ray managed to cut through to a vital spot and the Blade of Champions pulsed with the absorbed life force of the defeated monster. The young dwarf who had been standing near Carl stood up out of the sand and dusted himself off with a reverent look on his face. "I can't believe that your team took that thing out so easily. An overlord-ranked sandworm is a menace, and it usually causes at least a few casualties before even a full army unit can take it out," he gushed. Carl laughed. "Most dwarves can't fly, so when it bursts up from under them, I can see how they would end up swallowed into that nasty maw. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to fight with those rows of teeth, and I could fight from the outside." The dwarf shook off his fear and straightened his uniform. "Thank you. That thing's trap would have gotten us for sure if a less powerful rescue team had come for us. But now I need to get to the wagons before they run away without me." Carl laughed as he realized that was actually incredibly likely. The moment that Thor was unhooked from their wagon train, they were going to take off as fast as the remaining beasts could take them, and most of the supply team were strapping up their boots for a long run, intending to make the load as light as possible, or even help them pull. Ray untied Thor, and sure enough, as soon as the round of thankful praise was over, the wagons were moving, leaving some of the slower preparing dwarves to chase after them. Fortunately, the convoy moved slower than a dwarf's running speed, so it wasn't impossible to catch up, just tiring. The incident did give Carl and the others one important bit of information, though. They were now aware of the route that the army had used to acquire supplies, so they could follow something close to it and most likely find the problem areas with little difficulty. Driving over the sand was not only smoother but faster, as Thor didn't have any problem walking on soft ground and Lotus had modified their wagon wheels for them. Plus, driving near the ridgeline of the dunes also gave them much more visibility, and might help pull hidden monsters out of the sand for Ray to play with. The afternoon sun in the desert was blistering hot, and the dry wind had picked up, turning the whole region into a crude facsimile of a blast furnace. Carl considered calling a stop so that they could rest in the cooled shelter of the carriage, but Thor was loving the heat and sun on his scales. To the Sero-turned behemoth, this was as good as a spa day. He was even singing to himself, a warbling bugle of happiness, as he trotted along the sand. Only when the sun started to go down did Carl instruct him to pull into a relatively sheltered spot for the evening, so they could rest. Once it was dark, Ray would take over the watch, and until she was ready for her evening duties, the Lamia bodyguards would keep watch. Their species also liked the heat, and weren't as inclined to wetlands as the Naga were. The Naga, Remy included, did fine in the heat. But the sand irritated them on a deeply personal level. Do you think it was so quiet today because of the sandworm? Normally, any wilderness area at least has some roaming monsters. Lotus asked as they sat down for dinner. Carl nodded. That sounds likely. That thing was huge, so it would have a big appetite. Once we're out of its territory, we should start seeing more monsters. Maybe we will find a desert cat. Tessa burst into laughter. Don't encourage her. Now that she has a class skill to make animals not run away from her, she's definitely going to go after the first fluffy thing that she sees. Carl shrugged. I do still have one more beast space open. The power level out here is supposed to be the highest we have seen so far, so we might luck out and find another sibling. Ray tapped the table. I will have you know, we have standards. We're not taking in just any fluffy creature. Yeah, it has to be fluffy and powerful. Kara agreed. And we need a brother. We can't just let the sisters overwhelm us like this. Hawk added. Oh, we should find one with healing skills. An extra healer would be good now that the lotus tree keeps getting stuck in one spot. Thor added through the mental link. Dana poked Carl. You're talking to everyone in your head again. Carl shrugged. They're discussing what sort of sibling they want next. There isn't a consensus yet. But they have some standards. Ray nodded in agreement. We need to find something that is preferably totem ranked as an infant. That way it can grow up to be mythic, and we can all follow its lead. Dana smiled. You think that we're going to find a totem ranked infant here? And how do you propose that we get it away from its mother? Ray smirked. Let me worry about that part. First we need to find one. Lotus was riveted to the conversation. Totem ranked infant. Does that mean we get a dragon? Another dragon, I mean. Naksha laughed. I suspect that there would be severe fallout if Carl stole a baby dragon. Well, left with a baby dragon. Because I can guarantee that the hatchling would likely agree to follow us just to see what happened. Baby dragons are curious like that. Lotus nodded in agreement. She had a baby divine green dragon staring through her eyes all the time, and giving her fun advice. They were definitely curious. Ophelia looked between Thor and Ray. I don't even know what sort of new friend you would need. The group can already do nearly everything that they need to, and your regeneration speed is insane. If anything, you need a second voice of reason, so someone is there to give good advice while Thor is asleep. Ray giggled and stuck out her tongue at the berserker. I give good advice. She insisted. Ophelia just stared at the spider, and Ray shrugged. Well, I enjoy my advice. Everyone but Carl and Dana moved to the tiny world to sleep, while they took the folding bed in the carriage, with Ray incorporeal on the roof. They were going to leave as well, but then there would be no bait to lure in monsters during the night, and that seemed much too dull for Ray's liking. Thor was up and ready to move before it was fully light outside, so Ray got him hooked up, and the Lamia took the guard spots on the side runners of the carriage, the way that the Naga bodyguards did when they were playing merchant. Because the carriage was moving, Tessa made breakfast in the tiny world, and brought food out to Carl, who was pretending to drive the wagon. Thanks. It looks like the speculation was right. Now that we're further from the sandworm's territory, there are plenty of monsters in the distance. Nothing that has tried to approach us so far, but I can see them every once in a while between the dunes. Carl greeted the war cleric as she came to sit beside him. Anything dangerous? She asked. Nothing yet. There are some scorpions off to the north of us, about a half-kilometer. Then there is a lone royal rank monster off to the south, but I couldn't make out what it was. Tessa looked at the rising sun and sighed. It's actually really nice out here in the desert. At least first thing in the morning. Much less humid than in Drod. But I get the feeling that whatever the undead were doing in the cities isn't going to just go away because we moved away. Carl nodded. I expect that we will be seeing more of them soon. The monster spawn felt like the start of something. Like it was just the opening act to something much larger, or a side effect of whatever else was going on. I think that it might be possible that the system stones everyone has been looking for might be similar to the ones we found back home. Stuck in a trial instance, or a time warp, where they fade in and out. It would explain why things have gotten so strange here, and why Lord Bomgan has been sending troops. Tessa frowned. Like how monster spawns intensified around areas where dungeons and other major trials formed. You might be onto something. Not something good, but something important. The two sat in silence for a moment, then Tessa's eyes suddenly shone red, and she stood up on the ledge in front of the seat. There is a battle ahead. Thor, can you move faster without disrupting the carriage? She demanded. Thor snorted, and moved from a casual walk to a trot. In the soft sand, the carriage was still gliding fairly smoothly, and Thor increased his speed a bit more, until the wheels began to slide on the sand instead of rolling smoothly. It took a few minutes before they got close enough that Carl could sense the battle, but Hawk had flown up to scout. Dwarves and beastkin on one side. I don't know what the other things are, but they don't look tasty. Hawk updated. That didn't help much, but as they approached, Carl noticed something very strange. The army was clearly fighting what looked like a monster spawn, centered around an anomaly 10 kilometers from the battle, but the monsters they were fighting were all undead. Not species that would normally be seen as undead, and not zombies. Just undead versions of strange monsters that weren't native to any region that Carl had visited before. That was unusual, but Carl assumed that the spawns could include undead. He didn't see any reason why not. However, Tessa had reacted to the battle, which meant there was more to it than a monster spawn. Those were random, and the enemies were insane and untargeted. That wasn't even close to the definition of a war. If the Red Dragon noticed this battle, it had been orchestrated between two intelligent powers. Having a war cleric along in a situation like this was better than any other early warning system, as anyone could tell you that there was an enemy there. But Tessa's reaction could tell you that they were a targeted force by a hostile nation, intended as a military force. Carl instructed the Lamia to get the others, so they were all ready when they approached the battle. If nothing else, Hawk could confirm that the power level of the combatants was mostly at or below Overlord rank. That was perfect for their group, even if they didn't have any sort of vested interest in whom the winner would be. Thor slowed on the final downhill portion of the dunes, and then took the carriage into the tiny world, as soon as the ladies got out. A tall beastkin man waved at Carl from the back lines. Adventurer. Are you here to assist? He called. Might as well, as we're here. What is the situation? Don't get too close, I'm in zombie quarantine. Bloody undead turned an entire Scorpino spawn into undead. Now we've got to clean them up, but nobody can find the bastard who started this mess. He explained. That would explain why it alerted Tessa. This really wasn't a spawn of undead, it was a bioweapon attack. All right. There is a chance they might be in the anomaly on the far side of the battle. Do you want us to fight alongside your troops, or go to the flank and take some pressure off? Carl asked. The soldier thought about it for a moment. We're right in the middle of the fight. Might as well just pick a weakened spot and join them. Nobody will mistake you for the enemy. That was true. The undead were some sort of hybrid mix of a giant scorpion and a locust. The proportions were all off and unnatural, but the powerful rear legs let them leap dozens of meters at a time to land in close combat, where they could attack with powerful front limbs and a deadly rear stinger. Those would make terrible siblings. They're not even cute. Kara noted as she came out to join the fight. Lotus transformed near the triage center where they had arrived, and set up her totem scattered through the triage group, so she didn't break their quarantine. Carl gave the haint claw to the epic guard, and took out his bow. It would take out more of the creatures at once than any melee attack. The Gabbalese army was in bad shape, with most of the fighters infected already. Every scratch spread the undead curse, and it was nearly impossible not to get at least a little wounded when fighting an enemy like this, who could launch themselves into the battle lines and ignore the shield walls. Who are you? A dwarf in gilded armor asked as Carl joined the archers. Carl, from Drod. We came to hunt monster spawns, and it seems you have found one. I've got healers at the back. The dwarf nodded, then smiled as Carl used a large-scale, void blast, explosion to clear out a patch of enemies that were staring at the archers a bit too intently. I recommend that you have the line split. The behemoth is going to charge right through them if they don't. Carl warned. The archery division's leader turned to watch where Thor and Tessa were preparing for battle after Tessa buffed the front lines. The dwarf blew a series of short blasts on a horn trumpet, and the line parted just enough to let Thor through. The undead saw that as a chance, but with Bulwark active, the pair simply smashed through the bodies of the undead, while Consecrated Ground burned everything that tried to attack their flanks. The holy light of Tessa's attacks and Thor's defensive zone were a shining beacon in the middle of the fight, and the undead began to back away, causing them to cluster more tightly. Tighter groups made life easier for Carl and the archers, while Dana was flying directly over the duo, with her golems now helping protect Thor from attack. Then, Carl saw the strangest sight. Lotus had discarded her Tree of Life transformation, and she was riding Ophelia's enormous dire bear form into battle, with healing totems strapped to the berserker's back. I think she was jealous of Tessa. Hawk noted as he bombarded the undead. Remy began to prepare, Apocalypse, as she watched them charge. Definitely. Look how happy she is. I don't think I've ever seen Lotus that happy in battle before. The Naga Queen agreed. Today's Apocalypse was light on the flaming blizzard, so that the army could see to fight. But Remy increased the number of meteors in the spell to compensate. They crashed down into the Hellstorm vortexes that Hawk had created in advance, and the army began to celebrate. Does nobody use large area spells? Carl asked the archery group's leader as the soldiers pushed forward. Why don't you just use army-sized spells instead of infantry tactics? The dwarf replied sarcastically. Don't you think that we would if we could? How many classes get one of the lost grand magics as part of their skill tree? Even the mage class gets a single meteor as part of their repertoire. One meteor, not a whole battlefield worth of them at once. Asking us to just coat an entire battlefield in hellfire and meteor strikes is like asking for a death dragon to show up to cheer us on. Carl laughed, and pointed to the sky, where Naksha was flying with Hawk, keeping her distance as she used shadow magic to disintegrate the undead without interfering with the area spells. Smartass. The battlefield was quickly clearing under the effect of Remy's bombardment, and Carl could feel the massive amount of mana that she was drawing flowing from her space, as energy from the mental formation Carl had built circulated to help balance the drain. The energy flow was still much higher than what Carl could cover, but she wouldn't need to keep it up for long. However, compared to how things were before the White Dragon had shown him the trick to improving the single dragon scale focal point into an actual array, it wasn't nearly as lopsided. Karl's mana regeneration was actually getting closer to being able to keep up with the sort of destruction that Remy could cause in a large battle. Karl was a bit distracted with the mana flow issues, and he nearly missed one of the undead insects flying his way. Instinctively, he responded when it was meters away, launching himself upward, and punching with his empty hand. With a disturbingly wet crunching noise, the creature simply shattered under his fist, and Karl hastily extended Ghostfire out around him to keep the aftermath from infecting the nearby soldiers. 10 out of 10 good hit. Kara laughed as the viscera splattered far beyond Karl's hasty barrier, and the soldiers cursed. "Huh, very funny. Remy, can you put some healing totems next to me?" Remy created the totems, which cleansed the soldiers with the first pulse, but they were still filthy, and shocked by the mess that Karl had managed to make with a single bare-handed strike. "What sort of skill was that?" the archery team leader asked. "A passive combo that I have. Shatter, and crushing blows. They add damage to bare-handed strikes and blunt weapons. It might be a bit too effective." Karl replied in an apologetic tone. The dwarf took off his helmet to rub his temples. "I swear, cat demons are allergic to common sense." Karl shrugged. Maybe they were. But he wasn't a cat demon. Across the battlefield, the back row of monsters began to explode, and the dwarves turned to give Karl suspicious looks. "Hey, that time it wasn't me. Besides, those ones aren't close enough to splash on anyone, so no harm done," Karl argued. Incorporeal at the back of the battle, Ray laughed hysterically. Blood destruction worked beautifully on these things. Karl continued to fire arrows into the insectoid undead, but as he advanced in front of the rest of the archers, he noticed that they were retreating from him in a semicircle. Now, he did have damaging area effects available, but not at that distance. "I think you managed to scare the insanity out of the undead," Thor joked as he plowed through their ranks with Bulwark in a wedge in front of him. That might be an overstatement, but the undead were definitely retreating from Karl. They were also losing numbers fast, and the army was pushing forward as Remy pulled back the effects of Apocalypse. Heavily wounded, the undead insects were being quickly overwhelmed, forcing the area spells to end. But in only minutes, the swarm was surrounded and the last remnants of the threat were being herded into the encirclement by Thor and Tessa with Bulwark. "Boss, I think you should send a team into that anomaly to see what it is. Sometimes they begin to destabilize once the spawn is gone." Karl reminded the archer group's leader, who had come to fight near him. "Already on it. We've sent 4 dungeon teams that way," he explained. Above them, Hawk glowed with power as he prepared to finish the battle with Purgatory Flames. He was behind in the kill count again, but he could even those odds quickly at the end of the battle. The massive fireball slammed into the hapless group of undead, who nearly all turned to ash the instant the spell hit them. All that was left was a small ring of insects around the outside, where they were fighting the team and the army, who he didn't want to hit with the spell. Still a few hundred short. "You waited too long, brother," Remy calculated. "Close enough," Hawk replied, satisfied that he had come close. These things weren't even edible, he was only barely interested in them. Fighting inedible enemies was boring when they weren't a water element creature. "Everyone advance. Surround the anomaly." The army unit's leader, a totem-ranked beastkin warrior, ordered as the battle ended. Karl's group hung back to let them do their thing, but the totem motioned for Karl to join him. "Overlord Karl, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Axel, leader of the 11th Nerazur Regiment. I have reports from the teams that we sent and that the anomaly is empty, everything has been pulled out already. However, they found traces of Bongan agents, including spell circles created by a totem-ranked necromancer. If you're going to keep traveling the wilderness, you need to be careful," he warned. Karl shook the man's hand. "Well met, General Axel." After the recent incidents in Banar, it was already clear that the Bongan army had spies in the region, but a totem-ranked necromancer this far inland is a bad omen. Is there anything else around here that might have drawn them? The general shook his head. Unless you head east back to the road and follow it, there are no towns through the middle of the nation until you get nearly to the coast. There are a few small villages and isolated farms, but nothing large and permanent enough to mark on a regular map. If you keep going northwest, you'll run into the 7th Nerazir. They're a larger regiment than we are, with a couple of thousand dwarven cavalry among their ranks. But after that, there is a whole lot of nothing to see. However, the land can be unpredictable. The desert ends in a few days' walk, near where the men of the 7th Regiment are stationed. Then you've got grassland and swamp ahead, depending on how close you get to the rivers. Carl nodded. All right. We've come here on behalf of the Black Dragon, to deal with some of the excess monsters that are wandering the continent. I don't think the terrain matters much, as long as we can find them and thin the numbers some. General Axel smiled. In that case, you definitely want to go find the 7th Regiment. They're doing the same thing, while we hunt for new spawns to keep the numbers down closer to the cities. If the 7th doesn't need help, then the 10th Nerazir should be doing the same somewhere to our west. Carl's team gathered, and Naksha transformed back into a human so she could hear all the gossip. Well? She asked. Northwest of here is another regiment. They're hunting leftover monster packs. That is where we will head, and we can attack any groups we find between here and there. Carl explained. The Black Dragon nodded happily. That is perfect. Much better than hunting fluffy things. The fur got stuck in her teeth. The unit was packing up to get ready to go, and Lotus had set up her healing station to ensure that there were no more lingering effects of the undead curses. So, Thor took his time getting the carriage out and getting set up to travel. The regiment began moving as soon as their gear and supply carts were loaded, so Carl hopped in the driver's seat and let Hawk lead them northwest towards the next group of monsters that he had found, while the regiment headed east. These ones are alive, and there is no spawn point. Just a whole group of thingies. Hawk explained. The bird was completely lost on this continent. He really needed to read a book to find out what the names of all these creatures were, but he never seemed to get around to it. Plus, they all looked like a blend of multiple animals, and it was just weird. Describe them as well as you can. Carl suggested. Horses with horns and wings and flaming hooves. Hawk tried. Not even Remy knew what that was. There was a similar demonic monster known as the Nightmare, but it didn't have wings. Maybe they'll be friendly. They've got fire magic. Hawk suggested. What are they doing now? Just standing around an oasis between sand dunes. That sounded like an ambush, waiting for someone to come to the oasis for water. Thor led them to the oasis, and Carl knocked on the carriage to warn the ladies that there were monsters. Lotus hopped down, and saw the creatures, then cheered and began to run down the hill. Carl cast a barrier over her, just to be safe, but the beasts showed no sign of attacking as she approached. However, they backed away as she approached, unwilling to let her pet them, even if they weren't feeling hostile. Her, if not friend, why friend-shaped, skill was defective, Lotus decided. It only negated the hostility, and she still couldn't pet the fire ponies. Lotus, leave them alone. They clearly don't want to cuddle. Carl joked. Lotus sighed and headed back up the hill, and one of the beasts came up to bump her with its nose, then nuzzle her face before running back to the herd. I take it we're not attacking the monsters? Ophelia asked. They're not hostile to the rest of us, so I would say that they can stay. We will look for ones from the monster spawns to eliminate. Carl agreed. Hawk didn't mind that. They were flying fire horses. It was hard to dislike them. Thor led the way northwest as Hawk spotted a group of monsters that were clearly behaving irrationally, attacking the ground wildly. The beast sensed them even before Thor brought the carriage to a stop, and he had to put up a bulwark to keep them from charging before he could store the precious wagon. These looked like someone had managed to make a rhino bipedal, with 3-fingered hands, but the same thick hide and head shape. They didn't use any weapons or equipment, and the moment that Carl leapt over the wall of ice, they attacked as a group, crashing into each other to get to him first. The epic guard appeared behind the group, and Carl realized that he never removed the Haint Claw from the summon protector. They were much better at working together now, and the odd teleportation ability that the Haint Claw granted was being used in conjunction with the advanced combat skills of the epic guard, instead of emulating Kara and just jumping the monsters to beat them to death. That was a huge improvement in the combat power of the epic guard, and the rhino monsters were briefly confused as they were attacked from somewhere that they had just passed. Carl hacked into them with the Blade of Champions, and the Overlord ranked hide split smoothly, while the resistance made Carl strain to keep up his blade speed. A kick sent a beast flying backward to keep his left side clear, and then Ophelia and Thor were at his sides. With Carl and Ray both emitting oppression effects with their aura, the two massive combatants were tearing apart the rhinos, which left Hawk with nothing to do but scout for more of the creatures. There were thousands of these upright rhino monsters over the surrounding 100 kilometers, and the sand was ending, replaced by dry yellow grass. That should mean that they were close to the other army people, too. Army people meant big battles. Big battles meant lots of practice with his fire. Better fire meant chances to advance. Hawk was still determined that he was going to manage to trigger a skill master activation and get himself totem-ranked fire in advance. Carl cut down the last of the beasts in the group they had encountered, and Ray cleaned the battlefield. Just in case the blood was good for something. It smelled sweet and earthy, it might be good for the vampire. But that reminded Ray. She had promised to check up on her baby rogue. She had been slacking on her responsibilities. "Carl, can you make a tiny portal back to the academy?" she asked. Carl considered that for a moment. It shouldn't be a problem if the portal was small. He had an absolutely enormous amount of mana, and items for mana cost reduction. "How long will you be?" he asked. "Give me like 15 minutes. If my math is right, it should be just after midnight there now." Ray decided. "Everyone, we're taking a break. Ray needs to go do a thing, and I will hold a portal open for her while she does it." Carl informed the group. Carl focused on the academy, using the most familiar view that he could think of. The one from the gazebo overlooking the courtyard and the front gates. The portal was only the size of a baseball, but Carl could see that it was on the patio of his old room. Exactly where he wanted it. "Alright, go do what you need to, and then come back." Ray stepped through onto the balcony of her old room and found that her hammock was still hanging there. Recently used, but empty. The plants were all in great shape, showing that someone was taking proper care of them, and there were schoolbooks on the table in the gazebo. It all smelled like her baby rogue, so Ray activated Night Haunter, and stepped through the wall of the room to see who was in the bed. Sure enough, the little one was sleeping soundly, splayed out across the bed on a diagonal, and laying on top of her blankets. Ray switched to humanoid form and deactivated Night Haunter, then carefully laid out the armor she had made for Sybil on the bed. That clueless little rogue was still sleeping, and Ray sighed. She really had been slacking. There was no sense of danger at all. In a moment of brilliance, Ray decided that she would teach her baby rogue a lesson in practical jokes. Piece by piece, she fit the armor on the sleeping rogue, careful not to wake her up. When only the boots were left to go on, Ray stopped and took out some silk string. A quick slip knot tied the rogue to the bed, and Hawk helpfully donated a feather to her cause. The moment that the feather touched her foot, Sybil was awake and going for her daggers. But she was already tied, and unable to escape the tickling. "Gah, no. Please not the feet," she pleaded, as Ray laughed quietly. "Didn't I tell you that I would be checking up on you? Look at this, so deeply asleep that you didn't even notice that I got you dressed." Ray scolded Sybil, trying not to let her get used to the sensation. Shadow Step briefly got Sybil free of her restraints, but Ray caught her in midair and fit the boots to her feet. "All right. Now, here are a pair of daggers, keep them safe." Your progress looks pretty good, not quite as fast as I had hoped, but not terrible. So, we're going to do an exercise, and then we're going to play a game. Ray instructed. Sybil didn't quite understand what she meant until Ray put a hand on both of Sybil's shoulders and flooded her with mana at commander rank quality. The rogue squealed in pain as the mana in her body was forced out, and she tried to attack, but nothing a low-ascended rank rogue could do would injure Ray in the slightest. The process went on for what felt like an eternity, but was actually only about 5 minutes, then Ray nodded in satisfaction. There, now your body knows what it feels like to be a commander. Even if it doesn't stick with that when you burn this batch off, you shouldn't have any bottleneck to advancement. Now for the fun part. Run away. I will give you a treat for every minute you can keep me from catching you. Sybil leapt through the bathroom door and, shadow-stepped, into the gymnasium, while Ray activated, Night Haunter, and followed along. She created a golem to let Sybil know that she was there, and the rogue vanished again, with the spider in hot pursuit. The golem was dismissed as they played their game, but the skill had alerted a number of the teachers whose rooms were near the indoor training areas, and they were now on high alert against invaders. Sybil ran, teleported, even used a glider that she had acquired for just this sort of situation to try to outrun her mentor, but every time that she thought she had escaped, Ray would let a bit of her aura slip, and send her fleeing again. Mindful of the time that Carl was keeping a portal open for her, Ray only chased Sybil for about 5 minutes before catching her halfway through a shadow step, and bringing them back to the rogue's bedroom. Not bad, you have been training your skills. Just not your situational awareness. Ask the teachers to show you the trick to being alerted the moment that something moves near you in your sleep. Ray ordered. So, you're not mad at me for being slow? When will you come back full-time? Sybil asked hopefully, and Ray patted her head. I will be at Totem soon, and there is no good food there for me here anymore. Well, not enough of it. So, I will stay here, but I will be sure to check up on you more often now that I have an easy way to get back to you. I expect you to make use of today's bonus and make it to commander rank by the end of the semester. Ray instructed with a stern tone. Sybil giggled. The new semester had just started, she would be able to make commander right away, and then when her mentor came back, she would be ready for anything. Ray nodded in satisfaction, and then used shadow step to move through the portal and back into the carriage. I appreciate your patience. We can head out now. Carl closed the portal, and Thor started heading to Hawk's next waypoint, while Sybil stared at her new gear in wonder. She hadn't had time to inspect it before, but this was all master-crafted leather, made by Ray, an epic grade at the Overlord rank. But so were the daggers. They were beautiful, dull black with a poison effect on them, though entirely made by Ashbringer, and not as powerful as the set that Carl had upgraded and Ray had kept after they taunted the item collection person in Drod with them. Fully Overlord ranked gear, and she was about to make commander rank. Sybil was still in shock at how suddenly things had changed after Ray showed up again. But if she could do all that in one day, couldn't she have done that for her weeks or months ago? Maybe she would have broken all the records for progression, and not just the ones to ascended rank. But Ray would be a totem soon, so Sybil was convinced that she might be able to make her a royal if she was a strong enough commander the next time the spider arrived. She was going to have to work harder. Ray was in a glorious mood now that she had fulfilled her promise to Sybil. There were also many upcoming battles with the strange rhino things, and they were fun to pick on. But the real moment of glory came from Remy. You know, making wine is a bit like making potions. I bet that I could brew you some blood wine out of that if you think it smells good. Just put it in one of these large jars and I will get it started. Remy offered. How long will it take? Ray asked hopefully. According to the book, it takes a month for wine to be ready. I don't know if blood wine is the same, but it should be something like that. Then it can be aged to mellow the flavor. If you have enough, I have an empty ale keg in here, and we can age it in the charred wood like a fine liquor. Ray thought about that. A smoky, woody flavor might be nice. Let's do it. I've got enough bodies for a barrel already. With so much to do, researching blood wine, crafting the first batch, and trying to balance the flavors while guessing what both Ray and Mick would like, Remy sat out the next battle, and just sent her bodyguards to help out on her behalf. There were only like 50 of the monsters anyhow. 5-on-1 was easy work for the team. The monsters had been out of the spawn area for quite a while, and they had mostly split up into smaller groups. So, while there were hundreds or thousands of them in the area, they only had to fight a few dozen at a time. The real question was, where did they come in from? Normally, a number of monsters would stay near the anomaly, and there was a chance that the anomaly would produce more of them over time if it didn't destabilize. Tessa hopped up onto the bench beside Carl. Why don't we switch? I will watch Thor and you can rest. Carl smiled. All right. I need to meditate and work on my power level. Enjoy your ride. Just remind Thor that he has to alert the rest of us if there is trouble. Then, he went to the tiny world, where everyone else was relaxing, and settled into one of Ray's hammock swings to work on his power growth. Dana came over to join him, and the two spent the rest of the day side by side, focused on growing their power. Carl wasn't sure if he should move beyond the stage of the mental formations that he was on right now. The dragon visualization had worked so well that he didn't want to mess it up when he was so close to the totem-ranked advancement. His power was right on the border between ranks now, and if he had a totem-ranked repository of power, he could purge his power again and step right through. But he didn't have one, so he was working on condensing the power in his body, hoping to force a quality advancement. After the prolonged battle with Tiffany, the totem-ranked vampire, Carl knew just what the power should feel like. He just couldn't quite get it right in practice. However, leaning against Carl as he worked was an incredible benefit to Dana. Not just because she could use his power as a guideline to help advance her own, but because the process of trying to advance his power caused a small amount of power to leak, so there was more ambient mana in the area when he was meditating. As the afternoon faded to night, Dana realized that there was something distinctly different about Carl's current physical status. Not only was his mana pool enormous, but his presence gave a feeling of otherness. When you stood near a powerful being that was hiding its nature, there was usually some indication, and Carl gave that same sense, but she knew that he was still an overlord. So, it had to be something related to that silver bracket that appeared around his name after the last trial. Nobody seemed to know for sure what it meant, or it wasn't visible to everyone that they met. But Dana's suspicion was that Carl really had managed to evolve himself into the living equivalent of a dungeon boss. They had red icons at their names in the system, but if they weren't hostile, wouldn't it be possible that their name markers were the same as his? She had completely lost track of time until Remy came to shake the two of them out of their trance. It's time to get up. Thor found the 7th Nerazur Regiment, and they've missions. She instructed. Missions? That sounds interesting. Dana agreed as she stretched, then flopped back against Carl. He chuckled and put an arm behind her thighs to pick her up and carry her on his hip. All right, let's go see what the dwarves have in mind for missions. The general laughed as he saw the furry white demon come out of the carriage with a much smaller, apparently human, mage on his hip. Carl set Dana down once they were out of the wagon and went over to greet the totem-ranked dwarf. My people tell me that you have some missions available to help with the clearance of the excess monsters and related issues. Carl greeted him, skipping the formalities. Indeed. What sort do you prefer? Combat, rebuilding, supply runs, or did you have something else in mind? The general agreed. I think combat is about right for our group. We do enjoy a good fight now and then. Plus, the Black Dragon asked her cleric to come here and help with the overpopulation issues. Carl explained. In that case, I have exactly the sort of missions that you would enjoy. Come with me to the command tent and I will explain the situation. The general turned to leave, and the officers nearby motioned for everyone to join him, not just Carl. That was unusual. Normally, they would want to keep people out of the command area, so only one would be allowed to accompany the general. The command tent, as the general had called it, was more of an art gallery of mission posters, Carl realized. Every surface was covered with reports, each of which had a bounty amount listed on the bottom, or a military strategic points value. Carl wasn't sure what that meant, but assumed that the reward would come directly from the military for those missions that were closest to the populated areas. You can choose what you like from anything on the walls, that's all nearby, within 200 kilometers. The map contains more incidents and suspected spawn points, if you want to go further afield and sate the gods' bloodlust that way. The general explained. Naksha stared at the sheets on the walls. This is all within 200 kilometers. Most of these are military company-sized elements, headed by overlords or totems. I am well aware of the situation, thank you. This is what we're working with. There's 50 of them to every man in my regiment, and even the cavalry can't move fast enough to deal with them all. Every time that you remove one group, another comes to claim its territory. The general grumbled. Naksha turned to Carl, but he gestured for her to pick. This was her god's mission, so she should be the one who knew best what was important. The black dragon's eyes seemed to absorb the light in the tent as she reached out and grabbed 4 papers off the walls. These 4 should be all close together. We can start with these, and then come back to pick more. Naksha decided. Carl looked at the sheet and saw that they were all related, but they had been spotted at different locations yesterday. All 4 of them detailed groups of small monsters, mostly royal ranked, but with overlord ranked leaders. That seemed like an odd choice for the black dragon, but maybe that was a balanced thing. There should be nearly 1,000 of the creatures in the groups, as opposed to 5 or 10 per group for most of the overlord-ranked threats. By pure numbers of excess, these were the largest that Carl could see among the sheets. Starting off ambitious, are you? I will warn you, the rock goblin spawn was a nasty one. They're not normal goblins, they can use earth magic. The general informed her. Naksha nodded. The black dragon insists these need to go. She turned to leave, and Dana took one last look before following. Now she understood why they had all been invited into the tent. If you didn't see firsthand, you would never believe or understand just how bad the problem was. Even the 4 sheets that Naksha had pulled off the walls hadn't made a clear spot, just a few gaps between the sheets they had been partially overlapping. The location is close, and back to the east. Do you remember that pillar of stone that looked like a phallus? That's only a few kilometers from where they were seen this morning. Naksha explained as she read the details. Carl nodded. That stone was hard to miss, even from the wagon. Plus, Hawk had relayed details to him all morning, but hadn't seen the groups. What he had seen was a number of cave entrances near the base of that stone. I think that I know where they are hiding. They were called rock goblins, and there are caves at the base of that stone. They were all seen near it, within a kilometer or 2. So, they might be one colony, hunting at night. Carl offered. Tessa poked Thor in the side. Tough luck, bud. You're going to have to fight in human form if we go into a cavern system. Thor snorted in amusement. I will take the left, and you can take the right. Carl smiled at their banter. I will head there now, just wait for me to open another portal. The first one won't be human-friendly. From the ground, he couldn't see the base of the rock pillar, and Hawk didn't currently have it in sight to relay the information. So, he would open a portal to the top of the stone, then open another at ground level. Carl moved away, and the military mages all snapped their attention to the group. Someone who could open portals was incredibly valuable to their efforts, and if these mercenaries could, then they held a much higher worth than their ranks suggested. A few overlords and monarchs weren't much of a military asset, by standard calculations. But a mage that could use portal was worth more than dozens of mercenaries who had to travel by land. A second portal opened a meter away from the first, which then faded away. Carl was standing on the other side, holding a small black monster corpse by the neck. Found them. Come on, let's get to work. He laughed. The general's aides shook their heads in dismay as the group charged through the portal and into combat with the rock goblins. "General, did you get a good look at that cat demon?" one of them whispered once the portal closed. "The one with the enhanced physique?" the general asked. The advisor nodded. "Is it wise to trust him? I've never seen those system markings on anything but a dungeon boss before. If that thing is some sort of wandering boss spawn, who knows what it's likely to do once it establishes a territory." The stout dwarven general laughed. "With 3 different dragon gods supervising? No, I think that it's more likely he's a favored champion of the dragon church, and he's got some sort of skill that turned him into an actual monster. Trust in the old gods, they would have sent someone to handle him if he was a threat." The advisor wasn't sure about that. The old gods were entirely too hands-off in their management of worldly affairs. If someone managed to sober up a dungeon boss and bring it outside, they would likely just laugh and watch. A few minutes and countless dead monsters later, Carl coded, rend, in, Void Blast, and cleaved through dozens of rock goblins in a single swing, then realized that targeted attacks were a waste of time against a horde of royal-ranked creatures. A dagger-wielding goblin leapt at him, and Carl backhanded it in the chest, sending the creature flying 20 meters before it splattered against the nearby cliff face. As he was 2 full ranks above them, this fight wasn't even a challenge. The rock goblins were durable, and plentiful. But they were still goblins, and would never be known as one of the most physically powerful monster species. The only thing that brought them up to the royal rank standard was their defensive magic, and their ability to make earth magic weapons. Even Thor's lightning zone was stunning entire swathes of them to death, nearly as fast as the others could attack them. Everyone had come out to play, and Remy was carefully stripping the corpse of one of the rock goblins of its accessories before swallowing it whole. Not bad. Rich and soft, like a sweet potato. Hawk swooped down to test one, and then nodded happily to himself as he found that rock goblins were not nearly as disgusting as normal goblins. They weren't mice, but they were all right. He would save some for Remy. The cave entrance. Naksha called, drawing everyone's attention to the cliff face. There were no more enemies coming out, but 10 meters into the cave, where one would normally expect it to be pitch black, the distinctive shimmer of an anomaly was visible. The rock goblins had come from right here. An overlord-ranked goblin shaman appeared from a cave further up the cliff face, and cast a spell that increased the speed of the warriors. That should be their leader, Hawk decided. A stream of flame roasted the creature, and Hawk saw the anomaly change as he circled back for another attack. Had that one attack been enough to defeat the shaman? From the cave, goblins swarmed out, 10 wide, in an unending stream. The death of their leader had alerted all the others that something was seriously wrong, and they had all left the safety of the anomaly to come and seek revenge. The air on Carl's left shimmered, and he prepared to attack, until he saw the old man with jet black hair and eyes step through the shimmering air. He was wearing the cleric robes of the Dragon Church, and he nodded politely to Carl before folding his hands in front of him. "Let the children fight. They need the exercise. You and I will wait here for them to finish." The black dragon insisted. Carl shrugged. It wasn't like anyone in his group would be injured by the rock goblins, even without his interference. "To what do we owe the pleasure of a visit from the church?" Carl asked. The cleric smiled and nodded towards Naksha. "The death god favors that one today. It caught our attention. But that naturally brought you into our sight, which raised some questions. Questions like what Supreme Lady Matilda's guild is doing in the middle of nowhere hunting goblins." Carl laughed. "Different branch of the Darklight host. But we are here because the Black Dragon said that these particular goblins needed to die. In my experience, when the dragon gods offer a suggestion, it's best to go with it. It's never backfired on me before." With brutal efficiency, the group hacked their way through the rock goblins, and the swarm parted to try to surround the small group. Unfortunately for the monsters, the amount of damage that the beasts and the ladies could do was far beyond what the goblins could survive, and none ever managed to make it to the back of the group, where Remy was repeatedly tossing Lotus in the air, so the nature cleric could see what was going on for once. The Naga Queen didn't need her hands to cast spells, and tossing Lotus only took 2 out of 4 anyhow. The anomaly shimmered as the last of the goblins exited, and then vanished as they died, leaving the tunnels into the mountain dark and silent once more. Very well executed. Now, I should return to my duties. Send my best wishes to the Black Priestess. The old man whispered, then simply vanished. That was an interesting skill. An illusionary clone, perhaps. No, that should be the recall ability, taking him home to his temple. Dana waved to Carl. Care to explain what's going on over there? I know we're good, but it's a bit rude to just sit out a battle. Carl jogged over and wrapped a hand around her waist before kissing her on the forehead. A representative of the Black Dragons came to see what we were up to, as Naksha had gained favor from their patron, and that brought our group to their attention. I'm not trying to make life hard for you. Carl promised. Well, the anomaly collapsed, so that should be all of the rock goblins defeated. That's 4 quests done in the first hour of the day. Where to next? Dana asked, turning her attention to the Black Dragon. Naksha shrugged. I made note of 3 other good quests nearby, but none of them were of particular importance to the Death God. I wonder why this one was. The battle was so simple that it hardly counted as a fight. One good stream of dragon breath into the anomaly would have wiped out their reinforcements before they even came outside. She had a point. If it interested the gods, it was normally something big or spectacular. And that was when the explosions started. Head count. Tessa called. Where is Kara? Lotus asked, after quickly mentally calculating who was not here. The whole stone pillar shook, and the familiar magical signature of Void Blast caught Carl's attention. She's in the tunnels. Everyone froze for a split second. Fighting in a tunnel was a nightmare, especially ones that looked like they were about to come down at any moment. Everyone wait out here. I will go assist Kara. Just keep back, so if the pillar falls, you don't get crushed. Carl ran into the tunnels. What was the Void Badger up to? She was shielding her thoughts, and not answering his messages. Carl raced through the darkness, following the sounds of snarling and crashing towards the heated battle. Then skidded to a stop when he saw the situation. Kara was squared off against a tiny ball of glowing fur, with a large shining rock in its paws. She cast Void Blast, and the fur ball surrounded itself with a rock shield, then pelted her with spears of holy light, which she blocked with a barrier of Disintegrate. That made the spears explode, and the cavern trembled. They were attacking multiple times per second, and the whole cavern complex was trembling. Carl shaped a bulwark to trap the furry creature, cutting through the stone to put it in a full bubble, and the battle stopped. Kara, what is that? He demanded. It stole my rock. Kara complained. Carl paused to take in the room. There was a nest of soft dirt, the body of a long-dead white fox, which felt as if it had been incredibly powerful when it was alive, and then the furry thing with the shining stone. Are you sure it was your stone, or was it in the nest with the furry thing? I saw it first, it's mine. Carl sighed and rubbed his temples. That tiny furry thing could stand toe-to-toe with Kara in a duel. Whatever it was not weak. And it was probably the offspring of that dead fox. I think you might have tried to rob its nest while it was watching the fight. Carl explained, wondering if the creature was intelligent enough to know that he was advocating for it. It wasn't here. Kara insisted. Then the creature stuck out its tongue at her, pointed fox ears visible now that it had lifted its head from the defensive position it had held around the stone. It definitely heard her and understood. At somewhat less than the size of his palm, this had to be a newborn fox. Of whatever insane species that dead one came from. Just the fact that it was willing to fight with Kara over a stone was impressive. The fact that it hadn't immediately lost was even more impressive. Carl stepped through his bulwark and knelt down. Hello, little one. I have spoken with Kara, and she will refrain from taking your precious stone. Carl gently greeted the fox. The creature gave him a skeptical look, and Kara shrugged. The battle was fun, and she didn't really need one more shiny stone if it meant that much to the little furry thing. Who are you? A childish male voice asked in Carl's mind. I am Carl. Kara is one of my bonded partners. I apologize if she was mean to you. It was Mother's. She can't have it. Now Kara felt bad for bullying the little thing. She reached into her space and pulled out an Overlord ranked earth stone as an apology, and rolled it across the floor to the little fox. The creature looked up in shock, but didn't let go of the stone in his hands as he pulled it in with his tail. Thank you. The fluffy thing stood up to pull both stones close to its body, and Kara smirked as she had a great idea. Why don't you join us? It's not safe here without your mom, right? Well, we've got a Carl. The Carl is very safe, and he helps everyone grow up nice and strong. Kara offered. The fox was naturally leery of trusting the word of a bully who had tried to steal his family heirloom right out of his hands. But this creature known as the Carl seemed like a reasonable person. There are more siblings. Not all of them are obsessed with shiny things like Kara is. Carl quietly informed the small fox. Trustworthy ones. Carl nodded. There is an evolved former lightning Sero named Thor. He's very trustworthy. The fox looked around at the empty nest, where its family once lived. It wasn't suitable to live in anymore, and the young one knew that it would have to leave soon, but it couldn't carry its treasures, so it had been delaying as long as possible. Only if I can keep my mother's belongings. He insisted. I will make you your own private den to keep everything in. Carl agreed easily. The white-furred creature was already a totem, though only in power output. In body, it was immature and fluffy, too fragile to be out in the world alone. What do I do? The fox asked. Just two simple things. When I try to move you, you accept the link. Then you need to pick a name, and we can collect anything that you don't want to leave here. Carl explained. The fox nodded, and Carl placed a hand on him to move him into the remaining beast space, which instantly began reshaping to become a large hill full of caves, with long grass on the slopes. New partner gained, Stonefur Divine Fox. Name, undecided. The little one had gotten completely sidetracked by the space, which had adapted to his will to make what he viewed as the perfect den, and hadn't chosen a name at all. Then, he popped back out into reality and ran off down a small tunnel to start loading all the things he had moved from this nest to a safer one. The big things couldn't get at them in that tunnel, but most of what he brought back were random dried herbs, a few elemental stones that had been etched with crude drawings, and then one scroll tube that was sealed with wax. Added to the stone he had been protecting, and Kara's apology gift, it wasn't much. But the fox was very happy to have it all somewhere safe as he returned. This is a good den. I can come and go so easily, and it holds everything. Wonderful news. Did you decide what we should call you? The fox smiled at him from its new den. My mother called me Tian Chimao. You can call me Tian, I like Tian as a name. Carl nodded in satisfaction. Tian was a good name for the holy and earth element fox. He noticed that Tian had also collected his mother's body, and had made a stone coffin to lay her in, along with most of the treasures that he had gathered. Can we go do something important? There were other treasures here, but they were all used up or destroyed by the monsters that killed my mother. She wanted a tribulation lightning stone, and a mithril coin as well. Can we get her all those things so that she can rest in peace? Tian asked. Thor recognized most of the plants that had been taken. They were all holy element items, and he had most of them growing in his space already. Brother Thor will give you most of the plants, and I can make the tribulation lightning stone. The mithril coin, I already have. Here you go. Carl agreed. Thor returned to his space and passed over the plants, then returned to his natural form for a moment, so that the new brother could see what he looked like. "Ooh, Behemoth Thor. You're a good brother to have." Tion cheered. A small fox could hide dozens of times behind a brother that large. The others all returned to their spaces to meet Tion, who was happy to find that he now had a huge family. He was the only son of his mother from this birth, and the Stonefur divine foxes usually had small litters. "Should we tell Lotus about the new brother?" Hawk asked as he settled on a perch in the massive ironwood tree that marked the center of his space. "I think we should give it a day or two for him to adjust first," Remy suggested. "Or we could get the trauma out of the way first," Ray offered. "Trauma? I don't like trauma. Why do I have to meet this Sister Lotus?" Tion cried. Ray gave him a gentle smile in her humanoid form. "She's not a mean sister. She's just very excited about all things fluffy. And scaly. And beasts in general. She's a green dragon priestess." The little fox giggled. "Oh, like that. Mother warned me about the green dragon clerics. How they would try to keep you forever and make you fat on snacks until you forgot about growing up big and strong." The others shared an amused look. The deceased fox had been a sage, for certain. As if thinking of her had summoned the priestess, Lotus came running into the room, with Dana right behind her and the others trailing. "My patron says there is fluff." She panted, winded from the sprint. Tion took a deep breath, and exited his safe space, then hopped up to land in Lotus' arms. "Oh my goddess! He's so soft and adorable." Lotus cheered. She rubbed her face on Tion's back, taking in the softness, and did a little happy dance, which made Dana laugh. "And who might this be?" Dana asked. "I am Tion." The fox informed her, spreading his mental voice to everyone in the room. It was an advantage of his species, part of their divine lineage, and today it saved him from being mistaken as a simple fox. Or, so he assumed. Dana didn't miss that the tiny thing was totem-ranked, despite its size. Was he alone in this cave? Dana asked. It was his mother's den. But she was attacked and killed some time ago. Carl explained gently, not wanting to bring up bad memories for Tion. Our territory was taken by bad monsters. Tion explained, then sent the mental image of a group of undead, led by a mythic-ranked shadowy figure. That was more alarming than being attacked by something in a monster spawn. That implied that there was a mythic-ranked leader of the Bongan invasion force, and they were trying to turn the region's powerful monsters into undead. Carl suspected that the reason they had failed in this case was because the Stonefur divine fox had so much holy magic that they couldn't be made undead. But the fact that she had been defeated must have been a tragedy for the region's balance. Now that he thought about it, could this have been the start of the invasion? The mother had been dead for some time, unless the body was drained and desiccated by the attack. But the protection of a divine beast should have prevented the undead from cursing the cities to the southeast of here. It was over 100 kilometers to the edge of the affected area, but that wasn't far for such a powerful beast. Finished with Lotus' incessant petting, Tion turned his fur to stone, and then leapt over to Ophelia's shoulder, using the logic that she was also furry, and therefore both camouflage and a distraction for the green-robed priestess. Nice to meet you as well, Tion. I am Ophelia, that is Tessa, and the mage is Dana. She greeted her new guest. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Tion laughed as Lotus stood at the werebear's feet and pouted. She could reach Ophelia's shoulder easily enough, but the fox had made his fur rock solid. Then Tion yawned, and his head tilted sleepily. I used too much energy, I need to nap now. He explained, then vanished back to his space, where Ray had dropped a thick silk comforter for him. The defensive spell vanished, and the fox was asleep the instant his head settled on the cushion. With Tion asleep, all the other beasts, even Butterfly, turned their attention to Kara. Hey, how was I supposed to know that he was so adorable? He blocked my attempt to examine the stone, then I just couldn't stop poking. It's not my fault. She defended. The silence dragged, and Kara huffed in annoyance. Fine, judge me. But that's a really nice stone. She wasn't wrong. It was a very nice stone, of both holy and earth elements, perfect for the development of a stone for a divine fox. As long as you can learn to get along. I don't want any hard feelings just because you met on bad terms. Carl warned. I helped convince him to join, didn't I? Kara replied. Besides, if I can't have the stone, taking the whole fox is just as good. She muttered, not quite managing to keep the thought to herself. There was a pause as everyone tried to remember what they had been doing before they got sidetracked by a fluffy little fox. A totem-ranked fluffy little fox. Are we still going to hit some more of the spawns today? Naksha asked, bringing them all back on task. Right. More spawns. We got the first few out of the way without any issues, so we can look for more. Did you want to go back and let them know these are complete, then get official orders? Or did you want to just hunt for some more targets and return in the evening? Carl asked. We should let them know that this spot has been cleared, and that the anomaly collapsed, then gather more sheets. That way there won't be any chance of overlap or confusion when we go to hunt more monsters. Though, we could go back by wagon, and just kill anything that bothers us on the way. Naksha offered. That method sounded pretty good to most of the group. Thor was concerned that someone would attack his wagon, but he had an alternative. Why don't we skip the wagon, and the ladies can ride my back? Naksha and Hawk can scout, and Carl can walk along with us. He offered. That's not bad. It would give them a chance to see us coming. If they were spawned monsters, they would surely attack anyhow. If they were not, there is a good chance that they won't attack a group of our power level. That should help sort what needs to go from what belongs in the area. Naksha agreed. Everyone loaded up to travel, and Ray wandered off to do some scouting of her own. There were some strange creatures in the grasslands, and she was curious what they were. Not because they were powerful, or worth killing. Just because she didn't have any mental records of most of the strange things she was seeing. The bloodbath spider was not native to this island, so there was no memory of anything that she was finding stored in her genetic memories, which were normally the basis for all of her combat techniques. There wasn't much to see on their first few kilometers towards the camp. But after an hour, it became clear that teleporting here had saved them many hours of issues. We're being charged? Thor asked, confused. Indeed, they were being attacked. He could see the whole horde of satyrs running their way with weapons. But since when were satyrs a hostile species? Sure, they were technically demons, but they were more like a herbivorous beastkin in personality. These ones were frothing at the mouth and charging with improvised weapons. Could they be sick? Ray asked, just as confused about their behavior as Thor was. We could try cleansing them. My healing skill cleanses mental and physical diseases and curses. Tian suggested. Come with me, and we will try. Ray agreed. The tiny fox exited his space to land on her back, and Ray rushed off to stand near the charging satyrs while camouflaged. They waited in the long grass for the satyrs to approach, and Tian covered the whole group with a circle of bright golden light, but they just kept running, with no visible changes. Nope, they're broken. The tiny fox sighed, then returned to his space and fell asleep. Remy laughed. Now we have 2 sleeping beauties. I guess we need a totem-ranked Carl so that they have enough mana to actually supply themselves and do more than one thing per day. Tian opened one eye. One day, when I'm big, I'll be able to cast countless spells. Mom told me so. But I'm still small, and my body doesn't hold much mana. Remy giggled. Here, I have a book for you. It's an introduction for mages, but it teaches about mana control. I think it's important information you should have learned from your mother soon. Most of her mana use didn't come from inside her body anymore. She would wear herself out far too fast if she tried to cast Apocalypse that way. Tian flipped open the book, then promptly fell asleep with his head on the pages. Well, maybe he could learn by osmosis, Remy decided. Lotus, unaware of what Ray and Tian had tried, also cast a cleansing spell on the advancing horde, with similar results. Nothing. But they were all commander rank and lower. Thor sighed as he sent Bulwark, in lightning form to form a wall in front of himself, then charged through them. It wasn't intended as an offensive spell, but the brute force of a charging behemoth, coupled with the shock that the lightning gave them, was enough to wipe out the entire group. Well, that was depressing. Let's keep going, I don't want to fight more of those. Lotus insisted. Thor nodded in agreement. Fighting things that were usually friendly was not fun. There are more weird things ahead. Hawk warned. That was his code of the day for all species that he didn't have a good description or name for. So, it was likely one of the strange local species or chimera that lived on the northeast island. Tian looked out of his space as the commotion of everyone getting ready roused him. Those are pig bears. They only come from the bad mana places. He announced, then adjusted so he was properly on his pile of blankets and not sleeping on the book. Carl wasn't sure how they were supposed to be a pig or a bear. Though they had a vaguely bear-shaped body, and pig-like tusks pointing upwards from their lower jaws. But their bodies were covered in patches of scales with fur tufts between them, and they had 6 legs. These, they could happily eliminate. They were also Overlord ranked, and there were a few larger ones in the mix that Carl suspected might actually be totem ranked. It was hard to tell with the monsters grouped together like that, but they were definitely a monster spawn group. They were even attacking the ruins of a wagon that had been abandoned years earlier. Carl took out his bow and immediately felt his power destabilize. No matter what skill he tried to activate, his power quality was fluctuating wildly, and his body was surging with power, but not in anything resembling a smooth transition, the way he had every other time he hit a rank change. Tian woke up as the power levels in his space became unstable, and looked around for the cause. It appeared that the Carl was advancing, but he didn't actually know anything about that, as he had been born at this rank, and his mother hadn't gotten a chance to explain all the little things to him. Butterfly worked to build a mana barrier around her space, stabilizing the fluctuations that were making her seasick as she floated on the mana currents. But the others were all out for combat, and willing to wait until Carl got his act together. Just focus on yourself, we've got this. Remy insisted. Thanks. I don't think that I could use a skill right now anyhow. Though, the way that my body is, I might not have to if the goal is just to defeat these things. Carl replied. Remy laughed. You know, that sounds like bragging. Only a Carl would consider taking on enraged monsters with his bare hands and no skills. Carl sat down and closed his eyes, focusing on his advancement, while Tian used earth manipulation to create a dome of stone over him, safe from attackers. Carl began to purge all the stored mana from his body, moving it into the spaces in preparation to refill himself with totem-ranked power. In theory, that should be the nudge that he needed to make the transition between ranks, as long as he hadn't hit a bottleneck. With Tian here, Carl was fairly sure that he wouldn't be hitting a bottleneck right now. However, he couldn't rule it out. Everyone else had hit one at some point, so he would have to get to one eventually. Carl focused on growing his power, and felt the moment that it shifted. The unbalanced state was changing, and the influx was beginning to stabilize at totem ranked, but there was still something missing from his advancement. Like Tian, he was totem ranked in power control, but that wasn't enough to truly complete Carl's advancement. Totemic advancement initiated. Calculating comprehension. Oh, you're so screwed. Kara laughed. Hey, I've got this. We just need to know what it's expecting me to have comprehended. If it's skills, we're miles ahead of the competition. Carl argued. Kara paused. The Carl had a point. If it just wanted him to comprehend a skill at the totem rank, he had met that standard months ago. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, chaos. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, fire. Verified, fundamental rule compatibility, mana manipulation. Path to immortality initiated. Step 1 Totemic advancement successful. Totemic blessing, active. Totemic blessing, reduces all damage done by attacks and skills under totem rank by 90%. Skill Master 5, 1% rule bonus. Ghostfire, 2% rule bonus. Void Blast, 2% rule bonus. Hawk smirked as he attacked the monsters. His fire was just as good as Kara's Void Blast, even if it hadn't gotten a totem ranked bonus. Hopefully, the rule bonus was something good. Then power suddenly began to infuse Karl's body, pulled from the ambient mana, the Sword of Champions, and the Haint Claw, all at once. Oh, the Karl is a big boss. Tion cheered. Karl heard a rumbling from outside his stone shell, and then cursing. But he couldn't tell what was going on out there, and the influx of power was drowning out even the voices of the beasts. So, he had no idea that Kara had opened the tiny world, and led everyone inside to hide while the world went crazy around them. From a distance, a half-dozen mythic-ranked powerhouses watched the advancement of the newest totem on the continent. It had touched off a minor divine storm, not nearly as bad as the tribulation that the immortals went through, but it was likely to send down at least a few lightning strikes to test his durability. Why is nobody approaching? The lightning won't hit anything but the target. A young divine fire dragon asked the juvenile phoenix beside him. The creature had surely been reborn recently, but the divine phoenix lineages always knew more than others, as they didn't forget just because they were in a new body. That one belongs to the chaos dragon. They're in the same guild. If we all stand over here, she can't accuse us of trying to bully her junior. The phoenix whispered back. The dragon nodded in understanding. She wasn't a divine dragon lineage, but if she ever left this world for the immortal realm, she would almost certainly advance from supreme to legendary status the moment that her power stabilized. At that point, she would be second only to the demigods. And nobody wanted to be on the wrong side of that. The mention of Supreme Lady Matilda caught the attention of the other mythic rank beings nearby, and many made a warding gesture, using passive skills to attempt to avoid her attention. Normally, under these circumstances, someone would come to claim him. Every totem on the continent was under the protection or guidance of someone. Or, at the very least, under the supervision of their home nation's leadership. Once you got far enough up the power structure to matter, it was best to eliminate the real psychopaths from the general population, from a social cohesion standpoint. That hadn't been done in the distant past, and it had come back to haunt them. A lightning strike hit the stone shield, and a large black demon stepped out of a portal next to the divine fire dragon. Who is advancing? Lord Drod asked. Oh, there you are. This one is from your city, I think. His title said he is from the Drod branch of the Darklight host. The dragon explained. Wait. Karl. Is his name Karl? Lord Drod asked. Yeah, that's the one. Did he come up here looking for stronger enemies to help him break through? Cat demons are a bit odd like that. They enjoy playing with their food. The phoenix asked. Lord Drod gave a bitter laugh. I don't think that even the cat demons can account for all that is strange about that man. He only reached Overlord half a year ago. Not even a reborn minor phoenix grows that fast. Tiffany stepped out of a portal beside Lord Drod and glared at the stone dome. That thing isn't a cat demon at all. It looked like one at first, but I fought him, and there is no doubt that he is a being of the chaos plane. The vampire insisted. Lord Drod did a double take at the totem-ranked vampire, who was in a black toga, studded with diamonds to emulate the midsummer night sky. But it wasn't the dress that caught his attention, it was the conspicuous collar around her neck with a, property of Matilda, label. It seems that you have a long story to tell. Perhaps we can gather for a nice chat after the advancement is over? Lord Drod asked. Tiffany nodded. That would be best. He is a resident of your city, after all. The first blast of lightning shattered the stone barrier over Karl's head, but he didn't even notice. He was so caught up in his transformation and power adjustment that the tingle of the strike was lost in the background noise. In fact, he didn't even notice the next 2 strikes in rapid succession as he got to his feet and stretched his revamped muscles to ease some of the cramps from the transformation. The Sword of Champions felt oddly hollow, nearly drained of the excess life energy that it had been storing as long as he had wielded it. But the Haint Claw felt oddly revitalized, as if his advancement had made the adaptive weapon a bit more complete. Carl opened his eyes and looked out toward the mythic rank creatures in the distance. Many of them were dwarves from the local region, but there were dragons, demons, and a few monster species as well, including a Naga queen who looked a lot like Remy after her most recent advancement, except that her white scales had patterns that were silver, not brown. Carl nodded to Lord Drod and Tiffany, who he recognized. Then to the former Lord of Barooth. Now that he was up and finished with his advancement, the myths came forward to greet him. Then paused when they got close and realized that there was something off about this new totem. He's an elite spawn. How does that happen to someone linked to the system? Isn't that reserved for dungeon bosses and such? One of the trollish mythic warriors asked. Everyone looked for answers, but nobody had them. Carl shrugged. I got an upgraded physique from a trial not long ago. It optimized my body, and the tags on my nameplate were the result. I don't think that it changes much, it's just a marker that I have an excessively large mana pool and great durability. Like a dungeon boss. Tiffany added helpfully. Now that Carl was a totem, it wouldn't even be a competition. He would have crushed her in a fight. In fact, he could likely take a 5-on-1 fight of trained totems if they weren't organized. Without using his beasts. Those who knew Carl were the only ones truly concerned about his status. The name adornment itself was enough to warn others not to mess with him unprepared. So, while he was definitely powerful, it wasn't a big deal to them. Tiffany gave Carl a suspicious look. That same thing didn't happen to the insane badger, did it? Carl chuckled. Kara only wishes. No, she got something even better. She evolved from a winged void badger to a chaos badger. The vampire looked horrified, while the dwarves let out a sigh of relief. Chaos badgers must have a better personality than the void badgers were known for, right? Chaotic was better than greedy. What were you planning to do now that you have advanced? Lord Drod asked, thinking of city politics. I'm here with a group of dragon clerics, helping to clear some of the excess monsters from the spawns, on behalf of the Black Dragon. Carl explained. The dragons in the crowd nodded happily. That was a noble endeavor. Kara wandered out of her space, and looked up at all the mythic dragons. She knew most of these species already. But there were a few. The divine fire dragon, transformed to appear to be a 2-meter tall and muscular human with glowing eyes that flickered like the fires his species was named after, picked her up to examine the strange creature. He was still young, barely old enough to be called a young adult. So he didn't even notice when Kara subtly bumped him with her snout, and just assumed that she wanted to be carried in a different way. I will have to inform my tutor about this. It's not often that I find a species he hasn't mentioned before. The young dragon bragged, while the phoenix beside him tried not to laugh at the naive boy. Kara spread her wings and glided around the area, memorizing the feeling of power that she was getting from these people. Knowing the details of the mythic rank was essential to advancing her powers, she assumed. Maybe not right now, but sometime soon. Where are you off to next? The phoenix asked. Back to talk to General Omar, of the 7th Nerazur Regiment. We took on a mission from him, and need to report back on the success, then get more targets from his list. Carl explained. You keep saying, we, but I only see you and the badger. The phoenix stated, confused. Oh, the others stepped out for a moment, so that the aftermath of the advancement didn't injure them. They're still mostly monarch ranked, except for the Black Dragon. The other mythic ranked leaders quickly congratulated Carl, then nodded to Lord Drod, who was unofficially in charge of keeping track of him, as the new totem was from his city and none of them were insane enough to think that Matilda would actually improve anyone's behavior if she were left in charge. I will see you when you get back to the city. Come visit me at the castle when you get back. We have much to discuss. Lord Drod insisted. Of course. We shouldn't be too much longer. A month or two at the most. Carl agreed. That wasn't long, in the extended lifespan of the higher ranks. He was about to say something else, when a portal opened, leaking chaotic energy that immediately drew Kara's attention and made Tiffany sigh. Lord Drod, gentlemen, would you like to join me at home for that conversation? It appears that I have been summoned. The vampire explained. Carl smiled. Please greet the Supreme Lady for me when you see her next. I will remain here with my team. The others looked leery of entering that particular portal, but they also didn't want to anger Matilda when she offered hospitality. It wasn't often that she was awake and in the mood for guests, so this chance to meet her might not come again for quite some time. With the area now quiet and clear, Thor led the rest of the team out of the tiny world to inspect Carl's changes. You advanced well. Much more durable than I had expected. Thor commended Carl as he checked the area for hidden dangers. Thanks. Now, we just need to get you up one more rank, and you'll be the truly indestructible behemoth. Carl joked. Naksha laughed as she joined the group. Well, now we're going to shock the general when we return. Leave as monarchs and overlords, come back with a totem. That's what I call a productive day. Dana agreed. The spectacle of Carl's advancement had cleared everything from the area. Nothing wanted to hang around once the mythic group started to show up, and it made for a very smooth trip back to the 7th Nerazir Regiment. The regiment saw them coming, and even sent out an escort to lead them back into the camp. Carl would have thought that it was a kind gesture for a returning mercenary group, but he had a feeling that they were warned to be nice. The courtesy was just a little too much, and a little too forced to be natural. There were other totem-ranked mercenaries in the area. There had to be if they were going to take on the sorts of threats that this area had to offer. General Omar came out to greet Carl as they approached the command tent area, and the general looked much happier than he had this morning. Welcome back, and congratulations on the advancement. Tell me, did you perhaps gain an option for a new class when you reached totem rank? The dwarf greeted Carl. Sort of. There is one more step that I have to take before I can change my class. I got the notice from the system some time ago, and now that I meet the requirements, I just need to find a system-linked trial or dungeon to enter. Once I do that, I can change my class and see what comes next in the progression. Carl explained. General Omar nodded. That makes sense. Do you know what sort of class it will be? Your abilities already seem to be well beyond the average. If you manage an even better option at totem rank, they might start offering you special bonuses for your assistance. Carl smiled. That was the part the general was most interested in. Getting Carl and his group to stay longer and help him clear out some of the excess monsters. Well, we got all the groups of rock goblins. They were coming from an anomaly within the spire, and it's closed now. Then we got some pig bears on our way back as well. Those were wiped out, and we didn't see anything else between them and the camp. Carl explained. The general nodded, and removed the markers from the map. Your group is a bit of a mixed bag right now, with everything from monarchs to a totem-ranked leader in one spot. But there are still some targets that are appropriate for you, and not a waste of a powerful mercenary. For example, this group is mostly monarchs with a group of overlord-ranked elite forces, and a totem-ranked leader. That's only 30 kilometers from here, so you could get there and back in a day again if you wanted. It's better to be at the camp overnight unless you're going to set a strong guard, as there are still random monster spawns in the area. General Omar suggested. Carl nodded. We have a good system set up for overnight journeys, but it's always good to have company who will keep night watch. It didn't really matter as much to them as it would to any other group. With the tiny world and Ray, they were pretty well set for nighttime security. If they were truly concerned about security, Carl could even just close the tiny world's entrance and only a few creatures of his level would even be able to find out it existed, much less how to enter it. Will you be continuing in this region for some time then? The general asked cautiously. Now that Carl had advanced to totem rank, there were political considerations for him when he returned home. On this island, there were enough totems that they didn't all control a region of the city, but they were all top forces of whatever city that they lived in, and there were expectations of them if there were to be trouble while they were in the area. We will be here for some time, yes. Not only because it's the will of the dragon gods, but I also need to consolidate and stabilize my advancement. The more practice that I can get, the better. So, a week or two worth of adventures is likely to be the bare minimum, and that's assuming that we can find a proper fight where I can flex my abilities enough to test them. Just clearing out easy fights isn't going to help me at all. Carl explained. The general looked at the markers on the table. Well, that limits the number of missions that will be truly beneficial to you. But I still see 3 that are appropriate for your team, and might give a totem a good enough fight to at least get to test his skill advancements. Carl nodded. Sorry to make excess trouble for you. General Omar laughed. We've got plenty of trouble of our own. Finding missions for an oddball group is a relaxing pastime in comparison. Now, did you want a visitor's tent in the camp? Or did you prefer to set up your own? Carl looked to the others, who all just shrugged. Dana smiled. We might as well use theirs. I think we will all step out for the evening anyhow. That didn't directly mention the tiny world, and the general already knew that they could use a portal to come and go as they pleased. Consider it done. The lieutenant will lead you to the tent, and you can take this mission sheet with you. It's the closest one that suits your group. Thor and Tessa decided to stay in the actual tent, in case someone were to come looking for their group. But Ray also remained outside the tiny world, also hoping that someone came looking for them in the middle of the night. Ray was nothing if not optimistic. But in the middle of an army camp that had been long established, there were no attacks, roaming monsters or traders to bother them. When Carl got up in the morning, everyone else was up and working on breakfast, after which the plan was to have the ladies ride on Thor to the mission location. That gave them a chance for bonus fights, which would make the Black Dragon happy. It also gave Hawk time to scout more of the area than simply flying in a straight line would. I wonder just how fast Carl is now that he's advanced. All that extra power, and the physique boost, has to have made him pretty powerful, right? Lotus asked, waving her fork for emphasis. Carl shrugged. We can test it once we find something for me to fight. But I should be about half again as strong as I was before the advancement. I don't know how that will translate to speed, which is more dependent on reflexes and muscle something. Lotus laughed and nodded. It was surprising that Carl actually knew that much about anatomy to start with. Half of the elites in the Golden Dragon Nation only knew that the body worked, not how it worked. It was the clerics that took most of the biology and medical courses. Thor shrugged. We can test it here. Well, the strong part. Just jump straight up, and let yourself float when you reach the highest point. Carl crouched and launched himself 20 meters straight in the air. With a running start or not going straight up, he could most certainly do better, but the power in his legs had noticeably increased. While he was in the air, Carl took a second to scout the region around the camp, and Hawk emerged from his space to start his morning routes. If he found a good fight, more stone rats or anything else of interest, he would be sure to relay the message. Carl let himself fall, then slowed his descent just before landing. Lotus gestured to a pair of footprints on the ground, where Carl had sunk 10 centimeters deep when he launched. You've got to be heavier than you look. I've never seen a human leave footprints like that in packed dirt before. The little cleric noted. It would certainly make me easier to track. I think it was mostly just inefficient technique on my part. But now I've got a good idea of what my legs should be capable of. Carl agreed. I have found our target. There is a totem-ranked giant leading what looks like his whole clan. Definitely spawned, they've got that crazy eyes no talking thing happening. Hawk updated. Thor turned toward Hawk's current location, as the target had moved overnight, and increased his speed to a trot. That made for a gentle swaying of his back, and it would bring them to the target in less than an hour. The giants wouldn't run into anyone else from the army camp during that time, so it was still their target for the day. There wasn't anything likely to pick a fight between them and the giants, but that wasn't a big deal. Thor hadn't gotten to fight giants since he evolved, and it would be a fun challenge to see how they could be smashed without his defensive ridge. In his new form, he had to be a bit more careful about the back of his neck, but most things didn't get past his horns anyhow. The giants did have a long reach, though. There was a chance that they could attack past his horns to try to get to his back, or to Tessa. That would be a factor he had to consider, for the safety of his knight. Karl casually jogged alongside the behemoth, letting his excess strength throw him into long leaping strides. The dwarves would certainly be envious of their travel speed, as even with their impressive strength, short legs made 30 kilometers an hour a difficult speed to reach. The giants saw Thor about the same time that Karl saw them, and the whole tribe turned to face the incoming threat. Ophelia patted Karl on the shoulder. Brings back memories, doesn't it? Hill giants everywhere. We all know the routine, go have fun with the clan chief. Karl buffed the group, then rushed off to circle to the left of the giants, as the leader was at the back of the group, giving instructions of some sort. The system didn't translate their words, and Karl didn't speak giant, but he was fairly sure that some of those words were about ways that Thor could be roasted. The way that the giants were responding to the enormous behemoth was definitely hunger. The leader didn't seem interested in a duel, and brought 2 strong overlords with him when he moved to face Karl. Not that they would be expected to be able to do any sort of actual damage to Karl, but if they could keep him off balance, it would be enough for the giants' leader to get in a few extra hits. It was an excellent technique in theory. But when Karl opened the battle with gravity slam, the 2 overlords were hurled from their feet and crushed into the soft grass. That left the 2 totems alone to face each other for the next few seconds, and neither was planning to hold back. Karl coated the Sword of Champions in an oversized blade of ghostfire, while the giant created a massive club of stone, using an unknown earth-type attack skill to extend his reach. The 2 oversized weapons collided with a flare of elemental power that blasted outwards in a ring of destruction that made Remy curse and Ray laugh. Now you're just making a mess. Remy yelled at Karl as he locked weapons with the giant. Karl couldn't see it, but Remy wasn't joking. That first strike had leveled everything within 20 meters, including a half-dozen monarch rank hill giants. Karl and the giant disengaged, then clashed a half-dozen times in the next few seconds, testing each other's strength. Satisfied with the results, Karl smiled. He was stronger than the hill giant, physically. But his power level was still a fair bit lower. Remy stared up at the giant in front of her. It had managed to sneak through the lines of golems and fighters to make it to her and Lotus in the back lines. That alone was enough to be impressed with its ingenuity. But in her usual form, Remy was much too small to be fighting the giants head-on. Instead, she transformed into spirit snake form and struck out at the giant, which rolled away, flailing with its blade to keep her bite away. Remy's head darted forward as the giant swung wildly, but too slow to stop the attack. Half the creature's body was in her mouth when Remy bit down, sinking her fangs deep into the giant and flooding it with venom. With its arms trapped to its side by her mouth, the giant flailed wildly, and even tried coating itself in stone armor, but the skill failed to force Remy's fangs from its back, and it remained trapped. A few seconds later, its frantic struggles ended, and Remy instinctively swallowed. Then she realized that with a full giant in her spirit snake form, she wouldn't be able to transform back for a while, and she would be slow-moving until she finished digesting. Worse, Lotus was giving her a disgusted look. And the little cleric was right. The giant didn't even taste good. 4/10 mediocre and inconvenient. But she had an idea. If she shrunk, the food should shrink with her. Yes, that worked wonderfully, and now she was a small snake with a full belly, but she could move easily. She didn't lose any strength when she shrunk, but both her body and the giant lost weight. It was the perfect solution to a problem that she had created for herself, and it came with the added bonus of completely confusing the other giants. They couldn't find Remy in all the chaos, but even under the influence of the monster spawn, they hadn't forgotten that there was a venomous spirit snake here somewhere. She couldn't have gone far. The aftermath of the battle between the two totems had made it impossible for the giants to retreat, and Remy had been at the back of the battle to begin with. They just needed to find her. Carl and the totem-ranked giant had no idea what was happening on the other side of the battlefield, they were too engrossed in their own battle. This totem was one of the strongest Carl had seen, and the durability of his species was incredible. Like Carl, he had totem-ranked defensive barriers up, and the earth element was known for its durability. Unlike Carl, he healed at a more normal rate. So, the wounds were slowly building up on the giant as they battled, and his energy was running low, while Carl regenerated stamina, and he was using less mana than he could regain. Then Carl got a brilliant idea. Hawk had purgatory flames. An enormously powerful fireball that would burn all of his mana in one shot. He kind of wanted to see what happened if he used it, with the difference in their mana pool. The giant's expression changed as Carl smirked, and then the fireball was launched, burning easily through not only the creature's barrier and body, but the weapon it had made as well. Nothing was left of the totem-ranked giant but ash, as the spell exploded on impact. The blast, on the other hand, was significantly larger than Carl had anticipated. When Hawk used it, the ball was just fire, and if you weren't set aflame, you were generally alright. This time, the blast was like artillery exploding, and even from 50 meters away, Tessa was nearly thrown from Thor's back before eternal lightning caught her. Mana flooded back into Carl's body, making his limbs tingle with the imbalance as they struggled to return to their default state. But there was nothing left to fight, and the last of the giants had been killed by the overflow of the final blast. Tessa straightened her robes and glared at Carl. You could have warned us before you did that. What sort of insane power was that, anyhow? It nearly knocked me back to the goddess, and we're in the same guild. Carl shrugged. It's purgatory flames, a super fireball skill that Hawk has. I didn't think that there would be a blast like that, it had to be a result of the hill giant's earth magic collapsing. Is everyone alright? Tessa nodded, and Ophelia transformed back to give him a thumbs up. Well, that's the first target of the day down. Should we head on to the next one? Naksha asked, still in dragon form. Dana landed gently on her back. We might as well. The day is still early, and we have 4 targets on the list. The next one doesn't have a totem-ranked leader, though. Why don't we split up for efficiency? All of us can go to the next one on the list, and Carl can take his own. As she finished talking, Dana stuck her tongue out at Carl, then pulled her curls back into a rough ponytail, as they had already escaped the loose braid she wove that morning. That's not a bad idea. Their target is 5 kilometers northwest. Yours is 15 to the north. Hawk offered. Hawk has the target in sight. Follow him northwest, and you'll find it. Then we can both meet at the 4th target for the day. Carl suggested. Oh, not a bad idea. If things go smoothly, we should be done by lunch, and we can go together back to camp. Ophelia agreed. Remy giggled as she climbed up one of Dana's golems for a better view in her reduced snake form. This should be fun. We can have a competition. And then we can make a wish list of things to have for dinner. Everything was huge again in this form, and she had just remembered that she never did get to try all the sweets she wanted to when she learned to shrink. Carl waited for the group to leave, then took a running leap into the air, so he could teleport toward the target in a couple of long jumps. If they were going to compete, he wasn't going to waste 20 minutes running over to the target. The group that Hawk had identified for him was a group of ogres, 1 totem, with 30 or so overlords. Workable, but he would have to see how difficult of a fight it might be. What did you find for the others? Carl asked Hawk. The mission is a group of grass trolls with 4 overlords and many monarchs. Hawk explained. That explained why he didn't think that Carl would have to assist. Most of that group would be unlikely to ever break Thor's barriers. Carl landed near the ogres, who immediately charged, only to be met with a barrage of Void Blast, enhanced arrows. The skill had already been at totem ranked, but with the extra spell power that Carl had obtained, and whatever hidden bonuses came with being a totem, the overlords were completely unable to take a hit. Ogres weren't the toughest of opponents, as they had no magic of their own, but still, the casualty rate was impressive. Carl was about to turn his attention to the 2 leaders of this ogre tribe when a sudden blast of unholy energy vaporized them, and a group of gaunt-looking humanoids with no noses on their faces stepped from a portal. Well, what do we have here? The meddling beast master, away from his pets, too far to recall them to his side, and away from the influence of the dragon gods. One of them cackled gleefully. Carl looked over the black-robed figure, which reeked of death magic, and then smiled. Did my old friend from Bomgen send someone to play with me? Carl asked slyly. The man laughed, and equipped a shield and sword. Oh, he set the bounty, all right. But don't think that we're some weakling necromancer group. We know about your particular skills against mages. The man announced. Carl checked their system status for the names, and found they were in a language he couldn't read. Possibly, a disguise spell. But the colors were clear. 1 unholy paladin type class, 2 rogues, a cleric, 2 mages and 5 warriors. All totem ranked. Wait, did I really get a whole adventuring party, just for myself? Kara will be so jealous. Carl laughed. He tried to inform the Void Badger that they were missing out on the fun stuff, but found that he could not connect to her mind. That shouldn't be right. He could normally contact Remy in her lab from halfway across the continent, and the others were only a dozen kilometers away. There had to be a barrier of some sort. The mages began casting buffs on the group, and Carl called for his summoned helpers. 2 Lamia and a pair of dire bears, his usual combination. Plus the epic guard, who was equipped with the Haint Claw. Once the force was ready, Carl didn't hesitate and went straight for the cleric. The paladin cursed as a Lamia blade intercepted his attempt to block Carl's advance, allowing the first strike to hurl the shocked adventurer 20 meters, before he hit an invisible wall and slid down, lightly wounded, but unconscious. Skills flew at him from all sides, and Carl aimed for the closest warrior, using his larger size to his advantage to force the man back. Or, he assumed it was a man. The way that these attackers were all identical suggested that either he couldn't tell them apart, or it was all a disguise that he was unable to see through. The warriors moved to encircle Carl once a mage managed to petrify one of the Lamia, so the paladin could escape to engage the epic guard, who had already disabled one of the spell casters. Void Blast, in a dome around himself, gave Carl room to work and caused the magical barriers on the warriors to dim, even as their attacks crashed against Carl's Eternal Lightning. That thing has insane damage reduction. Hit it with big spells every time. The paladin warned his group members with a system message, so that Carl couldn't hear their conversation and adjust his strategy. It's not just reduction, he's got a base ignore amount as well. Did someone wake the cleric? He's up. Moving slow, though. Whatever status effect is on him wasn't cleared by the potion. It wasn't just a magical status effect, the cleric had suffered internal bleeding to the head when he hit the barrier, and only after he managed to properly heal himself did his mind begin to clear. Carl used Gravity Slam to knock down a pair of warriors, then charged through to engage the paladin and call a new pair of Lamia bodyguards to replace the wounded and petrified pair. Then, Butterfly and Tion worked together to create a small army of illusionary dwarven warriors with stone hammers and armor, as Butterfly activated Illusionary Domain over the battlefield. It looked just as it did before, but now she had much more influence over the space, and her illusions were more convincing. Shit, incoming. He summoned dwarves. The paladin shouted, and the warriors immediately moved to defensive positions, surrounding the mages and the cleric in a well-rehearsed formation. Carl had no doubt that this was a dungeon raiding team. They had tactics and strategies for all the common tactics that he had come up with so far, and they had brought a proper group, with every needed role. The epic guard fell as the rogues cut her down, and the haint claw returned to Carl's hand. He could summon another, but that took a few seconds, unlike the bear golems or the lamia. Seconds that he didn't have when defending himself against 2 rogues and a paladin. Pain lanced through his back as a dagger bypassed his barrier and found a weak point in his armor, and Carl lashed out with his clawed hand, raking deep furrows into the rogue's face. The spell on his body shattered, revealing a very normal-looking human face, staring blankly at the sky with its one intact eye as the rogue died. That gave Carl a few seconds of breathing room, and he called a new epic guard to the battlefield. Go get the cleric. Don't let him cast a resurrection. The epic guard flickered out of existence, using the haint claw's movement skill, and then reappeared to stab the cleric in the back before being forced to retreat again before the mages could blast it out of existence. But the task was complete. The spell had been interrupted, and the cleric was bleeding heavily and wheezing with a punctured lung. He would have to take care of himself first, and speaking the words to a spell would not be easy. You cowardly bastard! The paladin shouted in frustration as he charged for a shield slam, which Carl met with bulwark, sending a wave of dissipated energy to both sides as 2 monumental forces met. The illusionary dwarves were falling fast, lacking skills, while Tion lacked the mana to constantly refresh so many barriers. Carl never heard the chanting as a pair of mages completed a ritual spell, Dread Blast. But he felt, eternal lightning, shatter, then, Ghostfire body, before his left leg was coated in a black energy that caused pain to shoot through his body. Nullify, dissipated the effect, but the ritual was successful. His barriers were down. The paladin managed to keep Carl's blade busy while the rogue found a chance to strike at his back, poisoning him again. But this time, the rogue darted away before Carl's blade could reach him, and Carl was forced to retreat a few steps to keep the pair in front of him. All of the summoned creatures were now busy with the warriors and the mages, who were fighting desperately to keep the epic guard away from their healer, who glowed with golden holy magic as he tried to keep the group alive. Then, the formation collapsed as one of the warriors was defeated, and the lamia pair was suddenly together in the tight formation around the mages, gleefully hacking away. The rogue peeled off the battle with Carl, leaving him to duel the paladin while the agility-specialized teammate rescued their physically weakest members. Then, tragedy struck the adventurers. With the lines in disarray, the epic guard made it through the defense again, and the cleric's head rolled free of his body. It was only a matter of time now. Carl was certain of it. The distraction cost Carl dearly, and the paladin's blade found home, deep in his side. But a void blast, infused fist shattered the paladin's shield, and the fighter was flung to the ground as the black mist of void body healed Carl's wounds. Weariness crept into his body until he brought eternal lightning back up. But even with the extra stamina regeneration, he couldn't do this forever. He had burned through 2/3 of his mana already, and half the attackers were still alive. The fact that they were down their healer would help, but Carl couldn't be sure how much of their mana remained. Rend saved some mana, and forced the warriors into defensive positions as the rogue finished off the lamia pair. But the warriors couldn't hold for long as Carl battered them with his most mana-efficient attack skill. A spell hit Carl without warning, and the mage collapsed in exhaustion. However, the others smiled as if it were all worth it. Negative effect applied, skill lock, 15 seconds remaining. It didn't sound long, but with only eternal lightning active and no ability to refresh it or parry with skills, 15 seconds might as well be eternity. The warriors charged Carl, leaving only the rogue and the paladin to work with the last surviving mage against the 2 bear golems. 3-on-1, with the warriors still able to use their skills, Carl was able to do nothing but parry and hope that eternal lightning held out long enough that the Blade of Champions wasn't damaged during the battle. Fortunately, he was not truly alone. The bear golems had thick stony fur, courtesy of Tian, who was also using earth manipulation to attack the final mage. The mage screamed in agony as he was impaled by a stone spear, and Karl's fist ended a distracted warrior. How is he still using skills? The paladin shouted, well aware of the timer on skill lock. He's not. I think it's the damned golems. One of the warriors fighting Karl shouted back. They were certain of it. He hadn't used so much as a flicker of power in the last 5 seconds. But still, something had been using earth magic to kill their mage. It couldn't be anyone but the golems. Karl's other summoned assistants could use skills, so it made sense that the bears could as well, even if they looked like regular golems. It had to be an ability that his class granted. The paladin nodded decisively, and then took an item from his inventory. It was a simple ivory horn, but the paladin sighed as he raised it to his mouth. A moaning wail came from the horn, and Karl prepared to be hit with something nasty. But the expected strike never came. Instead, the whole group began to fade from sight, while with the vaguely familiar feeling of the recall spell permeated the area. They had taken their fallen and run away. Bastards! Do either of you have a timer? Did we hold them here for long enough to get a confirmed kill? Karl asked. Tian just shrugged. He'd never seen a clock before in his life. He understood the concept of time, but he had no idea how it was measured. Likewise, Butterfly did not have a clock, but she had a better grasp of how time was measured. So, she summoned an illusionary dwarf to speak on her behalf. Approximately 7 minutes from the first death. It explained, then vanished. Not long enough. But Karl had bigger concerns, now that he had realized he was being targeted. What if a similar group had come after the others? He couldn't contact the rest of the group, so he couldn't even warn them that they might be in danger. At least not until he nullified the barrier, and all the links came flooding back. Test. Anyone home? We finished our group, and we're heading to the 4th point. How is your fight going? Remy's mental messages made Karl chuckle, but he decided to send her a warning before getting sidetracked by banter. I finished my fight, and then I was ambushed by mercenaries sent by Bomgan. Keep an eye out for the others, they might be targets as well. Karl headed for the other group, just in case someone came for them as well. It sounded like Lord Bomgan has asked the mercenaries to target Karl in particular, and not just his entire group. They had mentioned getting him away from his beasts and the dragon clerics, which did make it sound like they were not the target of the mission. He found them waiting near the final group that they had selected for the day, a group of monarch-ranked gnolls led by a single totem-ranked chimera. It was an odd combination, for sure. But they were likely to have originally been part of a larger monster spawn with multiple monster types in it, as many dungeons had. But when Karl approached, the chimera simply turned and fled. That was not the behavior of a monster straight from the spawns. The creature must have used an ability to make the gnolls accept it as part of the group, and now that it had noticed that there was actual danger coming its way, it took the most prudent course of action and retreated. Ray gave Karl an arachnid look that conveyed infinite frustration, and he shrugged. It's not my fault that he ran away. Karl insisted. You scared the monsters away. Ray retorted. Technically, chimera are beasts. Thor added helpfully. If a spider could roll her eyes, Ray definitely did it. I will wait this one out, so everyone can get more practice in. A good fight pushed me to totem, I'm sure that it can push everyone to overlord with enough grinding. Karl informed the others. Tessa smirked. It wouldn't even be a fair fight if you got involved. A certain someone tells me that you soloed a raid group. The red dragon cleric tapped the side of her head, indicating that it was a mental notification, and Karl briefly wondered if she meant her red dragon patron, or Thor. Dana sighed. We will have to discuss this later. Ladies, let's show the boss mob how the rest of us do things. Thor led the charge into combat with everyone on his back, allowing Dana to float up into the air just before they reached the gnolls, while Ophelia transformed in midair as she leapt into the battle. Remy was still in snake form, and fighting from Ray's back. Adding her bodyguards to Ray's golems and her unit of spectre knights, ghostly undead in black armor. Carl shook his head in dismay. Dana said that it was unfair for him to fight, but he had forgotten that he could add a small army of undead to the fight. Ray and Remy were a military unit all by themselves. They had tanks, agile damage dealers, even a spellcaster and healer combo. Remy's healing totems might not be as good as Lotus version, but they were more than enough for their group. The air distorted beside Carl, but he didn't feel any threat as the portal opened. With delicate steps, a small white dragon with shimmering scales that reflected impossible colors as the sun reflected off its body emerged from the spell, and looked up at Carl with great curiosity. Interesting. I guess I lost the bet. I was totally certain that you just beat them so bad their minds broke. The dragon whelpling announced. Carl smiled at the strange young dragon. Oh. What did you wager? Carl asked. The little dragon growled. One of my favorite immortal pearls. But what were the odds that someone actually sent mercenaries after a wandering world boss? Carl chuckled. World boss is a bit of a grand title, don't you think? The dragon shrugged, and puffed a small rainbow of fire. It's like dungeon boss, but outside. What else would you call it? Carl frowned. The dragon had a point. Logically, the names were related. I was thinking something like an elite mob. Because my constitution is epic grade. The dragon perked up, momentarily forgetting about his lost pearl. Oh, that's not bad. We could call you a named elite. It reminds people that they can't fight you one-on-one at the same rank, but doesn't sound like you're in charge of stuff. I don't suppose that you're from the same location as the mercenaries are? Carl asked. The dragon shook his head. No, they're from Nerid, and I'm from Gabble. Gabble Kingdom, that is. Not here. I live in the opal mine in Gabble City, in a ware over a very nice dwarven inn. They make the most wonderful mead. Did you know that you can make cake with mead, and it tastes like honey butter cornbread? Carl blinked slowly. Did that even count as a cake? If the dragon thought it did, then it did. That sounds wonderful. We will have to check it out sometime. But if you're from a whole other country, how did you find out so quickly? The fight only ended a few minutes ago. Carl asked. I have a friend in the Arago temple in Nerid, where they went for resurrections and healing. The spider priestess there appreciates sweet things just as much as I do. And when she heard about the fight, she called me to let me know that a fun thing happened. Then we made the wager, and I lost. Carl patted him on the head. My friend, I believe that you were set up. Look over there. What do you see? The dragon stood on his hind legs so he could see what Carl did. A blood destruction demonic spider. Nearly ready to advance to totem rank. Oh, that devious spider woman, she tricked me. The spider goddess must have told her about the fight. The spider goddess loves watching her children, and that one is exceptional. She's got better skills than almost any other spider I've seen. The dragon grumbled. But on that note, how many spider goddess temples are there in Nerid? Carl asked. The little dragon shrugged. Thousands. They've got a weird thing going on there. Arachnid monsters, arachnid and insectoid beastkin, and the darklings. Carl clearly had no idea what that was, so the dragon explained. Oh, they're humans, but also not. When they are teens, they get a blessing from the dark gods. It makes their system users superhumans with death magic. Like the unholy paladin that you beat up. Even the cleric was a spider goddess cleric, but they all wear the same silly outfit when they want to be all incognito. I think it's a spider thing. Look at me, I'm all mysterious, the creepy thing in the shadows. Carl smirked. That was totally Ray when she was little. Now, she was legitimately terrifying if you weren't on her side. And she still liked to lurk in the shadows. The little dragon sighed. I've seen all I need to. They really did run into a big boss totem that can take on a whole team alone. But the fight is about to end here, and if I don't run away, Mom will kill me for eating snacks before dinner. He opened a portal and Carl quickly stuck his head through to see where the dragon was headed. The view was of a glimmering mountain face, unlike anything Carl had ever seen before. Oh, you've never been here before, have you? The south face is pretty distinct. You should be able to use that sight to open another portal in this location. Then the little dragon pushed Carl's head back through the portal to his own side, and ended the spell. Carl watched as the last of the gnolls fell before the might of Ray, and the group gathered to discuss their tactics. What worked, what didn't work well, and what they thought that they could have changed to make their fight more efficient. It was not a bad fight by any means, but the ladies were getting used to working as a team and not relying on Carl to take care of whatever was most troublesome. I think that if we spread the golems a bit further apart, we will end up with breaches in the line. It would be better to have them stay close and push a bit deeper, so that the greater golems can fight without exposing the flanks. Ophelia suggested. Dana nodded. That sounds like a plan. We make a pretty good wrecking ball, but we really could use 2 more golems to fill in the rear. Tessa shrugged. Getting surrounded isn't the goal anyhow. We just need to keep moving so that they can't get too many behind us. Thor does have a tail weapon, so the back isn't fully exposed when we're in a cluster like that. But when Lotus is on the ground doing her thing, we will have to move Ophelia to the back again. Tion was confused by the conversation. Why are they making plans like we're not here? Because we're 2 ranks higher than they are. The things that we'll want to be fighting are too strong for them to deal with. And the things they want to fight to help them grow are too weak for us to interfere without making it pointless for them. Carl explained. Oh, that makes sense. Even Sister Ray is too strong to be picking on these gnolls. Ray turned a glare at the tiny fox. Did he just call her weak? Tion didn't see what he said wrong, or understand why she was giving him evil looks, so he just dismissed his concerns. The fight was over, and now they could go see more stuff. Should we return to the camp and see what they have for us next? Or do you want to just inform them that we've finished all 4 tasks, and we're going to wander for a little bit and see what we can find? Carl asked the group. That was a good question. Taking missions was kind of rigid and boring, in Naksha's mind. The monsters that were overpopulated weren't just the ones that were directly threatening the towns and the military outposts, so it would be better if they just attacked whatever there was too much of. The dragon shrugged. I think we should explore and fight. Hopefully, we can find some of the larger excess monster spawn packs and start really thinning out the numbers. Nobody else had a problem with it, so Carl opened a portal back to the camp. I will hold this open while I inform them of what we're up to. Just give me 5 minutes. He didn't actually need that long, as there was a scout standing only 10 meters from the portal's opening. Hey, guard. Can you pass these to the general? We finished these 4 missions today, and now we're going to head inland to look for more groups that aren't on the list. Carl called. The dwarf jogged over and took the notices with a smile. Good work, mercenary. We will see you again one day, I'm sure. You can send us updates if you would like. So that we know what else you've managed to eliminate. Some of it might be on the low priority list. Got it. The black dragon wants a general culling of the overflow, so there might be a lot of little things on the list. I will have someone write the details down, and we can send them in once a week or something. Carl agreed. That works for us. Good luck. Carl returned to the ladies and closed the portal. Alright, we're good to go. Do you want to go any particular direction, or just wherever the mood takes us? Adventure. Lotus and Remy cheered simultaneously. Well, that pretty much settles it. We will head away from where we know that there are other army units and marked villages, and just look for excessively large groups of monsters. Do we want to fly or walk? Carl asked. I say that we keep walking. I have heard that there is something strange about the layout of the land, and I wonder if we can see it firsthand if we're on the ground and Hawk is in the air. Naksha suggested. There was a slim chance that they would see something different from the ground and the air, but it wasn't zero. Nobody knew for sure if things were actually changing or if it was an illusion. If it was just a powerful illusion, or a localized effect, they might be able to provide extremely valuable information to the army units. Gabble, or this part of Gabble, as Karl now knew that there was another region named Gabble Kingdom, had a serious lack of information infrastructure. They might be rural, but not having a proper map of your own country seemed a bit too negligent. Naksha returned to dragon form and made a loop over the area, then gestured for them to follow her to the north. Hawk hadn't seen anything interesting in that direction, but it was away from any of the army units, and headed for the middle of the nation, where they would be the furthest from any of the regular patrols. If they wanted to find monster packs that hadn't been culled at all, that was the best spot to find them. Naksha had only been flying a few minutes when she began to get excited. I think that I found a fresh anomaly. I think that I just saw it open. At least, I don't think that it's a portal. She declared. Definitely not a portal. The monsters just appeared all over the place. I think that this place likes us. Hawk elaborated. How so? Ray asked hopefully. Food. Hawk cheered. The sound of crashing through the brush and long grass alerted everyone that they weren't going to have to go looking for the spawn, it had already found them. And the moment that Karl saw what they were facing, he knew that Hawk was right. This was food. Giant crabs, with a nearly circular flat-topped shell, and 2 meters tall, to be precise. Their coloration was all wrong for where they had ended up in the grasslands, and the bright oranges and greens were immediately recognizable, but the creatures were incredibly fast, and every bit as large as Ray. Because the spawn had just started, they hadn't had time to gather, so what the group was facing was only 3 overlord-ranked crabs. But the crabs didn't seem to care about the disparity, and they were charging straight at Thor. The thought confused him. Did they think that he was the biggest threat because of his size? Or did they think that they could defeat and eat him? Both were incorrect assumptions, and didn't bode well for the intelligence of their targets. But they did at least hesitate for a moment when Ophelia transformed. She was covered in fur, not hard scales, and nearly as large as Thor was. However, the crabs still continued to charge for the behemoth, snapping their claws as their legs clattered with their eagerness to reach him. Only when they were 20 meters away did they begin their attack, sending powerful jets of water towards Thor, while Ray prepared to pounce. The crabs worked well together, and the streams all hit the same spot on Thor's armor. But that made little difference with Eternal Lightning active, and the team charged into battle. Dana's golems quickly isolated one of the targets, pulling it away so she could face it alone, while Ophelia worked with Naksha, who was in dragon form, but on the ground. The two were similar in overall size, though Naksha was twice as long, and not nearly as tall as the dire bear. Both were much larger than the crabs, and it was almost comical watching them pin down and pull apart the monsters. Karl could almost hear them salivating. The final one continued its assault on Thor until Ray arrived and cleanly punctured a forward spot on its shell, killing it cleanly with little damage. Her long, armored forelimbs were perfect for the job, as they could get deep enough for a clean kill without ruining any of the potentially edible portions of the crab. Sorry about your luck, Hawk. We're keeping this one. Naksha called, unsure where Hawk was at that moment. The gigantic Thunderbird had a better crab hunting method. He had gone to find another group, and simply grabbed one by the shell and flew into the air, intending to slice it apart. The crabs couldn't reach the top of themselves, and it seemed brilliant, until he got a jet of magical water in the face. Lifting them was not the best way. Rend, to the rescue. Hawk cut into what he hoped was the head section with Rend, coated in ghostfire, and the crab died after only a few hits. That worked much better. After making sure it was dead, Hawk tossed it in his space for later and began to bombard the others from a distance where he could dodge the return fire. Are we still working? We don't have to keep working, do we? Tian asked hopefully. What did you have in mind? Carl replied. I can make a big pot with a lid, and we can have crab for lunch. Mom showed me how, she loved crab. The tiny fox replied. Crab dinner anyone? Carl asked. Naksha paused her examination of the dead crab and nodded eagerly. We need a plan. She agreed. Tian created a large pot with earth manipulation on stands to create a fire under it. Catching on quickly, Remy filled it halfway up with water, and Ray tossed her dead crab in it. Lotus had plenty of spices, and Tessa started a pot full of rice to go with the crab. Hawk returned to his hunt, slowly adding more crabs to the pile and organizing his ingredients. I need to make a donation soon. I've got too much outdated food. Hawk informed Carl in a serious tone. Oh. Hawk nodded gravely. Look at all this. It's delicious, but royal rank and lower. I don't need nearly that many snacks. The more powerful I get, the less I need to eat, and it's all piling up. Carl chuckled. The bird space looked like a supermarket meat section. I need the room for new things. All right. The next village that we come across, I will make a deal to trade them a lot of meat from you. You can transfer some to the guild house storage as well. Hawk made a keening laugh. The storage room at the guild house is full already. They've got enough to last them a year. They really did need to start cleaning out Hawk's space, then. The water was already boiling for their crab stew, and Lotus was happily adding diced potatoes and carrots to what smelled like a lemongrass curry base. Do you think that this will pull the other groups of crabs to us? Ophelia asked as she settled a blanket on the grass. Hopefully. It would let us stock up without going hunting them. Hawk is already working on clearing some of them out, but as he's at the overlord rank, the same as them, it takes a bit to safely eliminate them alone. In a group, we can take care of them in seconds. Especially if we're not trying to save the corpses. Carl explained. That sounded like a massive waste to everyone, and not just the food-obsessed Hawk. The wonder that was crab stew was enough to end all thoughts of productivity. The smell of spices and crabs together was wafting away on the wind, filling every breath that they took, and Carl knew that there would be no more working done today, even if they were attacked. The ladies would just ask him to kill another for the pot. And attacked by more crabs is exactly what happened. Before the soup was even ready, they already had crabs coming from 3 different directions, and Kara was out hunting them. She had realized that the creatures had a fatal flaw. The actual brain was right between the eyes, and behind one of the least armored portions of their body. The trick was to get past the claws, as they would guard their vulnerable frontal area as they charged. You couldn't attack it from the top, as most would try. And you couldn't attack from below, if you were smaller than the crab. You had to attack it from the front and straight inwards to get a clean hit. But with a bit of practice, she learned to taunt them into snapping their pincers at her, and that revealed the soft spot for her to hit them with a void blast. She definitely didn't want to damage them too badly. These shells were overlord-ranked chitin. Compared to most materials, they were exceptionally durable, and light for the amount of protection that they offered. It might not be as good as some of the special overlord-ranked metals, but Kara was pretty sure that Ray could make some really awesome armor and trinkets out of crab bits. All they had to do was have crab for dinner for a few days, and Ray would have all the materials that she could need to make entire suits of armor. Wouldn't that be cool? They could make it a shop specialty, as it would layer so well in the traditional drawed armor style. Oh, that would look good on Nadena. They should make her new armor. I made her armor a month ago. Ray reminded the badger. That's working armor, not decorative armor. Kara replied haughtily. Ray paused. The badger was right. It was working armor. She could make it look so much cooler if she wasn't worried about function. If she went all out on the decoration, Dana would become a walking billboard for her armoring skills. She could have a limited edition Samurai Dana. She was already getting properly stabby with that increased attack speed, and Ray was proud of her squishy little human sister. She had even made her golems competent with a sword, and that was a real accomplishment. Ray's golems were pretty good, but they were still lacking on the skills front. The Spectral Knights, on the other hand, had excellent skills. They should teach the Dana mage how to summon those. Ray mentally nudged Carl, reminding him that he should be more generous with the skills. Target incompatible with skill, Undead army. Boo this system. Ray complained. A whole army of undead knights fighting in front of Dana would be wonderful. Especially after Ray made her some new decorative Lady General armor. Is combat a cosplay competition of sorts? Tion asked curiously. Wasn't it always? Beating up bullies and bad people is only properly satisfying when you look cool doing it. Ray insisted. The little fox nodded, accepting the words of his older sister as gospel truth. Tion began to brush out his tail. A properly groomed tail was essential to looking impressive, and he might need to be ready at any moment. The fact that he weighed all of 1 kilogram and was far too adorable to intimidate anyone never crossed his mind. Carl considered his failure for a few minutes. Maybe there was a way that he could fix that skill. Dana couldn't use bodyguard or army of the dead, but she was good with golems. If he mixed the skills for golem and army of the dead, wouldn't that make something like an army of golems? Of course, the two spells had very little in common, other than that it made a solid construct as a final result, so mixing them wasn't going to be easy. But they had some time, and Carl could work at it slowly while resting and during travel time. The crab stew turned out to be a huge hit with everyone, but the portion sizes were a bit ridiculous for such a small group. In order to hold the full crab, as they wanted, the pot held nearly 400 liters of stew. So, after the 6 of them, plus the beasts, had managed to eat most of a single crab leg between them, Tessa packed everything, including the new pot, into her inventory for later. Ray stretched out, and then got to her feet. Are you staying here for the night? I am going to go hunt more crabs for later. Hawk and Kara are already at it again, and I don't want to let them win. Then she transformed and vanished into the distance with Shadow Step. Carl would tell her the answer when they had one. Lotus laughed at her impatience and shrugged. This is as good of a spot as any. If we leave the golems and some bodyguards on watch, we can just rest in the tiny world. Just put the entrance inside a simple tent, and nobody will ever know that it's not the bodyguards' camp. Carl nodded. There is a nice simple tent in my inventory. But I have a better plan. If you ask the lovely Tion, I bet he wouldn't mind making us a shelter. Carl brought Tion out of his space, and Lotus' hands began flapping in restrained excitement. Or the restrained urge to simply grab the fluffy creature. Mr. Tion, will you make us a shelter for the night? That would be so kind of you. I've got special treats. Do you like peaches? I made peach cobbler squares before we left. Lotus blurted in a rush, while the tiny fox laughed. Tion nodded in agreement. He could make a den for everyone. But an above-ground one, the way that other species did it. A flick of his tail created a dome-roofed circular hut of sandstone with an arched door and a single window. It had a stone sleeping bench on one side, up off the ground, so that bugs didn't bother you, and the thick stone walls would keep the afternoon sun off you, while keeping the hut warm all night. Lotus hung a hastily conjured grass mat over the door, and then a covering for the window. Now it looked like someone lived in it. Then, she held out her hands, one with the peach cobbler square on a small plate. Clearly luring Tion back to her. But he didn't mind. As much as he had complained about it, the little fox actually enjoyed having someone stroke his fur. Carl called the Lamia bodyguards, and Dana brought back her golems as additional guards. That should slow down anything that might consider attacking them in the dark. With a pair of totem-ranked Lamia at the hut, they were likely to be the strongest things in the area. You look like you've got big plans for the night. Dana noted as she led Carl to the reproduction of their bedroom in the tiny world's house. Ray pointed out that if you could use her spectral knights, you would have a whole army of master blade wielders to fight on your side. But you're incompatible with the necromantic magic. So, I was thinking of something more like a terracotta army. A complement to your existing golems and greater golems. Dana smiled. I have a skill in my skill tree that is along those lines, but not quite as impressive. It's called Blade Spirits, and it will advance my Blade Swarm skill to pick targets on its own with ethereal spirits. I'm only a few points short of being able to use it. Carl frowned. Isn't that one attack per conjured blade, though? Dana giggled softly and rolled her eyes at him. Even skills from an advanced class aren't intended to be everything you could ever want all in one package. Sure, I'd have to call more of them once they attacked, but that's still a massive amount of damage. Plus, I can leave the blade swarm in place until I'm ready to counterattack, and, auto parry, will let them block incoming attacks. That's hard on the mana usage. But if we're being attacked by multiple enemies, I can continually control the blades on my own to keep them away. It's a failsafe in combat, since I'm usually the closest to Lotus. That isn't the biggest issue we have right now, though, is it? You're 2 full ranks above the rest of us, except Naksha. And given whatever happened to your constitution, you might as well be considered halfway to mythic already. There isn't any realistic chance that we're going to be able to fight in one cohesive group for much longer. Once the beasts start to advance, we will be totally left behind, and operating as 2 different groups who happen to be in one spot. Carl picked her up and then flopped back onto the bed. You're right. I didn't get to go into details, but while we were apart, I was attacked by a group of mercenaries, who had taken up a bounty placed by Lord Bomgan. A full raiding group of totems. 10 to be specific. And if they hadn't run away to save their surviving members after I killed the healer, it would likely have been a draw. Sure, they weren't anything particularly impressive, and they all used death magic. But if I had Ray and Kara at totem rank with me, it would have been a massacre. I don't want to separate like that, though. There has to be something that I can do that will bring our power levels closer together again so that we can keep traveling and adventuring together. Dana gave him a sad smile. And that's why you're trying to come up with overpowered new spells. So that if I can make it to Overlord rank, I will be so far beyond the average that I won't feel like I'm holding you back. I appreciate it, but I'm being realistic. It won't be long before it's simply impossible for me to keep up. I've known since we started at the academy that you were going to leave everyone in the dust eventually. Look at the head start that you got on everyone else. But I'm savoring the time that we can work together. Even after that time passes, I'll still be there for you to come home to. Dana snuggled into his chest, and Carl wisely kept silent about the fact that he had completely overlooked her feelings on the matter in his excitement. Instead, he swapped to his silk sleepwear and pulled the blankets over them. Dana might have come to terms with the reality that even after her class advancement, she wasn't going to be able to make up the gap in their power levels. But Carl had not. What was the purpose of all these skills he had if he couldn't empower one Dana mage to keep up with his team? So, while they rested in each other's arms, he wasn't just meditating on adding power to the 9-pointed power matrix which enhanced his own abilities. He kept a portion of his mind focused on working on ways to combine the clauses of the Golem and Undead army spells. But, as morning approached, he found that they were still too different. So, he added, Bodyguard, to the mix, allowing its clauses on intelligence and autonomy to fill in the missing areas. That was almost there, but there were still some requirements that weren't being met. Then Carl remembered when he had tried to combine Ghostfire Body, Night Haunter and Apocalypse, among other skills. It had created a transformation skill called, Lord of Destruction. It was a totem-rank transformation skill that he couldn't use at the time, but he had the memory of the attempt. There should be something in there that he could use. Spell combination successful, Army of Unholy Retribution, Immortal rank skill. No compatible users found. Carl stared at the message. If they could use all the component spells, why couldn't they use that spell? Was there something missing? Other than the fact that none of them were at the immortal rank. Maybe if he started lower. Combining advanced skills tended to have incredibly high requirements. The better the skill was to start with, the more powerful the components needed to improve it, and the more powerful the user needed to be. Carl took a moment to consider his next step, then decided to teach Hawk, Lord of Destruction, and call it a night. He could work on how to improve Dana tomorrow. Maybe he would come up with a new approach to improving either her power or her growth rate in the morning. Skill created, Lord of Destruction, Totem Rank Transformation Skill. Ignores most damage types, incorporeal, deals fire damage to both physical and metaphysical targets. Hawk cheered as he hunted crabs in the dark. His flames burst out in bright white flames, leaving only a light blue afterimage of his feathers at the core, and then his fire attacks advanced from Overlord to Totem ranked. It might not have been his own effort that advanced his flames before his body, but winning was winning. He was the second to have a Totem ranked skill. Well, third, if you counted Tion, but Tion was too cute to count as a combatant. Their newest addition was already having a significant effect on the others as well. Hawk had noticed that Thor was feeling extra protective with a hatchling in the group, and Remy spent all her time outside her lab in a greatly reduced version of her spirit snake form. He wasn't sure whether turning back into a small spirit snake actually made her cuter, but Remy was quite certain that it did. It didn't affect her spell casting abilities in any way, so Hawk mostly ignored it. Looking at his transformed body, Hawk realized that he still looked like himself, only with hotter flames on the outside. But when he dove to attack a crab for a close-range flaming rend, he could pass through tree branches, as if he were made of pure fire. Of course, that set the scraggly little tree on fire. But that was a minor side effect. The real concern was that he couldn't grab the crabs in this form without using a skill. That part was annoying. The damage was still so worth it. He called it a night just an hour after Carl got him the new skill. It was already getting close to morning, and he needed more sleep than Ray did. So, if he didn't sleep now, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his scouting duties after breakfast. Even Kara and Ray eventually returned to their spaces to sleep. They had collected so many of the crabs that they had to actually search for more at that point, and the rest of the group still needed something to do tomorrow. Lotus woke everyone up with the smell of blueberry pancakes coming from the kitchen, and the team gathered to make their plan for the day. Should we go look for the core of the anomaly to see if there are good things? Or should we clear out all the crabs we can find first and see if it collapses? Ophelia asked. She knew that the beasts had been hunting in the dark, so there should be hundreds of crabs in storage by now. Speaking of which, can we still reach the guild store? Tessa asked. Lotus shook her head. I had to make my own ingredients today. We're out of range of the guild store. But we can put things in the main guild bank and let them collect them. Carl shrugged. We can also open a portal back. Just let me know when we need to get something. Or ask Dana. Lotus smirked. I have come prepared. Plus, with this class advancement, I have incredible nature magic. We don't need to worry about plant-based ingredients. I've got nearly a month's worth of average potion sales stocked at the store as well. No need to rush back. Remy added silently. She was back in Lamia form to eat breakfast, but Carl noticed that she was still using, unobtrusive behemoth, to shrink herself. The fork and knife were huge in her hands, but the greedy look that she was giving pieces of pancake which were each the size of her head was hilarious. Carl checked the system interface, and found that they were now in range of the Saihosesa guild house, though he didn't have access to its guild bank. That proximity was likely what gave them the link to the main guild bank, so as it was in the northern corner of this island, they should be good over the whole island if they really needed to move things. But now that he thought about it, he could make totem-ranked items. He hadn't had a chance to make any totem-ranked runic items yet. There wasn't really anything that they needed. But he was curious what totem-ranked runes looked like. They had gone through metallic, then purple, red and a greenish-blue color that seemed to shift to one or the other depending on the nature of the effect. He did have a bit of totem-ranked stone to work with, thanks to the dwarves trading with him. He didn't have much for creation skills, though. He did have a few Overlord-ranked weapons in his inventory. They were the ones that he was going to make for Oathbreaker to sell at the auction this month. They were Overlord-ranked ore, so it should be able to handle totem-ranked runes. Lord Drod was going to lose his mind. "You look suspiciously happy," Dana noted. "I just realized that I have a sword here for the auction that I haven't upgraded yet." Dana smirked and winked at him. "And now you can imbue it with totem-ranked runes. Well, let's see it. I think we're all interested now." Carl took out the greatsword and placed it on the table to plan what he would do. It had a place for a gem in the pommel, so he could add a skill stone to it. The others looked at the weapon on the table, wondering what sort of warrior it would be targeted to. It didn't suit Dana's style, and Ophelia had a nearly new pair of axes. Carl thought about it for a moment, then decided not to troll the auction house that badly. He would make it for himself, in case he needed more reach in combat than the Blade of Champions allowed. The Epic Guard was quite fond of the Haint Claw, and it was using it more often recently. That didn't cost Carl anything, as he still got the soul energy feed from the weapon even when the Epic Guard used it. So, a backup sword for fighting larger targets would be alright. If he put Life Leech and Shatter type runes on the blade, along with increased skill damage and durability runes, that would make a good base. Then the gem could be Gravity Slam, so that he could counter much larger and heavier weapons. Carl took out a totem-ranked earth stone to carve the spell, then got to work on the blade. Only when they were both finished and the gem was mounted did Carl begin to add the mana to upgrade the runes. The change in his power level was obvious as the runes rapidly flickered through the colors as they improved, a nearly effortless process on Carl's part. The runes turned from red to blue, and then the light seemed to be sucked out of the room as the runes went pitch black. Carl stopped as the rune's power level equalized with his own, and admired his handiwork. The gem had turned entirely black, hiding the runic writing. But the blade remained the same shimmering silver of elven steel, but engraved with delicate black lines, thanks to the tiny writing necessary to get all the effects that Carl wanted without writing too close to the edges of the blade. Achievement obtained, craft a totem-ranked runic item. Title awarded, Rune Lord. Carl picked up the blade, and immediately felt the resistance from the Blade of Champions. It had been some time since he tried to use another weapon, and he had totally forgotten that the blade was actually intensely territorial. With its effect, Carl wasn't sure that he could properly bond the weapon at all. Everyone waited, wondering what Carl was doing, and not privy to the silent objections of the Blade of Champions. After a few seconds, Carl relented. "It seems that I offended my other sword. I will have to find a proper home for this one later," he explained. Dana gave him a strange look. "How do you offend a sword? Attempt to cheat on it with another sword? One with a longer blade and a fancy skill stone?" Carl replied with a shrug. Dana resisted the urge to facepalm as Carl took out the Blade of Champions, which now pulsed with totem rank power, as if staking its claim. "Didn't it let you use them all without any issues, though?" Tessa asked. Carl nodded. "Yes, the maul wasn't an issue. Just swords, as far as I can tell. I guess I'll just have to work on a skill to improve my one-handed blade work. Or maybe learn to fight with a shield. Ray can make you an excellent crab shield. Well, once she's done with the one that she's making for whatever she's doing," Kara suggested. Ray looked up from her sketchbook. "That one is just for art. It's not for function." It was part of her new decorative line of equipment. She had already planned out the whole set for Dana, and now she was just waiting on the proper method to dye the shell portions black. She had plenty of reds, but she wanted them to be glossy black to go with the stripes in the fur of Carl's beast form. She could paint it, but that just wasn't the same as properly dyeing the shell so that it was the right color all the way through, and the looks couldn't be chipped away. It took a few more minutes of searching her memory of leatherworking skills, but she eventually came up with a plan that would work on orange chitin, and began formulating the dye to make properly black shields out of the crab shells. While Ray worked on plans to make new armor, Carl set out his assortment of weapons on the table, so he could form a plan to create something to fill the gaps in his abilities. Looking at them all side by side was easier for Carl to compare than just going over the system interface, but it really did highlight how far he had come since acquiring them all. A single moderately powered attack would cause the formerly prodigious weapon to explode now. He should likely put it on display somewhere or see if he could release the bond and trade it to someone less powerful. Out of habit, the epic guard picked up the haint claw and let it equip over her hands, then the whole body, which transformed the black drake scaled construct to a ghost-bodied treant nearly identical to Overlord Lifa. For a moment, the guard looked at the two less used weapons, and then picked them up. It looked hilarious, as both weapons were designed to be wielded with both hands, and the epic guard was smaller than Carl by quite a bit. Lotus smiled at the semi-intelligent construct. "Did you want them?" she asked. The construct nodded, and Carl shrugged. "I don't see why not. But be careful trying to actually use them all. It can't handle Overlord rank power, and even Monarch rank is pushing its limitations." The epic guard nodded happily, then both weapons simply melted into its body. "What the hell was that?" Dana exclaimed, while the epic guard strutted around proudly. "Weapon upgraded, Haint Claw, has become, Haint." The epic guard seemed to split, and the original body stepped back, leaving the Lifa copy, in all her ghostly glory, standing in front. Living weapon, Haint, artifact grade living weapon. Soul Steal, Soul Link, Spirit Shift, Teleport, Life Steal, Force Slam, Ghostfire, deals extra damage when merged with a construct or wielder. Everyone stared in shock for a moment, then the haint vanished. It reappeared behind Lotus, and picked the little cleric up in a princess carry, so it could pet her with its hair branches. "Ha! The tables have turned." Tion laughed as he came out to watch the show. The epic guard smirked at the show. Without the haint, its intelligence wasn't nearly as high, but it was well aware of Lotus' love for all things plant and animal. "Well, that's one way to deal with excess weapons. But I must say that creating a second Lifa was not what I had on the bingo sheet for today." Tessa joked. The haint smiled at her. "Who is Lifa?" she asked. "Oh, that's the haint that broke off a bit of its own hand to make the haint claw that you evolved from. She named herself Lifa because she looked like an ethereal treant." Tessa explained. The haint nodded slowly. "Interesting. I would say that we look more like a tree revenant. But perhaps she wanted to be seen as a friendly creature. Did you not want to be known as friendly?" Tessa asked carefully. The haint shrugged. "I am Pack Master Carl's weapon. Whether my presence is friendly or not depends on his mood." This living weapon didn't have the rebellious spirit that Lifa had, Tessa realized. It still respected the bond with its wielder, and didn't have any inclination to rebel against his authority or go off on its own. Perhaps that would come with age, but for now, they probably didn't need to worry about a rebellion. I wonder if it kept its combat instincts. Kara wondered. The haint turned to face her. Indeed. I learned much about combat as I grew. Including the first lesson that you taught me. Gouge out the eyes and then claw off the delicate bits. She can hear me. Kara cheered, and did a little happy dance on her hind legs. I can hear what Carl hears. So I hear everything. Lotus poked the ghostly-looking body of the haint, and found that it was actually warm and squishy. Can you put me down now? A brave crab approached the camp, and the haint extended on hand, then made a rapid up and down gesture that lifted the creature, then slammed it to the ground. Thor's eyes opened wide. That was a brilliant use of gravity slam. It only took him a moment to realize that the skill had evolved, and that her version was called Force Slam, but it only took a nudge to get Carl to transfer the altered spell. Pass that one all around. Kara complained. Skill transferred, force slam. Skill transferred, force slam. Target incompatible. Target incompatible. Well, at least I got it. Sorry about everyone else's luck. Kara gloated as the rest of the team except her and Thor proved incompatible with the gravity magic. As he watched the Haint methodically disassemble the giant crab, Carl realized that most species would be horribly adapted to trying to defend against that skill. Not many were evolved to keeping themselves attached to a surface. That was what gravity was for. But when gravity was reversed and you were suddenly lifted, most targets would be nearly helpless unless they could resist the skill directly. Carl assumed that at higher levels, some magic resistance was normal. He wasn't sure if he had any, but it was likely in the system stat somewhere, if he went searching through the options. Should we go look for the rest of the crabs now? I know that Ray and the others cleared out a lot of them last night, but we should look for the source anomaly and clear the remainder of them from the area. Carl suggested. The Haint put Lotus down and stretched her clawed fingers, ready to go hunting. Why don't you take your new friend and go look for the anomaly, and the rest of the team can go hunt crabs together? Dana suggested. That would leave them with plenty of protection, and Carl wouldn't have to be bored all day, facing monsters that he could kill a whole group at a time with a single strike. Carl thought about arguing, but if there was an instance of some sort at the anomaly that spawned the crabs, then it would be the final requirement for him to do his class advancement. Requirements for next class advancement. Reach totem rank. Fill all beast slots or combine spaces to remove redundant areas. Visit any dungeon, instance or relic with system integration. He had reached totem rank. He hadn't started to form a new space yet for a totem-ranked pet, and if there was something in the anomaly, it would be the final requirement. Fortunately, Carl already knew exactly where he had to go. Hawk had done extensive scouting of the area yesterday, so everyone knew where the remaining groups of crabs should be. But it also revealed the anomaly that spawned them, which would be Carl's target for the morning. Unlike most spawns, there was no guard around the entrance. Ogres and giants would remain there, as well as most other monster species. But the crabs had just wandered away, looking for food. So, Carl stepped inside without any challenge, and felt a brief sense of disorientation as the world twisted. Remy would love this place, Carl decided. It was a large swamp with a sandy beach and a large open ocean, plus one small island with a stone temple on it. A perfect home for Naga. But as far as Carl could tell, there was nothing here. Using swim through air, he moved above the water's surface to check for signs of life. The crab nests were here, some with eggs in them, but there were no signs of anything alive. Even the eggs in the nests were either dormant or unfertilized. So, Carl opened his system interface, and found himself pulled into the familiar class change option screen. Welcome, enlightened user Carl, the system message floating in the air in front of him greeted. Please select a class. Carl looked at the options, then did a double take. There were no normal class options this time, everything was a strange and unique sounding progression. They also came in multiple ranks. 3 had blue rings under them, 2 had purple, and 1 shone with golden light. Starting with the blue, which were likely the lowest ranked option, Carl began to read the options. Beast Lord, a rounded combat class that specializes in joining their beasts in combat. Class skill, Rampaging Beast, transforms the Beast Lord into animal form and doubles the bonus stats gained from their partners. Pack Master Elder, trade skill class specialized in raising packs of beasts. Gains multiple bonuses to taming wild beasts, and to successful breeding of hybrid species. Class skill, Mystic Husbandry, allows the Pack Master Elder to increase the chance of successful mating between magical beasts under their influence. Pack Guardian, a defensive specialist class. Gains multiple bonuses to defense and regeneration. Class skill, Invulnerable Pack, grants the greater immunity effect to all bonded beasts as well as the Pack Guardian. Carl nodded as he read through the options. Each of them was good, though not ridiculous. But they were also the least shiny of the options. Kara would approve of this method of sorting. The more rare they were, the shinier they got. It was definitely a Badger-approved method, and even Hawk would immediately understand the meaning of this sorting method. So, Carl moved on to the class avatars that had purple rings under them. Pack Master Destroyer, a brutal combat class, specialized in wide-scale destruction. Grants bonuses to all stats gained from bonded beasts. Increases damage to area of effect and multiple target spells. Deals increased damage to structures and fortifications. Class skill, Bring the Pack, doubles the destroyer's number of available beast spaces, and the growth rate of beasts resting in their assigned space. Beast Master Patriarch, Blessed of the Beast Gods. A cleric class, specialized in the enhancement of bonded beasts. Class skill, Pack Territory, Domain Effect. Doubles beast damage within the domain, and increases enemy skill energy requirements by 300%. In his space, Tion laughed. We could be a destroyer, and bring all our friends with us. Nobody would dare to bully us if we had 15 sisters. Why 15 sisters? Carl asked. Sisters are much scarier than brothers. Tion explained, as if that should be obvious. His living situation might have been shaping his developing views of society. Ray and Kara were much scarier than Thor and Hawk. Sister Remy is the terrifying one. You should see what her failed potions can do to people. Tion countered. Becoming part of a lab experiment was much more horrifying than being torn apart or pranked to death. That left only one more option. The version of Carl in a casual suit, standing in the golden shining ring of light. Carl examined the final option with his fingers crossed for good luck. Beast Master Champion, Avatar Type Class. Blessed by their patron deity, the champion grants a wide variety of skills to their bonded partners, as well as gaining increased strength, an improved mana pool, and growth rate bonuses. Class Skill 1, Bestial Champion, Passive Skill. Doubles the applied effect of all buffs cast by the champion on himself or his bonded partners. Class Skill 2, Avatar, Transformation Skill. The Beast Master Champion transforms into the incarnation of the wrath of their patron deity, and gains a corresponding bonus, based on the nature of the patron. Class Skill 3, Descendant Divinity, Passive Skill. The Beast Master Champion's soul power increases at an improved rate, based on the progression of their power matrix. Fundamental rule comprehension increases with soul power. Carl read the final class skill again. When he reached totem rank, the system told him that he was compatible with 3 fundamental rules. Chaos, fire and mana manipulation. The problem was that there were no instructions on what exactly that was supposed to be used for. So, he focused on the newly improved Ghostfire skill, and then on the fundamental rule of fire. The flames immediately burned a bit hotter, and gained something extra. Carl got the feeling that the extra power from the rule of fire would be nearly impossible to resist, as if the world was being bent to his will. Assuming that he was using the power correctly, that comprehension should be the difference between powerful and overwhelming force. There didn't appear to be any downsides to the Beast Master Champion class. It had more class skills, better class skills, and it should be a reliable one for his own progression, with the 3rd class skill constantly improving his power level as he worked on his power matrix. Class chosen, Beast Master Champion. Patron deity detected, World Dragon. Skill bonus confirmed, Avatar. While transformed, the avatar of the World Dragon may walk freely anywhere within the World Dragon's influence. Increases resistance to negative statuses that impact movement and thought. Portal, spell range limits increased. Carl frowned. That was not the sort of bonus that he thought he would get from the avatar skill. Shouldn't it have been some sort of buff? Well, it was a buff, in a way. It increased his resistance to control spells. But with the bonuses being based on freedom of movement suggested that Carl had greatly misunderstood the nature of the World Dragon. Was the Golden Dragon god in charge of the system actually a free spirit? Someone who didn't like to be tied down and loved to travel? That was a hard thing for Carl to comprehend. But after a few seconds of thought, Carl realized that he was most likely thinking about it the wrong way. The movement wasn't the point. Nothing stopped the world dragon from doing as it pleased. The bonuses probably weren't about wanderlust, but the unstoppable nature of the world dragon's will. He would have to test that in the future, but it was the reason that made the most sense to him right now. The class selection menu faded, and Carl realized that he was not alone in the anomaly. There was a single orc in here with him, curiously stabbing him with a pitchfork. "What are you doing?" Carl asked. "Defeating monsters." The orc asked, clearly confused. "I'm not a dungeon monster. I came in here to trigger a class advancement." The orc tilted his head and stabbed him with the pitchfork again. "Are you sure?" Carl laughed. "When was the last time that a dungeon boss spoke to you?" "I didn't see you come in because of the system menu screen." "Did you come with a group?" The orc nodded. "My clan was traveling this way when we found crabs. They are probably good to eat, so we are working with a bunch of dragon clerics and a behemoth to catch them all." Carl nodded. "They are very good to eat. I am traveling with the impenetrable bulwark behemoth and the others. There should be a black dragon and a ghostfire thunderbird around as well, but they might have flown off together to hunt separately." The orc sighed in relief. If he knew that much about the group, he couldn't be from the dungeon. Good thing too. He had proven immune to the skills used on him when the orcs first entered. Of course, they were all monarchs and overlords, but still, their skills didn't even make a scratch on him. Carl turned and walked out of the anomaly, with the lone orc following him. He could hear the thoughts of the beasts as they hunted and herded the crabs to the others so that everyone had something to fight. The orcs were having a grand time, as there were rarely any chances for them to taste seafood when they lived so far from the ocean. They were still technically in a desert, though not as completely sandy as the region to the south. Just finding any water was difficult. Carl examined a group of crabs in the distance, not yet being herded towards either of the groups. This was the perfect opportunity to try out his new class skills. Well, the only active one of them. Carl took a few long running steps towards the crabs, then activated Avatar. And watched the world shrink beneath him. New information about how to walk on 4 legs and operate wings entered his mind as the spell completed, and Carl realized that he had missed the most obvious possible answer. Of course, the avatar of a dragon god was a dragon. A rather large one. Curious about his power. Carl swatted a crab with one front paw, and watched as his claws dug deep furrows in the shell without activating any skills at all. The creature went flying, then bounced for a few more rolls across the dry grass. That was way more fun than expected. No playing with your food. Kara laughed as she realized what Carl had done. I can see why you do it. They fly so well. Carl joked. Carl punctured the next one, saving the shell in case Ray needed more materials. Then he pinned one down with his tail as the orc gleefully stabbed it with his pitchfork, using cleave to kill it. Good work. Carl congratulated him, and realized this form could only speak serpent. Thanks. Is that a skill, or was the other one a skill? The orc asked. Both of them are skills, actually. My natural form is much less impressive to look at. Carl laughed. Carl smashed his way through the small group of crabs, then let the orc go to rejoin his clan. It was a good chance to go for a flight in dragon form, and see just how fun it was to fly on your own. Powerful muscles extended enormous golden wings, and a single downward thrust hurled Carl into the sky. With Agile Flyer, from Kara, and Swims Through Air, from Remy, flying in dragon form was effortless. On top of that, the knowledge from the Avatar skill told him exactly how to work his transformed body, and soon Carl was soaring through the sky, looking for anything that the rest of the group might have missed. Naksha flew over to greet Carl, once she took a look at his name tag with the system interface and realized that they didn't have another totem-ranked visitor. Looking good in gold. Did your transformation spell change? I think that Dana will miss the fur. She called over the noise of the wind, which was oddly muffled in dragon form. No, I managed to update my class, and now I have a second option for transformation. Cat form, or dragon form. Carl called back. Naksha dipped to the side, and Carl followed, chasing the dragon through the air as he got used to moving around on two wings. Hawk came over to fly alongside the others, and to see how Carl did in a winged form. He could kind of fly before, but nothing like he was doing now. The skill turned him into a totem-ranked world dragon, at least in appearance, and he was half again larger than Hawk or Naksha. So, when he opened his wings to soar, Carl floated on the drafts much better than either of them, and his immense strength let him cut and bank every bit as well as the smaller duo. Though, he did have a habit of losing spatial awareness and ending up upside down after a maneuver. They didn't totally slack off, though. Every minute or so, they would dive down and take out 3 more crabs, just enough that the others couldn't accuse them of just playing around all day. But the orcs weren't fooled. They knew when someone was having fun in battle. Fortunately, they also assumed that the dragons were making an effort not to steal all their potential food supplies, as the team on the ground had already made huge progress. The orcs took that as a sign of kindness, as they were always short on food in the desert, as well as the surrounding grasslands, and mentally noted that these clerics and their companions were friends. When the crabs were nearly all gone, Carl led Naksha and Hawk down to meet with the Orcish chieftain, to say their farewells, or make a trade. Whichever worked for the chief. But the moment that he landed on the ground, the desert shifted to long savanna grass, and the orcs were gone. Dana? Do you see what I see? Carl messaged, after checking the mental link to the beasts. We do. Everything just changed around us, and the orcs are gone. So are the rest of the crabs, and the anomaly that spawned them. Dana replied quickly. A quick flap of his wings brought Carl halfway over to the others, where he transformed back to his bestial form and jogged the remainder of the distance. Does anyone have any clue what just happened? He asked, after verifying that they didn't lose any team members in the event. The time changed. The sun moved back towards morning. Kara informed him, intrigued by the sudden change. I think it's a time distortion. We weren't targeted for a move through time, so it didn't trigger any of the resistance skills. But the world around us changed to a different point in time. Tessa offered. Can we message the guild house? Lotus asked. Hey, Ashbringer, how are things going in the forge? We're out of the store's bank range, but we can send things to the main guild bank if you need it urgently. Carl asked. Everything is fine here. I've got enough elven steel to last me for months still, and the sculptors are doing incredibly well. I think that the alchemists might cry soon, though. We just had a caravan come through and ordered 1,000 commander rank healing potions to be shipped off to the front lines. The demonic blacksmith replied. Everything seems fine at their end. Ashbringer didn't mention anything about a long absence, and he's not running low on materials yet. So I think that we weren't part of the effect. Carl explained. Remy nodded. I was talking to the alchemists before and after. Nothing changed in the conversation. I also gave them the recipe for bulk potions, so they can make them in the big cauldron, instead of 5 potions at a time. Naksha transformed back to human inside. And now we know why the maps of Gabble are a mess. Nobody knows what the inside of the nation looks like because it has changed over the course of however long these time distortions cover. So, it really is different every time that they send another group in. What I'm more worried about is that we will get trapped in a time loop at some point if we remain. The orcs vanished with the change, and when the next change comes, it might be us vanishing to some other reality. Tessa nodded in agreement. That was a real possibility. Assuming that the events they were part of did just move to another reality, and weren't thrown hundreds or thousands of years into the future. Hawk, can you head up and go see what is around us? Carl requested. They were going to need some information, now that there was a good chance that even the terrain had changed. Things are the same, but not. There is still a hill in the same spot, but it's smaller. Then all the low areas are swamps, not desert. Oh, there are Remy people here, too. In a village, I mean. I don't see any wandering monsters, just some food. But some of the food has people watching it. I don't see farmhouses, though. Oh, if we go way to the northwest, I can see an anomaly. Maybe 80 kilometers. Hawk narrated. Hawk says there is an anomaly in the distance, but there are Naga villages closer to us, and the low ground is now a swamp, while the high ground is grassland. Carl explained. The others nodded, and Remy slid over to climb up Carl and stare in his face. We're going to visit the Naga, right? I haven't gotten to meet a whole village of my people yet. She pleaded. It's only a few kilometers. I don't see why we can't go visit on our way. Remy cheered as she launched herself off Carl and transformed back into her Naga form. Then she began changing her outfit and her jewelry, intending to look her best when she reached the village. Suddenly, Kara paused, then began to clap. Oh, this will be fun, I just know it. Did your foresight show you something in the near future? Carl asked. Yep, from today. Kara agreed, but did not elaborate. The ladies climbed onto Thor for the trip, while Kara nudged Carl's leg. Shrink me, so I can sit on your shoulder. She demanded. Unlike Remy, who had understood immediately how to use Thor's new skill, none of the others had gotten the hang of the ability so easily. Carl made her the size of a house cat, and the badger happily settled on his shoulder for the jog. It was only a few kilometers to the village, a trip that Carl and Thor could make in under 10 minutes. But when they got to the edge of the swamp surrounding the village, Remy insisted on getting down to lead them in. Thor, please lower the barriers. They will think it's rude if we don't let the swamp touch us. She explained. Thor and Carl both lowered their defensive barriers, and then Remy summoned her bodyguards and led them through the swamp, with Ray at her side in spider form. The Naga are going to think that we're all lunatics. Naksha chuckled as she looked over the odd procession. Dana snorted with restrained laughter. I would be more concerned that they might be right. As they approached the village, a group of aging Naga came out to meet them with reverent looks on their faces as they stared at Remy. Shaman Queen, it is our honor to welcome you to the village. Are these your friends? The largest of the Naga asked politely. Indeed. We are on an adventure, out to eliminate the excess monsters caused by the anomalies. Remy agreed. The Naga chieftain smiled at her. You certainly have interesting friends. And such luxury. A shaman queen with her entourage is formidable enough, but to have so many of the dragon gods chosen with you as well. The chief had a point. How many groups were nearly half clerics? In most regions, 2/3 of all system activations were for the warrior class, and mages comprised the majority of the rest. Even in the Naga village, Carl could only spot one curious shaman, standing on her porch to watch the visitors. The rest were all Naga warriors and workers. Have you had problems with specific monsters from the anomalies, or an excess of beasts? Remy asked the chief. The Naga shook his head. Our village has many powerful warriors. But the tribes to the north have had problems with an excessive number of crocolisk beasts coming from an anomaly. We sent them 200 freshly trained juveniles in the spring, and they're still having trouble. Most likely because the crocolisk was much more powerful than a juvenile Naga warrior, Carl assumed. But it would be less dangerous to send a batch of hatchlings instead of their own defensive warriors. Remy nodded and looked to the north. Perhaps we should go see them. We have plenty of combat power. We might be able to clear out the worst of their problem, and possibly even close the anomaly. The chief looked shocked. Close the anomaly? I don't think that is possible. Remy shrugged. All you have to do is kill every monster it spawned, or send a team in to empty the other side of the anomaly. One or the other usually works. The two shook hands, and the chief gestured into the village. "Your Highness, would you be interested in staying for a morning meal? Or is your group in a hurry?" Remy turned to Carl for a decision, and he nodded. "We will thank you for your hospitality. A morning meal before we go hunt crocolisk's will never go wrong." Mostly, Remy was interested in what traditional Naga cooking was like. As a species that had evolved to swallow prey whole before they had become intelligent and civilized, it was likely very different from anyone else's. Even Remy, who had grown up with Carl and the others, had different preferences, mostly based on texture, as she didn't have as many taste buds as mammals did. Thor and Ray transformed to humanoids, and the Naga locals gave them suspicious looks. "It's a bit inconvenient for a behemoth to stomp through your village. I would make deep spots in the mud." Thor apologized gently. The villagers smiled at his consideration, and let go of some of the innate suspicion of the two-legged species that they held. 2 legs always meant trouble. The only mammals that they trusted not to cause real trouble were the followers of the dragon gods. Carl motioned for the others to fall back and let Remy and her bodyguard lead the way through the village. A Naga queen was much more important to these people than the rest of the group was, and separating themselves from Naga royalty made them more approachable to the rest of the villagers. Carl noted that the Naga shivered as they crossed from the muddy streets to the stone floors of the buildings, so that they didn't track mud onto the developed areas. So, as the rest of the group took the final step, he briefly pulsed, eternal lightning, over them, knocking the mud off their boots and pants. The only one he didn't have to compensate for was Dana, who had been using swims through air to walk on top of the water instead of standing in the mud. Even if Remy said that it was better to let the swamp water touch you as a show of courtesy, she wasn't a big fan of walking around for an unknown amount of time with wet feet. The chief led Remy into a large building that looked like a temple, with an enormous carving of a 6-armed Naga woman at one end, while a group of servants led Carl and the others to the building next to it. They weren't really separated, in Carl's mind. They were on separate sections of the stone floor, but the buildings had stone pillars holding up the slate roof, and no walls, so he could see what was going on just fine. They were even a few steps higher than the spot where Remy and the elders had gone. It had a thin layer of crystal clear water over the floor, while their spot was dry, with low tables designed either for Naga, or for sitting on the floor to eat. Possibly both. "Are any of you familiar with traditional Naga cuisine?" one of the servants asked quietly. Everyone shook their heads. "We from demon lands," Carl offered as an explanation. The Naga servant smiled and bobbed her head. "If you like demon cooking, you should like Naga cuisine. It also tends to be mildly spicy." A few seconds later, more servants came with platters of what appeared to be sushi rolls. Most of them were slices of raw meat on rice, but there were cooked shrimp, vegetable rolls, and a bowl of stew placed in front of everyone. "That dish is a spice paste. You can add it to your preference. The vegetable rolls cleanse the mouth between flavors. It is recommended to eat all of the one type at a time, then switch, unless you want to try a new flavor combination," the servant explained quietly. Carl glanced down at the lower platform, and saw that they all ate with their fingers, so at least he wouldn't have to learn a new type of utensil. Lotus had other ideas, and brought out chopsticks for everyone, which seemed to confuse the Naga. "To keep your fingers clean, so you don't move the flavor between bites," Lotus happily informed them. That made the servants smile. They rarely got visitors, but visitors who were enthusiastic about trying their food were even more rare. The dwarves didn't understand the appeal of raw meat and fish, while the orcs didn't understand the appeal of food served in small bites. Every roll had 2 to 3 different textures, Carl noticed. They were excellent, with vibrant flavors so that the Naga could actually taste them, but he could tell that they were really designed to be swallowed whole, not chewed. The amount of food was nearly overwhelming, and Carl could see the staff's amusement as the ladies began looking for polite ways to not try the new platter. "You can just stop. It's fine, as the staff will eat all the leftovers from a formal dinner," the servant Naga girl whispered. The servers nodded happily, and Carl saw that they had a whole cart full of platters waiting. That was far more than his group could be expected to eat, so they had definitely prepared enough for themselves after the guests had eaten their fill. Remy and the chief's advisors chatted about issues in the swamps and surrounding grasslands. According to them, the largest issue was just the anomaly to the north that was spawning crocolisks, but according to Hawk, that one was a small one, with far fewer monsters than the anomaly to the northwest in the grassland. But the anomaly to the northwest was spawning a form of lion monster, and those were unlikely to enter the swamps. Remy and the elders of the village finished their meal, and Remy passed them a few potions as a first meeting gift, and then motioned for everyone to join her on the walkway in front of the buildings. It has been a great pleasure to meet you all today. But as the morning light is burning, we should get going on to help the other villages with their crocolisk issues. She was saying as Carl joined them. Thank you for dining with us, Your Majesty. We look forward to the day when we see you again, and thank you for assisting with the crocolisk infestation. Thor transformed back as they left the village, and Remy led the group north towards the location where Hawk had found a large group of overlord-rank crocolisks. They were a 10-meter-long six-legged reptile, similar to the common crocodile on a massive scale. Hawk was curious about them, and their powerful water magic mixed with earth magic. When he hurled fireballs at them, they turned the swamp around themselves into thick mud and simply sank out of sight. It was infuriating. Tion thought it was a valid tactic, though. Hiding under the ground when there was a flaming attacker was a good idea. The fact that it was muddy ground was irrelevant to the little stone fur divine fox. After all, he could just use his stone fur ability and shake it all off him when he emerged. As they approached the next village, a beast that could make a run for the title of mother of all crocolisks emerged from swamp waters that were clearly too shallow to have hidden its body. Compared to the 10-meter bodies that Hawk reported for the others, this one was easily twice that length, and carried a long lifetime of battle scars on its body. A perfect accompaniment to its totem rank status. Then, dozens of snarling beasts emerged from the swamp to surround Carl's group, and Kara began to cheer from her perch on Carl's shoulder. He had totally forgotten that she was still there, reduced in size to more easily spectate. Carl called on the haint along with his sword, but didn't merge with the weapon yet. Having the haint and the epic guard surround the massive beast would be more effective than adding a bit more damage to himself. Lotus giggled as the haint began to splash her feet happily in the water, glad to be out of storage. The beasts briefly paused as golems and bodyguards were called out, and the enemy numbers increased. But only for a few seconds before they launched their attack. The crocolisk matriarch was surprisingly fast, but physically outmatched. Its first strike began with its massive maw opened around Carl, who landed a punch on its nose and stopped its forward momentum before aiming a swing at its neck, leaving a shallow gouge across its throat as the creature retreated. Cunning eyes stared at Carl, assessing his abilities. If it couldn't simply overpower him, this would not be an easy fight. But not one that it didn't believe there was a chance to win. A massive swamp shambler, a mud and vine construct made of the swamp itself, rose from the shallow water and lashed out at Carl with a club as the crocolisk matriarch moved to attack his unarmed side. Carl sidestepped the attack before being distracted by the sound of a monster to his left howling in pain and frustration. Kara had her garrote wire out again, but she wasn't using Void Blast on it. She was standing on the back of a crocolisk, one hand on the thread and riding it like a rodeo bull as the creature thrashed and flailed wildly, trying to dislodge her. Whatever. She would take care of it when she was done. The haint knocked the crocolisk matriarch up on its hind legs with force slam, and the Lamia duo attacked its belly, which was much less armored than its top side. Carl parried the club of the swamp shambler, then hit it with a nullify spell that caused the golem to disintegrate into a pile of mud and vines. The matriarch twisted impossibly fast and bit one of the Lamia, nearly biting the unfortunate creature in half, but getting attacked on the inside of its mouth for its trouble. The pain made it retreat, and the Lamia began to regenerate rapidly. Black mist surrounded its body as Lamia blood stained the murky swamp water deep red. Only a few seconds later, it was ready to fight again, and the Crocolisk matriarch still hadn't found another opening to attack past the Haint and the other Lamia. Carl switched to his bow and put a void blast arrow into the creature's side, blasting away a half-meter divot of flesh and scales. The matriarch howled in pain and frustration, then bellowed an order at the other Crocolisks before sinking into the mud. "It's 50 meters below us. Hiding in the deep earth until we go away," Tion informed Carl. "Should we dig it out?" Carl asked. "That would be hard. Its earth magic is as good as mine, and it will just start running away if we try." Tion sighed. Splashing announced the departure of the rest of the Crocolisk tribe, leaving only one defeated-looking specimen, with Kara still standing on his back. The creature gave Carl a pleading look, while Kara looked immensely proud of herself. She had tamed a Crocolisk for riding. Sort of. The moment that anything else got near it, the creature attacked. But it had given up on trying to get Kara dislodged, as the Chaos Badger wasn't actually harming it. "You can't keep it," Carl informed her in a dry tone. "Fine, fine," Kara replied, then hopped off the creature and activated Void Blast, aimed at its backside, to chase the Crocolisk off into the swamp. They were dangerous monsters, but they were native to the swamps, and nobody saw much of a reason to eliminate them all. They had taken down more than half of the tribe during this attack, leaving over a dozen bodies in the water in under 2 minutes. That was enough to appease the Black Dragon's need for balance, and it should reduce the Crocolisk tribe's need for food, and the resultant attacks on the Naga villages. "Do those count as beasts for your golem summoning?" Lotus asked once the fight was definitely over. Carl checked his summoning options, and then called a pair of totem-rank Crocolisks out. They were only slightly larger than the overlords, not nearly as impressive as the matriarch, which was a higher-level magical beast, and not an option for the golem spell. Lotus smiled and climbed up the golem's leg to sit on its back between the ridges. Crocolisks are excellent swamp transports. They can walk on soft mud and swim very well, she declared. Kara took a spot on the other one, sitting upright in the same position that Lotus was, and Carl chuckled in amusement. They had been giving each other strange ideas again. "Are we ready to move out again?" Tessa asked from Thor's back. The village was only a kilometer away, and they were watching the group from the walls, ready in case the team of strangers wasn't any more friendly to Naga than they were to the beasts of the swamp. An enemy of your enemy wasn't always your friend. Let Remy lead the group again. They'll likely respond better to her than to anyone else. Carl agreed. They took up the same formation as before, except that Ray was gone. She had retreated into her space and was sorting through her treasures and blood supply. "Is it time for an advancement bath?" Carl asked the intensely focused spider. "I think it is. I've got everything that I need. I just need to adjust the balance for my new species so I don't end up with weird abilities." She agreed. Remy led the group to the village walls, expecting a warm reception. But they were greeted with a faint sense of hostility and suspicion. "Strange shaman, what brings you to our village?" the guard asked. "The village to your south said that you had a Crocolisk infestation. We came to help you with them. As you can see, we eliminated many of them on our way," Remy replied. There was a pause, and then the gates opened. A deep brown and green Naga shaman princess at the overlord rank stood in the open gates, glaring at Remy. "Oh, cat fight!" Kara cheered from the back of her new ride. Remy gave the princess a polite nod, then smiled. "Leader Sesamanth, it is a pleasure to meet you," she began. The princess reluctantly gave a small bow, but Carl could still feel the hostility. "Thank you for your intervention, Your Majesty. I'm afraid that our village has suffered greatly from the repeated attacks of the Crocolisk matriarch," she replied. Remy decided not to press them, as Hawk said the edge of the swamp was only 10 kilometers away. They could just turn west and go look for more targets, as it was only early afternoon. Instead, Remy took out a monarch rank cleansing potion in a decorative glass bottle and extended it to the princess. A first meeting gift from me to you," she declared. A guard came forward and took the bottle, while the rest of the Naga along the wall watched with great curiosity. Their village was in bad shape, but they wouldn't just accept a hostile takeover by another royal lineage. Not while their current princess was alive. The princess examined the gift and began to relax. It obviously wasn't the best that Remy could make, but the system said it was made by her. A polite gift that said Remy wasn't trying to insult them, but also wasn't going to cower before them. "We have more hunting to complete today. It has been a pleasure making your acquaintance. But I am afraid we must be on our way," Remy declared, then used minor water control to close the gates before turning away. Thor grumbled, unhappy about more walking in the swamp, but he immediately turned west and began moving. Lotus hummed happily as she used her vines to pick nearby flowers from the crocolisk's back during their trip. The swamps had all sorts of medicinal flowers available, and she wasn't going to let them all pass by without at least collecting a few. Remy had her bodyguards pick ones she didn't have, so she could add them to her swamp. But that was much more practical than the green dragon priestess. Lotus was just making a flower crown out of medicinal plants. They continued for an hour after they reached the grasslands, headed toward the next region where Hawk had reported another anomaly. But Hawk hadn't reported any sort of monster infestation around the anomaly, just the location, and the fact that there were farms in the surrounding area. It was possible that the farmers had already dealt with the monsters from the spawn, and it was just the anomaly itself that was left. Once they were on dry land, Remy retreated to her space. There were no new plants here to find, and she had potions to make. So, Carl took her spot at the front, while Thor led the rest of their odd procession through the grass. The group had become heavily reptile-biased, with Remy's bodyguards and the Lamia still active, plus a pair of crocolisk mounts for Kara and Lotus. They fit in well with Thor's behemoth body, but were clearly not native to the grasslands. "There is a farm near you. They hid the house in the hill, you'll see it over the next rise," Hawk updated. Carl could already see the soul energy of the farmer in the distance, out in a field tending to something living. It was on their way to the anomaly, so there was no real reason not to stop in and at least get an update on the situation in the region. The farmer whistled as he noticed them, loud enough that Carl could hear it. That brought out a middle-aged trollish woman and a teen boy with a sword in his shaky hands. "Everyone, wait here, I will go say hello," Carl instructed, then deactivated his armor spell to leave himself in black pants tucked in his boots and a white silk tunic shirt with the sleeves rolled up. "Brother Tion, help him out," Kara instructed as Carl began walking. The tiny fox came out to sit on Carl's shoulder, as Kara had earlier. He was hard to spot among the white and black fur, being Snow White himself, but his bright blue eyes gave him away once they got closer. Carl stopped a comfortable distance from the two trolls and turned his hands palm up to show that there was nothing in them. "Greetings. We were passing by and noticed the anomaly in the distance. How long has it been up? We can offer assistance clearing the excess monsters." Carl greeted them. The boy lowered his sword for a moment before remembering that he was supposed to be on guard against thieves and liars, but the woman just gave Carl an amused smile. "We don't need help with that old thing. It spawned grassland buffalo, but that was decades ago. We've raised many generations of the beasts since then." Carl chuckled. "That's impressive. Normally, the monsters are too crazy to be raised." The woman nodded. "If you talk to the old shaman by the strange place, he can explain. But his magic calms them for a time, and that let us breed them. Then the next generation was normal, so we killed most of the others and herded the rest back inside. They don't get old in there, so we always have spares if bad things happen to the trolls' food." "That is actually brilliant. I never thought about doing things that way. If they are all tamed now, I will make sure that my people don't attack any of your livestock. We're on a mission from the dragon gods to balance out the monster populations, and remove the excess from the anomalies. But it seems your people have already done that here." Carl agreed. The woman smirked and nodded. I came 10 years after the army unit arrived here. Word got back to the big village that they had lots of food and homes built, looking for good wives. And a good trollish woman will box her husband's ears until he becomes a good husband as well. Carl joked. The woman nodded. Exactly. Good husbands make good living conditions. Good wives make good husbands. You are wise to the ways of the trolls. Carl returned to the group and explained the situation. That put a small dent in their plans. It was hard to clear out anomalies when the locals were using them as reserve livestock. Instead of heading for the anomaly, they loaded everyone in the wagon and followed Hawk's directions northwest toward an area that clearly had far too many monsters, and no local farmers. That one should be something that they could fight against. There is a nice spot here by the river, why don't we call it a day and start hunting monsters in the morning? Dana suggested most of an hour into their trip. That's not a bad idea. We're not trying to speed run the clearance, and with all the changes that we have seen, it would be wise to stop and see if this is stable. Naksha agreed. There was no real advantage to clearing the whole area if it was just going to reset, and the number of anomalies didn't actually go down. A short break before they had to do any more fighting would be good for everyone. They didn't take nearly as many breaks as most groups would in their situation, but that didn't really bother most of them, except on the days when they wanted to just lie around and do nothing. Today was one of those days. They had been on plenty of adventures lately, and they really could use a few down days to just relax. Nobody wanted to burn out, and they had been much more active than nearly any other group of elites that they had met since they had come to the Dragon Isles. There is a really nice stand of trees over there, Ray suggested as they reached the river. It wasn't a huge shelter, like the ones that they would usually choose, but the small poplar trees were enough to hide the parked carriage from long-range observation. That was enough to get them through the night in safety, and then they could go looking for more fights tomorrow. That was enough for everyone in the group, and especially for Ray, who had big plans for the night. If everything went right, she should be able to complete her advancement in the evening, and then she would be joining the fight as a totem-ranked blood destruction demonic spider tomorrow, with a full set of totem-ranked skills and golems. That would absolutely devastate most of the enemies that they had faced so far, and establish her as the strongest sister for at least a week. The thought made Tion laugh. She would probably be the strongest of all the partners for at least that week, as his body wasn't up to sustained use of his skills yet. But he was adapting quickly in this space. Especially with all the good food. He wasn't the only one that was confident either. Kara was certain that she could make totem rank without any real issues, and Butterfly was beginning to awaken from her dreams more often, now that Carl's power had increased to the extent that she had excess energy. The totem rank advancement had been a huge boon for her, as it was finally enough high-quality mana that she could do more than just focus on survival and basic illusions as she dreamed. A little longer and her mind would fully awaken. Once that happened, her powers would be much more formidable, and she could join the rest of the team in fully participating in combat events, as well as travel. Thor was doing all the transport now, but with her solid illusions, Butterfly was certain that she would be able to do at least that well. She could even make flying mounts for everyone. But in her half-awake state, it finally occurred to her that she needed to pick a name. The Carl had asked her that once before, but she was sleeping. She couldn't introduce herself as some random butterfly when she had already made friends with these people in her illusionary world. It had to be a good name. Something suitable to her species, but still easy enough to pronounce for others. Her first thought was the sound of crystal sliding down a silver surface, but that wasn't a noise that other species could make. Maybe something that had to do with music? The language of the glasswing illusionary butterfly was entirely musical notes created by their crystalline bodies. That made it difficult for her to pick a name, as all the good ones were impossible for others. How could she even explain that the best options were unavailable when nobody else spoke the language? But didn't dragons have the same issue? They picked two names, one in Draconic, and one for everyone else. Most species couldn't roar at all, and few could mimic a dragon's roar well enough to pronounce a dragon's true name. So, she could have two names as well. The first would be her favorite sound in the whole world, while the common name would be something easy to remember. Argent? Eris? Lyra? No, none of those were quite right. She needed to come up with a name, but it had to be a good name. Something that she would be proud to introduce herself as. They had Hawk, and Thor, Ray, Remy, Kara, Naksha and Tion. Dana, Lotus, Tessa, and Ophelia. All the names were so different that she couldn't even use them as a reference to pick one for herself. What about Nautila? Since she was found in the shoreline waves of Drod? No, that would just lead to Kara making naughty jokes at her expense. Opal. She could be Opal. The stone shimmered like the reflection of light on her wings. Yes, that would be her name. Opal Karlsdottir. She had already studied the dwarven and human histories, and that was definitely the proper family name for the daughter of a Karl. Now, she just had to find the perfect time to introduce herself to the others. Maybe after this nap. A little more sleep would do wonders for her mental clarity. Ray settled in for the evening, preparing her bath, as Tion set them up with a shelter for the night. Like the first one he had made, it had a domed roof, but this one had flat sides so that they could more easily hang hammocks across the length. The ladies were suspicious when Ray didn't make an appearance during the camp setup, as everyone knew that she reveled in the chance to decorate their spot for the night. Especially this one, as Tion's tastes ran to a fox's den, and he only made simple smooth stone walls and a rounded roof that looked like the one in the den where they had found him. Eventually, Remy knew that she would have to expose him to dwarven architecture. They loved stone as much as the Stonefur divine fox did, and they were much more decorative in their creation methods. The small building was functional, though. It was totem-ranked magical stone on all sides, so nothing was getting in except through the door, and once Lotus spent a few seconds with her plant growth skills, it looked like nothing more than a small hill. That pleased the little fox. Dens should be hidden from sight for safety. Is there a reason we're making a bomb-proof hidden bunker? Dana asked as they finished the evening's shelter. It makes Tion happy. Karl replied with a shrug. Dana shook her head in dismay and looked at the half-meter thick walls of their shelter. It might be overkill, but the thick stone held its temperature very well, and it was much cooler in here than outside. While they settled in to make dinner, Ray was balancing the contents of her bath with a level of precision that Remy's alchemy students would be envious of. She had used a totem-ranked ogre base, but with hints of hill giant, a dash of crocolisk rescued from the last fight, a large splash of lamia blood, also from the last battle, then a generous sprinkle of crab blood for seasoning. That made the base scent, and a balance of earth, water and beast-focused energies. Then she added half a liter of the mythic-ranked monster blood that the dwarves had procured for her and gave it a stir. That was very close, but it was missing something. Karl, I need an update. Just a splash. She insisted, while rummaging through her stored blood for the seasoning she needed. Ah, there it was. Totem-ranked Lich Lord. That was the dark element blood that she needed. Karl gave her some new blood, now that he was totem rank, with an advanced bloodline. That added the spice Ray was hoping for, but it took a bit more Lich Lord to offset the chaos element of Karl. With the balance now perfect, Ray had Remy cast, unobtrusive behemoth, on her and hopped into the pool of blood. Now that the pool of blood was massive compared to her body, like a human in the Golden Divine Academy's swimming pool, Ray was absolutely certain that she had made the correct choice. Her body was processing through the blood at an astonishing rate, and her aura was soaring with the combination of monster, beast and undead energies. The balance was just right, slightly demonic, but mostly shadowy and bestial. The extra dose of totem-ranked Karl was an interesting high note in the energy flow, as it was somehow both monstrous and bestial at the same time, with notes of dragon and void. The extra energy types were adding more possibilities to her advancement, but Ray knew just what she wanted. There was only one universal truth that really mattered to her. Everything in the world should be afraid of the things that go bump in the night. As she worked to integrate the mythic rank energies into her body, Ray felt an icy and dispassionate gaze upon her mind. Instinctively, she knew that it was the true attention of the spider goddess, and she smirked at the divinity. She wanted to see how her offspring were doing. Ray would remind her that she had created the perfect predators, and that one day soon, this particular child of her spiders would be standing before her with pride. The spider goddess seemed amused at the thought that Ray was so determined to become a divine being herself, but the feeling soon faded, and that sense of simply being watched returned. Ray understood, though. The spider goddess loved her children, and waited for one to make her proud. But she wouldn't do anything for them that they could do for themselves. But that thought gave Ray a great idea. All this time, she was using blood to advance, and somehow she had managed to overlook the most obvious of all ingredients. Herself. Ray clipped her underside with one sharp foreleg and let her own ichor mix into the bath. The added source of energy, from the open wound on her abdomen, massively increased the influx of power. However, it also added a hint of herself to the mix, and helped stabilize the energies, which now had overtones of her existing power to them. If she could find a more powerful spider species for her next advancement, that might be even better. But so far, it hadn't happened during their travels. Her power had casually soared past the breakpoint of totem rank, and she could feel the totemic blessing forming, but she wasn't done with the bath yet, and Ray was certain that she could get even more out of it before the process finished and her body reformed. So, by the time that she stopped, the blood was completely gone, and her body had been scrubbed clean. Then, like the crabs that she had added to the mix, Ray molted her outer shell and stepped free from her past with a whole new body ready to face her totem-ranked future. Evolution complete. New skill gained: hemotoxic strikes. Wounds from physical strikes inflicted by the user will not heal naturally. New racial skill gained: Queen of the Damned. Intact targets of blood destruction can be temporarily raised as blood golems, undead constructs. Vulnerable to lacerate, bleed and holy effects. That was a lovely new skill. She could make them explode, then gather the pieces back together to attack their allies. It was devious, insidious, and positively hilarious. The evening passed quietly for everyone, as Ray worked to recover from her bath, and harden her new shell. The visual changes were subtle, just a bit more shine to her chitin. But the composition was completely different, with the innate blessing of the totem-ranked beasts imbued into every cell. That explained to her why the effect couldn't be dispelled. The divine blessing became part of you, not an effect that was placed upon you. So, it couldn't be removed from you any more than another body part. Tion was confused by the concept. He was born this way, so he had never considered that others could just adapt and gain the innate blessings of the stonefur divine fox species. The Carl had done it, but he was a strange creature to begin with, and Ray was a spider. Tion thought that he understood how spiders worked. At least until he saw Ray advance. They used to have one that guarded the door to the den, while his mother lured prey for it to eat. But now they had another totem-ranked group member, and a powerful one. Ray was a bit of a scary sister, but she was an excellent fighter, and she had her golems to help her. Totem-ranked golem creatures were overpowered. Then Tion turned his attention to the Dana mage. She also had golems. There should be some way to make her more powerful as well so that she could make stronger golems. She was what they called a monarch, but it wasn't that far from overlord. If she became an overlord, her golems would be strong enough to guard the door to the den, like his mother's spider had. Tion gently brushed his tail with a comb made of earth magic as he pondered that dilemma. If only his mother were here, she would know how to do it. No, he couldn't get lost in reminiscing about things that were no longer possible. He would have to come up with the answer himself. "Why are you trying to buff our Dana mage?" Hawk asked curiously. "To watch the door of the den, of course." Tion explained. Hawk thought about the possibilities. Maybe we aren't feeding her well enough. Humans are strange, you have to feed them very specific diets because they can't digest all the good stuff directly. I think Sister Remy was working on something. Hawk suggested. Tion's ears perked up. Oh, that gives me a good idea. Ray upgrades her bloodline when she has a bath. I have a divine bloodline. So, if we get Remy to make a potion with some of my fur, and then soak the Dana mage in it, shouldn't she advance? Hawk paused. Would that work? We are going to have to ask Sister Remy when she wakes up. Ray watched her two idiot brothers making plans, and shook her head. Evolving like I do has side effects. Aren't you worried about what it will turn the Dana mage into? Tion fluffed up happily. If it's made with fox fur, wouldn't she just get cuter? Ray mentally frowned. It was scary that the little fur ball made sense. Dana would be cute with fox ears. So, when Remy woke up in the morning, they began to plot. Remy knew the process to force an advancement when you were at the bottleneck. Dana wasn't even close to that point, but the concept was the same. You could flood them with improved mana quality and force the body to adapt. Then you needed to heal it to seal that gain in. But that would be pointless if their body could only make a tiny advancement at a time, like breaking a bottleneck. So they would need a catalyst. That was where Tion's fur came in. If she added a divine lineage beast's fur to the mix, it might make the imbiber a bit more fox, but the potion should also give her a bit of the little brother's ability to store increasingly large amounts of mana. Out of all of them, Tion was already the most powerful magic user, though his tiny body hardly held any mana at all, and he was still learning to use ambient mana from the book that Remy had given him. But Dana already knew that trick. So, with some work in her lab, Remy was certain that she could come up with something that was both safe and effective, but it would have to be tailored to the user. Kara helpfully snipped a bit of Dana's hair with her claw as she lay in the hammock with Dana in between her and Carl. That should match with Tion's fur to make the potion. But they had limited time to plan. Soon, Carl would be up, and he would definitely reprimand them for wanting to experiment on his Dana mage. If they didn't want to get lectured, they needed to work fast. Fortunately for them, Thor was still sleeping. He was terrible at keeping secrets, and Remy knew that he had a whole moral system that seemed designed to take all the fun out of experiments. So, she started on the potion right away, using the past experiments that she had done with various forms of mana recovery potions, as well as healing, stamina and recovery potions. Remy knew what almost all the ingredients she had available did, though there were possibly additional uses for some of them that she hadn't found useful yet. So, it was with great confidence that she produced a glowing silver potion an hour later. It sparkled with embedded runes and the holy magic leaking from the sample of Tion's fur that had been dissolved into it. But the fancy appearance shouldn't hurt anything. Now, she just needed a good way to get Dana to drink it without making anyone suspicious. If they tipped off the others, and it didn't work, they might not let her have another chance to upgrade the Dana mage. Kara was the one who came up with the solution. They would borrow Dana from the hammock, and move her into the Dana space, where they could be alone. With everyone else sleeping, they could wake her up just enough to get her to drink the potion, and then wake up Carl to give him the good news once the whole process was completed and the evidence of their methodology was hidden. The first part of the plan went off without a hitch. The Dana mage was extracted from bed, moved to her bed in the Dana space, and then gently shaken awake by Remy, who presented her with the potion. It's a health tonic. Try it and tell me how it tastes. The Naga insisted. That was far from the strangest request that Dana had been woken up for, so she simply downed the potion, then tilted her head and pursed her lips, trying to understand the flavor. That was where it all went wrong. The power in the potion was overwhelming, with a huge dose of Tion's totem rank essence, and a powerful overlord rank base. Dana's body began to flood with mana, but it was too fast. The potion didn't push out the old mana on its own, and by the time that Dana realized and started to do it on her own, her skin had started to split, and Remy had to bring out the healing totems to help her keep up. The epic guard was active, so she would have void body active on her. But if Dana was taking that much damage this early in the process, things were definitely not working the way that she had envisioned them. Tian, we need assistance. You have healing, right? Remy asked. She had healing totems, and if she needed, healing splash. But neither of those was a high-output healing spell. The tiny fox came out of his space and began to pull external mana to focus, Sacred Heal, on Dana. That stopped the damage, and surrounded her body in a golden glow of healing magic as she took constant magic from the effects of the potion. Black energy from Void Body mingled with healing energy, flooding the tiny world with power, but the potion's effect was still peaking. Dana's power was definitely upgraded, flowing out at a distinctly Overlord-ranked quality, but if they had to wake Lotus to resurrect the Dana mage, they were going to be in so much trouble. So, they kept at their healing efforts, unaware that Carl was now very much awake and aware of what they were up to. He could feel what happened in the tiny world, and this was definitely not a subtle action, with Tian pouring totem-ranked healing on Dana at his maximum output. The effect of the potion began to fade, and Tian was finally able to end his healing efforts, though Remy kept her totems up as a precaution. As Dana recovered enough to be able to do more than focus on survival, she turned a glare on Remy that made the Naga consider that her good intentions might not have been as highly appreciated as she had anticipated. New skill gained, Fox Charm. Fox Charm, passive skill. Grants the user an alluring appearance that attracts others of all species. Increases chances to bargain, negotiate, and induce possessive feelings toward the user. The notification startled Dana, but didn't change the glare she was giving the errant Naga. Congratulations on making Overlord? Remy asked hesitantly. And? Dana asked. I'm deeply thankful for the research data on the new potion. And perhaps you would like to apologize for giving me a strange thing that almost killed me without warning me first. Dana asked, her tone harsh. Oh, that too. It wasn't supposed to cause any damage. I will have to work on that part. Perhaps some more runes for slow release. Dana's glare said that was not the right answer. You're supposed to be sorry for almost killing your friend, not looking for ways to improve your potions right now. Carl informed her. Oh, good point. Wait, how long have you been up? Long enough. Now apologize to Dana and make sure there is no lingering damage. Remy hugged Dana, and then handed her Tian as a comfort fluff and distraction. Sorry, I got carried away with my idea to make an advancement potion. I should have thought more about your safety and feelings. Remy said softly. Dana petted the back of the little fox's head and then smiled at the Naga. Carl caught you, didn't he? But how did this good little brother get caught up in your scheme? Dana asked. I'm the best magic user, and because I have a divine bloodline, my fur is great for helping other creatures advance. Tian explained as he nuzzled into her hand, looking for more head pats. Brother Thor was so right about the pats. Remy is getting more tricky. She knows it's impossible to be mad at you for long. Dana sighed. But it was a good potion. It made you even cuter. Tian added. It changed my appearance. Dana stood and went to the attached restroom to look in the mirror. She still looked like herself, but a bit more flawless, a bit more fair, and her eyes seemed to have a slight tilt to them now that gave her a lazy and seductive resting appearance. Personally, I was hoping for you to get earth magic, but no luck. Tian informed her as Dana examined her new face. Dana read over the details of the skill notification. A seductive face wasn't always a good thing. Fortunately, she had a beast form to fall back on if her face attracted too much attention. I think it's about time that someone talked to Remy about the possible side effects of giving strange things to others. I'm glad that I'm cute like a fox, but having an alluring appearance can be very troublesome for a lady. Dana informed the little fox. Tian was confused. Isn't being cute always better? When you grow up, you will understand. Being cute is good. But there are many people that you don't want to notice your appearance. Bad people with bad intentions. Tian wasn't sure quite what she meant, but the Dana mage was a big sister, and big sisters knew things. Moving to the tiny world had been a good call on their part, as the commotion hadn't been noticed by anyone but Carl. But now that they were done, they could go and chase Lotus out of bed to make a celebratory breakfast. Oh, good idea. I want blueberry pancakes with honey. Tian declared. It's Dana's celebration. Remy reminded him. The fox gave her his best pleading look, and Dana laughed. All right, we can have the breakfast you want, but you have to be the one to wake Lotus up to cook it. You will find that my cooking skills are somewhat lacking in comparison. Tian laughed as she carried him out of the tiny world and placed him on the hammock that Lotus and Ophelia were sharing. Tian immediately rubbed up against Lotus' face, and her eyes shot open. She had been sound asleep a half second ago, but the soft fox fur was very different from Ophelia's fur, and Tian smelled like holy magic after his morning exertion. After training in the seminary academy, the smell of holy magic in the morning always got clerics right out of bed. The dorm matrons would use switches made of holy magic to chase you out of bed if you slept in, and nobody wanted to be on the receiving end of that. Even Tessa and Naksha had been dragged from slumber by the lingering aura of holy magic. What's going on and why does Tian smell like holy magic? Tessa asked sleepily as she changed from nightwear to her usual robes. Dana placed a hand on either of Remy's shoulders and pulled the lamia forward. Yes, why does Tian smell like healing magic? You should explain to the group. She insisted. Carl, help. Remy pleaded. I think you're stuck this time. I'll rescue you after. Remy shifted uncomfortably. I made a potion to help our Dana mage reach overlord rank, and it was a bit more potent than expected. So, it took a bit of healing to prevent damage, but look, we have an overlord Dana. Remy insisted, then twisted out of Dana's grip to push the mage in front of her for examination. Tessa chuckled at the Naga trying to hide, when it was clear that her potion had more issues than being just a bit too powerful. But Dana was an overlord, so it wasn't a complete failure. If she had all the details, she would certainly be much more upset with the lamia's lack of common sense, but she was only half awake, and Dana looked unharmed. Well, now that we have an advancement, I suppose that we should have a celebration meal. Tessa replied, as she realized that was the reason to wake them up so early, and for giving Tian to Lotus. Everyone knew that she wouldn't say no to anything that the fox requested as long as he was willing to suffer her attention. Carl wrapped an arm around Dana and picked her up to rest against his side. Why don't we move this to the tiny world? There is much more room to celebrate in there. We can have a golem watch the door. He suggested. Speaking of golems, where is Ray? She's usually around first thing in the morning. Tessa asked. She also had an advancement last night, and she's asleep right now. The advancement baths take a lot out of her, so we're letting her sleep. Carl explained. Lotus turned her full attention on Carl. Ray made it to totem rank. Did she change a lot? Carl nodded. Yeah. I suspect that it was the reason that everyone got so worked up about advancing Dana. But I will wait for Ray to be fully mobile again so that she can show off her new power level without spoilers. Carl opened the tiny world's entrance, and Remy assigned her bodyguards to watch the shelter. This close to the swamps, it shouldn't be too shocking to anything passing by if they sensed Naga by the river. Lotus was happy to make all the fancy ingredients for breakfast and show off her new food creation skills for Tian, who was quickly covered in flour after an attempt to help with the cooking. The lack of opposable thumbs made it difficult for him, but Lotus was happy to have him as a mascot on the counter as she made the blueberry pancakes that the little fox wanted. Is there a reason for the rush to make Dana an overlord? Tessa asked Remy as they waited for the food to be ready. Remy shrugged. She was still a monarch, but Ray reached totem. Plus, we had the ingredients, since she's a human mage, and Tian's fur would be compatible. I considered how to do it for dragon priestesses, but I don't have the ingredients that we will need. I might be able to do it for Ophelia as well, but I need to adjust the recipe. So, basically, just because you could. Alright, I believe that I understand how things happen now. But I don't think that you're going to make friends if you keep turning out potions that risk killing the imbiber for the chance to advance. Tessa chastised her, while Remy looked suitably contrite. Well, not here in the Dragon Isles. If we sent the recipe back to the Golden Dragon Nation, they'd start giving it to everyone who hit a bottleneck. Ophelia retorted sarcastically. Carl shrugged. He had seen firsthand what people would do for even one more rank. If there was a chance for royals to become monarchs, and especially for monarchs to become overlords, they would definitely risk giving them an experimental potion. They'd do it with healers present because those people were all valuable assets to the nation. But they would definitely do it. I am going to have to set an alarm to wake me up before you do something crazy again. To think that you even dragged young Tion into your plans. Thor admonished. Hey, some of this was his idea. Remy countered, but Thor wasn't buying her excuses. Tion was much more sensible than that. Dana smiled. You know, that's not a bad idea. I don't mean this potion, that's too risky. But I'm sure that Remy has something that will help grow an elite's potential to a lesser degree that she used as the base. I can send a message to Ahmad, and let him know that we have something helpful for him. Carl chuckled. How about I send him the message instead? In fact, I can send him one of the potions as well. Everyone turned to look at Carl as he finished speaking. How exactly would you send a potion to the leader of the Golden Dragon Nation? Tessa asked, breaking the silence. Well, I do have a portal spell, and I'm a totem, with a massive mana pool. It shouldn't be hard for me to open a small portal back to the capital. Then I just pass the potion to someone trustworthy, and send him a system message to come get it. Dana flicked him on the forehead. And you don't think that a random totem showing up in the capital will cause absolute chaos? Carl smiled, and Ophelia began to laugh. How does that saying go? It's not a bug, it's a feature. The berserker joked. Kara nodded happily. It would be hilarious to go back and make them panic. Actually, they could send Ray, and she could check on her baby rogue, and visit Neil as well. We could send Dana in disguise. If there is a spy present, they might report that one of the exiles showed up again, and that could cause troubles for the people in charge. Tessa suggested. Dana smiled and activated beast form, then paused as the expected furry stripes didn't appear on her hands. Instead, she was bright white, and had longer fur than she remembered. Ooh! See, I knew that she would be pretty. Tion cheered. Tessa chuckled and took out a mirror from her inventory to show Dana her transformed appearance. Under the effects of beast form, she was no longer a cat demon, and she was nearly identical to Carl in pattern. This time, the spell had turned her into a fox demon, complete with long fluffy ears and a fox-shaped head. She no longer got larger with the spell, and thought she might have actually gotten more slender. But it was her voice that startled her the most. Well, that is unexpected. I thought that the spell was set after you used it the first time. She began, then paused as her musical tone reached her sensitive ears. Fox charm is powerful. Tion bragged. And how am I supposed to interact with people when my voice has become a magical seduction technique? Dana asked. The little fox shrugged. Just threaten them with the Carl if they get handsy. You think this is funny, don't you? I was actually happy with how I looked. Dana snarled, but it came out as a gentle pout. Tion held up his paws in defeat. Got it. Not funny. You still make a beautiful fox, though. I wonder if you can go all the way with a stronger skill, and become an actual fox. I bet your tail would be super fluffy. Dana shook her head in dismay. She was wearing robes still, so her tail was trapped underneath. And it was super fluffy. Once she swapped outfits, they would adapt to her form having a tail. But for now, she could keep that information to herself. Well, if we're not doing anything else, why don't I take Ophelia with me? She can do the job of bodyguard without me needing to call golems. Dana suggested. Ophelia laughed. I think that you've forgotten one vital fact. A werbear and a fox demon would attract way more attention than just showing up as ourselves. After all, it was Carl that was actually banished, we just chose to join him in his exile. So, technically, we're not breaking any rules by going back for a visit. Remy quietly handed the berserker a basket full of potions, along with a notebook, and Ophelia put it in her inventory for safekeeping. Both Dana and Ophelia changed back to their human forms, and Ophelia stretched her body, unused to being in this shape. Carl, you might as well open the portal. We've got 10 minutes before breakfast. In and out. She insisted. All right, I know the perfect place to send you to. Carl agreed. Carl focused on the first place that he had met Neil, the Inquisitor's office in the capital. Then he opened the portal, and laughed as an irate overlord-ranked rogue hurled a dagger at him. Good morning, old friend. We have a present for Totem Ahmad, and we were hoping that you could pass it to him. Carl began as Neil glared at him. You damned near gave me a heart attack. Do you know what it's like to have a totem-ranked monster open a portal into your office? Especially when the office in question is supposed to be warded against travel skills. Technically, I have never had an office. But I get your point. Good reflexes though, the skill hit right on the throat. Carl replied. Neil sighed and stepped through the portal, then looked around the main room of the replica guild house in the tiny world. Where are we? He asked. A separate space I learned to make with a skill. But currently I am traveling with these lovely ladies through the Dragon Isles. We just so happened to come up with a potion that will help trigger breakthroughs if you're at a bottleneck, and thought it should be shared. Carl explained. I can demonstrate if you want. Do you want to be a totem? Remy asked hopefully. Neil smiled at the Naga's best pleading face. Why does that sound like a threat? No, I would rather not be a totem at the moment with all the chaos that's happening at home. Lotus brought over a stack of pancakes and a coffee for their visitor, then recruited Ophelia to bring the platter to the table they had set up in what was the store in the real world. Let's sit and talk. Have things gotten bad since we left? Carl asked. Neil sighed as he sipped the coffee. You could say yes. But also no. There have been 4 more unexpected totem rank advancements in other nations since you left. But there has also been another in the Golden Dragon Nation. Worse, from a political standpoint anyhow, it's another elite from the younger generations. I think that you know her, actually. Lady Othello. Now there's a huge argument over whether she should be the next head of the church, as she's a paladin and not a cleric, but she's the most powerful member of the clergy. However, every time someone tries to force her, they get zapped by that damnable sword she carries everywhere. I don't know what spell is on it, but you can't try to physically force her to go anywhere. Carl chuckled. It's supposed to punish perverts who attempt to grab her with lustful thoughts. It might be a side effect, misinterpreting their desire for her to be in charge as desire for her. Neil nodded, then frowned. How do you know about the sword? Dana smirked at the rogue. He made it. Ophelia stacked her plate as the last of the food came out, and gestured with her fork. Are you sure you don't want to be a totem? It would make your job easier. And then you could try using Remy's potions on one of the clerics. If they don't die, they can take over the leadership role. She suggested. Neil sighed and stuffed his face with pancake to give himself a moment to think before answering. These are excellent, by the way. But no, I will stay at Overlord as the head Inquisitor for now, and then advance later. The power level on the whole continent is slowly increasing, and within a few years, I suspect that I might break through to totem rank naturally. He sighed. A few seconds passed in silence as everyone digested that new information, then Neil smiled. Where is my favorite spider? I would assume that since her bonded partner has reached totem rank, she has as well. The Inquisitor asked. Carl nodded. Indeed she has, though just last night. She's still sleeping off the advancement, but we thought it would be better for everyone if we left the potions and recipes on your desk instead of going to see Ahmad himself. Neil chuckled. He's been moved to the Imperial Palace, and that's protected better than anywhere else on the continent from portals and teleportation-type skills. He's good friends with the new king, and has been for some time. But he was actually moved closer so that they could brainstorm ways to change the nation. That had everyone's attention. You see, Ahmad has the idea that if we can properly mobilize all these new awakenings from the last 2 intakes, we can completely overhaul the nation's production facilities. Advanced technology combined with magic has already proven to be every bit as effective as the traditionally made magical items. At least, in some ways. Explosive rounds for artillery have proven to be highly inefficient, using more mana than just putting the mage in a helicopter and letting them bombard the battlefield. Same with magical bullets for guns. The overall effect of that one was pretty good, but in practice, it's better to just let the mages do mage stuff. Plus, magical barriers make the bullets essentially useless anyhow. So, there's no need for both at the same time. But what really took off was the new bulldozers. Some mage got the great idea to enchant the blade with earth magic, and it made clearing solid stone with heavy equipment as efficient as moving clay. The first construction projects it was put on are months ahead of schedule. Carl chuckled and Dana winked at the assassin before explaining. Here, the demons use earth and fire magic to make entire cities. The dwarves use earth magic to carve out whole mountains, and they can make a skyscraper in a matter of days, not months or years. It's absolutely brilliant, as long as you don't think too deeply about the engineering behind it. She explained. Neil nodded in understanding. Yes, I suppose that just letting people make an entire building out of what looks like a single concrete pour with no reinforcement would be very concerning to anyone who knows more about structural engineering than earth magic. Carl realized they had completely missed the important parts of their concerns. How are things with the giants? He asked. Neil shrugged. Not bad. They retreated after the last major battle, and they're back within their own borders. Once they realized that the full push on the capital had failed, and that their infiltrators had all been flushed out, they gave up on the war plans. Of course, part of that was the death of their new leader, and the need for the mountain giants to elect a new chieftain. But the war is officially over, and we're back to nothing more than tense relations with everyone else. There have been a few more dungeon spawns as well, and that's not helping anyone's nerves. The stabilized dungeons have proven to be not only the fastest way for elites to advance, but an incredible source of loot and raw materials for the continent. Fortunately, it's all been commander rank and lower instances opening, so we haven't had a power race in one particular area, but the Golden Dragon Nation now has 3 commander rank dungeons and 1 awakened. Ironically, the awakened rank dungeon opened 50 meters from the walls of the academy. Can you imagine that? All these newbie elites from the latest intakes training, and they've got a dungeon right there waiting for them after their first advancement. Even better, anyone from commander or weaker ranks can enter it once a week, and it's set up for a 20-person attempt. It's perfect for team building exercises, and the groups are large enough that multiple classes can pick groups of 2 or 3 to go and work with random teams from other specialties. Lieutenant Rita, Carl's old advisor, has been put in charge of the schedule for the dungeon, as those who don't get picked to go from their class work can sign up for a pickup group instead. She's excelled in the role, and the classes that she teaches on cooperative combat are a student favorite. That was all good news to Carl, but everyone else had strange looks. Did you say the last 2 intakes? Tessa asked. Neil nodded. The intake ceremony was 2 weeks ago. The second since we've had the new methods of awakening elites. This one was just as successful as the last one, with over a third of the entire population of basic school graduates gaining the warrior class. I don't know what we're supposed to do with such an imbalance of warriors, but there is an incredible influx of mages as well. The Red Dragon cleric began counting on her fingers and frowning more deeply. The math just doesn't add up. She muttered. Neil shrugged. I have heard there are strange things on this continent, and a bit of time distortion in random areas wouldn't be the strangest thing that I have ever heard of. So, you might not have experienced the whole flow of time. Carl smirked and poked Dana. We almost missed your 18th birthday. We should find out what today's exact date is and make a cake. Neil lifted his wristwatch, then frowned at it. That's the weirdest thing I have ever seen. He muttered. The watch was a quality mechanical watch in a protective leather case. But while it had displays for the day and month, they were blurry, impossible to read. Well, now we know how to determine if we're in an area with a time anomaly. We just need to buy a watch. Carl joked. But for Remy, there was a more urgent concern. She had potions for the new academy students, and they were supposed to have been delivered before the year started, as a surprise. Take these with you as well. They're all for the academy. Neil laughed as she stacked crates of small vials, then placed them in his office. Hopefully, the open portal is keeping this area in sync with home, or someone will be very mad at me for slacking on my work. He sighed. In that case, we will see you again soon. Ray will want to visit you and her baby rogue once she's stabilized. Neil chuckled and got to his feet. Thank you for breakfast and the gifts for your countrymen. I can't say that I've ever heard of exiles finding a way to still help out after they were sent away, but I appreciate it. Carl patted him on the shoulder. I would volunteer to come back and help keep everyone in line, but it sounds like you have it all under control. The Inquisitor smirked. You think now that you're a totem that you can flex on the other nation's leadership? Carl winked at him and leaned in to whisper conspiratorially. I was rewarded with a special epic grade constitution. At this point, I can reliably solo a totem-ranked dungeon boss, without bringing my beasts to assist. If you have a problem with the others, let me know. Even 5-on-1, it's unlikely that they can do significant damage to me, and I've got so much damage reduction that even a direct meteor strike wouldn't do it. Neil shook his head in dismay. You live up to your reputation, monster man. Warn me before you send Ray so that I can shield my quarters and not alert anyone that she has arrived. Then he turned and returned to his office, so Carl could close the portal. We never did find out what the exact date was. Dana noted a few seconds after he was gone. Well, we can sort that later. Once Ray wakes up, we can get back to our hunting patrols. If we can't pin down the exact date, then we can just pick one to celebrate. Carl suggested. Now that the excitement was over, Remy returned to her lab to work, and Hawk went outside to take a loop around the area, looking for threats. Ray was going to need all day to recover, and she would likely only wake up once the sun was down again. That was her natural active time, and each of the advancements was a bit harder to recover from. They took a lot out of the spider, even though it was an advancement. Can we expect the others to advance soon? Lotus asked, meaning the rest of the beasts. Thor still has a ways to go until he reaches the bottleneck, but he also advanced last, so he's still on pace. Remy has a bit more work to do as well, but Kara is close. She just prioritizes amusement to power growth, so you never know when she's actually going to advance. Carl joked. Kara shrugged. She was powerful enough for what she wanted to do. When she wasn't, she would advance. That was just how it worked. A soft mental nudge caught Carl's attention. Oh, I think the butterfly is almost ready to advance as well. Perhaps once she reaches totem rank, she will be stabilized enough that she can come out and socialize. Carl felt the mental nod, and that she was learning from Ray, and planned to make a grand entrance to introduce herself to the rest of the group properly. They were all aware of her work, and she had interacted with them in her dreamlike state, but it would be the first time that she got to meet them all in person. That was a big thing, even bigger than just an advancement, so she had to make it grand. With nothing important to do, everyone settled into their daily tasks. The three priestesses spent most of the day in prayers. Ophelia and Thor went to spar, while Dana mediated to improve her mana pool and the stability of her new advancement. Carl did the same, but he had another goal. One of his class skills improved his soul power based on his power matrix. He currently had it at 9 points, and that had been excellent for his progression, but he had a solid vision for the 27-point formation. In theory, that should triple his growth rate, and the amount of mana that he could transfer to the beast spaces, up to his personal limit. So, keeping the focus on Supreme Lady Matilda, whose image he had used for the 9-point formation, Carl began focusing on filling in the extra spaces and rearranging the focal points into a much larger matrix. While he worked, he couldn't move any mana at all to the beasts. But the whole process only took a few hours of intense concentration, and left him with a pounding headache that faded after a few minutes. Then, Carl gently began to flow mana through the new formation, checking for imperfections before everything settled into a permanent position that he would have to destroy to alter. He didn't find any bottlenecks or instabilities as he pulled mana through to his limits. So, he focused on the Blade of Champions and the life energy that it had stored. The Haint had absorbed almost all that it had stored when it awakened, so he let it keep what little soul energy it had left. He had enough work to do just with the Blade of Champions and the beast spaces. Working on advancing them was his highest priority, as only the two were actually at the totem rank. The rest were close, but not quite past the breaking point yet. That would change tonight. The spaces were improving much more rapidly than Carl had expected, now that his level wasn't a limiter on their advancement. Something outside would surely notice the mana imbalance from the amount that he was pulling, but Carl was careful not to mess with the mana balance inside the tiny world so that it didn't interfere with the others' work. That was another thing that Carl realized he should work on later. He was much more powerful than he had been when he formed the tiny world. If he wanted to, he could greatly increase the limits of the space. However, there was plenty of room, even for dragons who wished to fly around and relax. So, Carl focused on a different project. He created a massive crystal near the guild house, in an unused hilly section that Thor and Ophelia had deemed unsuitable for practice. As he formed it, Carl coated the entire thing in mana storage runes. He could use it as a massive mana battery, like the Lich Lords had done with the crystal in their wagon. 20 tons of totem-ranked runic stone would be able to slowly collect an absolutely enormous amount of mana. That should be enough to power not only the space, but all the practice that was done inside and the training of the others. Flooding the body with higher rank mana was an effective method of pushing toward an advancement, and once this was full, everyone else should be able to drag themselves toward Overlord. It might not be the most effective way to pull lower-level companions toward the highest group member standard, but it was hundreds of times better than just letting them fumble along on their own. In a way, it was like having a mentor, as the Spellblade clans did. Someone who could teach you and help your growth progress smoothly. Only, it wasn't limited to just one class, but to members of the Darklight host and others that Carl trusted enough to bring into this space. Perhaps he should put some protective runes on the crystal, or the platform it was sitting on, to prevent theft attempts or misuse if someone broke in. Ray woke up after midnight that night, and flexed her limbs to make sure everything was working as intended after that odd molting incident. It made sense, with the crab blood that she had used, but it was a new experience for Ray, who normally just grew and reshaped herself a little. It wasn't bad, though. She felt brand new and refreshed, ready to face the world in a whole new totem-ranked body. "Did you want to do your reveal first or second, little sister?" Ray asked as the sun began to come up in the tiny world. The butterfly thought about it. "Together. I will set the stage, and we can make a grand entrance." Ray waited while her little sister made the final plans. Everyone was awake now, and getting into the showers. So, that was the perfect moment to set up their entrance. For ranks of illusionary spiders flanking either side of the walkway to the house, with a light fog around ground level to let Ray camouflage herself more effectively until she was ready for her grand reveal. Then butterflies and sparkles in the air above them, where she would be hovering and waiting for Ray to appear and get her praise, so she could swoop down for the fireworks and then introduce herself to the group. Ray tried not to laugh as she saw the royal procession that had been prepared for her, with all the illusionary spiders bowing before her. Remy and Thor dragged the group out into the yard to watch, and Lotus was practically vibrating with excitement as she realized that Ray was going to make a dramatic entrance. Ray started off invisible, then blended herself with the fog as they approached. Slowly, she adapted back to her natural black and red, as if she was emerging from the fog as she slowly strutted down the path. Whistles and cheers greeted her approach, and Lotus ran up to hug her while the others laughed. "Congratulations, Ray. Excellent work on making it to totem rank." Carl congratulated her, while fireworks began to explode overhead in the morning twilight. Then the butterfly appeared. Not as an illusion, but actually outside of her space for the first time since she evolved. "Good morning, Sister Butterfly." Carl greeted her. "You may call me Opal. I like that name. It is a pleasure to meet everyone," she replied. She fluttered down, her meter-wide transparent wings reflecting the sunlight, and creating shimmering rainbows on the ground, along with the sparkles of shed mana as she moved. That was an unavoidable side effect of her species, but now that she was powerful enough, she could recover far more than was needed to sustain the loss, and she could limit the spread of the mana particles to nearly nothing. Some loss was unavoidable, but the stronger she got, the better she was at controlling it. It was strange being outside, not as much mana, and all sorts of new scents and auras. But she got to actually touch people. That was surprisingly fun. "So, you can finally join us on adventures, Opal?" Tessa asked. "Only a little bit. I will be a totem soon, and then I'll be able to stay outside all the time if I want. But it's more comfortable to stay home and let the illusions do it. Illusionary domain is my world, and being outside of it just feels weird, even if I do get to meet new people and see new things," Opal explained. That was understandable. Her illusionary world was so realistic, with illusionary people, plants, and buildings in it, that there wasn't much reason for her to ever leave home. She was essentially a city lord for a city of her own creation, with hundreds of subjects under her control. A gentle ringing, like a doorbell, filled the tiny world, and then a portal opened next to Carl. That should not be possible, Carl knew. Opening a portal into a separate space required knowing exactly where it was, not just the opening, but the actual nature of the space, and how it was formed. But when an extremely annoyed-looking totem-ranked vampire stepped through, nobody was startled anymore. "Miss Tiffany, good morning to you and your mistress. What brings you here so early?" Carl asked. The vampire examined him carefully, trying to determine what this strange man had done to himself since they met last. "How did you make yourself an elite creature? That role should be reserved for dungeon bosses," she demanded, skipping the formalities. "It's a pleasure to see you again as well. But really, I don't know. I went into a trial instance, and it gave me the option to optimize myself. I chose that option over the others, and then completed the trial, and it gave me a fancy thing for my name. I can't see it, but nobody else seemed to know what it meant," Carl explained. Dana cleared her throat, drawing Tiffany's attention. "What actually brought you here today? I suspect that if you forget the important part, it might become a problem for all of us." "Right. The Supreme Lady wants me to take a picture with the spider and the badger," the vampire explained. She was obviously not happy about it, but that could be the fact that she had been chased out of bed at dawn. For a vampire, this was just past their natural bedtime. Not that one as old as her would have any trouble being awake all day, but even the naturally cheerful Mick was cranky when it was too bright outside. Plus, those born as vampires from infected parents died the first time, the nature of their powers changed, and they became much more nocturnal. Kara was happy to take a group photo, even if the camera was a relic, and she couldn't be certain of the quality of output they were going to get. Carl set up the camera to catch the group, and Opal moved to hover behind the trio, while Kara stood up on her hind legs, so her face was closer to Tiffany's head height. Ray still dwarfed both of them in her natural form, though she was only a little taller than Tiffany. Just much wider. There was only one button on the large tripod-mounted camera. Carl had no problems getting it lined up for the shot, and then channeled mana into the button as he activated the magical device. Unexpectedly, the camera did not output a photo. Instead, a meter-wide, landscape-oriented painting formed against the legs of the tripod, as if they were a painter's easel. "Thank you. That will make her happy. She's been annoying me to get a picture of the Chaos Badger for ages, and now that there is a totem-ranked child of the Spider Goddess in the guild, she had to be the first to record it." Ray snorted in amusement and transformed into a humanoid. "Does that mean we should expect a visitor from the Spider Goddess soon?" Tiffany nodded. "Likely a whole group of them to test you and the Carl. Though, he's already fought off a whole group of assassins from Nerad, so they might be more polite the second time." Now that the picture was done, Tiffany collected the camera and gently picked up the magical painting. "As much as I enjoy your company, I have much to do today. Thank you for your time," she announced. Once she was gone, Ray began to laugh. "She really does hold a grudge, doesn't she? That vampire hates you with a burning passion." Carl shrugged. "Not my fault that things turned out the way that they did. Neither of us knew that things were going to end up with a trip to the Chaos Realm and a visit from the Supreme Lady when the fight started, and I certainly had no idea about her past with Matilda." Ray shrugged, and all the others looked at him like he was an idiot. "It doesn't matter that it wasn't my intention, does it?" Carl eventually realized. "Not even a little bit. The fact is that you're the only other one involved, so you're the only other one to blame." Tessa agreed. Ophelia shrugged. "She does look healthy, though, doesn't she? I don't think that the dragon is treating her too badly. If she were, I would have expected her to start looking worn down and tired after a few months." Without warning, Opal vanished back into her space, but left an illusionary copy of herself as a stand-in so that she could give the appearance of continued direct interaction with the world. At first, she had stayed in her space for safety and out of necessity. But now that she had seen the outside, she realized that she was actually more comfortable at home. Plus, being awake was exhausting. Not in a sense of mana deprivation, she had that under control. No, she was used to sleeping all the time, and never really got mentally stressed. But being awake was totally different. And totally overrated. "Are we throwing a party?" Lotus asked hopefully. Ray had just revealed her advancement to totem rank, that was definitely worthy of a party, even if they hadn't just officially met Opal in person. That was when Lotus realized that the butterfly floating overhead was an illusion. She hadn't even noticed when the real one vanished, the transition was that smooth. That skill would be incredible in an infiltration situation, where they needed to send an actual person. But, it was most likely because she could retreat to her space without using a spell. Ray picked Lotus up and carried her back inside. "We're going to make special snacks for today. I hope that your new food creation spells are up to it." "Oh, what did you have in mind?" Lotus asked. Ray had said the magic word, snacks. "I am thinking that we need cake because it's a celebration, but I'm thinking that instead of the sweet jam that you usually put in pastries, what if we made strudel with rhubarb and green apples? Then topped it with whipped cream." Lotus frowned. "Would that be good?" "Maybe it could be." Over the next 3 hours, Lotus and Ray made a dozen different variations on sour and savory versions of pastries, including some pulled pork steamed buns that turned out really well. Hawk was really looking forward to those. They were visually the same as sweets, but with meat in them. He hadn't realized yet that they weren't sweet in any way, just a convenient way of eating pulled pork on the move. But it was a new recipe for Ray and Lotus. Now that she was awake, Opal found that she easily got bored, so she ended up creating illusions to do all sorts of things around the tiny world. Some helped Ray and Lotus cook, some tidied the house, and when that wasn't enough distraction, she prepared an outdoor amphitheater to put on a play. The latest episode of The Noble Knight Thor and His Companions was a huge hit with the group, who generously overlooked the parts where she heavily embellished reality to make it more interesting. After all, they couldn't very well have scenes where the hero of the story was simply standing on the sidelines or clearing out trash mobs while others did the real work. There was no harm in adding in a few more impressive enemies to the story. You've got yourself a reliable cheerleader. Dana joked as they finished the show. Thor nodded happily. Sister Opal had done a wonderful job with the production of the latest episode of his memoir. He was greatly looking forward to the next one. Ray lounged back on one of the stone benches of the illusionary theater and popped a pastry in her mouth. Sweet and sour pastries were a great idea. It was a good thing that they made hundreds of these today because she was adding them to the usual snack rotation. But now that they had celebrated her advancement and watched a movie, she was getting curious about what might be hiding out in the wilderness around them. She was a totem-ranked predator now, and there shouldn't be many things that she couldn't hunt. But maybe there was. Just the chance that there was still something around that might manage to escape from her or put up a real fight was exhilarating. So, as everyone settled in for another night of meditation or rest, she snuck out of the tiny world and got the Naga bodyguards to update her on the situation outside. There wasn't much coming close to them there, but there were some powerful monsters in the distance that Ray might be able to play with. They couldn't tell what it was, but they could sense the powerful auras. Ray activated Night Haunter, and went to see what she could find. Her new body was incredibly powerful, and Ray found that she could run nearly as fast as Naksha could fly. Faster than even the buses of the Golden Dragon Nation. It was an incredible feeling, and in mere minutes, she had found the dangerous creatures that the Naga had sensed, but they weren't prey. Just orcs. But the orcs weren't a total loss. Hey, I'm bored. Anyone want a brawl to first blood? I will wager 2 bags of rice that I win. She shouted from the edge of their camp in humanoid form.